I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the ChaddyNick Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
What will you like today? Another Cloud2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The ChaddyNick Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the ChaddyNick Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the ChaddyNick Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us. and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
We know about the power of one. One woman with one vision to rally people together to find a cure for all cancers affecting women. And the women fighting cancer, they know about the power of $1, one drug, one more opportunity to live. We're taking Coach Yao's vision and we're going to multiply it. One person at a time, one cancer warrior, one doctor, one official, one coach, one board member at a time. The power of one becomes the power of 1 million. Our goal is to connect with 1 million people, asking our friends, our colleagues, our social media followers to join us in fighting cancers that affect women and providing life-saving access to healthcare for all women. If we bring together 1 million people, how will the CEAAE Cancer Fund change the world for cancer warriors? The ask is easy. The work will be life-saving. Let's see what we can do together. It's the power of 1 million.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
While I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hey, my name's Breath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund because cancer can't wait.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it!
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope.
Now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race, like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know. But you have to step away from it.
Welcome, everybody, here to the Collegiate Esports National Championship of FIFA 21 by the NJCAAE. Keegan Oates here alongside John Pritchard. And for one of us here, it is 6 o'clock in the morning. For the other, it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we are halfway across the world from each other. One's in Hawaii, the other one's in England, I believe. But either way, we're going to watch a great game of FIFA. John, how are you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm excited, you know. I mean, I would say that I'm tired, but I don't feel like I have that excuse, seeing as it's like 6 a.m. for you right now. You're probably a little bit more tired than I am, but, you know, I've had a super busy day. I've been shooting a movie here in the UK throughout the whole of this, like, the past few days. So, but you know what? I'm excited. You know, how can you not get excited and be amped up, have the blood pumping for some esports action, especially when it's one of my favorite games, that being FIFA 21. And I'm excited to see some of these American players play. You know, myself, I float around more on the UK and the European circuit, especially when it comes to like the collegiate side of things. I've done for a little bit of work here in the UK with some of the universities and stuff, but I've never really ventured out into the North American collegiate side of things, so I'm really excited to see what you guys have to offer. Yeah, and it's interesting as well because you can even say there might be sort of a difference here in soccer, I guess you could say. I don't know. See, we say soccer out here in America. It might be a little bit. You know, I'm pulling my sleeves up, ready to fight you as we go. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we might have a problem here. No, I'm just joking, but it might be a little different because the play we know the play. Obviously, you've got the Champions League out in Europe with and then you've got the Premier League out there. America really only has the Major League Soccer out here and the MLS as we know it, but the play is different and it's so much more celebrated as the game back in Europe. Same thing with FIFA, actually. You see a lot of the great players from FIFA coming out of Europe. So, I mean, you've got a lot of the pro players out of Europe, some from America, but not you don't see very many making grand finals and such. So what do you think about the game in Europe makes it a little bit different from, like, America? It's just there's something different about it, isn't it? I think it's just... Maybe it's slightly similar to what you said when you compared the whole Champions League and we have the Premier League here and you guys only really have the MLS. I think it's more of like a cultural thing in the UK. Like we're just brought up to be football fans, you know, whereas you guys are brought up to be a totally different type of football fans, right? You guys are over in America, you've got the NFL and stuff like that, even the NBA. You know, I think that's what it comes down to, sort of your background a lot. But like you said, we have some very, very good players coming out of Europe and even in sort of like Latin America as well. Players from like Brazil or Argentina as well. We've seen some of the best players in the world come out of there. But yeah, it's definitely very, very different across the two regions. I don't want to discredit the Americans. They have some very great players. But I think for a little while now, I would say Europe's been slightly ahead in terms of not just, you know, standard traditional football, or as you guys call it, soccer, but in terms of actual FIFA gameplay as well. And I think it's just the majority of players out here, a lot of the kids out here just love playing FIFA, whereas you guys probably enjoy like the NHL games, the NFL games. I know Madden is a huge game over in America as well, with the NBA series, no doubt as well. You know, so yeah, I think it's just more of like a grassroots background kind of thing.
Well, that's really only, the NBA is really only if LeBron James is playing, let's be honest. But anyways, let's take a look at our bracket real quick. And we got ourselves a great bracket for you. It is the grand finals all the way through. Quarterfinals happening on April 20th, semifinals on April 27th. It all culminates here to the first day of May. Garden City taking on Nassau. And you take a look at the way to the bracket, 1 versus 2. Not surprising in a way, but I mean, you still had 8 great players go through the whole way, but a 1 versus 2 matchup, what you like to see going into the grand finals?
High level gameplay. That's exactly what I think is going to happen. You know, the way these seeds have been done has been pretty much usually how you'd see most seeds throughout an esports tournament, where the best player usually plays sort of quote unquote, you know, like the worst player or the lowest seeded player rather coming into this. I'm not too sure how this was determined in terms of seedings, if it was qualifications or if there's some sort of ranking system. But I'm excited to watch this. You know, I love watching FIFA. I love watching football, especially when there is a game that, you know, people usually look at FIFA and they think, hey, it's just you press X, you press circle, or, you know, A and B on whatever controller you're playing on, and you pass the ball around. But it is such a technical game, and there is so many small details, from, you know, moving your goalkeepers, using the in-game instructions to high press and put team press on, or play the offside rule and play a higher line. There's so many small minor details that go into making very good players and like the pro caliber of teams, to more so like the bracket of players who are quite decent that like to play, you know, the foot champs and the weekend leagues, like myself, who enjoy the game. Yeah, we can put on a bit of a show and play the game at a decently high level, but we're not going to make it into that pro tier bracket. So I'm excited to see if these players have got what it takes to compete with some of the very best, should their esports career go further.
Yeah, and you're talking about playing their best right now. The number 1 seed, who known as Leslie Green, they are undefeated going into this matchup. And then number 2 seed, Christopher Lopez. There, Leslie Green on your left, out of Garden City Community College, a sophomore from Leonard, Maryland. And on the other side, you've got the Nassau Lions from Nassau Community College. Christopher Lopez, your number 2 seed, known as Klope01, but sophomore out of Uniondale, New York. So it's going to be, again, 1 versus 2. Undefeated is Christopher Lopez. Undefeated is Green. So 2 Titans going at each other here. One has to break that undefeated number. One takes the undefeated, one takes the championship, the other one will take their first loss, and it'll be all in the grand finals. So we're looking forward to a great one. I mean, this is, you were talking about the high-level gameplay here. With knowing both of them are undefeated, how excited are you for this game now?
Yeah, you know, it adds that extra element of surprise and excitement to the game here, Keegan. You know, I mean, myself, I'm always one of a bit of an underdog story, you know, so I think I would like to potentially side with Christopher here, but you know, I've never seen these guys play before. You know, this is the first time I've watched these guys play. So I'm just excited, especially for the first few games here, Keegan, to just sit back, watch, and, you know, relax and unwind and really, really enjoy these games. But I do believe we're headed into our first game here now, Keegan. I'm excited. How about you?
I'm very excited. It's 2 Liverpools going at each other, though. So more or less likely this is going to be it more or less is going to be the dream teams coming up here. But 2 Liverpools against each other. Have you seen this before?
Yeah, you know, Liverpool's a team that have got some very great attackers, and they've obviously got one of the best centre-backs in the game at the back in terms of Virgil van Dijk. Joe Gomez also very, very good on this game. Look, surprised we haven't seen the likes of, you know, a PSG, or even sometimes like a Barcelona or Juventus, because you have the CR7s, you have, you know, the Messis, the Neymars, the Mbappes, for example. But Liverpool, very, very good team, especially with the 2 players up top like Salah and Sane as well. Not Sane, I want to talk about Mane rather. I was thinking of Sane from Bayern Munich for a second there. But, you know, 2 very evenly matched teams, obviously both on and off the pitch. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this play.
Yeah, and almost a very, very quick score there, but able to punch that out on the start. And you talk about the Liverpool, how they're one of the best teams. We'll get into this probably later on, but Liverpool was actually part of this the European Super League, and I feel like we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about this later on.
I think this is definitely something that needs to be addressed. I think that kind of shook up the whole footballing community, to say the least. The Salah tries a shot there from the edge of the 18-yard box with his right foot. Obviously, Salah's going to be wanting to try and get that on his more favourable left foot, only having that 3-star weak foot, which sometimes is one of the reasons why we don't see him used as much. But let me tell you now, Keegan, if you do exactly what this player is doing here, I think this is actually Les Green in the black away kit, and it's going to be the side of Christopher in the... Sorry, it's the opposite. It's the turquoise kit is Christopher, and the dark black kit is Les. But just quickly going back to that point about Mohamed Salah, you cannot let that man cut in off the right-hand side on his left foot, because he will put that ball in the top corner very, very easily.
Yeah, they're running forward here. They've got Salah Robertson moving in, but we'll see if they get anything, and just the passing going all over the box here. But it looks like Lopez able to bring it back out on their, or rather, that's not Lopez, excuse me. That would be Leslie Green taking it out. So, and Mo Salah, you talk about one of the best players or probably the best player on Liverpool, in my opinion here. Let's see if they move forward, and it's saved. What a save in the box there. And Mo Salah, though, about 8 hours ago, Sky Sports releasing this, that Mo Salah, he said that Liverpool hasn't discussed a new contract with him. That's going to be big for Liverpool if they lose him.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumours obviously going on in the real world with Salah potentially moving over towards the likes of Real Madrid, and I think PSG were even linked with him at the same time as well. But you know what? I mean, I think he's going to hang around Liverpool for a little while longer. It's just contract negotiations at the end of the day. But let's quickly talk about the actual game itself of FIFA. Let's not distract ourselves getting caught up in the crazy scenes that are happening in the real world right now. One thing that's very important in this game of FIFA 21 in particular is the use of, you know, the R1 dribbling and using skill moves. This is a game a little bit different to the last few FIFAs, where you just had a few of the same recycled skills. You had the ball roll, you had the La Croqueta, you know, those types of skill moves constantly being used. You know, you use the likes of the drag back, and in particular in this game, you see stuff like the bridge happer, which is a skill move where it's a quick turn on the ball. And I'm looking forward to seeing how well these guys perform. As I say that, when Yaldum goes through on goal, a cool, calm and collected finish, using the inside of his left foot to slot it past the outstretched leg of Alisson Becker. And just like that, Keegan, we see a 1-0 lead in favour of Christopher.
Yeah, and that's a very quick 1-0 here. And again, these are 6-minute halves by rule, so this is going to go very fast. It's not like your typical mind my language here, soccer game, where it's the 45 minutes plus added time and 6 minutes plus added time, obviously. But now they're going to try the cross. Not going to happen here. Back into the box, and Christopher Lopez able to take this one out. So back to the midfield. And you talk about a very quick score in 6-minute halves. I mean, you got to score fast here. I mean, 1-0 may not do it.
I mean, let me tell you something right now, Keegan. I've been in and around the FIFA scene for a very long time. I watch a lot of the professionals play, and one thing in particular, as we see the ball try to get played through to Firmino there, who just strayed offside, is there is no such thing as not enough time to score a goal in FIFA. I have seen someone be 1-0 down, or actually I've seen someone be 1-0 down in a grand final in the European scene and win the game 2-1 within inside the last 10 minutes of the game, the final goal being scored in literally the last kick of the game. You know, FIFA's one of those games where, although you're only playing 6-minute halves, there is still a lot of time left in the game. And we have somehow seen the ball being put into his own net. I think that was Jordan Henderson, the skipper from Liverpool. I think we're going to try and see an instant replay brought to you guys by HyperX. Actually, no, that's not going to happen. I thought it was going to go to one quickly, but 2-0 now in favour of Christopher. A bit of a nightmare start here from Les Green. That's a fantastic ball slip down the right-hand side. It's going to be Sadio Mane now trying to twist and turn his way into the box. A few La Croquetas coming out there, but he does get himself bundled off the ball by Andrew Robertson. The ball now sprung down the other side, and it's going to be Mane trying to slip the ball through towards Firmino. Does get intercepted, however, and you'll see this a lot, Keegan, especially within FIFA, that the ball is going to be back and forth, you know, and this is what separates good players from sort of average players, is knowing when to calm down on the ball, knowing when to just take your foot off the gas a little bit and keep the ball, force the errors from the other team.
Yeah, I mean, both teams trying to step on the gas pedal here. Obviously, this is first game, best 3 out of 5, so they're just trying to step on the pedal here. Christopher Lopez looking to make this 3-0 here. Gets inside of the box, looking for the shot. That's going to get blocked right away inside of the box. So now they'll just take it out to midfield. And Leslie Green's got a pretty wide open field here. See if they take it up, try to shoot it from back here. Makes a little bit of a move and still trying to look for it in, and they score their first point. It's 2-1, cuts the lead in half. What a shot.
Yeah, fantastic. You see, I was a little bit worried when he decided to put it onto Mohamed Salah's weaker right foot. I mentioned, you know, Mohamed Salah only having that 3-star weak foot. He is definitely more favourable on the left-hand side, coming off of that right-hand flank, cutting inside, obviously, to take some shots. And he had the chance to do that, but he thought, you know what? No, I trust myself and I trust Mohamed Salah. And he just smashes the ball past the outstretched leg of Alisson Becker. And like you said, cuts the lead in half to 2-1 now in favour of Christopher. As I say that, it's going to be Leslie who goes through on goal. The keeper does come out, twisting and turning from Wijnaldum. Back to Mane. Mane finds Diego Jota. Jota back to Mane. Fantastic quick football here, but who's there to step in and save the day? It's that man, Virgil van Dijk. One thing, let me tell you, one player I hate playing against in any FIFA, especially over the past few years, is Virgil van Dijk. Egan. That guy, he comes out of anywhere. He's so quick. He's so powerful. It's no doubt he's one of the... there's no, you know, surprise as to why he's one of the first brought defenders in a game like FIFA, especially on Ultimate Team as well.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, even in Ultimate Team, right? You've got so many options, and I think Ultimate Team, obviously, with any player in play, right? You've got your Ronaldo, Messi. You put these guys all together, and you've got Koki, and you've got forwards like Salah added there in as well. It makes the game entirely different from just, you know, head to head, Liverpool versus whoever, right? Or just the Liverpool versus Liverpool. If we saw Madden teams between these two teams, I think we would see maybe even higher scoring game besides 2-1 at half.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one thing I've noticed as well is the playstyle difference between, you know, like a high-level professional and these collegiate like type players. You know, these guys are still learning how to play the game at quite a high level. Like, for example, you would never see a high-level player trying to, you know, take players on within the middle of midfield. It'll be short, snappy passes. You know, not a lot of skill moves would be used. The skill moves are usually implemented in and around the 18-yard box to try and get the ball back onto, you know, the favoured right foot of an Mbappe, for example. Something like that, a fantastic scoop turn to try and get Mane in. That's where you'll see the skill moves. And I've already noticed a few times this game where we're starting to see players try and do a few step-overs in the middle of the park and really get hustled and bustled off the ball quite easily. But who knows? You know, these guys are obviously very good at the game. Their play style has got them here. As I think the ball's going to be slipped through towards Diego Jota here. He's trying to twist and turn his way, but there you go. Van Dijk there once again to step in and just be that real dominance at the back there for Liverpool.
Yeah, back to midfield. They're just going to pass it around here. Now they've got a little bit of an opening on the side. No offsides called. See if they head it in, and they do. It is tied up at 2 apiece. Leslie Green able to bring it back with a header. And what a play overall. You've got the pass going down. You've got the header going in. I mean, great plays. And all of a sudden, we're back in a fresh game.
Yeah, and like I said, man, you know, there's no such thing as too little time within FIFA esports. And from what was inside half an hour with potentially Christopher looking to put the game to bed where he had a few chances at 2-0 to go 3 or 4-0 up, he missed those chances. And did he rue the day? Yes, exactly, because 2 quick goals within about 10 minutes is, you know, put him on the back foot. But as I say that, the ball slipped through to Roberto Firmino. I think what I'd have liked to see there is Firmino maybe to just take a slightly heavier touch forward to get himself away from that centre-back and then put himself through one-on-one with the goalkeeper. A bit of a rushed finish there with the finesse, and it does not pay off. The ball whipped in towards the box now from Mane. It's going to be Jota who tries to follow up on it, but the ball falls back to the feet of Mane into Wijnaldum. Fantastic tackle there from Fabinho, and now ball at Henderson to Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum trying to find some sort of space, and every time, and what I'm seeing right now, Keegan, is the quote-unquote better player, the highest seeded player, Les. He's really starting to feel himself now. He's really starting to get a little bit comfortable in the game. We saw him start off a little bit, you know, a little bit slow. Sometimes players take a while to catch fire. I think he's shook it off those pre-game nerves, and he's now really starting to express himself and play some good FIFA.
Christopher Lopez, though, makes a move inside of the box, back to the top of the box. Off to Wijnaldum, but now it's passed back, and Henderson's got it and trying to just move this one up now. And really, you're looking at a very, like, back-and-forth game on stepping on the gas pedal here. We'll see who beats it out to the ball. It'll be Salah on the right side, looking for maybe a pass, a crossover, and heads it back out. So it'll be back to Christopher Lopez on the gas pedal here, back to midfield. But you notice this, too, whereas it's kind of, like, very fast-paced, where you kind of see openings on both sides, but it's only 2-2. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more as they try to bring it into the box here, and it stopped right away. So you see the opening is just not happening, more or less.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of composure in and around the 18-yard box, which is what you want here. But as I say that, it's going to be a fantastic last-ditch tackle from Virgil van Dijk after Mane. You know, you see him pop off that fake shot. He then tries to turn it into a roulette to get himself away from Van Dijk. But Van Dijk stepping in forward to come and comfortably deal with that pressure. And I think one thing that we're seeing is two players that are very scared to make mistakes here, Keegan. You know, we know the pressure these guys might be under. For some of these guys, this collegiate final here might be the first final that they've played in, the first game that really means something in their esports career, and it could be the start of their esports career, right? So both of these players really scared to make mistakes. And as I say, that is, for me, fantastic footwork there from the Brazilian with the fake shot. He then pops that into a La Croqueta to take it around Van Dijk, but that outstretched leg of the Dutchman is there once again to just shut down any sort of, you know, forward play from Les. And Christopher now going to try and whip the ball into the box from this corner.
Has the advantage on the corner. We'll see where they place it. It's going to go in the back. It's headed, just to the left of the net. That'll be a goal kick. So a very good opportunity, not able to be taken advantage of, and only it's 75 minutes on the clock. It's going to speed up the clock again, but not a lot of time left. And you and I both know in FIFA games it's normally aggregate 3 out of 5. You talk about trying not to make mistakes. I think it might be okay to make a mistake here in the early games. It's just you don't want to lose 3. Obviously, you drop 2, it's all right. You still got a chance, but you want to get as much advantage as you want as possible. And I think that's where the not making mistakes is coming from. Christopher Lopez trying to make a move here, and that's going to be called a foul. So they're trying to get something going here on a free kick, kind of close into it, right outside of the box. See their defensive positioning here. Tries to cross it around, and that one's headed back out to midfield. Christopher Lopez back with the possession here with Wijnaldum. Back to Mane. See if they can get it in, but it's blocked again. So, I mean, just this defense now, it comes down to the last few minutes here. 10 minutes left, probably about a minute left in sped up time. And now tries to shot. What a save. Still 2-2 and another corner.
Yeah, really impressive play here from Christopher. He's starting to turn on the burners a little bit and get the showboating out and about. And it's a fantastic footwork from Sadio Mane, who popped the ball through the legs of Virgil van Dijk there and nearly got a shot where I'd have liked to see a tiny bit more composure. 2 instances there. He was 1-1 with the last defender, and he elected to try and sell a fake shot instead of maybe just electing for that ball roll or throw another La Croqueta in there to just try and outwit his opponent and get a free shot towards goal. But you know what? I think let's just go back to the point you said a minute ago here, Clutch, is we mentioned usually that the traditional way of playing a FIFA esports game is a home and away leg with an aggregate scoreline at the end, or extra time and penalty should we need it. If this was the case, Christopher would be absolutely loving life right now. And if you was Les, you'd be under an immense amount of pressure because people are thinking, wait, why'd you say that? Because it's 2-2. But the away goal rule obviously is counting on an aggregate scoreline. So pretty much if this was an aggregate scoreline, you would be seeing Christopher going into the next game pretty much with a 2-0 lead. Because that means we would have to see at least 1 goal scored from the side of Les. But because it's a best of 5, we don't really have that pressure anymore. So like you said, this first game could kind of be removed from these players' minds and think, hey, you know what? It doesn't really matter. Let's go again and see what happens. But as I say that, a bit of a costly mistake potentially here at the back from Christopher, as it's going to be a late free kick here for Les. And I think you'd probably have to see this be a direct shot towards goal. Alexa play it short. Van Dijk towards Henderson. The ball has to go forward. They can't allow this ball to go backwards or the ref will blow the whistle. Ball whipped into the box and a last-ditch header at the back post there from Trent Alexander-Arnold to see away the danger. Danger not cleared, however, as Mane with a very lackluster effort with the flick on straight into the hands of Alisson. And a very intriguing first game thus far. I do believe we are going to be calling that after the first game as a draw. Both players pick up 1 point. Obviously here, guys, you know, anyone who watches football, or as you guys like to call it, soccer, you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loss. Now, what does this mean? This means going into the next game, this is going to be a very, very important game, especially after a draw to kick things off. Whoever wins the next game, if they then win the game after that, if they win 2 in a row, you're pretty much saying to your opponent, you've got to win the next 2 games, and you can kind of just play for a draw if you want to, you know, like you can just kind of keep the ball. It doesn't really matter if you concede a goal. You're pretty much in the upper hand, and you're kind of just relaxing a little bit. So, you know, this will be playing on the mind of these players slightly more. The fact that we're playing this in a sort of a 5-game best of 5 league table kind of format with the point system, but hey ho, you know, these guys will want to get ready to go straight back into the game, have fun, and really, you know, they're focusing a lot right now, Keegan. I mean, I don't know about yourself if you played esports at a decently high level. Myself, I played some quite decent level esports within the UK and the European scene. I know what it's like from a player's point of view to have to focus for such a long time. It really burns you out, and I think towards the later stages of the game, maybe match number 4 or 5, we'll start to see some really, really costly errors happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's the wrong way. I was laughing because I'm nowhere near that level. All of my friends know that. The saying here is you cast if you can't play. That's for a very low standard of us. For me, that would be the case because I'm not a very high level. I mean, I play all different sorts of games, so I really don't have a focus on one mentality. Maybe like you with the FIFA religiously, but it does, like, the player pressure. You can see it even in the professional leagues, right? You have their webcams. You can see the pressure that's knocked onto them. I mean, even in the exciting moments, right? When you play that second game of aggregate back in in FIFA, you see the excitement that can happen when the team that's away scores and you've got a chance at winning it, right? You got a chance to send it to extras. So it's a great, I mean, 3 out of 5 might be okay, but I don't know. Which one do you think? Do you think it's great to have the 3 out of 5 if you're Leslie right there, but I mean, if you're Lopez, I think you're liking the aggregate a little bit more.
Yeah, if you're Christopher, you're very annoyed because you know that you're going into your home leg knowing that if you score 1 goal, the other player has to score a minimum of 2 goals to send it to extra time.
Yeah.
And he's going to make it very, very difficult to do that. You know, and myself, just personally, I mean, I don't know if you agree, I just prefer to watch the aggregate scorelines with the home and away leg. I think it creates somewhat more of a storyline. It creates a bit more of an atmosphere. And, you know, if we see like a last-minute equalizer or something like that, things just go really, really crazy. But we are going to get things underway here, guys, in our second game of this grand finals. Currently 1 point apiece after the first leg, or the first tie, should I say, rather. Liverpool versus Liverpool once again. And it'll be interesting to see if these guys actually elect to swap teams at any point, should they feel like they're a bit of a too even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, 2-2 scoreline wasn't very surprising if you've got a Liverpool versus Liverpool team. I bet they probably do scrimmage each other once in a while anyway, so we'll see how this works out. But right now it looks like Lopez in the green, looks like sea green. I would say about sea green uniforms. Meanwhile, in the darker uniforms will be Leslie Green here. So Green will take this up into midfield, has control of possession, and it looks like Christopher Lopez taking it back. So to start off already a little bit more defensive than we saw back in our first game.
Yeah, and again, you know, we're going to start getting into those middle stage of the fixtures where people don't want to drop points. You know, this is going to be very important because I mentioned if you lose this game and you lose the second, you're in a really, really tough spot going into match number 4 or 5. So it wouldn't surprise me now after a very evenly based first game, we're going to start to see a bit more of a strategical play. You know, these teams might set up a little bit differently. We might see the depth drop to like 1, for example, or 2, in opposed to players that might play on like a 4 or 5 depth with a slightly higher line. But we have to wait and see. You know, things will change. No doubt these guys will be flicking throughout custom tactics within the game, having players on setback to stay attack. And, you know, it's going to be, there's so many different questions that need answers, and no doubt we'll get the answer to those questions throughout the game. But the ball slipped through to Sadio Mane. Tries to take a shot towards the near post, and Madison's going to go ahead and beat that away. Early pressure right here coming in from Christopher.
Christopher Lopez with the corner is going to head it in. Not going to allow that to get out. Could have been a goal kick there, but instead Leslie Green on the attack on a 1v3 situation. He's going to move this up and give it a little chip shot to the midfield, but not really finding anything there. And still the pressure's on from Lopez again, back almost outside of that box. Looking for more pressure, but Leslie Green able to take care of it faster this time. So good plays here defensively early on. We saw early scores, and we saw an early 2-0 score line from the side of Christopher Lopez. Not the case this time. It's still fresh at 0-0. Moving it up to midfield. Leslie Green's got a chance to move this up in a very tight defensive situation. Has it to Gomez, Wijnaldum. Still just looking around here.
What you saw there was a player scared to commit his central midfielder forward. You know, if these were sort of maybe like the highest statted players from Ultimate Team, maybe like a prime icon in there or something like that, you would have probably seen that player commit forward and try to take that run through into the penalty area and get a shot away. But, you know, because these players aren't as, you know, tactically good or just overall as good as some of those more experienced or better players they would be playing with in the FIFA Online Ultimate Team mode, it's not a surprise that you saw Wijnaldum kind of, check his run a little bit there and try and keep onto the ball. But as I say, that's some fantastic one-touch football as the ball's going to find itself at the feet of Firmino. Ball stood up towards the back post, and it's Diego Jota with a fantastic flying header, beating Joe Gomez at the back post somehow. That should never be happening if you're a Liverpool supporter here. Look at that for technique. Fantastic diving header, almost sort of resembling a fish out of water the way he leapt through the air there. Steaming at the back post, headering it past Alisson Becker, and Les Green going 1-0 up here in this second match.
Don't you love to see players just flying in the air like that? Like, I remember back in the World Cup, right? They call him the Flying Dutchman, right, from the Netherlands, who had that shot. I mean, that you love to see, like, the headers in the air. I mean, it's just what makes this game so exciting. And moving it up to midfield, I mean, already you've got Leslie Green up 1-0 to start. Christopher Lopez now trying to put on the gas here, just maybe playing a little safe. Does it seem like he's playing maybe a little bit safer than back in game number 1?
Did you ask me if Christopher was playing safe, rather, you said, right?
Yeah, I'm like, Christopher seems like he's playing a little bit safer than, it doesn't seem like he's stepping on the gas pedal as much.
I don't think it's necessarily that he's playing safer. I just think that Les is, the way his team's set up is he's set to press quite high up the pitch and, drop deep and soak the pressure up when he needs to. And then, oh my God, that's a catastrophic error, and Van Dijk with a fantastic last tackle. That was nearly a catastrophe there from Les, as Christopher nearly sneaks his way back into the game after a mistake from Alisson, the keeper, and somehow Van Dijk using that outstretched leg to hook the ball away from, I think it was Diego Jota in the centre of the penalty area, just waiting to tap the ball in from 6 yards. But no, just going back to the point you made a minute ago, Keegan, I personally feel that Les has just sort of stepped his game up a little bit here. You can see that he's really dragging his players around a lot. He's pressing high up the pitch. He's trying to win that ball back and put that pressure on. And that's why gaps like this are really starting to show. Mohamed Salah now elects to whip the ball in. First time with his right foot when he had acres of green space to run into. Would have really liked to have seen him take on Van Dijk there one-on-one and try and get that ball onto his left foot and smash the ball home. But yeah, you can see now it's a very, very, aggressive start to the game from Les. He's really pressing high up the pitch, trying to win that ball back as quickly as possible. And you see here, as soon as he loses it, the players being manually selected and pressed up the pitch. But one thing that can happen is if you get played through, you're going to start to see these gaps forms, just like now.
And speaking of the gap forming, what a save. Brings it up one-on-one with the goalie, face-to-face with the goalie, and just nothing doing there. Leslie Green going to try to move this one up the field just a little bit more and trying to get that pressure in. But both teams, again, we saw the pretty even scoreline. It was, I believe it was 2-0 or 2-1 going into the half. Last round, 1-0 here, but we'll see if that works out for them the same way. Not really going to happen. And we saw that last round too, where Leslie Green putting in an own goal to make it 2-0 to start, and then coming back to tie the game 2-2. But 40 minutes in, nothing doing so far here, and Leslie Green having an advantage after that kick from the goalie. Very open box. See if they want to cross for the pass here. Does so, but it's out of play and in for the goal kick. So, I mean, both teams just cannot find their footing besides that one goal on the header.
I think what Christopher is struggling at the moment is he's being very, very overrun in the midfield. I would like to see him maybe switch to a 3-5-2 formation or a 3-5-1-1 and get those extra bodies in midfield to deal with the pressure. And the only thing is, though, using a team like Liverpool, you've not really got the best of midfielders to work with. And as I say that, at the back post, Roberto Firmino is going to be there to grab a last-ditch equaliser before we head into half-time. And yeah, just quickly going back to the point I wanted to make is, Liverpool are a team that they have some very good central defensive midfielders, but a lot of their attacking happens through the likes of Mane, Salah, Diego Jota, and Firmino. They're very reliant on those front four players. The likes of Wijnaldum and Fabinho and Henderson, they're very old school fashioned players. They like to win the ball, receive the ball, and just move the ball on with some great passing ability. So I feel like we need to see maybe an extra body going into that midfield for Christopher, but hey ho, that game plan might be thrown out the window now because he grabbed himself that last minute equalizer going into halftime. Yeah, I'm tied up in one apiece here going into the second half of play. We saw the ending 2-2. I mean, you talk about a 1 versus 2 matchup. Both teams undefeated, or rather both players undefeated coming into this one. 2 draws in a row? Maybe. I mean, I'm all down for 5 draws and then see a penalty shootout at the end. But you know, that might be a very long and daunting thing to cast, because it's like, okay, guys, you're just, you know, that meme where it's just like the guy with a stick pointing at, poking at something, but like, do something, like, just please. Like, that might be what happens, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see. We've still got a lot of FIFA to play, you know, over 3.5 games left as we head into this second half in the second match of this best of 5 series. And again, straight away, you can see Les really moving the ball well in that midfield, and the gap's starting to form again as the ball is moved out towards Mane. No doubt the ball's going to be stood up towards the back post for Yotta to try and run onto again. And look at how high up this team is playing right now. You have got Virgil van Dijk spraying the ball around from diagonals from pretty much a central midfield position. That's how high up Les is pressing his team, and Christopher is finding a really tough job of it.
Yeah, but good defensively so far, and it looks like it'll be a free kick on their side for Christopher Lopez. So, I mean, good start on both sides. 1-1, still the score here, 52 minutes in. Although sped up clock, obviously 6-minute halves on each side. And now Christopher Lopez has a big hole. Nobody in front, but now backs off just a little bit. Passes it up and gets the goal. It's 2-1. Lopez, oh no, it's not. They get a free kick here coming out from the goalie, so it's not 2-1. We're stuck at 1-1.
Yeah, it was offside. I think it was Mohamed Salah who just strayed slightly offside, and that all came down to, you know, it was a bad bit of defending that turned into a good bit of defending, because what happened was Les Green elected to use that custom tactic where it elected to, you know, play the offside trap and step his midfield up. But what he didn't see was the third man run from Sadio Mane, where if the ball was played through slightly quicker, Virgil van Dijk would have been playing him onside. But what happens? The ball somehow ricochets its way back outside of the box, and when that second, you know, that attacking phase of play is recycled to try and play through them once again, after using that, you know, high line and that offside trap, it elected to work perfectly for him in the end. So, you know, whether that was a bit of beginner's luck or strategical gameplay, we'll have to wait and see, and if that happens once again. But again, Les straight back on the front foot.
Short pass from the corner. We'll see where this leads up, and looks like Leslie Green just backing off, letting it go to midfield to let the offense in the front reset here. See if they play, and you got 5 right aligning on that box there. Tries the shot, it's saved. It's knocked down. We got another corner kick here coming from Leslie Green. So 2 good saves by Christopher Lopez, not finding the net just yet, and it'll go back out to Lopez. Lopez has another chance for the goal.
Yeah, we are going into the final third of this game here. 60 minutes on the clock, 30 minutes left to play, of course, including injury time as well, but not been any substitutes or injuries yet, and just the 2 goals. I can't see much being added on towards the end of the game as Firmino to Yotta. Yotta threads the ball through towards Sadio Mane. Fantastic footwork. Can he square the ball back? And Yotta at the back post, mistiming that shot and slide there. I think Christopher, a little bit too eager, my friend, as now on the counter-attack, it's going to be Les. Threads the ball through to Firmino, but Van Dijk once again there to break up the play. And look at how many gaps and how stretched this game is getting right now. As I say that, Yotta's through on goal, 1-on-1. Bluffs his lines a little bit. Both of these players are playing very smash and grab right now, Keegan. There is, all composure has gone completely out the window.
Yeah, you can already tell that it's just go, go, go at this point, because they want to break the tie that is 1-1 right now. I don't think they want 2 ties in a row. No, I don't think any player wants 2 ties in a row in any game, but still 1-1, 70 minutes down, 20 plus stoppage left to go. And just adding on the pressure. Lopez for the shot. That breaks the tie. Oh, no, it does not. Another offsides call.
I don't think it was offside. I think it went wide.
I think it went wide. Yeah, you're right. It did go wide. My apologies. I thought it was an offsides, but it did go wide. You're absolutely right.
I don't know if that's a visual bug, but it happens all the time. And the amount of goals I've celebrated that I think I've scored in this game where it's hit the side netting is absolutely ridiculous. But one thing that you're seeing that I'm really liking out of Christopher right now is the use of switching to the CPU in this game and allowing the CPU to do some of the work, and using yourself to control the player off the ball and make the off the ball run to you know, give yourself a bit more space and options. He's doing that very, very well when in attack, and it seems to be working relatively good for him. But it looks like Mohamed Salah might get threaded through. The wrong run made, however. And Yotta now with the ball at feet. Plays it into Mane. Does get dispossessed, however, to Wijnaldum. Henderson towards Yotta. Mane making a great run down the left-hand side. He's going to go ahead and drive the ball towards that 18-yard box. Elects to cut back on his right foot and take a shot, and it's tipped away by Allison. Yet another corner for Les Green.
See how this works out. I'm looking for the short pass again. No, they're going to try the header, and another save from their side. So it's honestly just trying to get the gas pedal in, because now you got 10 minutes left to go, trying to break a tie, trying not to get 2 straight draws here. Still looking for pressure, trying to pass that to the outside of the box. Trying to find any space, really, but Lopez giving him nothing. It's going to be pass out of bounds here, but it's still, it's a great, I mean, this is a great game. It's still 1-1. We saw the earlier game 2-2. It's looking like another draw.
Yeah, these guys are just, they're so evenly matched right now. I think this game I would have given the edge slightly to Les. I think he's been slightly better on the ball, and his use of, you know, the game mechanics have been slightly better. But he's just not been able to create himself that clear-cut chance at the end to put himself in the lead. But you know what? It is what it is. You know, football is like that sometimes. Sometimes you can have 15 shots on target and only score 1 goal, and the other team can have 2 shots and score 2 goals. That's just how football is. But there is still 5 minutes left plus the injury time. So you're looking at around 7 minutes or so left in this match number 2. The ball ricocheted up into the air, and okay, it's a bit of unusual goalkeeping, and luckily finds the foul. And I think you're looking at right now, if you're Christopher, you need to keep hold of this ball and try and create yourself one more chance.
You don't have very many chances left with 87 minutes gone, or 88 minutes gone, excuse me. Still not too much left to do here. I think Lopez might get one last shot at this unless stoppage time comes into play, and then you got Leslie Green on the attack. So Leslie Green now on the attack coming in. See how much time is added. Probably not going to be much, considering there wasn't any goals scored or any real big stoppage of play. Probably only going to be a minute, if anything. It'll be 2 minutes added on. So not a lot of time, though. Maybe one last chance for an attack. Lopez, this is the one shot you got to try to break the tie. Not going to happen. Back out to Leslie Green at midfield. And still trying to find something, but here's your chance. Leslie Green can break the tie here. Got to shoot it. Looking for the chip shot over, and it is saved. It is knocked out, still time. Leslie Green trying to find anything. Lopez kicks it back out, and that will do it. We're stuck at a tie again.
Yeah, there was a few things that was, I don't know if you were watching my reactions at all, production team, but I was going crazy at points throughout that last break there. There were so many small mistakes that each player made. First off, you know, one-on-one, I don't know why the keeper is rushing out there. You know, he's towards the edge of the 18-yard box. He's got to, you know, have some really good composure on the ball to chip you from there. The keeper actually made it very, very easy for Sadio Mane to score. And I think it was Leslie Green who fluffed his lines a little bit and choked at the last hurdle and didn't put enough power on it. And luckily Van Dijk got back. But there were so many things that went wrong. And literally what happened prior to that counter-attack was, I don't think that Christopher saw the run from Jordan Henderson. He made a fantastic run through the centre of the park to overlap. I think it was Roberto Firmino who was on the ball momentarily, and he elected to play the ball towards Mane instead of playing the through ball straight down the centre of the pitch. And Henderson was one-on-one with a goalkeeper. So again, it's those small, minor, fine details in terms of the composure under this type of pressure that we are putting on these players here. You know, representing, you know, their colleges. I nearly said universities there because that's what we would probably call it here in the UK. But representing their colleges, it's very, very big for them. You know, this is pride you're talking about on the line. No doubt these guys will know each other on and off the field. So yeah, I mean, it looks like these guys are very evenly matched for sure.
Yeah, and it's 1-1, but we'll talk about what they need to adjust coming out of the break here as we hit our, I guess you could say, halfway point, but it's considering it's 2 draws. This, I think it becomes now a fresh start for these guys. Now it becomes a best 2 out of 3 at this point. We'll see if anybody can break the draw streak right now, but we want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, CENC fans. It's our pleasure to introduce to you the new Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. It's 100 years, or basically over 100 years in the making. You take on the fresh, or take on the original. It's your go-to classic for a shave experience like no other. Again, thank you to Barbasol, and go check out the 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. We take the short break. When we come back, we'll see if either player can break the draw streak. 2-2 on the first game, 1-1 on the second game. Who knows what the second half of games has in store for us? You're watching the Collegiate Esports National Championship of FIFA 21.
hope. Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
A rogue virus, no jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
We know about the power of one. One woman with one vision to rally people together to find a cure for all cancers affecting women. And the women fighting cancer, they know about the power of $1, one drug, one more opportunity to live. We're taking Coach Yao's vision and we're going to multiply it. One person at a time, one cancer warrior, one doctor, one official, one coach, one board member at a time. The power of one becomes the power of 1 million. Our goal is to connect with 1 million people, asking our friends, our colleagues, our social media followers to join us in fighting cancers that affect women and providing life-saving access to healthcare for all women. If we bring together 1 million people, how will the Kay Yao Cancer Fund change the world for cancer warriors? The ask is easy. The work will be life-saving. Let's see what we can do together. It's the power of 1 million.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound?
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. John Pritchard over there, Keegan Olsen right here, and we've got a good one for you. 2 draws so far, a 2-2 in game number 1, a 1-1 in game number 2. I mean, draws going all the way is a possibility that I don't think any of us are going to see, but that's what happens when you got 2 undefeateds going against each other. We got ourselves a good one here. Throw it back to the bracket real quick. Again, you talk about 1 versus 2 here. And John, I mean, battle of the Titans right now between Garden City and Nassau.
Yeah, and I think at the moment they're kind of, you know, locked at the horns, right? Like these guys are just really pushing back and forth and waiting for the other to sort of make those mistakes that might cost them the game. And at this midway point, we're talking about, you know, if someone wins this next game, they are in a very, very good spot going into that 4th and 5th final game. You know, you're pretty much forcing your opponent to win one of the next 2 games, which is very, very hard to do when you're under that amount of pressure here. But you can see the player cards. Go ahead and run me through these player cards. You're going to know these, you know, these colleges and the states a little bit better than I do.
Yeah, and we've got a really good one here. Leslie Green out of Garden City Community College, sophomore from St. Leonard, Maryland. And then Christopher Lopez, Nassau Community College, a sophomore out of Uniondale, New York. So New York versus Maryland, a good old East Coast rivalry here. And it's just, again, battle of the Titans here. But you talk about we talked about them, the mistakes that were happening through game number 1 and game number 2. I mean, knowing what you know, the knowledge about the game. I mean, me as an American, we're not very knowledgeable as the game unless it's football that we know here. But football in FIFA at least. What is your take on this? Like, what mistakes need to be fixed for somebody to break the draw?
I mean, again, I think it's sort of what I've been sort of ushering and saying over the past few games is just having a bit of that extra composure on the ball when push comes to shove. You know, there's been a few times where these players haven't spotted like the 3rd man run from a midfielder, or they haven't, you know, spotted a particular gap that a pass could be threaded through. And you know, whether that's just their own personal game knowledge, maybe they've only just started playing the game, or they've not been practicing as much as the other, but you know, if you can fix those few mistakes that you're making and just have that bit of extra composure on the ball, it goes a long, long way in FIFA, you know. The amount of times I've seen Mane or Salah go through one-on-one on goal and they've just not had the composure to maybe cut back onto their favoured foot, or, you know, drop your shoulder and shimmy the ball onto your favoured foot. It has been unheard of. But as I say that, what a calm, cool and collected finish from Les Green. And I said literally what I was just saying a second ago, Keegan. We need someone to slowly but surely get a grip of this game and show some composure. And that's exactly what Keegan has done. Some great interchange of play in the middle of the park. The ball slipped out wide. Mane sends the ball through in towards Diego Jota, and he gets there beyond the outstretched body of Alisson Becker to lift the ball over the top of him into the back of the net. 1-0 now in favor of Les.
Yeah, and a very quick one for, it's a very quick lead here for Leslie Green. Again, you can see in the darker uniforms, more of the sea green on the side of Christopher Lopez. But it's still, I mean, you talk about the gas pedal early on. One team's got to try to break this draw to win. Otherwise, if we get 5 straight draws, who knows what's going to happen here. But Lopez trying to make a move now as Lopez moving down, but that ball goes out. And it'll be the ball headed on over for Leslie Green in the back. So it's still a tight game regardless, even after the quick goal. But imagine, right, the first game, if that own goal wasn't scored, the scoreline right now would be 4-1 instead of 2-2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, luckily for these guys, we mentioned that the aggregate scoreline isn't taking place. But if you're Leslie right now, you are absolutely loving life. You're 1-0 up in a very important third game here in the best of 5 series. You just want to keep this ball moving. just frustrate the player. If I'm Leslie right now, I am playing like a complete scumbag and I'm keeping the ball. I'm moving it around. This is perfect here. This is what he wants to do. Just keep the ball along his back line. Switch the ball out wide. Now we can go forward if we need to. And if the forward pass isn't on, we can recycle the ball and go backwards. And, you know, that's what he needs to do. Really frustrate Christopher now, because what will happen is Christopher will be forced to press higher up the pitch as the game goes on. And those gaps in behind for the likes of Mane, Salah and Jota will start to form.
And we'll see the pass out from outside. We'll see Leslie Green trying to make their way in the box. The shot, it's saved. Easy one there for Lopez to bring out and for the save. And almost had it charged in. Very close to that line, but very good plays there from Leslie Green to put on the pressure. Now Green's going to get the ball back on their back line, bringing up the pressure. 3-on-3, no offside called. Still putting on the pressure in the box, looking for something, and that's going to go out, and that looks to be a goal kick coming out. So, I mean, Leslie Green, though, what a change after the first half, just putting on the pressure now.
Yeah, we saw him start the same way in the second game. We started to really advance high up the pitch and forced a mistake, and that's a mistake you can't make as the ball's given away to Leslie on the edge of the 18-yard box. Ball slipped through to Firmino, smashes the ball past Alisson Becker into the back of the net. And the Brazilian doubles the advantage here now for Leslie. And it is really, really a dominating performance from the man representing, I think it's Garden City, if I'm correct in saying that.
Yeah, I mean, Leslie Green out of there, Leslie Green coming out from Garden City Community College out of St. Leonard, Maryland. They're great. I mean, great effort overall. And we saw this early on, right? 2-0 to start, and then Leslie Green would have to come back 2-0. That one saved out, but still Leslie Green putting on the pressure, has another shot at it, can just spin around and has a chance, but that one's going to go out, and it looks like it'll be a goal kick otherwise. So, I mean, great pressure put on by Leslie Green, but again, it started off 2-0 to start before with Christopher Lopez in the lead. Leslie Green able to bring it back. Is Lopez going to be able to do the same thing?
Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, as it's going to be Roberto Firmino who tries to do that, and just like that, a very poorly timed pass, really scuffed the pass. But as I say, that the ball actually falls to the feet of Jordan Henderson here as Gomez muscles his way. You can't lose the ball there. Joe Gomez, what are you trying? He's offside. Why would you? I'm so confused as to what has just happened here between that play. I've just seen Joe Gomez try to Ronaldo chop the ball in his own 18-yard box away from danger. And then to top it off, we've nearly seen a player play an offside pass when he could have had a tap in. As I say that, Mohamed Salah now going through towards the goal, tries to fake shot onto his left foot. Gets intercepted, however, and oh my God, this is one of the scrappiest halves of football I've watched in a long time, Keegan.
It's one of the scrappiest. I'm surprised this is one of the scrappiest ones you've ever seen. I think there have been other ones, but 2-0 still to score, and in favor right now of Leslie Green. And you can see the names, by the way, at the bottom switched up. They might have been They might have been confused, but thank you to quick work by our producer Jackie B there for switching the names to their correct position. So Leslie Green's players on the right side, Christopher Lopez on the left side of your screen, and they're just going to pass it back and forth here inside the box on the 2-on-3 pressure here. You can see the possession, and actually great graphic that just showed up here. 57% possession time for the side of Leslie Green, and you talk about control right now in the possession that they're having, and Leslie Green just making this look easy for them right now. Is only first half in. It's still 2-0 in favor of Green out of Garden City Community College. Just trying to spin their way around here, really not getting anything as Robertson has the ball and just going to find their way out. Still has possession of it though, but control is so important right now, and Leslie Green just taking complete control right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I said I wanted to see Leslie do, is to just keep the ball and really frustrate Christopher into making those mistakes. And he's done it on a few occasions now where he could have probably put himself 3 or 4-0 up and gave himself a little bit more daylight between the two teams. But, you know, it's right now. He just really needs to dominate that ball, get himself up into the 60-70% possession marks. While you're 2-0 up, it's going to be really hard for someone like Christopher to come back when he has so little of the ball. He has to then make his one chance that he gets count. And sometimes when you haven't got hold of the ball, it's really hard to be that clinical. But we are going to see Mohamed Salah now try and work his way up the other end of the pitch. It's going to be the ball shuffled on from Henderson to Wijnaldum. Now out towards Alexander-Arnold. Fantastic tackle in there from Gini Wijnaldum, however. And just like that, the ball is back in possession of Leslie Green. And we've got a 2v1 overload on the left-hand side here. And it looks like Diego Yota should have been slipped through on the floor there. You know, using that lofted through ball is going to allow Joe Gomez to have the legs and Alison Becker to have the positioning to get back and recover that ball for Christopher. And this is becoming a very, very stretched game here now.
43 minutes in, still really nothing going on here for the side of Christopher Lopez, who has to make a move here. Leslie Green trying to make something happen, but it's blocked and it's saved and it's back in. No offside called either, so it's 3-0 now in favor of Leslie Green. The first to reach 3 is Leslie, and there is just no response from Christopher Lopez whatsoever.
Yeah, if I'm Christopher and that has happened to me, my controller is in pieces on the floor. That is a typical thing that you will see happen in FIFA, is where a shot happens and the ricochet will bobble off the goalkeeper and come back off the keeper into the path of the attacker for a tap-in pretty much. And as I say that, both players getting in each other's way here. And finally, we're starting to see a bit more composure from one of these players, and it was Leslie who took his 3 chances when he got them. 3-0 now at half-time, going into a big second half here, and it's really on Christopher to come out and look at that possession stat, really dominating the possession, nearly at 60% of it, had the majority of the ball. And let's just, one thing to mention here, we've seen Christopher not have a single shot on goal. And I'm not even talking about on target. I'm talking about he has not taken a shot this game. That is how hard Leslie has been pressing high up the pitch and made it really, really difficult for him.
Yeah, and that's more credit to defense than anything there. But I mean, you still 3-0 in favor of Leslie Green right now out of Garden City Community College as we head out from halftime. Christopher Lopez has to make a move here. I mean, with the defensive pressure that you've got from Leslie Green, and Christopher Lopez just cannot find a way through it. I mean, how do you poke a hole in this stone wall that is Leslie Green's defense right now?
I mean, I think you've got to try and, you know, nick a quick goal after half time. I don't know how you're going to do it, because you can see here already he's getting very reckless. He's just tried to press really high up the pitch with Joe Gomez, and he's moved his centre back pretty much all out of positions, and it just messes with the flow and momentum of your team. And I think you've got to try and keep a level head if you're Christopher here. You know, you've got 2 more games left. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle now because Leslie's going to be playing with full confidence, but one quick goal here and the game can flip on its head. We've seen it happen already where Christopher was 2-0 up and Leslie brought it back. Now it's time to see if Christopher can do the same thing. I thought, you know, it looks a little bit of a tough challenge there, but the ref decides to wave play on. And Firmino with the ball at his feet, he's going to try and take on Alexander-Arnold. Elects to play the ball back out wide to Mane. Mane, can he slot the ball through? No, the gap starts to form. And again, there, okay, somehow Salah had the ball at his feet. I was about to say he might be pulled up for a free kick there after going through the back of that player Van Dijk. And again, another, you know, poor use of composure from Christopher. There was a chance there for him to just have the ball at the feet of Mohamed Salah. He tries to just overplay the ball and he gets caught out, and now it's Leslie back on the attack.
And Leslie looking for goal number 4 here. Not going to happen as they got the defense outside of the box. 56 minutes gone. Still, Christopher Lopez just cannot poke a hole in the fence here for the side. And now they might have a shot here. This is probably Lopez's best look right now, trying to get it inside of the box, looking for a pass, making a move to the left, making a move to the right, and nothing happening again. So you talk about the low shot percentage here, still nothing on goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's 60 minutes in and not a single shot on target. That is looking very, very tough for Christopher. And again, there you've got someone like Mane, who I think he has 5-star weak foot in this game, man, you know, and his left foot is not necessarily a letdown. I mean, he's at least definitely got 4-star weak foot. He can hit the ball with both feet. It doesn't matter you trying to get it back onto his favoured right foot. Use both feet, man. He's got that high-star weak foot for there to be used, you know? Like, stop trying to overplay it. And I think that's what Christopher is catching himself up with. Like, here, you can easily put this ball onto Mane's left foot and shoot from the edge of the penalty area and put it into the top corner. And I think Christopher's really, really struggling and feeling the pressure.
Still, I mean, it's just time is just running out here. And after the first 2 draws, it makes this a best 2 out of 3 instead of a best 3 out of 5 if you've got 2 straight draws. But now Leslie Green just trying to take command at this point. It's just running around here with Robertson, Fabinho. When all of them still just, Leslie Green is just trying to push this ball anyway around the defenders. A lot of defenders right near that box. You got about 6 of them right in that area. And nothing doing there on this possession. So still, Lopez has to find a way to break through, and now a chance here if they can make sure that one doesn't go out. Does so. Has the man advantage as well, but Leslie Green able to take it back. So time is just ticking away here for Christopher Lopez to try to make something happen.
Yeah, again, he has a 3v2 there, Keegan. And it's just a poor choice, rather, of pass. And I'm not too sure if Yacht has actually strayed offside here. No, apparently he's dipped his run just in time. And again, still, 70 minutes on the clock and not a single effort or goal yet from Christopher. That's really, really poor. As I say that, the roulette comes through and into the back of the net. And we have made this very interesting here going into the last 20 minutes or so. You can see immediately the team press goes on from Les. He's going to try and, push his team very far up the pitch and hold that high line. But finally, it's 15 minutes now to go. We are starting to see something here from Christopher.
And no shutout will be recorded here for the game number 3. It's 3-1 now the score line. Still in favor of Leslie Green, who has control of the ball at the bottom. And just now running with it. Lopez, another shot at this if they can press. And still pressing on. 3v2 advantage in the front, making some moves out to the center and tripped on
might be sent
over.
off. He could well get sent off here as well, Keegan. I think that's very generous from the referee. I think if you're a fan of Christopher, if you're Christopher, you're screaming at the fact that's not a red card. He is through clean on goal there, and he's been completely wiped out by Robertson. I think you're very, very annoyed. But however, the ball slipped back to the 6-yard line. I said the game's going to get interesting, Keegan. 2 goals with inside the space of 8 minutes. And we are going to see a very cagey last 10 minutes here from Les Green. He needs to keep hold of this ball. Go back to what he was doing early on. Work that ball. Force the mistakes from Christopher. Because now Christopher, he has a reason to go out and search for this game. He knows one more game and he takes home one more goal and he takes home a point. He's looking to do just that with Yossa on the ball now. Fabinho throws the ball through to Sadio Mane, 1-on-1. Turns it onto his left foot. What a save by Alisson Becker. Tips the ball away from that top corner. And where has this Christopher been for the first 70 minutes of this game, Keegan?
I don't know. It just all of a sudden appeared, but it's making this game a lot more interesting now. 3-2. Still, 1 goal away. Leslie Green can probably put this one away. If they get a goal, not going to happen. Lopez back on the attack to the top of your screen. Gomez now with it back to Henderson. Henderson looking for a move. Has a wide open field really for him. Not going to move up too much. Playing a little bit more back to Alexander. And still just moving it along now. And Leslie Green back in possession. 4 minutes left plus stoppage. And this is, Lopez poked the hole twice, but you got one more to get that draw. And if it was 2 goals only, this would be great for Christopher right now, but still got to find a way to get something here in the final minutes. Is Lopez back with the ball, trying to
Sorry
fight.
to cut you off.
Go ahead.
You cannot lose the ball there if you're Les. The ball works onto the left foot there of Wijnaldum. The ball strays offside, I believe. I nearly had a heart attack for a second there,
that's
Keegan.
huge.
It was Van Dijk who's given the ball away and one correct pass, and Christopher is through on goal. And I think Les has just done enough to see him off here. That is a very, very nervy last few minutes there for Christopher. I have no idea what type of ending that was. But let me just tell you right now, Keegan, if Christopher played that way from minute 1, this whole game is completely different.
Yeah, it's just what an ending to that game. 3-2, had a chance, right, except for that offside call. If it weren't for that offside call, I think Lopez ties it up at 3 apiece. But you talk about where was this for the first 70 minutes, and Lopez finally, I think, turned on the Jets right away there in the final, but it was not enough. Again, had it been a 2-0 scoreline, we would have had a 3rd straight draw. Instead, Leslie Green takes the lead 3-2. And now 1 game away, 1 more win for Leslie Green, and the number 1 seed goes undefeated through the entire bracket, entire season, and wins the CENC championship. So right now, what are you looking on your side, at least in your view, what does Lopez have to do in game 4 to bring this one back and play game 5?
Just say to yourself, okay, let's play the next 180 minutes of FIFA the way we played the last 15 minutes of that last game. The high press, everything worked for him. He was winning the ball back, and I don't know if it was like a mental flip that switched and said, like, listen, if I lose this game, I'm in trouble. Unfortunately, he did lose it, but if he plays anywhere near the level he played in that last 15 minutes, I think he could comfortably win the next 2 games on the bounce very easily. At least win one and force like a penalty shootout going into the last game or something like that. You know, obviously on the flip side, if you're Leslie now, you're in a great spot. You know, you just need to play exactly how you played up until the last 20 minutes of that game and have a bit more composure maybe. And then you pretty much, you know, put your name in the history books when it comes to collegiate esports national championships at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great game overall here so far. And trying to put, again, like you said, trying to put your name on that book for the championship here for NJCAAE, National Junior College Athletic Association Esports, as well as the CENC. By the way, we'd like to give our shout out to Lenovo, one of our sponsors here. Lenovo Legion knows you play to win. Stand out from the competition. You need equipment that matches the speed of your thoughts and actions. Legion Y25 monitor delivers wins in the toughest, in the most critical situations, much like this one, really. So the lead, with its extreme 1 millisecond response time to its insane 240 hertz refresh rate, the Legion Y25 doesn't just keep up, but does a lot more. Built for those engaged in vast multiplayer battles at the tournament level, the Legion Y25 offers 24.5-inch FHD IPS panel with built-in NVIDIA G-Sync compatibility. Legion Y25 monitor available at Lenovo.com and other fine retailers, and I bet you I'm going to be looking for that very soon because I think I need a new monitor. I'm right now. I'm at like 21-inch monitors right now, and I'm trying to find a little bit of a bigger monitor. So I think Lenovo, I might be reaching out to you soon.
Yeah, let me tell you now. I mean, I don't know if you play on a 60 hertz monitor or a 144 or 240 hertz monitor. I don't even know if you know the difference between them. But myself, he plays a lot of FPS games as well. Like since switching to like a higher refresh rate, I now play on a 240 hertz monitor and a slightly bigger screen at 24 inches. You know, like it is game changing, dude. Trust me. I don't think you need 240 hertz. I think it's a little bit overkill. I think 144 hertz does the job. But hey ho, that's a story for a different day. As we go into the penultimate game here in our best of 5 series between Les Green and Christopher Lopez, both fighting it out to be named the grand champion in this final here. And we are already seeing Les starting things off the way he finished, started the last game really aggressively on the front foot.
Score now, if you're putting this in points-wise, it's 5-2 the score right now in favor of Leslie Green. Trying to play that very aggressively, but really had nothing going for them on that, or really just saved. Great save there by Christopher Lopez's team. Both sides are playing Liverpool. I mean, I don't know how much more of an even match you want between these two teams, unless it was Ultimate Team. And that one out against the second quarter in the first 5 minutes of play.
Yeah, and, you know, just going back to that point that you made about Ultimate Team as well, as I'm sure these guys will be playing Foot Champs and Weekend League and stuff like that, you know, and online qualifiers. These guys are used to playing with, you know, at the moment we've got Prime Icon moments, sorry, that have just hit the game. You've got Team of the Season that literally dropped on Friday as well. You've got, you know, flashback cards. There's so many different special cards in Ultimate Team that you can't use in kickoff mode that it's definitely going to change the way these guys play. I mean, you've not got the likes of a Hullet or a Cruyff in, you know, in the attacking midfielder or the centre midfielder roles, you know, to lock down that midfield and, you know, have 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, and play off anything that they like. So there's definitely a huge difference between the level of gameplay in both modes, but I think both players are doing a great job of bringing us some of the highest level gameplay they can do at least.
And yeah, they're doing a really good job as Leslie Green able to take that back. I want to know. I want to know what you think as we're here again. First 10 minutes of play. I want to know if you had to pick a team, not Ultimate Team obviously, but a team that you like to play with. As you say, you play FIFA religiously here. Actually, we'll get to that in a sec. Lopez trying to make a point here, trying to cross it over. That one knocked out. Saved from a corner, rather, I should say. Pushed out of the way. Lopez still on the pressure line. Is no offside called still. But looking for a play, and Leslie Green able to take it back from them, but passes it back to Lopez in the middle of the box. And now Leslie Green able to take full possession of it. So I want to know your team of choice if it were to come to head-to-head here.
It's a tough one, you know. But again, I feel like I'm so used to playing with Ultimate Team and special cards. I don't really play kickoff that much. When I do, I'm a huge fan of the likes of PSG. They've got the very good attackers. They've got the likes of Neymar and Mbappe, who are two of the best players on the game. You've also got a very, you know, solid player like Di Maria as well, if you prefer to play Mbappe through the middle, which I do as a striker. You've got the likes of, you know, Verratti in central midfield. You've got a pretty solid back line with Marquinhos in there as well. They're a very well-rounded team to play with in kickoff mode. the likes of Juventus I enjoy playing with as well because it's CR7, and you got the likes of the Bala, for example, you know, in the mix as well. And obviously you had the likes of Alexandro in there as well, who was one of the best left backs on the game for many, many years. It all comes down to your play style, I think, at the end of the day. For me, I'm a player who likes to move the ball quite quickly, play good football, and use the skill moves a lot and quick interchanges of play. So I thought that's why I tend to go towards the likes of PSG with the 5-star skillers and weak foots.
Lopez coming up here with another attack, and I would love to see the possession numbers right now for both sides because it looks like Lopez is taking control of it right now. Still no score here on both sides. Nobody's put it down in the back of the net just yet. Still looking for something, but Lopez keeping the pressure on again, and I think Lopez probably has the higher possession control number right now. Is still just walking around with it, looking inside of the box, and Leslie Green able to take it back out. So very different from game number 3, I should say, as early scores on from Leslie Green. This time, nobody's really getting that chance.
Yeah, but there's a great chance for Henderson to go through there, but a great diving header away from danger from Joe Gomez into the keeper's hands. And again, I feel like, especially more so Christopher, is he's scared to make a mistake in this game because if he knows that if he loses this, he can't mathematically win, right? You know, if he loses this, it's done. So I feel like he's going to be more scared to make the mistakes than the likes of Les will. But if you're Les, you know, you're just thinking, I only need a couple chances in this game to put it away, and this could be the chance that he needs, as Mane was steaming through there, but some poor footwork. Luckily, Wijnaldum wins it back, but the possession gifted straight back to the feet of Christopher, and now it's Christopher who can break down the other end. And yeah, again, you can tell these guys are a little bit nervous because of the composure and this mistakes that they are making.
And still, I mean, just looking at the composure right now, I mean, I think Christopher knows that they have to win this one in order to force game 5. If Leslie were to win this one, even if it's a draw 2, we play game 5, but knowing that a win or a draw for Christopher takes us to game 5, I think that's what he's mainly playing for here. Lopez trying to put on the pressure. Leslie Green able to take it back out. So I don't think we've had a shot on goal yet, have we? Maybe one or two, but I mean, I don't think there's been that many considering we're still in the first 37 minutes of play. As I say that, though, it's just off, but it's a corner.
Yeah, I think it was a great interception there from Van Dijk back on the cover, as Salah looked like he was through on goal, but just getting a foot in there, the Dutchman, to see the danger out, and we're going to have a goal kick now after the ball ricochets back off Mohamed Salah. And yeah, it's gonna be who takes the first chance in this game, I think, wins it. If it's Leslie, if he scores, he knows that Christopher has to go all out and win the ball back and try and, you know, score a goal to keep himself alive. But if he concedes, he knows that he has another game to play with, right? So we'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds. Leslie, as I say, that storms through, fake shot onto his left foot. A fantastic finish from Jorginho Wijnaldum. Calm, cool and collected, slots the ball past Alisson Becker. Some great footwork. I thought he had blown it here once he had took the second fake shot, but really composed finish as he just slots the ball back into that bottom left-hand corner. And just before the stroke of half-time as well, that is going to be huge for Christopher.
Oh, by the way, all instant replays on goals brought to you by HyperX. And 1-0 the score right now just before we hit halftime. Christopher Lopez knowing he has to play for the series tie here in that case. But 1-0. Now Lopez still trying to put on the pressure. Trying to step this up into the box, but Leslie able to take this one back out. Still, though, it's 1-0. Not, I mean, we've seen the teams come back down from, it was down 3-0 at one point to score 2 back. 1-0 does not seem like a safe scoreline right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty comfortable situation that Les finds himself in. He knows that if he scores, he puts Christopher on the back foot to say that I need to win a game still. You know, I can't afford to draw this game. I need to kind of win this game, or I'm going to put myself under amounts of pressure going into that last game, making sure I have to win it. So Les, you know, he'll come out. He'll probably play quite high press after half time. He might have switch the formation slightly. You know, it looks like Christopher's got slightly more hold of the ball. So again, I'd like to see maybe a switch of formation to 5 in midfield, or he might even go for a traditional maybe 4-4-2 and put the extra man up top with Firmino and play Mane through the middle. I know a lot of people like to play Mane as a striker on this game in game because he's quick, he's bow-footed, and he's got very, very good finishing on him. So we'll have to wait and see. Going into the second half now, 45 minutes left for Christopher to keep his dreams alive. And it is all on Les to, you know, if he gets himself a goal back into this, he has put himself one hand on that trophy. As I say that, Mane with a fantastic ball roll onto the right foot. Fantastic save from Alisson. And I mentioned, listen, Mane is good with both feet. On his favoured right foot there, he cannot finish the ball. But already, I've told you, Les is going to start to play really aggressively as Wijnaldum is charging in at the back post to head the ball into the back of the net. I said we are going to see Les start the game really aggressively after half-time. That's exactly what's happened. I said he's going to come out hot. He's going to press high up the pitch. He's done that. He's won the ball back, and he's put it into the back of the net.
And we are tied 1-1 now. Again, a draw here takes us still into Game 5. That still puts in a very good position for Leslie Green to win it if this game were to land up in a draw here. Now, Christopher Lopez, knowing that, putting the pressure on and passes it up. And I believe that is going to be, yeah, that's going to be a goal kick for that. So 1-1 still the scoreline here. Christopher Lopez, though, I mean, you can tell even with that goal, still trying to put on that pressure to Leslie.
Yeah, and I think that's good. I mean, he's playing confidently. He's obviously playing quite well. Unfortunate to concede the goal there, but one thing he is trying to do and he is doing is not leaving it to chance on the last game. He wants to get, he wins this game. They go into the last game playing for the win, right? Any team, even whoever wins the game, last game wins the trophy, like, at the end of the day. So I don't think either player is going to sit back and try and play for a draw here. I think both teams are going to want to win this fixture. Les, obviously, if he does find a goal and manages to win the game, he wins the whole tie. But as I say that, there's Christopher popping up with one of his great worked goals. It's Mane this time onto the left foot, slots the ball into the bottom left-hand corner past Alisson Becker, and 2-1 now in favour of Christopher.
Yep, Christopher Lopez now, again, like you said, either team trying to play for the win. Lopez wins this one. We're going into Game 5 with a tie scoreline. And I don't know what happened there exactly. Was that a foul?
I think so, yeah. It was a player just knocked him off the ball slightly as the ball finds its feet away to Wijnaldum. Mane now. A great run from Jordan Henderson through the middle of the park. He does find him. Oh, sorry, it was Diego Jota, rather. The cricketer doesn't find its way through the legs of Robertson, but just to his feet. Robertson now going to try and break down the left-hand side here for this Liverpool side. Alexa play the ball back towards Van Dijk, who shuffles the ball inside to Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum into Jota. Jota, fantastic one-touch football here from Liverpool. Firmino tries to find Salah. Gets there ahead of Van Dijk. Drops back to Henderson now. And I like what we're seeing here. We're just seeing some really calm, cool, and composed passing from Les. He's trying to work that one opportunity. Quick passes of the ball, 1-2 touch football. This is going to do the world of good for him, because if he can find the right passes and not give the ball away like that, the gaps will start to form.
So Lopez, again, just making sure that Leslie can't have any of this right now. It's 2-1 scoreline. You don't want to concede another goal, really, here. And again, you really want to go into game number 5. If Christopher Lopez were to win this one, you really want to go into game 5 with a tie here. Lopez gets back the ball. And now out to the middle here. We'll see Wijnaldum trying to get that, but not going to find it. And back out to Leslie Green. Or rather, back out to Christopher Lopez, excuse me. But now back out to Leslie Green. So pressure still on. Green has to try to put on the pressure here for the draw, or maybe even the championship win. 2 goals would do it. 2 unanswered goals for Leslie Green would do it. But Lopez trying to put a seal on this one, and it hits the back of the net. It's 3-1. Leslie Green in a little bit of a hole. Christopher Lopez looking for the 5-5 scoreline to bring it to game 5.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. And what he saw was Leslie smoothed his keeper ever so slightly. And anyone who plays FIFA knows how good those near-post shots are, especially when you've got a finisher, the likes of Mane, Salah, Roberto Firmino, who can all smash the ball in from pretty much anywhere, let alone from about 8 yards out and into the near post. So Christopher really doing a great job. But listen, we saw some nervy plays towards the end from Leslie in the last game. Are we going to see the same from Christopher? The Sadio Mane's through on goal. He goes to try and drag the ball around the goalkeeper. And Alisson beats the ball away. Could that be the chance that Christopher Lopez lives to rue? If we see Leslie somehow get himself back into this game, could that 4th goal have been the important one?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, we've seen this already. We're down 3-0. 2 goals have been scored. It's 3-1. If 2 goals get scored here, we know that this is going to be a draw here. As Leslie with a chance, a little bit of a scuffle going on in the box there, and that's going to be a free kick for the goalie to bring it on out. So a chance for Leslie, not going to happen this time.
I actually thought that was a penalty. I thought that was a penalty for Leslie, if I'm honest with you. It looked like the slide tackle that Van Dijk had made was inputted slightly late. But somehow the free kick was given the opposite way. I might have to watch that back on the replay to make sure that I'm not imagining things, as there is just 10 minutes left to play here, and it looks like Christopher is going to try and get himself into that match number 5, should I say, rather, and really put the pressure on Leslie.
So Lopez looking for something from the top. Mane just maybe not getting anywhere close to that. It's blocked, and it's out. So a goal kick coming up. So that block, I mean, it could have been huge if that stayed in, but not going to find anything for that goal. But still 84 minutes gone now, and it's not looking good for Leslie. It's looking really good for Christopher Lopez to tie this game up at 5.
Yeah, and we are looking like we're going to head into that match number 5 here. There's not a lot of time left for Leslie to work with. If you're Leslie, you've got to say to yourself, I've got to score now. He really has to score now, or he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble going into that match number 5. The momentum is going to definitely be with Christopher, who's playing some champagne-esque football right now. Can he find the ball? He's trying to get it back onto that right foot. The chance was there for him to try and open his body up and curl it into the far post, but he elects to try and shuffle it back once again. The ball really there should have gone out towards Mane, and it would have been one-on-one with the last defender, but a great tackle comes in as it looks like we are going to see Christopher Lopez put himself into match number 5. It doesn't even really matter if he scores here now, to be honest with you, as time looks like it's going to run out. 3-2, but the ball's going to go straight back to the feet of Christopher from kickoff. All he's got to do is keep the ball for 10 seconds, and he is going to be heading into that match number 5 after a very, very, I don't want to say comfortable, but quite a convincing performance here in this match number 4.
Yeah, 3-2, your final score in this one. Same scoreline as we had in game number 3, but this time it's on the winning end of Christopher Lopez. So right now, I mean, it's the scoreline right now, 5-5 in total points. And we're headed into the next one where a draw takes us to who knows what lands, but go into a win on either side, and you've got yourself the name of a championship. And as it stands right now, I mean, you had Christopher Lopez. Leslie scoring that goal gives it some momentum. But would you rather be Christopher Lopez right now or Leslie Green going into this? You got that last goal from Leslie Green, maybe a little bit of momentum going into game number 5. But you still had Christopher Lopez win that one. I'm not too sure who you think has the advantage going into this final match.
I think it's definitely Christopher. I think Leslie goes 1-0 up in... Leslie brings that game to 1-1 after Christopher goes 1-0 up in that match number 4, sorry. The psychological factor of then, saying, okay, I'm pretty much comfortable here. As long as I draw this game, I know that all I've got to do is play for a draw. I just don't have to get beat, pretty much. I can have a win or draw the last game, and I've won the title, right? Christopher played some great football. I don't think the goal towards the end is going to really do much for the confidence of Leslie. It'll probably frustrate him a little bit more to say that I was only 1 goal away from confirming myself as the champ. But yeah, you can never really tell with FIFA. The game always, as weird as it sounds, the game always plays the same. It plays very differently at the same time as well. You can never predict what's going to happen in a match of FIFA. It's so, it's so, I don't want to say RNG sometimes, because a lot of the bobbles and the bounces in the game can look like it going your way, and it doesn't happen. But I'm excited. Who doesn't love a final match, right? I mean, I'm an FPS fan. I love it when it goes to like a double overtime on the 5th map or something like that. So yeah, I'm really excited, and I want to get this game. I want to get this match number 5 started. I don't know about you, Keegan. I don't want to wait around. I want to watch this last game of FIFA now.
I do too, but unfortunately, we're going to leave it on a cliffhanger real quick because we're going to take a short break. But before that, we want to let you know that these matches are brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's leader for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. We take the cliffhanger break before we head to game number 5. We are tied at 5 apiece in the points. When we come back, a champion determined here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship of FIFA 21.
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hey, my name's Breath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KYAU Cancer Fund because cancer can't wait.
What will you like today? Another Cloud2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. KYAU saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The KYAU Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach KYAU was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Collegiate Esports National Championship of FIFA 21. Keegan Olta here alongside John Pritchard. And John, thus far, I mean, first 2 games were a draw. Next 2 games, a win on each side. I mean, what a way to end. Sometimes we think that game 5s are not a thing, but we are playing game 5. I mean, you and I usually see, like in FIFA games, right, the aggregate, like, this game might have been over if we played the aggregate, but instead we play on in game number 5 to determine a champion.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, I'm excited. It's going to be fun. Obviously, these guys have had a long journey here, but we're not going to talk about that. We showed you guys the bracket earlier on today. We're not going to show it to you anymore. If you missed out on the show, you'll have to rewatch the VOD, all right? You've got to get those views in there, you know? So,
add on to the viewer count,
for the final. Yeah, you know, just get the social media following up a little bit as well. Just go do that. I'm excited though. Yeah, you know, we mentioned that it's slightly different to the whole traditional style that I'm used to seeing, and that you guys used to seeing over in the States as well. This almost reminds me of like an NBA finals, right? Where they play like, is it like 7 games or something like that?
They play, yeah.
So in the NBA final.
Yeah, NBA Finals is usually 4 out of 7. I think the starting round is usually their first 16 teams. First round is 3 out of 5. So yeah, you'd be right on that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, do you know what? For the fact that I've got that right, I'm now putting NBA caster in my bio as well, right? Because I know something about basketball.
Yeah.
NBA 2K coming up next. These are the two teams that are obviously playing in the final straight. The 2 players, you've got Leslie Green playing out of Garden City Community College here. He's obviously a sophomore at St. Leonard. I think is that Missouri or
St. Leonard, Maryland. That'll be St. Leonard, Maryland.
I'm so sorry. All of the American viewers at home are cringing at my state knowledge. I'm sorry. Like, you know, it's like religious for you guys to know every single state, and I don't even know how many states there actually are. But we're heading into this final game here, Keegan. No doubt you can educate me on, you know, on how to become an American citizen one day at another time. We're heading into our final match between Les Green and Christopher Lopez. Who have you got taking this home?
This is a pretty even matchup. I really don't know. I mean, we were talking about it before the break, and if you're liking momentum-wise, you're liking Christopher Lopez coming into it, but Leslie Green, I mean, we've seen this before. It's Leslie Green can make a move at any time now, so I honestly would not be surprised if we saw a draw here for this last game and take it to a round 6 potentially, and we don't know where that round 6 is going to be just yet, if there is one. But Lopez now on the attack, pressing on the gas pedal here, pushed off of the ball real quick, looking for the middle of the box, looking for a shot, and there is the first goal. 7 minutes in, and the first goal already. Christopher Lopez giving a little bit of the Macarena celebration, if it looks, or rather something different. I don't know what that dance is, but it might be something different. Started off with the Macarena a little bit, but a quick score there, and it's a 1-0 game courtesy of Mott. And what a way for Christopher Lopez to start.
Yeah, and that really shoves Les Green onto the back foot as well. I thought, you know, I mentioned I think Christopher would come out the hotter of the 2 players. Les, you know, really struggled to get going in that game number 4 a minute ago, but what we know about Les is when under pressure, he can perform very, very well. And as I say, that the ball onto the foot of Jota, some fantastic footwork there out of the wide man from Liverpool, using that R1 dribbling to perfection. Really, you saw how close he kept the ball to himself there, Keegan. What you just saw Les do was hold onto that R1 button. It allows the ball to stay touch tight to the feet of that player, and he smashes the ball home past Alisson. 1-1 now. We thought Christopher was going to go ahead and steam onto this one, but Les had other ideas.
And nothing called there in the middle, even though that was a quick. It looked like a penalty to me, but I mean, still, obviously a great start. What better start could you ask for than a quick 1-1 to start? That shows you how good these 2 players are right now. Lopez taking it out to the corner, reaches it, not in time. So it'll be over the head pass coming out from from Leslie Green to try to hold this one in. Not a goal kick, it just ran out of bounds just short before the goal kick line. But still, I mean, obviously, these 2 players just looking at this game, like, you need to win this. If it's a draw, we play on again. But if it's a loss, you're going home with a loss and just short of a championship. I think that's the pressure they're looking at right now, especially in this game 5. But here comes Leslie Green, and it looks like that'll be a corner.
Yeah, corner kick now to Les's. He's slowly starting to heat up a little bit in this game, starting to get a foothold in as the ball's whipped into the box. The ball taken off the head of Joe Gomez. It falls to the feet of Diego Yota, who smashes the ball forward, tries to find Mohamed Salah. Ball at the feet of Van Dijk now. He's going to go ahead and move the ball forward towards Firmino. Firmino looking to try and twist and turn his way away from his fellow Brazilian. Ball whipped into the box onto Wijnaldum. The ball's taken off his head, however, by Joe Gomez. And really end stuff here now from these two players, Keegan.
That's good stuff so far. I mean, it's been a little bit of a defensive game ever since, but Lopez able to bring it back out. Takes it out to the goalie, played in a little bit safe now to bring that ball back out. But Leslie Green back on the attack. Still in midfield. Now he's got the pressure on. Can he get through? Gets the line of defense. Shoots it, and it is in. It is 2-1. Leslie Green, 3 goals total already in the first 24 minutes of play. A few backflips, and Leslie Green takes the lead here. We got ourselves a great game number 5 to start.
Yeah, really, do you know what? I expected a little bit more of a cagey affair here, Keegan. Not going to lie to you, mate. I thought, you know what, these players, it might be their first final they're playing in. They might want to try and hold on to a lead, but they thought, hey, you know what? We're going to do this properly. We're going to give the fans and the viewers what they want. They're going end to end. It's going to be absolutely end-to-end football for the 90 minutes by the seams of it. And at the moment, Christopher, after going 1-0 up within inside the first 7 minutes, 20 minutes later, he finds himself 2-1 down.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted exciting action for the start of this entire day of CENC, you're looking at a great series to start. Coming up next, by the way, the NBA 2K series, but you wanted action to start your day, this is the way to do it. 2-1 score in favor of Leslie Green. Tries the shot, it gets blocked, but by the body in front, but not going to find anything. And again on the attack, but Christopher Lopez able to avoid any danger, bringing you back out to midfield. So far, so good if you're the side of Christopher Lopez so far with a 2-1 scoreline. Now looking for another one, and this will get them not there. That's not a goal.
Yeah, just straight offside when push come to shove there, and a slight delay in the pass from the midfielder, and it just saw Sadio Mane straight offside. Let's not take anything away from the finish there. It was a fantastic finish from Mane, who just lost the ball over the top of Alisson, but unfortunately, he did the hard bit in finishing it off, but the easy bit in staying on side, he just did not time his run correctly, and just because of that, Christopher now still finds himself 2-1 down. Ball at the feet of Mane now, however. Fantastic twist and turns. What a fantastic goal from Christopher Lopez. Really can't... Keegan, why have we not seen this level of FIFA from the past 4 games?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's because now the pressure amounts to these two teams are tied, or these two players are tied up at 5 apiece. I think the pressure's finally gone to their heads, and pressure's finally gone to knowing that a winner here might be determined, or if we play on, we're playing something we don't know about just yet, but it's 2-2. I mean, like you said, where has this been in the first 4 games? And now Leslie Green on the attack. Are we going to see another one to the back, to the left corner of the net? And it is 3-2. Remember, in that game number 4, there were 5 goals total in this one. We've got 5 goals total in the first 30-odd minutes of play.
Yeah, this is going to start to turn into a bit of an NFL score, I think. You know, you were speaking about that earlier on, and I think that's what it looks like at the moment. I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing any touchdowns anytime soon, but hey-ho, you never know with FIFA, right? But 3-2 now for Les Green. 40 minutes into this game. This has to be one of the most end-to-end FIFA halves I've ever seen. And I mean, I've watched some crazy games of FIFA before, but these guys, defense isn't an option to say the least. They are just playing for goals.
42 minutes, just about to hit halftime. Lopez able to bring this one back on their side, back out to midfield, and I don't think Lopez is going to take the pressure off the gas pedal anytime soon. Offside not called, looking for a shot here, and looks for it, and that one's saved. Good block.
Ball now is going to be taken from the corner. I think the player Christopher tried to select you did not select correctly, but you know, hey-ho, it's still early doors. Mistakes can be made. But now, Les, with the opportunity to go and try and put some sort of daylight between the two teams. He does lose the ball, however. Ball to the feet of Mane. Van Dijk's going to step in just in the nick of time. A fantastic backheel pass and shot, but it was straight just offside. Yota just going slightly too early, I think. And Going in at half-time here, Keegan. 3 goals to 2. The goal advantage for Les at half-time.
I mean, Leslie Green just on a tear, but you could say the same about Christopher Lopez. I mean, 3-2 the score. Like we said, game number 4 was a 3-2 score at the end of the game. We're at halftime, and it's 3-2. I mean, what better way do you want to end the series on? What better way, if we end the series here? I mean, it could be a penalty shootout for round 6 again. Who knows what we find ourselves if this game lands in a draw. But I feel like if this game lands in a draw, it's a fitting end to whatever we get next after that.
Do you know what? I'm saying it now. Someone's going to score a 90th minute equalizer. It's going to happen. I know it. We are going to be like... This is what's going to be going through a commentator's mind to anyone watching. We're going to be like, okay, we've already casted 4 games. This 5th game is end-to-end. We're exhausted. We're dehydrated. Our throats are killing us. And then we're going to go crazy when the 90th minute equalizer goes in. And we're like, we now have to cast another extra time and penalty shootout. But do you know what? I can't wait for it because I love a bit of FIFA action, especially the last-minute scenes when it comes to a game of football. And, you know, it's all on Christopher now to find that final goal to try and force either extra time and penalties or just penalties. I'm not too sure what we're going to go to. Or even find 2 goals in the second half and take home the championship. And Les, all he's got to do now is play keep ball for the next 45 minutes.
John Pritchard, by the way, Mr. FIFA himself. If that 90-minute equalizer happens, I want his Twitter to blow up. At John P. Official, by the way, if you saw it on his camera graphic there. But I want that Twitter to blow up because this man, if he is able to predict the future, this man should be in the FIFA E-World Cup. I'm just saying.
Hey, listen, hopefully one day I would love it. It could be a possibility one day soon, but who knows, you know, I just love myself casting FIFA no matter what level of gameplay it is at. That's why I jumped at the chance here to jump on board with you guys. You're doing some great things for, you know, the upcoming players within your region, and they've done a great job in impressing me with their skills thus far, but that's enough about me and my life story. My autobiography will be out soon. I'm joking, no one wants to read that, but let's focus on the game of FIFA we've got at hand. We got 40 minutes left here, Keegan. Both teams still pretty much locked at horns, although it is going to be Les with the goal advantage and Christopher trying to change that.
Trying to find himself a goal here, trying to tie it up at 3 apiece, but not going to be able to as Leslie Green takes control back of the ball. A little bit of a fancy move there to behind the back kick. Bring it back to the goalie and still retain possession, but you can see how much pressure Lopez is just putting on this team from Leslie Green. Is that going to cost him, though, as a 5-on-3 situation moving forward? And still looking for a shot, making this a double advantage, and nothing doing there. Nothing called on that attack. So 3-2. Lopez looking for an attack here in midfield. Good play from Leslie Green, but that's not going to find anything. Lopez has an open shot at this. Will he be able to tie it up? Blocked, saved, and taken out of the box.
I mean, like, 2 chances there, back to back. Both players fluffing their lines in a 1v1. It's like these guys just don't actually want to win the game. It's a bit confusing. It's like, do you guys just like drawing against each other or something? Do you not just like, are you guys secretly like brothers or something and you don't want to see the other one lose? Is that what it is? But, oh, fantastic off the ball run from Mott. He's got to slot the ball through for him. Doesn't find the pass. Too many touches. A simple reverse through ball would have done the job there. And now it's going to be Christopher who's trying to go forward with it. The ball out wide towards Trent Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold, obviously, very well known for his technical ability on the ball and his passing range. Can't find the pass that time, however, and now he is drastically out of position. There's an overload on the right-hand side here. I'm not too sure if you can see it, Keegan, if the ball can be switched, but luckily now you've seen the two defenders get back from Liverpool who were momentarily out of position and possession of the ball. 65 minutes on the clock, 25 to go. Can you see Christopher getting himself back into this?
I don't know if, I mean, the way that it's playing right now, maybe. By the way, Robertson given a yellow card there. As the player skipped over it, but Robertson getting a yellow card, not good for that. And trying to push it up, not offside, and I believe we've got a tie game at 3. Christopher Lopez finds the back of the net, and what a game we're having so far. The most goals scored total in any of the 5 matchups, 6 goals total, and it's split at 3 right now, and this is looking like a round 6er unless somebody can find a way to break through this back and forth matchup.
Yeah, this is not what I had envisioned when I got told I was going to cast a grand final. I didn't expect to cast 4 draws and a win for each team, but that's just like this was going to happen as we are locked in once again at a stalemate with inside the last 20 minutes. It's going to be Christopher Lopez. Alexander-Arnold charging down the right-hand side for Liverpool. A few shifts and shimmies onto his left foot, tries to whip the ball in, but the interception is going to come out. Now Henderson charging forward, out over towards Firmino. Salah's making a fantastic run through the middle, but great use of switching to that defender as the ball's actually knocked through. That looks like a very, very tight decision there, Keegan. I'm not too sure if that was actually offside.
I'm not too sure either. It looked close, but I don't think it was offside, at least to me. Did it look like that to you?
We have just had confirmation as well from our production team that if this does go to a draw at the end of the game, extra time and then penalty shootouts will be the deciding factor should we need to settle this right at the death. But these teams are not going to want to play for extra time or penalties. Let me tell you that right now, Keegan. I'm a little bit surprised that we've not seen any shifts in formation or tactics or even substitutions as Mane's going through now. He's going to probably try to cut that back onto his right foot, but again, both players are just, you can tell they're getting nervous now, Keegan.
Yeah, I mean, hands sweaty, arms spaghetti right now. That's what I would say. These two teams are just laying it all out there right now. You're coming into the final 10 minutes of play, plus stoppage, obviously. But if this goes into extra time, plus, I mean, even if we were to reach penalty kicks, I don't think, like you said, either of these players want it. Lopez has a good chance at it, passes it backwards. Still looking for something inside of the box, maybe. But Leslie Green able to take it back out. Probably their closest chance. It's blocked, but it goes out. Goal kick coming up here for Leslie Green. And if final 9 or 8 minutes plus stoppage, I mean, somebody's got to break through the line. And I don't know if that 90-minute equalizer might be it, but you might see a 90-minute goal if the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, if it's not going to be a 90th minute equalizer, it might definitely be a 90th minute winner. And I think if you're these teams, you've just got to keep the ball and try and create one last clear-cut chance for you to go through on goal. And if you get it, you have to take it. You can't be giving the ball away like Leslie just did there. You know, we're talking about the dire end of the game, and one chance, you take it, you probably score. There's probably not enough time here to see anyone else put a goal in, but Leslie with possession of the ball to Mohamed Salah is going to drive through the centre of midfield, to play it out wide to the right-hand side. It's going to be at the feet of Henderson. Henderson now trying to see if he can use his great range of passing to find a pass. Does drop it back to Gomez. He plays it out towards Alexander-Arnold. Charging down the right-hand side now for Liverpool. They do not want to leave this to go into extra time or penalties, and the ball is given away, but the ball's given straight back to him. That's a mistake at the back. Could that cause costly here for Christopher? The ball twisted and turning. Mohamed Salah's through. One go with Salah! 90th minute. When you don't want to give the ball away.
Oh my God.
One man. You do not want the ball to drop to Mohamed Salah, the Egyptian king at the death. Smashes the ball past Alisson Becker, and as you know it, I said there's going to be drama in the 90th minute, Keegan, and it's a winner for Liverpool.
Somebody put this man in the FIFA E World Cup. Holy cow, what a prediction. 90th minute goal. Leslie Green, all they have to do is hold on to this ball. Lopez, I don't think has a chance here to do it. That will do it. Leslie Green wins it. A champion in the CENC. What a way. We don't have to play any extras. I mean, my hands are above my head right now after that goal, that shot from Salah. Again, it's just, what an unreal matchup. And 4-3 your final there. 8-5 the final scoreline. I mean, what more do you want from a game 5? I mean, I have 2 pens in my hand. Let me just throw that in the air. Throw any knowledge you have out the window at that point. I mean, what a game overall there from both sides. But Leslie Green, in the end, your 2021 FIFA 21 CENC champion, and out of Garden City, from Garden City Community College in Maryland. But it's just, wow.
I mean, if you ever want high blood pressure in your life, guys, just watch and cast a game of FIFA 21. It's safe to say that it's the gift that keeps on giving. That's why we love football so much here in Europe and the UK. You never know what is going to happen. And when you think we're heading to extra time, the ball drops to the feet of Mohamed Salah. He uses that trusty left foot to strike the ball, cushion it home past the keeper. And oh my word, you know what? I've got to say commiserations to Christopher Lopez, who was so close to forcing that extra time and penalty shootout. But if you're Leslie there, you're standing up, you're celebrating, you have just named yourself, you know, the Collegiate Esports National Champion for FIFA 21. He's representing, you know, himself out of Green City. Fantastic performance, and no doubt the people back home at, I think you said it was Maryland, right? He is playing out of, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Garden City Community College from St. Leonard, Maryland, Leslie Green. I mean, sheesh, I'm speechless right now. I don't know about you, but I'm just speechless after that game.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes FIFA will leave you like that, and I feel like no one knew what was going to happen in that game. As soon as it went 3-0, we was like, okay, something crazy is going to happen towards the end of this game. It's either going to be 2 smash and grab goals or 1 smash and grab winner, and that's exactly what had happened. And, you know, again, huge congratulations to Leslie, and let's just recap the whole games in general. I think it was very, very even from both teams, and I think it was just a one touch of quality from Mohamed Salah at the end to, you know, keep himself calm and composed under pressure, which saw the deal. But I think, Keegan, if I'm correct, I think we might have the champ with us.
Yeah, Leslie will join us here in just a second as they're just bringing them in right now. I mean, but you probably we're going to keep Leslie here for a quick interview in a little while, but I mean, just that final moment. I want to ask you, the Mr. FIFA World Cup, if I may call you now, Mr. FIFA Predictor at this point, the prediction master, if you will, putting it up 4-3. What did you see there in that last play? I mean, just everything that went. Was that Christopher Lopez, or was that just Leslie Green's moment to take?
I think, do you know what it was? I think it was a mixture of nervy defending from Christopher Lopez. You can see throughout the last 5 or so minutes, both teams were getting really deep. I'm not too sure if the depth of the teams in the custom tactics might have changed slightly, but players started to drop off. They thought, okay, let's not lose this game. Let's play for extra time and penalties. But a moment of quality. I think it might have been Wijnaldum who had the ball at his feet. It was either Wijnaldum or Sadio Mane on the edge of the penalty area for Liverpool, who twisted and turned his weight and found a fantastic reverse through ball for Mohamed Salah. And let me tell you right now, Keegan, you put one player out, you know, 10 yards out from goal, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, one of the players you would put your house on to score in that moment is Mohamed Salah, and that's exactly what he did.
It's just, I mean, what a goal from Salah. I mean, I think that's, you could say this legitimately as well. That's the kind of goal Salah would score in a real game as well. That's the kind of pressure that you like Liverpool to see. And that, I mean, even if it was Liverpool versus Liverpool, if that was Salah in any other game, you wouldn't be surprised.
No, yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. I mean, you see him do it time and time again for Liverpool in, you know, in the real world. It's no doubt he's the man to come up huge for Leslie when he needs him the most. I think we still got Leslie with us. Hopefully we can get clearance from production to ask him a few questions at some point soon. No doubt you guys at home, any of the fans that are watching are going to want to, you know, get those questions answered. And one thing I love to do in interviews as well is try and dive into the mind of the player in that moment. You know, that ball has just hit the back of the net in the 91st minute. What could have been going through his mind, Keegan?
I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about what's going through the mind, I think, I mean, you as probably an esports player, I think you would know more than anything about what's going on through your mind. I mean, especially like in high pressure situations, right, where you're coming down to the wire. It's like, I mean, I'm watching games like Overwatch where, you know, when the game comes down to the overtime clock and how comms go off, right, you're shouting all over the place. This isn't one of those situations, though. This is a one-on-one situation. I mean, how do you handle that 1v1 situation, right? You're not playing with the team. You're not playing with anybody else. You're playing by yourself. I mean, you've got probably a million thoughts. You've got one or two things going on in your head. And I can tell you this. You've either got a million things going on in your head or you've got nothing going on in your head. You just want one of those. Like, there's nothing in between, really. It's probably a big pressure situation where either you leave it all out there or it's just, I mean, it's leave it all out there or just risk it all, high risk, high reward kind of a thing. It's one of those where it just came down to the wire, but in the end, Leslie Green got the better of it. So again, Leslie Green, your collegiate esports national champion of FIFA 21. By the way, again, we'll get an interview with the champion, Leslie Green, here in just a moment. But first, we want to remind you, coming up after this, a lot of good action for us. And I'll list it through here as we get ready to bring on Leslie Green. Coming up next after this, the NBA 2K21 championship. This weekend is stacked, by the way, with lots of games here, courtesy of CENC. NBA 2K21 final coming up after that. After this is over, then we've got the Rainbow Six Siege final, then followed by the Rocket League semifinals, Super Smash Brothers semifinals, and the Cold War Invitational. And by the way, folks, we started this at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going until about 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is an 11 to 12-hour stream here we got going. So if you thought this was exciting, get ready for the rest of the day because you got so much more excitement coming up here. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for the entire event. And let's go through them real quick. Thank you to the Army National Guard, Athletes Unheard, Barbasol, K. Yao, Lenny and Larry's Lenovo Reveal Suits. And it's just all of the sponsors we want to thank for helping us put on the show like this one. And I'm sure back in the UK with different FIFA events like this one, I mean, where does this rank? I'm sure you've seen a lot, but I mean, this could be up there with some of the other FIFA games that you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially in terms of like the smash and grab winners at the end, that goal literally takes my mind back to the Premier League finals, which is a tournament we have here in the UK, which every single actual Premier League professional football club has a qualification method, and 2 people represent that club as signed athletes for the season and play in a virtual football league, right? In the finals, where Tex, who was playing coincidentally for Liverpool, he's a huge Liverpool fan, he scored a 93rd minute winner to win the grand finals after being like 2-0 down or 1-0 down, I think it was like 2 seasons ago. So yeah, it ranks up there very highly, obviously, especially because it's sort of like the grassroots esports side of it as well, where this is obviously the collegiate side of things, where these guys are representing their schools or their colleges. This means a lot to them, and this could be the first step in their esports career.
Yeah, and just a great game overall. But in the end, Leslie Green from Garden City Community College from St. Leonard, Maryland, able to take the championship in the end. When we come back, we will have the interview with the champion, Leslie Green, known as Beat MD. You're watching the CENC. The champion is confirmed. It is Leslie Green. The interview after this.
Like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race, like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, but you have to step away from it.
Welcome back, everybody. Collegiate Esports National Championship. And we had ourselves a great game. Keegan Olta here alongside John Pritchard here. And joining us from Garden City Community College in Kansas, although playing on the West Coast from the likes of it. But our champion, Leslie Green, joins us right now. Leslie, first and foremost, congratulations to you. And we'll start with John's questions, but because I know we've got a lot of questions between us, but I'll let John start.
Yeah, so Leslie, again, like Keegan has just said, huge congratulations to you, my friend. But just what is going through your mind when the ball drops to Mohamed Salah in the 91st minute, literally at his feet? He is one-on-one with Alisson Becker. What is going through your mind? Are you staying calm, cool, and collected, or are you thinking to yourself, this is it, I am about to put my hand on this trophy?
You know, I just looked up at the score to see how much time there was, and as soon as I made that through ball, I knew that this was the last chance I was going to have, and if I didn't take it, I was going to be mad at myself later.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you're under such pressure as well, and that kind of brings me on to my next point quickly. You're obviously representing, I believe it's Green City College, community college, which you are playing out of. You're a sophomore there. You're a sophomore, correct? Am I correct in saying that? Yeah. So you're a sophomore there. Don't ask me as a British person how old you are, because I have zero intelligence when it comes to the American school system. But representing your college, do you feel a deal of pressure to perform well? I mean, I don't know yourself if you play any traditional sports for college as well at the same time, but I know like a lot of, say, American footballers that play for college teams, it's pretty much their whole life as if they were playing in the NFL. The college scene out there for traditional sports is huge in America. So do you feel like you have that same sort of that urge and need to perform at a high level to impress your college, like say a traditional sports star would?
I also play soccer at the college, so I do pretty well under the pressure. I just had to make sure I did what I've been practicing for this whole season, and just to get the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, again, congratulations, man. You did a great job. A few scary moments where we've just found out that you guys are playing on opposite coasts as well, which would have made the game a lot harder in terms of latency and lag as well in the game. So again, congratulations to both players, but more so you, Leslie. I think I'll hand over to Keegan for some questions now.
Yeah, I want to know, and again, congratulations again, Garden City Community College out of Kansas. You're playing on the West Coast as a sophomore as well. I want to ask you, Leslie, what was your mindset? And we were talking about what was going through your head in the last game. Tell me what was going through your head in the first two games. The first two games landed up being draws both ways, where you both scored 2-2 in the first game, 1-1 in the second game. What was going through your head in the first two games? And then bring me to the third game where you finally poke out a win 3-2.
First two, I was just going in. My goal was just to not overdo it and just try and keep it as simple as possible. And I was going to be fine with the tie. I just didn't want to lose especially the first match. I was trying not to lose. And then going into the third, I just figured out my opponent a little bit and gave me the opportunity to counter when I could and get the win for the third game.
Yeah, and we saw how quickly everything shifted as soon as you got to game number 3 and you won that one 3-2. But come game 4 now, Christopher Lopez comes in with that victory, right? 3-2 coming into game number 4. And obviously getting that goal at the end didn't really do much in terms of changing the result. But game 5 now coming in, what was the mindset after going game 4? You're tied at 5 points apiece each way in the series score now. Going into game number 5, how does that mindset for you change a little bit when you're under pressure like this, knowing a win is the championship for you and a draw puts you maybe into extra time, maybe into penalty kicks, but game 4 to game 5 transition, what was that like?
In between, we took a little break and I calmed myself down and, thought through the game and thought about what chances I had that I didn't take and how I could take them in the next game. And I knew that in game 5, as long as I played the way that I've been playing all season to make it this far, that I would end up with the win at the end of the day.
And I mean, knowing that you'd win at the end of the day, I mean, that's just a great mindset to have. So, Leslie, I think unless John has any more questions, I think we're good on our side for to let the champion have his celebration. So, Leslie, we want to say again, congratulations to you for winning. And Do you have anything else you want to say to your fan? Maybe I saw back in the Twitch chat you have some fans out there. Is there anything you want to say to anybody else out there?
I'd like to thank everyone who came to watch me this game as well as any other games that I've played this season. And hopefully I made everyone proud and get to celebrate tonight.
And celebrate you well. Leslie, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And there it is, Leslie Green, your champion of this Collegiate Esports National Championship of FIFA 21. And John, the interview with the champion, I mean, what a series overall, but learning about the mindset, I mean, is that's something that, you know, every esports player goes through in this kind of high pressure situation. You love to see what Leslie brought up to the game in game number 5.
Yeah. I mean, he said they took a break between the 2 games and, you know, kind of regained a little bit. And even after going 1-0 down as well in that final game, you know, he trusted himself and his abilities to see out the game. And that's exactly what he did, you know, albeit bar from a insane 90th minute winner. But, you know, hey ho, that's FIFA sometimes. But listen, the whole final has been great. I've had a great time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next time.
Yeah, I mean, we're excited to see where the next, I mean, FIFA 21, FIFA 22 coming out hopefully very soon, and we're going to get the, hopefully we get another CENC game for that one for the grand finals. But, I mean, overall, give me your final thoughts on this series and what you're looking forward to. I mean, if we see these 2 players again, might we see more of the same match if we were to see them? Because these 2, remember, are sophomores now. They've got 2 more years. If they play against each other again, are we going to maybe see something different?
I want to see these guys play on Ultimate Team, personally.
Oh.
I want to see how they perform with the Prime Icons, Team of the Season cards, Team of the Year cards, you know, birthday cards, flashback cards, you name it, you know, Team of the Weeks, etc. I want to see them how they perform with the best of the best of the game. So it'll be interesting to see that. Hopefully we can do that for next season. That would be amazing if we can. I think some of the issues there might be you might need FIFA's approval to run that. I'm not too sure. But anyways, regardless, it's gonna be a great watch, and hopefully you guys have me back for next season. Hopefully you guys in the chat and everyone that has run the event has enjoyed having me. You know, it's safe to say that sometimes your neighbors from across the pond do know what they're talking about now and then. And I've had fun, man. It's been a blast.
John, I don't think there's any question you're gonna be invited back. Question if this American gets invited back. But John, thank you very much, and again, thank you to our entire production team. And actually, you talk about across 1 pond. How about across 2 ponds, at least for me? Because if you're going west of England, I'm actually in Hawaii right now. So it's 2 ponds. Yeah, it's 2 ponds over, if you will. So yeah. So all right, our producer just in our head said California. So yeah, we're I mean, I don't know if I'd count as West Coast. I don't know if Jackie wants to just tell me in his head if I count as West Coast. I don't think I do, but I don't think it does. We're just having a good laugh here. But John, thank you very much for being our co-caster today. It's an honor to be with Mr. FIFA himself, as I like to call you now, because the prediction at the end, well worth the name. So John, thank you very much. We also want to give a big shout out to KTAD, as well as our producer and our very well done producer, Jackie B. And go follow him. I believe the name on Twitter, Jackie B Official, if I got that correct. But go check out Jackie B as well. And you see John P Official as well. Go check him out. Well deserving of a FIFA caster spot. As well as, by the way, if FIFA E World Cup watches this, get this man on. Get this man on. Seriously, get him on.
I need you to wake me up every morning to be my hype man. I think that's what I need. You know, I appreciate it.
I will preach every morning for this man to be on the FIFA E World Cup. I'm telling you right now, this man deserves to be on there. But anyways, guys, that will do it for us here at CNC. Coming up, NBA 2K Finals. You do not want to miss it. If it's just as exciting as this one, you're in for a great matchup. We'll see you guys on the other side. For all of us here at CENC and NJCAAE, take care, everybody, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Star Fuentes here with Jenny Palmatier, VP of Program Development at CEAAE Cancer Fund. So, Jenny, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Star. Thank you.
So please give me some background information of your non-for-profit.
Our nonprofit is the CEAAE Cancer Fund. So we are starting our 14th year as a nonprofit. Our fund was founded by the late Coach CEAAE. Kay Yao was a longtime coach, very storied history. She's in just about every Hall of Fame there is. And she had her own 30-year battle with cancer. And before she wound up passing away from cancer in 2009, she left us her last and final gift, which was the Kay Yao Cancer Fund, so that we could continue to make an impact in the fight against all women's cancers. Right now, what we do is we have a three-pronged mission. Our mission is to raise money for life-saving cancer research, to serve the underserved, and to unite people. And so we are proud to say that in just a short time, our fund has been able to award $7.78 million in the fight against all cancers affecting women. So really proud of that. And we do our best to make our namesake proud and make as big an impact as we can.
Wow, that's beautiful, Jenny. So what's it like carrying her legacy? She seems like a very important person.
It's unbelievable, really. And, you know, we've talked internally. She would be so proud of this partnership and to be a part of the CENC. You know, she spent her life in sports and giving to others. She really was a servant leader. And the esports world to us is such a win-win. The culture seems so genuine, and, you know, it's just a good match with our culture and the things that we're doing. And so we're super excited to be a part of this. And she was an unbelievable woman. She really, really was. As storied as her career was, and over 800 victories, the works. I mean, every accomplishment you can imagine in the coaching, women's basketball coaching world. If anybody met her, they were changed, whether it was for 5 minutes, whether they got to spend some time with her, they were forever changed. And I think that most people remember her for that, which is really a tribute to her and the work that she did and the work that she enables us to continue to do.
What do you think her mission was in life?
To serve others, point blank, period. And I would say that her faith was at the top of that list on how she would carry that out. But really, she wanted to make a difference for people. She had a really unbelievable way of being one of the most genuine people you've ever met. You know, she genuinely cared for others. As a coach, that was a big thing, but her giving really started, and she was able to use her platform to do that, but it extended in so many other areas. The fund is just one of those ways, but she was a giving person, servant leader with a unbelievable faith.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Now, would you be able to just describe your whole journey, like with the Cancer Fund and also with your sports background and how it got you to the place that you are right now?
Absolutely, Star. So ironically enough, my journey with the Kay Yao Cancer Fund probably started back in 1989. I played for Coach Yao. So I actually was one of her players on the NC State women's basketball team from 89 to 93. And then my journey took me into college coaching. And I wound up having the great fortune to come back to NC State and work alongside Coach Yao as one of her assistant coaches from 1999 until she passed in 2009. I stayed in the college ranks in between 2009 and then about 3 years ago, I came back to the fund. And so I always joke, like I'm working for and with Coach Yao again, just in a different capacity. And so, yeah, I've been connected to Coach Yao and the fund and the people at the fund. Our CEO right now is Stephanie Glantz, who's done a phenomenal job with the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. And Stephanie and I work together for Coach Yao at NC State.
Oh my goodness. So you worked really close with her from like the beginning of this all. You must have learned so much from her. Can you at least name a few things that you've learned or that
oh my gosh.
With?
Absolutely, Star. That's all. You know, what the lessons I learned from Coach Yao. That's such a loaded question because I feel like I could talk an hour or more about that, and one thing will lead to another. But I know that there's not a day that goes by in my life that I'm not remembering or hearing Coach Yao in my voice and a life lesson that she taught me along the way. A few that always come to mind, you know, when life kicks you, let it kick you forward. What a great time to have that at the forefront with everything that's going on in today's world. But when life kicks you, which it will, she always said, it absolutely will. If you don't think that's going to happen, then, you know, you're going to be really shocked, but it absolutely will happen. And when life kicks you, let it kick you forward, which is just such an amazing, simple thing to keep in your mind. I would say another thing that she taught me was that you can't always control what's going to happen to you. You know, you can't control your circumstances, but you can control 100% how you will respond to those. And I was very fortunate to be on her staff when she had her recurrence of breast cancer in 2006, 7, and 8 there. And I got to see her do that. You know, and that was the most powerful thing I think that she could ever give, was that example of she's not just saying things on, you know, you should do this or you should do that. I actually got to watch her live it. And I got to see how powerful that was. And so, you know, that's two things off the top of my head. Like I said, there's so many things. The gift of time. Coach Al made time for everybody. You know, no matter how busy she was, no matter, you know, what direction life was pulling her, she made time for everybody. And it could be somebody she had never met before. It could be a family member. It could be a friend. It could be a player. She gave of herself to everybody. And I think that was, that made a lasting impression for sure on just, you know, how to live a great life and the impact that you can make just by being genuine and honestly caring about people.
Man, Jenny, I don't even know where to begin with that, because there's so much inspiration here. Even I'm getting inspired just by listening to this legacy. And I could just tell how many people that she touched and the ripple effect that it has on this impact. And this is just so amazing. I feel so inspired, because it's one thing when someone's telling you to do something and they're not really putting in the action themselves. They're just giving you the advice, you know, hoping you'd run with it. But it's another thing watching someone actually do it right in front of you, right in front of your eyes every single day. And that's incredible.
And, you know, Star, with that in mind, I think the one of the other things about Coach Al that was really special that you just hit the nail on the head, but it made me think of this. She was one of the most genuine, consistent people I've ever met. And she always said, don't let your highs get too high or your lows get too low. She had a way of keeping things in perspective. And as I mentioned, her faith was at the forefront of everything that she did. And she really relied on that, I think, to do that. But she just was so consistent. You never had to wonder what's Coach Al going to say? What's Coach Al going to do here? She was the most consistent person in how she lived her life. That was a great example as well. But to be able to, you know, be true to herself, be true to her faith, be true to what she wanted to be, no matter what the circumstances, was really phenomenal. And looking back now, I hope I didn't take it for granted when I had a chance to play for her and then work with her. And I don't think I did. But now it's even more special to look back and see that. I think I'm able to appreciate that even more so than I did then. And so really just a tribute to the person that she was. And I get excited about the fund and where the fund is going now, because it started as such a simple idea. And Coach Al was so humble about it. She didn't want to put her name on the fund. She didn't want it to be called what it was. She wanted it to be something else. And we had to convince her, you know, she had to be convinced to put her name on it. And because that's who she was so humble. Nothing was ever about her. And so I get fired up seeing where the fund is going and what we've been able to do over the last 13 years, because it is so true to Coach Al and who she was in the partnerships, in the uniting of people. And it's so fun to see how her simple vision, right, has grown into this unbelievable nonprofit that impacts the lives of so many women battling cancer. So.
And it has such a positive impact too. You know, it has such a positive impact giving back, and there's so much wisdom there. It's incredible. So how would you say has the Cancer Fund used traditional sports to raise awareness of its mission?
So I would say, you know, the KYAO Cancer Fund is rooted in sports. Number one, it's how everything got started. You know, Coach Yao was a basketball coach and she had her own battle. And so the original idea was for women's basketball teams, right, to take a game on their schedule, call it a Play for K game, raise money around that game for the funds, and to honor, most importantly, to honor survivors. And so that started while she was still living. And then that quickly, it just continued to grow and to grow and to grow until it's our largest fundraising initiative. Play for K is currently our largest fundraising initiative. And kind of as the fund has grown, the mechanisms for Play for K have also grown. And so now we see it in the women's basketball space where it was started. Now we see it at all kinds of levels, the high school level, we see it at college levels, we see it with men's teams and women's teams. So it's something that continues to grow as the fund grows and as the initiative grows, which is really fun to see because everybody can do this. Everybody can make an impact. And the sad thing is most of us and most of the people watching, if you haven't already been impacted by cancer, there is a good chance that someone in your family will be impacted with cancer, if not yourself, somebody that you love during your lifetime. And that's just the sad truth of it. And so the cool thing to me is how the fund is able to unite people and to make an impact. And we have the great fortune to meet so many survivors. And to hear their stories and to see the impact that, you know, the research is having, to see the impact of being able to be a part of providing equal access to healthcare, quality access to healthcare for everybody. It's very rewarding. And I think it's one of those things where everybody can feel so great about their part in it. Because you truly are going to be impacting most likely people that you also know. And so it's a unbelievable mission. And I think we're just scratching the surface. And we look so forward to, you know, continuing on and further partnerships and where can we take this? But Coach Yao believed in the power of the people. She believed in the power of the women's basketball community to start off and what could be accomplished when you unite people for a common cause.
Now, what do you think she would think about the esports community?
She would love it. I have no doubt she would, number one, she would love the competition. You know, she was so competitive and she was a little soft-spoken at times, and especially in the coaching world, she wasn't one of those screamers or yellers, but she was one of the most competitive people I've ever met. So I know she would absolutely love the idea of the CENC. And that all these gamers are able to compete and how fun that was. You know, this time of year in the women's basketball, her favorite time of year, the tournaments, right? Where everybody works so hard and then you're competing. So she would love that. And then there's no doubt within me that she would try every game there was. And she would try until she got pretty good at it. And one of her favorite sayings as a player, we heard this all the time, one more time. So I could see her like dying, just resetting it and then starting over and then resetting it and starting over. But she would absolutely love to immerse herself in the esports world. I think everything would be brand new to her, you know, having not really come up in that space and all of, but she would love it and she would love learning it and learning the key people in there and watching how it works. And she'd be grinning from ear to ear, Star, no question.
And do you think that's why you and the Cancer Fund took notice and interest in the collegiate esports?
Absolutely. And so it's pretty interesting. Like the esports world to us, it's been on our radar, like as something, but I mean, and admittedly, we just didn't know all that much about it because we're in the traditional sports space. And I know esports is not technically, it's gaming. And so we were like, well, I wonder what this is all about. And we start looking into it, and it just seemed like such a win-win for us because we researched and we started to find out more about the people that were involved in esports and the competitors and all these different parts. And we're traditionally in traditional sports with the women's basketball and other things. And so this seems like such a natural transition for us and a way to really connect with people that we don't have a connection with right now. In a really win-win way that was a no-brainer for us. I mean, it really, we see so many similarities. I know gamers might be cringing now but to us, what we see is the potential to unite communities. And from what we see, the culture of the esports world is very protective, and that's because they are purists and they like what they've created, and that's important to them, and it needs to be done a certain way. And when we looked at that, we thought we are such a great fit for that because we go about things very similarly in a lot of ways. And so we're excited. We are super excited about it, and just looking so forward to what the future holds.
And speaking of future, what are your aspirations for the future eSport charity events after the CEAAE's Championship Cup this Saturday?
Well, number one, how awesome is it to be a part of the first ever, CENC? We are so thrilled to be a part of that. And Coach I would say this was one of her favorite. You only get one chance to be a part of the first, right? Because there will never be another first after this year. And so we're so excited to be a part of this year's event. We are hoping that this develops into, who knows, right? Like we are so open to every possibility. I would love to see, we would love to be involved in this every year, obviously. And then maybe there's a CEAAE Cancer Fund sponsored event down the road somewhere, and gamers are wearing pink or other, our minds go down a million different roads with that. We're just so excited, mostly because we feel like the possibilities are endless.
Most definitely. That is awesome. I'm so excited for you guys. And what was your speaking of first, what were your first initial reactions when you heard about the CENC?
Thought it was amazing. And honestly, initial reaction was like, I can't believe they already have that. Like that was a little bit shocking. And again, somebody that really didn't know all that much about esports until we started, learning more and kind of becoming more a part of it. But I think it's amazing. Like I just really, we could not believe that this didn't already exist. And we just think it's an awesome thing that will continue to grow and just continue to offer opportunities for so many people to be a part of. And so we're ecstatic about it and so happy for CSMG and all the competitors that are going to be, participating in the CENC. We look forward to watching. We're going to be glued to our TVs and watching every second of it. And hopefully, we're excited that maybe we'll be able to do this in person sometime down the road too. I've seen pictures of the in-person events and they look amazing. And so again, just another chance to immerse ourselves in this world and in this culture. And we can't be more excited about it.
Me too. Thank you so much for not only talking with me today, but also inspiring me too. I could feel the wisdom. I can feel it literally radiating through this interview. So thank you so much. It didn't even feel like an interview. It felt like a conversation. But thank you so much, Jenny, for being here with me. Thank you for talking. And of course, Congratulations with everything with the Cancer Fund, and keep going. We love it. Thank you so much.
Star. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
Of course, of course. And I'll catch you next time. Bye.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Everybody, welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship of 2021 for NJCAAE. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the amazing Mr. Marxist. How are you, dude?
I am doing fantastic. Really excited to be a part of this broadcast with you, man. And we're seeing two really solid players here for the NBA 2K Finals. ChaddyNick obviously did win that Madden championship earlier in the year, going for the second championship of his season. And then we got Big Londo on the other side, the underdog, the 2 seed coming out of the community college, Gogebic. And it should be a really good matchup. I'm excited for this.
In the green room, I've heard nothing but ChaddyNick the entire time. I've been hyped up so much by him. I didn't get to see the Madden gameplay. But we're going to see how far they've come so far and why ChaddyNick is in the place he is right now. And look at that. He's been able to beat out so many different places like Scottie Pippen. He's been able to beat so many different teams here, Marxist. And look at that. There's only 3 left, it seems.
Yeah, and it's really crazy because both of these players have gotten to the finals completely undefeated. Not a single game lost by either one of them. And it looks like we're getting ready to jump out here. Looks like ChaddyNick is going to be going with the 76ers. So nice. A lot of players in that can really drive to the hoop. He's not really going to be playing the perimeter too much. We've got the Lakers on the other side. Really solid roster. Obviously one of the best teams in the game because they have LeBron and Anthony Davis. It's going to be a really good game. I think it's going to be tough when you look at these matchups because the 76ers don't have a lot of people on the perimeter that can guard LeBron, but I'm assuming he's going to put Ben Simmons on him, and we'll see how that goes for him. But yeah, man, this is going to be really good.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this is all going to go. Now, of course, Marcus, you do know a little bit more about the technicalities of basketball than I do. For me, they shoot the hoop, or they shoot the ball, goes in the hoop, and I think that's really cool in of itself. But knowing about the perimeter size and being able to play offense and defense between these two teams, it's going to be really important between these two players. They've made it all the way to the championship, and every single little micro adjustment they can do, every micro adaptation, it's going to be really important here.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and we get the tip-off. It's going to go over to the Lakers, and we get a timeout right out the gate, it looks like. But we got ChaddyNick operating those Lakers, and Big Londo is going to be on the 76ers. And looks like we're getting some early on substitutions, making those defensive adjustments. It looks like that LeBron James is going to be moving over to that point guard position. And it's going to be a good matchup for Ben Simmons. We'll see if he is up to the task. But that's going to be a user cover 9 times out of 10 when you're on defense. You don't really want to put the comms on that LeBron coverage, but LeBron's such a good passer, such a good playmaker for those Lakers, and he's going to be looking to make a lot of plays in general in this game. Looking for Anthony Davis and Andre Drummond down low as the Tobias Harris and Joel Embiid matchups not going to be super toxic for them, but on the defensive side, Lakers are a really, really strong team, and we're going to see if we can get some points in this game on both sides.
That makes me wonder what the 76ers can do as a bit of an adjustment here. They didn't go for the timeout yet, so they didn't go for any substitutions. It seems like they don't need to. Do you see a bit of a dribble action going on?
We're going to get some ISO here as LeBron's going to go up. Yeah, it's just a free basket.
And no real response from the 76ers.
You can't let LeBron get into the paint like that. It's just, it's really impossible to guard him once he's actually driving and actively, enters the paint. So when he runs quick ISOs like that, you have to bounce off the picks and get a user cover on him, or he's just going to drive for free every time.
Yeah, that's
another timeout though.
Oh, maybe we're going to see some substitutions from 76ers side. Yeah, right off the rip, we're going to see some both. But they're not going to have too many timeouts left though. We have to see them run with this comp. So no matter what, we have to see Big Long to really make sure that this is going to be the move to make for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have the teams backwards here.
Do we? Oh,
yeah,
no.
Big Londo is operating the Sixers, and ChaddyNick is, or Big Londo is on the Lakers, and ChaddyNick is on the Sixers. So it appears our overlay is a little mixed up, but yeah. So we have to be really conscientious about these matchups in the post, because obviously the LeBron matchup's super like hostile, and it's like really crazy because you want to guard him 24/7. But Anthony Davis, also a player in the 90s, also a player that can take over a basketball game. And if you don't have the correct coverage on him, I think the adjustments that you need to make, obviously you have to put Joel Embiid on him. But if you don't have the coverage on him, it's going to be really hard to lock him up. So we see Ben Simmons going for a dunk there.
Yeah, and that coverage is going to be really important. But speaking of that, we haven't really seen a whole lot of coverage yet. It feels like both of these players have just been able to play the offense super well and just get all the balls into the baskets they can. Speaking of which, though, already in midcourt, goes for the pass, flings it on over, but no, the layup's going to miss completely. They bring it over the 25. It's going to go for the shot, but also gets denied. Is that the coverage we were supposed to look for?
That's a chase down block that really is pretty rare in this game. You don't see a lot of those from players that don't have the badge, but a really well played defense there by Big Londo. And yeah, now we're gonna see the response by Big Londo coming through. Is now LeBron's got the ball. We're gonna see the user coverage once again, but the help defense is gonna be super important as well. Looks like there was a ball foul there, and yep.
Easy points. Easy points.
Free throw. But we're gonna have to see a lot of user help defense against the Lakers. They're gonna be pounding the paint 24/7. Not a lot of perimeter shooting on that team. outside of like Danny Green. So it's going to be really tough to play around that. But,
so it sounds like though the Lakers, we're going to see them go really far in and try to go for those quick shots a lot, right?
Oh
Kinda
yeah,
run
big
down
time.
the 76ers. 76ers though can rely on a little bit more of distance. Going to go for the dribble here. I'm curious to see where 25 is going to pass it to. He goes to the left side. Oh, is he going to play the paint too? Looks like he might. Look at that though. He's able to get the score. Almost ties it up. In fact, he's going to go overside now. And ChaddyNick, again, we talked about him in the pre-show. Fantastic work as of now. Gold team's undefeated inside the tournament. ChaddyNick's going to take a score of 1 overside of Big Londo.
Yeah, this is going to be something we're going to see pretty much the entire game. It's just going to be them going back and forth in the paint. But the 3 coming through from Danny Green there is really nice play there. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of play in the paint by both of these teams. Ben Simmons, not a perimeter shooter. Joel Embiid, obviously, as a big man in the post, going to be going for that. But the Ben Simmons contested layup play is always there.
So the school's called Gogebic. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm not much of a linguist. But here we go. Again, going up close and personal. Look at that. The denial there. It's going to be now in the possession of the 76ers. We have to see what 25 can do here. Again, we usually see the pass coming out to the left side. Bit of a stall out here. Have options to make, though. They're going to try to rush it down. Being blocked by 3 different people. Goes to the left side again. Can they go for the shot? It's looking unlikely, but they might be able to do so, except they bring it to the back. They're trying to play patty cake around with the ball. Bring it to the right side. Tries to go for the layup. It's not going to connect.
Went for the spin in the post, just not there for him. And it was like I was saying before, he's passing to these players on the perimeter. Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons, that just don't have the outside shot. So he's forced to drive in those situations. And Big Londo's playing it really well on the flip side, not letting him get those shots inside. As the alley-oop is kind of cheese there. Dwight Howard gonna miss.
Oh no, they bumped into each other. Oh, that is awkward. Everyone was just fumbling around with the ball. Suddenly, though, everything stops. And we do see a bit of a small lead again coming out from ChaddyNick. He's been able to stay 1 step ahead, quite literally, in the points over Big Londo here. But Big Londo, with how aggressive he's been with these passes, I think it won't be long for him to catch up and maybe even overtake him.
Yeah, and when you have LeBron and Anthony Davis, anything can happen on the offensive end. And we see Anthony Davis snagging himself an offensive rebound, calling for the pick, trying to get the drive in, and the steal's going to come through. That's going to be 76ers ball. Oh, it actually went out on the 76ers. Pardon me. As now Londo trying to get some points on the offensive end here, trying not to get blocked for a 3rd time this game.
I'm just seeing the little mascot.
To the opposite side.
Little mascot is grooving out here, but look
Caldwell
at that,
Pope is automatic out there when he's wide open like that. And now a bit of a lead for Big Londo, and now some momentum going in his direction as we see if ChaddyNick can respond here.
Absolutely. ChaddyNick, no, 38 seconds left on the clock for the first quarter. Has to go for the pass again. He needs to catch up, but it's 2 points of a differential. Ball's going to drop, though. Bit of a reset coming through. And Marxus, I'm really wondering, though, we've been seeing ChaddyNick. He had a small lead, but now he's struggling against the 3-point shot that was made by Big Londo. He might be behind going into the second quarter.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And it's like I said, when you pick teams like the 76ers, you're kind of calling out to them, hey, I'm playing the paint game this game. I'm not going to be playing around the perimeter whatsoever. And Big Londo said, all right, man, I'll call your bluff. And every time that you pass on that perimeter, I'm just going to back up, give you the shot, and I'm just going to guard the paint all game. See what he's doing on defense here. He's in the paint all the time. Every time that he's backing up on these players, he knows they can't shoot on the outside, and he's just playing in the paint perfectly.
Oh, but speaking of which, though, it looks like 23 again going to take the ball, playing the paint again, tries to go for the layup, but it's not going to connect. Throwing the ball on over, trying to go for a pass. No, instead it's going to be our shot. It's going to miss again. I do feel like, though, despite everything, ChaddyNick struggling a lot with these shoots, a lot more than Big Londo has. We've been seeing a lot more of these up-close and personal shots going through. It's going to be less points for the 76ers. But overall, these far-reaching angles have not worked.
Yeah, it's really tough to execute when your opponent really has keyed into your style and to the way that you're going to play. It's really, really tough to play offense when everything that you're trying to do is just answered perfectly by your opponent.
Yeah, it's already going to be a huge challenge for ChaddyNick, though.
Oh
Again,
my...
we hyped him out quite a bit. Another denial comes out, though. Marks is going to go for another shot. Is that going to go in? No!
Oh!
Wow! The returnal shot there is going to be huge. And ChaddyNick definitely needed those 2 points, but now he has to get 2 more to catch up. Now we are going to see 23 again. King James himself pushing on through. Might be able to find the shot here. He's going to be blocked out a little bit more. Doesn't connect, though. And it's going to fall all the way to the half court. Oh, that's going to hurt tomorrow.
Now Ben Simmons getting himself in the paint once more. Gonna have to take it out. He's not really calling for plays here, which I find intriguing. You see when Big Londo's on offense, he's calling for those quick ISOs. He's calling for these offensive plays. And we just don't see that on ChaddyNick's side. ChaddyNick just kind of forcing it inside, doing what he can. I'd like to see him try and make some more plays, try and call some plays around Ben Simmons and around Joel Embiid to try and make more plays in the paint here.
Yeah, I do think in terms of the macro game, we are seeing a little bit of a lackluster defense coming up from ChaddyNick's side. The offense, though, struggling a little bit for each player right now. They're trying to bring the ball back and forth, but it looks like they do have to drop it. They have to go for a bit of a reset here. It's going to go back in the favor of Big Londo, though. Passing the ball around, in the paint, passing through. Really get some distance, some ISOs. It's going to be tough, though. It's stolen, actually, by 23. That's huge, but now they have a lot of distance to work with. They have to go for the pass, but it's already blocked off in the defense. Bringing it back, though. Trying to find some distance. It's dropped,
reach in foul.
Oh, no. That reach in foul is going to benefit Londo, right?
Yeah, it's going to benefit ChaddyNick. Anytime that the defense fouls the offense, they get the ball back in their own perimeter there. So
we're learning so much today.
Now we're tied up. We're all square. As ChaddyNick still has yet to call an offensive play here. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We're seeing it from Big Londo's perspective as well. The alley-oop to LeBron is not going to be there. Kind of a cheeky play by him there. As moving down the court here. Ooh, a steal.
This is going to be huge. It goes back across the court again. Can they find it, though? Trying to go for the layup. It's not going to connect again. 11-11 between the two teams. Passing the ball around left to right. Having to block the shots as much as they humanly can. They go for the layup again. It's going to keep on missing. Finally, after 3 times, Big Londo's able to final score. Now securing a 2-point lead over ChaddyNick. They're going to try to go for it again, but the ball is freaking out. It's going all over the place. But we have to see what happens now. Blocking it off on the right side, trying to go in for a quick steal. It's not going to connect, though. Goes back into possession of Big Londo and the Lakers. Taking a bit of a stroll here. Marks, it's going back and forth. ChaddyNick really needs 2 more points to even it up again.
Oh, the alley-oop still not there. They keep trying to get alley-oops on each other. I love it. Just enjoying themselves, having a good time. You gotta love plays like that, man. As we see the James ISO getting called. I'm not going to see the picks coming through, but he went for another alley-oop with no one at the hoop there. So kind of a weird play there. Finally a 3-pointer comes through from ChaddyNick, but not going to connect.
Makes me wonder what's going to happen with LeBron James. Now he's going to go through, gets the shot again. Big Londo really needing that aggressive prowess, being able to really extend themselves over. We haven't really seen much of a defense from ChaddyNick. It's mostly missed shots.
Yeah, ChaddyNick, calling himself a pick and roll there. Nice. Really well executed pick and roll to Dwight Howard there. Oh my God, what a pass.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Great passes coming all throughout. I do like the offensive prowess from both teams. It's just the defense, especially for ChaddyNick, has been a little underwhelming the first pretty much 2 quarters. But now, again, speaking on the offense for the Lakers, the 76ers, they're going to go for the 3-pointer. It's not going to connect, though. Immediately gets stolen, though, by Big Londo. Trying to isolate James a little bit more. Could try to see it from the leftmost side. They have to bring it in, though. They try to bring it on forwards. They're going to go aggressive here, and they get the shot in.
Okay, so LeBron showing what LeBron can do, taking over. And we're seeing ChaddyNick get a little bit desperate here with these three-point attempts, kind of forcing the ball up to the top of the key and just throwing the ball up when he can. Obviously not the best game plan, but you kind of do what you can, you know. Another missed shot coming through as this lead is growing by the second. As a wing shot, that's a two-pointer. It's not going to fall, and time runs out. So halftime gets quickly skipped over, but we have a lead for Big Londo. 6 points going in here to the second half. ChaddyNick does get the ball here. Fourth quarter, the ball will go to Big Londo to start out, as he won that first. And ooh, the three from Joel Embiid. Okay, now we got ourselves a game again. 3 points.
Yeah, really strong start coming out from ChaddyNick at the beginning of the third quarter there. It's definitely something that's needed. Still need 3 more to even things out a little bit more. But we have to see that offense coming through. But now it looks like things have turned into a bit of an iceberg again. The whole stream's in a permafrost. Oh, but it looks like it's an actual permafrost though. Call us mammoth. Yeah, call us mammoth, because I guess we're not seeing that feed again for 10,000 years. But we'll just have to wait a little bit longer. But I mean, talking about what we had just seen, right, Marks, is we saw a little bit of an underwhelming defense coming out from the 76ers. I do think it was a lot more balanced coming out from the Lakers side. I thought that was incredibly balanced. But you gotta wonder, what kind of adaptation are we looking for to see from ChaddyNick?
Well, I really want to see ChaddyNick try and expand a bit. He does have shooters that can get into that mid-range. He's got Tobias Harris. He's got Joel Embiid that have a decent mid-range game. He's just forcing too much into the paint on the offensive side. And defensively, I mean, it's so difficult to try and cover LeBron James and Anthony Davis. You can't really fault him for letting those guys score every now and then, but he does need to do a little bit more tightened up defense on the perimeter. As we see, he's been giving some shots over to Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, as well as Danny Green on the perimeter for basically nothing, as they all collapse towards the middle on LeBron. So I think I see a bit of an improvement on that end. But outside of that, I think this game has been relatively even. I think both of them are playing pretty well. But I really want to see ChaddyNick expand his range on the offensive side instead of forcing everything towards the paint and being one-dimensional.
Keep in mind, too, at the beginning of the game, before the ball even went onto the court, we saw a substitution coming by from both teams. Do you think that maybe ChaddyNick's substitution was not really the best play to counteract the one we saw coming up in Big Londo?
Not necessarily. Obviously, you have Ben Simmons versus LeBron James. That's going to be the kind of key matchup in this game. But he was able to switch Joel Embiid to center. To power forward to get that Anthony Davis matchup for himself. So he did make the right adjustments. It's just a matter of players not matching up. When you have a 94 overall Anthony Davis that can expand his range, that can set up picks, that can basically just play around the entire thing, against that 87, it makes things a little bit more difficult. And then obviously when you have a 6'8" small forward playing point guard in LeBron James, who's the 97 at every position in the game, it makes matchups a bit of a nightmare. So we'll see what happens as this game progresses, but obviously LeBron is eventually going to get too tired, and we'll see what kind of adjustments are made after that.
Absolutely. So pretty much the entire goal right now for Chaddy is just to tire out LeBron James, make sure he becomes a little bit more human, a little bit more mortal, and then really we'll have a game from there. When can we expect that to happen, though?
It's just a matter of when he can basically get that hard defense on LeBron to drain that energy. Using the less trigger and making sure that you're guarding him closely, as well as using the right stick when he gets into the paint, is going to be really, really key to keep his energy levels at a low point. He's already got that Gatorade cup next to his name, so you know he's already getting tired.
Me too.
It's just it's just a matter of when that's going to be an issue for him, because LeBron can really play through anything in this game. So we'll see what happens. I kind of dig it, you know what I'm saying?
And it seems like we don't have much of a response yet about what happened to the game. I guess we're still in the permafrost. I bet you could say things are heating up quite a bit, though. But it seems like it's a pretty close game from what we can't see, and it's actually going to be 22-21.
Yeah, 22-21 in favor of the Lakers still, so still a lead for them, but the lead is closing. Pretty unfortunate that we have a bit of a permafrosted feed as of right now, but we're getting some updates from our boy in the grapevine.
22-27 in the favor of the Phillies now.
Okay, so Philadelphia making a bit of a comeback, now a 5-point lead for them.
It's like actual radio commentating now.
Yeah,
all right, and going in for it now. They're gonna go for a left side pass, going to go through, and there you go. 27 points in the favor of them. But I think we might be going back to the game now, if I heard correctly. Maybe I didn't hear correctly. No game. Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna keep on going for our radio commentary. I did not. I'm mostly
lied
deaf.
to the people.
Oh, I always lie to the people. Going through now. We'd like to. I got nothing. I'm out of material.
You're out of material.
No, I'm just kidding. Welcome back, though, to the Max and Marks' podcast. It's been a fantastic half game that we've seen so far. I guess half and a quarter game, with the third quarter almost being over by the time it went down. I have to keep going, though. Oh, we do have what could be another stream feed. And hey, what do you know of feed at home? Boy, we are back in the action. Again, the 76ers taking a small lead while we were in the permafrost. Things have melted down now in the disadvantage of the Lakers side. They are able to bring it back a little bit more. 2-point differential between both teams. The Lakers, again, this is their chance to maybe bring it back. We do see a potential show. Oh, no.
So they intentionally foul LeBron there. It's really strange. So we got the ball. Steph Curry gun get intercepted by LeBron. Is now LeBron bringing it down the court in slow motion. This is going to throw the alley-oop over to Caldwell-Pope, and that is going to be 2 points. Now the game is evened up 29-29 as now
$9.29 now, Marxist. We saw a huge lead come back in the favor of the 76ers, but then it got tied up again. We're almost done with the third quarter now, only 15 seconds left. We do see Londo going for another. No, it's not going to go, however. So it's going to be a little bit of a disaster maybe for one team or another. 5 seconds left, trying to go for the alley-oop. It's not going to connect either. They're just bringing the ball back and forth. No clear winner. End of the third quarter. It's at a tie. 29-29 Marxist. What can we expect to see in the final quarter of this game?
We can expect to see some tired players. That is for sure. That is for sure. So yeah, we see some very tired players. So now we're at 29-29, and we're going to see what kind of adjustments they make in between quarters here. I'm expecting to see a decent amount of substitutions here to begin the quarter. As you want to rest your star players till about the back half of this quarter, take a timeout, and then get yourselves back on track. But we'll see if they elect to do that or not. It's kind of tough to tell with these players because they've been kind of unpredictable when it comes to their play styles thus far. But yeah, we see that the Lakers have called a timeout, so we know for sure that they're making some adjustments. As Philadelphia also going to have to do something. The suspense is actually, you can cut it with a butter knife right now.
Yeah, it's really killing me. I may need to call a paramedic. I think I might actually collapse on the field. If I were there. That guy in the middle, that's me. I'm just sitting down.
You're sitting down? Oh, you're Dwight Howard.
I pretend I don't know who Dwight Howard is. Oh, apparently I'm on camera. Hello. All right, well, with that being said, though, we are returning back to the game. Timeout is now over. 5 minutes left on the timer for the fourth and final quarter of game number 1 here. Again, 29-29. Have to see what happens next. And
okay, the three-pointer by Caldwell-Pope there is now Lakers up by 3. This is going to be a really tight finish. As now A steal by LeBron. He's just gonna take it coast to coast. Woo!
Holy,
okay. Big Londo's opened up this fourth quarter, man.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lakers have made a fantastic.
Do when you're playing with an arguably worse team, as that's going to be a shot clock violation, so the Lakers are going to get the ball back, as now we see their entire roster just changed for the 76ers, as they're going to bring out a whole new group. We see the Stars back on the court there, as that's going to be a foul for Joel Embiid. LeBron going to the line to shoot 2. We'll see what goes on in that realm of LeBron. Not the best free throw shooter in this game, only has about a 72 rating, so relatively hard to make the threes or the free throws, as he misses both. And now another out of bounds poke free, is now the fake 3 from Caldwell Pope goes up to, it's going to get stolen by Ben Simmons, as now he's coming down the court, trying to get into the paint. He's going to go for a floater. That's going to miss, as now LeBron gets the rebound, going to pass back. I'm not sure if we have a game feed, so I'm kind of doing radio commentary right now.
We do have a game feed.
LeBron at the top of the key, going to give himself some space. And we see that he's getting tired, but not too tired. He's only just below that halfway point.
Never mind, I was wrong. The feed is now back again, though. Huge lead coming out for the Lakers. We do see 76ers playing responsive, very reactionary again. The ball's going to drop, though. It is going to get picked up. LeBron James able to go for a dunk again, finding some more points. And this is the biggest lead we've seen the entire game.
Yeah, 9-point lead for the Lakers here, is now Embiid going to answer with a dunk of his own. And yeah, that game feed is just keeps dying on that front. So I'm just going to keep doing this kind of radio commentary, as LeBron going to drive to the paint, gets a layup up, but that's going to be a shooting foul on Tobias Harris. He's going to be shooting 2 once more. He's 3 for 6 currently on the free throw line, and now 4 for 7. And we'll see if he keeps it at a 50% clip. He is. Oh no, 5 for 8 is not 50%. What am I talking about?
The Lakers, though, have broken a number that we can both calculate. It's actually the 40-point margin they've been able to get past. Now, again, 76ers have to bring it back. They are at 33 points now. They just scored a 2-pointer coming up from their side. But again, they're finding a little bit more success on their defense. They're finding a lot more success on their offense as they score another 2-pointer goal. They're able to be up at 34 now. But once that ball goes back in the hands of the Lakers, things get really scary. There's very rarely been a time, Marcus, especially in the second half of this game, where we have seen the Lakers have the ball and not score any type of goal. Speaking of which, though, their attempt to do so, they're not able to connect to it. It goes back to the 76ers side. It is going to be a block. They are going to shoot for a gigantic goal. It's not going to connect, though, and they bring it back to the possession of the Lakers.
And now LeBron bringing it back up the court. We're going to see what he likes to do as he crosses up. Goes for the Euro step in, but is going to miss that layup, as now Ben Simmons is all alone on the other end, going to get a free 2 points. So now only a 4-point lead for Big Londo, as he's going to call himself another timeout. Only 1 timeout left for those Lakers, as we see what kind of adjustments they're going to make now. I think he just wanted to get his players some rest and kill the momentum that the 76ers were building there, as we see this timeout going to be a minute long, so not a 30-second timeout, but a minute timeout. And I'm probably going to see absolutely no adjustments made here. This is more just a mental reset timeout. I don't expect to see any substitutions on the Lakers side. Well, Chaddy was the one that was coming back here. I think Londo needed this timeout. He's the one that called it. He basically, Chaddy scored 5 points unanswered. So We'll see if he keeps that momentum going as now LeBron takes the inbound pass. Looking to make something happen as he's driving into the paint. Going to pass over. Okay, going to pass back to LeBron as now that gets ripped away by Seth Curry. And now Ben Simmons all alone going to alley-oop to himself and dunk it on the opposite end. So now only a 2-point game as this pass gets thrown into Kyle Kuzma. And LeBron now getting triple covered, and now that leaves an open three, but that is going to be missed as Anthony Davis trying to get the rebound, not going to. And once again, we see Simmons on the other end. He's just cherry-picking shots down there, and now Embiid has it on the left-hand side, driving into the lane, and that's going to be a wide-open Seth Curry. Going to miss the three, though. I think he just doesn't have his release down. There's no way that should have been a miss. But here we go, as now LeBron coming through, the double team coming into him as well as Kyle Kuzma's now at the top of the paint. Back to LeBron. Now LeBron trying to get himself into the paint. 3 seconds on the shot clock, and now dishing to Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis in traffic, going to miss. And now once again, Ben Simmons on the opposite side going to get a dunk, and now we're tied at 40 with 41 seconds left. And this is getting a little intense now, Kick. This is getting a little bit tricky.
Absolutely intense. Things are heating up a lot more, back and forth. Definitely far cry from the permafrost we had before. It's going to be passed back to LeBron James.
The steal by
stolen
Simmons,
again.
and now the steal back. But the timeout comes through from Londo. 22.9 seconds left. No shot clock left on this game. You can either milk this clock or go for a quick shot and try and get yourself some points. Either way, good options. We're going to see what Londo elects to do here, though, because he has the option to hold this ball until the last second and go for kind of a buzzer beater type play. Or he can go for a quick shot and force the pressure on to ChaddyNick. So we'll see what he elects to do, as now LeBron at the top of the key. Going to call for the ISO. Does not get a pick yet. As now he dishes into the paint, and that's going to be a dunk with 10 seconds left. And now Andre Drummond getting himself some points on the board. And now the timeout going to be taken with 10.5 seconds left. ChaddyNick has to answer either a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer. 2-pointer will send this game to overtime, and a 3-pointer will win him this game one of this best-of-5 series.
Oh, but it looks like we have to see what the response can be now. There has to be some options. We have to see a response coming by.
My feed just died.
Yep. And we're back in the permafrost. There is another feed that we have to go back to. It's a whole bunch of alley-ooping on our end on the production side as well. Speaking of that, though, we do have 1 second left on the timer. No, 0.9 seconds. It's the foul that goes back into possession, it seems, of the 76ers. This could be the... Oh, it's a tie. They're hugging each other. But it looks like now, again, 0.9 seconds left on the clock. There's not really much time left, and it's going to be Big Londo that takes the lead by 2 points. But quitting now may result in a loss of progress. We'd hate to lose the entirety of that first game, but it is going to be a victory, though, for the side of Big Londo, and that was a really nice one at that. Hey, everybody. So, again, what we saw was an amazing game. A huge comeback from ChaddyNick, but it was just a little too short of time to do so. Again, it was a huge at one point for the Lakers, a 10-point lead for Big Londo. He's on the Lakers. For ChaddyNick, though, he fell behind quite a bit. He played really reactionary. He did struggle on the defense quite a bit at times. We did see an amazing comeback in the fourth quarter, but unfortunately, he was just 2 points short. And Big Londo is going to be taking the lead going into map number 2 now, or game number 2, and see what happens next. And I'm really curious, Marks, is what can we expect to see as a change of plans for ChaddyNick to make it an even game 1 or game 1 for his favor? It looks like his internet may have died. That's okay. You're down to just me, and I feel so sorry for you. Though we do have to see the 76ers versus the Lakers again. Marks has told us very very well that LeBron James, Steph Curry wants to really look out for. We're going to have to see what the response can be, though, for the 76ers side. And as of now, again, coming down to the players, the macro, or even the micro game, I really want to see a bit more of an offensive pressure coming out for ChaddyNick. We talked about how great he is in terms of Madden before, but now this is a completely different ball game, quite literally. We have to see what he can do in retaliation. Does seem like, though, we did lose Mikey Marxist. We are going to be going into game number 2, and it looks like the feed itself is frozen again. Man, everything is freezing. You'd think it's wintertime, but no, it's actually very sunny outside. Very sunny. But that's okay, though. We're going to have to wait and see. You've got to get some predictions into the chat. If we do have a chat going on, though, and we are going to be switching feeds, though, to the other side and see how this is going to go. We are returning again between Londo and ChaddyNick to see who gets the first score. And it's actually going to go into the favor of the 76ers. Well, speaking of a favor, not for much longer. It's actually be 2-2, but the feed again freezes, and we're not entirely sure how it's going to go as a response going to the end of the first quarter. Not that we're at the end just yet. We're about a minute in. Are going to be seeing 2-2 again. Curious to see what can happen now. Beginning of game number 1, we did see an early substitution coming out for both teams. It was a huge adjustment for the Lakers, but it's hard to say what's going to be happening now. We're going to be seeing the Mott man coming on by, getting a little sweat on the ground. Hate to see anybody slip and fall. A timeout is going to be there for the Lakers side. Would see a response coming up. Londo, map number 1, or game number 1. Now we are going to be seeing the return again, back to LeBron James, having the ball in their possession. Jumping around, trying to find the alley-oop, but it's not going to connect, though, unfortunately. So now we are going to see 3-point shot. Not going to connect either. Now I've been seeing a struggle a lot for LeBron James being able to find it. I believe he has a range of 74. He is able to find once, be a singular point in the favor of the Lakers. But now, the only thing driving the difference between the two is that 1 point that ChaddyNick was able to get early on. So we have to see what the response can be. Another shot could have missed in the favor or on the side of 76ers. ChaddyNick gonna go for a foul shot. Is able to connect it. Extends the range a little bit more. He has to shoot one more. Is he able to connect it? And like nothing, he's able to do so. Welcome back, Marxist. Well, unfortunately, it looks like we may be having some audio issues on his end as well. Luckily, though, speaking of issues, there won't be as many now for the Lakers. They're able to catch up just a tiny bit against those 76ers. ChaddyNick again still holding the lead, Marxist. But the Lakers only behind by a single point now, as they were just able to score 2 going to the paint.
Okay, we got the game feed here. Cool.
Yes.
I'm back. Hello, guys.
Hello.
My internet is really good. We love Verizon around here. It's great. But hey, we're here. We're back. Oh, we went for the same teams. So Londo versus ChaddyNick, Philadelphia versus LA once again, and yeah, it looks like we have Ben Simmons at small forward instead of point guard. Did he move LeBron to point again? Yeah, it looks like he did. So that matchup is out the window, as we like to say in the South.
The window?
Yeah, the window.
Your state isn't in the South, is it?
Virginia is technically the South.
Is it really?
They fought in the Confederacy.
Oh.
So I'd assume that's the South, right? The alley-oop to Anthony Davis is gonna fail, though. I love these cheeky alley-oops by these guys. They're just having a good time. You can't fault them for that. Wide open three, though.
Dream shot coming on by. Beautiful work, though. Look at that, double digits now in the favor of ChaddyNick and the 76ers. They're able to bring it forward, doubling over the points that the Lakers have now, +2. And I really want to see what the response can be now in the favor of Londo's side. He has to go for a huge shot. They're going to try to go for it. No, it's actually going to be a pass instead. And it's going to be going back into the favor. It was stolen by ChaddyNick, excuse me. And he's able to score some more.
Okay, so ChaddyNick coming out hot in this game too. He obviously made those adjustments after game one and really late into game one that are really paying dividends for him. You saw right early on that he expanded that range. Tobias Harris able to get a three-pointer for him. So not just forcing the ball into the paint like he thought he could and like he has done in previous games. Londo actually playing decent defense into ChaddyNick throughout that entire game one, but we see ChaddyNick making some adjustments and getting himself a 9-point lead here really early.
You ever watch the movie Kill Bill?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, the dancers look like the main character of Kill Bill. Right? With like the
I would
jumpsuit?
agree. I would agree. Yeah.
Going back to the game, though, we're seeing the end of that timeout. Again, over double +4 points in the favor of ChaddyNick and the 76ers. Early response tries to come on by, though, but the block comes on by Marxus exactly. And, you know, this might be the bit of a stalling game that ChaddyNick desperately needed in game number one.
Now the three-pointer from Embiid's going to miss. Is still trying to expand his range a bit, making sure that Londo has to guard that three-pointer away from him. And now another block from Ben Simmons. And he's going to get a steal as well for himself, as now he's going to throw it down to Tobias Harris. And that's going to be more points. Now a 11-point lead, the first double-digit lead we've seen in this series thus far.
He is farming the points off of the Lakers right now. He's been able to find the adaptation that works. Now, you're going to have to explain to me, your brain is gigantic over mine when it comes to basketball. What exactly did ChaddyNick do so far in this first quarter that was so different from game one?
He's spreading the floor more. He's making Londo have to guard the perimeter instead of just guarding the paint like he did in game one. And it's really paying dividends for him. Shooting those threes, knowing that, hey, I might not make this isn't a 100% shot, has been really, really good for him here. As now we see Danny Green in the paint. We don't want to see that ever again. Danny Green, not a paint player, is now a wide open three for Embiid. And look, we saw, what, 2 3-pointers the entire game, last game from ChaddyNick? And now in this first quarter, we have 3 3-pointers from him. I mean,
it's interesting.
It's like night and day for gameplay right now. Is Drummond gonna get a free 2 points in the paint there? But still an 11-point Nick here early on, and we're just in the first quarter. Is now, ooh, the foul coming through from LeBron. Jeez, that was a hard foul.
Keep in mind too, Marks, is we saw the end of game one go 40-42 in the favor of Londo's side. We're already at half the points for the favors of the 76ers, and ChaddyNick, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, he's executing exactly what he wanted to in game one early on here in this game too, and it's really showing up huge. I mean, he's playing lights out right now.
Absolutely lights out. I really want to see what kind of response we can see from Londo and the 76ers. I mean, you know, you got to take into account maybe to an extent the mental game as well. Coming off from a very fierce fourth quarter in game number one, now it's a bit of a shot in the dark for him. Quite literally, but he's able to make it work there, except it's not going to be Londo. It's going to be the 76ers and ChaddyNick. 23 points now, over 10 to the Lakers, who last game had
another block.
Oh my God, so many blocks. And look, where's the ball? It's in a whole different dimension. You gotta call Dr. Who for that one.
He actually just yeeted that ball into oblivion. Like there was an oblivion gate at midcourt, and he just yeeted it there.
He went through the nether portal. Holy.
Yeah, exactly.
But going into the very tail end of quarter number one and now into number two, what kind of response should we see from the Lakers? Because we're seeing a lot of back and forth. We're seeing a huge block game, which means the defensive prowess is, well, decently good, but they have almost no offensive pressure.
Yeah, and he's really trying to force these inside plays with LeBron as opposed to spreading the court like he did in Game 1 early on. And it's not really working for him thus far. He's getting blocked a lot. The help defense has been there a lot. He gets a dunk there, so the play working out for him there, but he's calling a lot of ISOs here, which really worked for him Game 1, but is not the greatest thing here in Game 2.
It's very
Dwight
aggressive.
Howard back-to-back misses inside. You never want to see that.
We're going to see a bit of a response now coming out from the Lakers, trying to find the three-pointer. It's not going to connect, though. We do see the ball go back in the response, returning to the 76ers, but not going to find the layup either. Bit of an alley-oop game coming back here. Do see the 76ers trying to find a shot. Big Rondo dialing it back a tiny bit more, looking for some way to non-ISO Big James. He's able to go on through, and so many missed shots coming out from the Lakers, Marks, as it hurts to see, but returning again, though. Alley-oop and layup comes on by. It's going to be the Philadelphia 76ers again, finding more points on the board.
He is so good about keeping somebody on the backcourt and playing 4-on-5 defense. He did that all the second half of that Game 1. Really closed the gap on that Game 1 and made it way closer than it was. The dunk misses, as now Dwight Howard has it on the inside, but we see he's really playing to his strengths here, and he's got a 13-point lead here in the second quarter and already has over double the points that he scored there in Game 1, so he's really executing well here. As now another cherry pick shot comes through and a foul as well, so he's going to get an extra, potentially a 3-point play here and potentially a 16-point lead this early in the game.
16-point lead. This is the biggest lead we've seen in the entire series. Oh, and it just keeps on going. 16? Please. More like, oh wait, now it's 16.
Yeah.
I have not passed a math class since the 5th grade.
And now we're gonna see it potentially growing once more as oh, the shot does not come out, but at the top there it's gonna go for the 3, not gonna land, and now you see the ball coming back, and now LeBron is trying to force something inside to Davis. That's actually gonna work. The alley-oop, the cheeky layup alley-oop is actually gonna work for him there, as now we got a 14-point game, so only double the amount of points now. Game is a lot less intense than that second half.
Yeah, so far things have to heat up again. Luckily, though, we do have a stable feed. We are able to bring all that to you guys as well. But we're seeing a lot more of a slowdown coming out from Big Rondo. We saw him be amazing in the beginning of that, or I guess even the entirety of the first game. But here, there's just a whole bunch of struggles. In fact, the last time we saw him score a goal was a little while ago in terms of the game tech counter. Now we are about halfway through, or maybe even 3/4 of the way through the entirety of the second quarter now. The response game from the Lakers has been a little lackluster. We are seeing a bit of an alley-oop come on by. Gets stolen again, returned to the possession of the 76ers until, well, the timer ran out.
Yeah, and we see the ball coming back down once again. I'm trying to figure out what kind of adjustments Rondo can make going into the second half. And nothing's really coming to me. Unless he keeps somebody on the back court when he's getting these kind of cherry-picked shots after getting rebounds and steals. Unless he keeps somebody back there with him, it's like really hard.
It is definitely very hard, Marks. But look at this though, number one gets the ball, and what was that? They both blocked each other. That could have been a great goal. But no one's able to score it in just yet, though. We are seeing a bit of a returnal coming out by the Philadelphia 76ers again, trying to make it work, but nobody's able to find these layups whatsoever. Again, returning to the possession on the left side.
You gotta shoot that three, man.
Yeah, speaking of which, though, they try to go for that three. It's gonna miss completely, goes back into the favor of Braun. But again, coming up close, coming up personal, finds the left, but no, he only finds half of it. He forgot that part where you're supposed to score.
Yeah, he went for a cheeky alley-oop instead of just going for that wide open three-pointer with Caldwell Pope there. And not exactly, I feel like Londo may be suffering a bit of mental defeat here.
Aren't we all?
And I feel like he definitely needs to take a reset here in the second half. He's not playing to his team's strengths like he did early on in that game one, and he's really just trying to force the ball inside too much. If he just plays to the strength of his perimeter shooters, like Caldwell Pope, and tries to expand the range a little bit on the mid-range with Anthony Davis, it could be really good for him here. Because now that 16 lead once again happens, and yeah, okay, alley-oop works finally. He finally gets himself out there.
After 3 quarters worth of tries, it finally works. We are seeing a bit of a response.
And the alley-oop response. Okay.
It's a back and forth, but I mean, how many times have we seen the Lakers score in the last quarter and a half? Right, twice, I think. Hey everybody, welcome back. We did change some feeds again. We're out of the permafrost, hopefully forever now, and we are seeing a bit more of a response from the Lakers since our feed was cut. We are seeing a bit of almost double the points in the favor of the Lakers now, but still, the 76ers, ChaddyNick, 43 points at the second half of the third quarter.
Yeah, already exceeding the point total of that first game that Big Londo achieved at 42. Here with 2 minutes left in the third quarter, so doing some big things this game. I see that we've seen a little bit of adjustments here, but now another three-pointer coming from Seth Curry, and now we have a 21-point lead for ChaddyNick. That's the biggest lead that we've seen, and I don't know if we'll see a bigger one. That's a pretty significant margin to have to overcome if you're Big Londo, and we'll see what he elects to do here, as now Ben Simmons calling some plays here in the top of the key.
Oh, look at the bob and weave. The swerve comes on by, and ChaddyNick's able to find it. 48 points now, almost topping to 50. It's a really good continuation on there. Have to see though what the response next can be. But as of now, not a whole lot to really go off of, Marks.
Oh my God!
Never mind, they hit 50 points. Holy!
That's such a cool play, man. Being able to alley-oop to yourself. It's always good to know that these guys are just having fun with the game. They're not taking it too serious. They're trying alley-oops over and over again on both ends. It's a fun thing to watch for us here in the casting desk, as we see this is now a 22-point margin, potentially growing with that shot. Yep, leaving Seth Curry wide open in the corner once again. And 25-point lead now has grown for ChaddyNick. And we said in the beginning that Londo is the underdog. ChaddyNick already a champion in the Madden tournament that we had. So going for a second tournament win here. And yeah, we saw Londo take game 1 by a narrow margin, and this game 2, just incredibly decisive gameplay from ChaddyNick. A complete 180 from what we saw in game 1.
Absolutely, a complete 180. Speaking of which, though, looks like Big Londo's not done just yet. 31 points now. He just scored yet another one. 30 seconds left in the third quarter, excuse me. Do see ball in the possession of the 76ers, though. What can the response be coming out from ChaddyNick? Bouncing the ball. Just providing their time, seeing what the ISOs can be. Maybe looking for a pass on the left side. No, instead it might be trying to go for it. 25 trying to go for it, though. Not going to find it. Goes back to number 18. And can they find the shot? No, they cannot. 5 seconds left on the counter now. 55 points to 31. Big Londo has a whole lot of work to do in the very final quarter of game number 2.
Yeah, a whole lot of work is a bit of an understatement in that one. Yeah, it's a really tough game to come back from. When you're down 24 points going into the fourth quarter, in games that really only average about 50 to 60 points throughout an entire game for each side, it's really hard to overcome that. But we've seen Big Londo do big things, you know, it's in his name. So anything can happen, right? I mean, this is NBA 2K that we're talking about.
You see a huge response coming out from the Lakers. But it looks like a bit of a timeout's going to come on by. Have to see what this timeout can do. I think that might be a huge question to answer here. Maybe we could see some substitutions. It's going to be for the 76ers, so maybe again, mental reset needs to come on by. Even if you are the winning team, you want to make sure you can maintain that lead and make sure you don't have too much of that fatigue.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. This timeout probably is more so just to get some defensive adjustments and make sure his guys are fresh going into this quarter. Yeah, I don't foresee him needing a mental reset, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
this obviously is ChaddyNick's timeout, so we'll see what they like to do here. But you know, it's a minute long. It can be cut short like it just did. So yeah, it looks like he brought Danny Green into the game, so Danny Green is now back in. Tobias Harris also got subbed in as well, and Dwight Howard is out. So a couple of substitutions were made in that timeout there.
Very important substitutions to be made. 55 to 31 again, though. No one's really been able to score too much in the second half here. Do you see the ball in the favor of ChaddyNick's side, passing back and forth, trying to isolate, maybe try to counter the block coming on through. As of now, not a whole lot to really say. We have to see whether or not going to the paint's going to out-lob. The alley-oop going to miss completely. Now, again, LeBron James will be throwing the ball, absolutely chucking it across the court. Nothing to really amount to it.
Okay, the foul comes through on to Caldwell Pope. A good free throw shooter, so he should make both here if he's got the release down. Looks like he does. So a couple points back on the board for him, and now a 22-point margin to overcome for himself. I was about to say he needs to get that ball in. He's gonna get himself. We see Danny Green wide open in the corner. It's gonna be a free three-pointer.
Absolutely. Beautiful work coming on by. 3 points now, coming close to the 60 mark. Is it, now in your professional opinion, Marks, is it too late to count out Lakers?
Yeah, I don't think this is comebackable at this point. This is a 25-point margin with only three minutes left. Like I said, anything can happen, but these are two high-level players, and I don't suspect that ChaddyNick is gonna let him score 25 points in 3 minutes.
I'm trying to think, how many points would you need to get, like, per second? Or per 10 seconds, maybe? A lot.
Yeah, it's 180 seconds. So you got 27 points that you need.
Okay. I'm still with you.
So it's 180 seconds and 27. You need a decent amount of points.
Oh, okay. Is that your professional mathematical opinion?
That's how I do,
I tried writing down my math test, and I got a 0 for it, but I think it applies here. Look at that, though. Maybe not 27 anymore. 3 more goes up. A whopping almost nearly 30 points. The 76, I'm sorry, that the Lakers need to beat out the 76ers. Another three-pointer tries to go on by, and it just misses again.
And he's going to bring the ball up with Embiid, it looks like. Going coast to coast with Joel. That was pretty cheeky.
Oh, good lord. Oh, beautiful shot coming out from Big Londo, though. At the very least, 20 points won't be as bad as 30 points.
Well, you have to think, he's only 3 points off of what he scored in that first game. So offensive efficiency, still about where he was at in game 1. It's just a matter of the defensive efficiency being a little bit off the mark this game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of consistency still coming through here. I'm really wondering what the response will be. At me, at this point, you have to start looking at game number 3 and see what can be brought out.
Yeah, I feel like you need to make those mental moves, and potentially we may see a different matchup of teams in game 3. But who knows? I mean, obviously these guys are going to pick the teams that they're most comfortable with. But me personally, when I play a game and somebody beats me pretty bad, I have a team that I'll pull out that I don't pull out when you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you got your like your Garatina, your Dialga, your Mewtwo.
Yeah. I got my squad, you know.
You got your Cynthia destroying team. I mean, that's pretty much what this is right now. ChaddyNick is like Cynthia, and you're the protagonist on the Lakers side, and this is the very end of the Elite Four, out of potions, out of revives completely.
Yeah, you're out of full restores. You have nothing.
Out of full restores.
Yeah,
so we
you
have
got
to see
nothing.
now. Going into this, maybe there could be a few more full restores going to game number 3. Because keep in mind too, this is a best of 5. There's still room for both teams to play around with, and especially going to game number 3, 1-1. There's still at least guaranteed 2 more games to see who the winner of the finals can be.
Yeah. Oh! Andre
Beautiful
Drummond
response.
getting himself some points back. But yeah, it's like you said, man. This is a best of 5 series. I wouldn't take this too much to heart. You took game 1 away. You know, it's back even. So right now, what you got to think is, okay, I'm playing a best of 3, right? You're tied up 1-1. You're just in a best of 3 series. So you got to take it like that, you know. You don't look at how much you lost by or how big a margin was at any point of the game. What you look at is, okay, I dropped the game, so now we're even again, and I'm gonna come out hot for game 3.
Absolutely, and coming out hot is going to be really important here. Mental reset, dropping game 2, no problem at all for one side or another. Maybe if you're ChaddyNick or a fan of the 76ers, dropping game 1, not the end of the world either. So there are definitely going to be options for both teams going into this 3rd game here. But keep in mind, too, there's a flip side to that. It also means, Marks, that coming to game number 3 is that you're running out of options for that safety net. You could make game number 3 a safety net for one team or another, but if you drop that 3rd map, you have nothing else to rely on going to game 4.
Yeah, it's really tough. When you're facing elimination, the games get a little bit more desperate. But when you drop one game, it's like, okay, man, yeah, I got 2 more to work with. I could lose 1 more and be still okay. So what you got to do is just you just gotta mental reset yourself. Okay, we gotta execute better. We gotta get ourselves back to making better plays on offense, because that game was just a lot of forcing inside, a lot of getting blocked. Ben Simmons in the first quarter had 4 blocks. You never want to see that. So you want to expand it a little bit more. And it's like I said in game 1, when ChaddyNick was doing the same thing. He was forcing it inside, trying to make plays and not exploiting his perimeter shooters that he had out there. And I want to see the same thing happen now here in game 3. I want to see both teams spread the ball, spread some love to not just their star players, but these perimeter role players that they have that have really good perimeter shooting.
Now, on top of the perimeter shooting and expanding the roles a little bit more, what's the big response we need to see coming out from Big Londo? We saw a great response and great adaptation coming out from the side of ChaddyNick into game 2, but now we need to see the reverse.
Yeah, I'd like to see Big Londo come out like he did in game 1 and really look to get shots off of assists. A lot of catch and shoot type gameplay, as opposed to going for these alley-oops and trying to get these flashy plays on the inside of the paint. I just want to see him play the catch and shoot game a little bit more. He's got a lot of perimeter shooters on that Lakers team that he can really use. So that's really what I want to see here going into game 3.
Absolutely. And I believe we'll be starting game 3 momentarily soon. We're going to wait on word from production to hear what's going to happen with that. Oh, but no, it looks like we are going to be waiting a little bit longer. We're going to give you guys some time to go get some food, stretch your legs. I'm sure we do. And we're going to go into a small break where we get things set up for game number 3, 4, and 5, possibly 5. But until then, we'll see you real soon.
Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
We know about the power of one. One woman with one vision, to rally people together to find a cure for all cancers affecting women. And the women fighting cancer, they know about the power of $1, one drug, one more opportunity to live. We're taking Coach Yao's vision and we're going to multiply it. One person at a time, one cancer warrior, one doctor, one official, one coach, one board member at a time. The power of one becomes the power of 1 million. Our goal is to connect with 1 million people, asking our friends, our colleagues, our social media followers to join us in fighting cancers that affect women and providing life-saving access to healthcare for all women. If we bring together 1 million people, how will the CEAAE Cancer Fund change the world for cancer warriors? The ask is easy. The work will be life-saving. Let's see what we can do together. It's the power of 1 million.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Hey everybody! Things have been heating up quite a bit in the grand finals of the Collegiate Esports National Championship for 2021 in the NJCAAE. ChaddyNick versus Big Londo have been going back and forth 2 games now, with each person winning 1 game each. But it's a best of 5, and the safety nets have gone away now, Marcus. Wait, let's see what happens next. You ready to see what's going to happen?
Oh yeah, I'm so ready for this game 3, and we're jumping right into it. It looks like we've got some adjustments made as Big Londo going with the Bucks this game. So it's like I was saying, I wanted to see potentially either a team switch. I said that early on, and I can dig it. I can definitely dig it.
Absolutely. Now, can you describe to us what kind of changes we should expect to see coming out from the Bucks instead of the Lakers?
Yeah, the Bucks have way more perimeter weapons. They have way more perimeter shooting. Giannis Antetokounmpo is an absolute monster in the middle. He can basically make anything happen on the inside, and is a really just insane scorer. Basically anything close and anything mid-range is automatic for him. He cannot really shoot the 3, so that's not really a thing that you're going to see from him. But yeah, we see an early lead coming out for ChaddyNick. Is now a quick ISO going to get called here. But we're going to see a lot of ISOs here with Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's really insane, like I said, on the drive and off the dribble. So expect to see him play around Giannis quite a bit this game. But pretty much everybody around him can shoot the 3, can shoot from the perimeter. So a lot of drives that you can do with Giannis, you can actually bounce out to outside and hopefully get some points that way. But so far we're just seeing some forces into the middle once again from Big Londo as he gets himself a block finally. Now Giannis trying to get himself in the middle. Yeah.
Oh.
See, that's what I'm talking about. When you try to get yourself to a position where, like, Chris Middleton can shoot a 3, Drew Holiday can shoot the 3, even Robin Lopez doesn't have terrible 3-point shooting, or Brooke Lopez, sorry. But yeah, this is a team that can really shoot. So expect him to drive with Giannis and dish it out quite a bit to the outside and look for these perimeter shots.
Interesting. But we've already gone to a timeout now. The 76ers going to make some substitutions, maybe some adjustments right off the rip, though. We did see some scores come on by. Keep in mind, too, 76ers, they didn't change their team. It's going to be the Bucks now for, I believe, Big Londo. So that's going to be a huge adjustment for them to make. But ChaddyNick is still able to maintain the lead.
Yeah, ChaddyNick is still doing what he does best and playing that backcourt with Ben Simmons. So it's really hard to adjust when somebody plays like that. I've actually never really seen people do that, even when I play online. Like he's like cherry picking shots like constantly, and I don't even know how you do that when you're user defending. It's just really strange. I've never seen somebody play like this, but it's working for him.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting response. Maybe we have to see how that goes. I mean, desperate times, I guess, call for desperate measures, right? Yeah, 3 more points in the favor of the Bucks. So now it's going to be a 1-point differential. ChaddyNick's still able to hold on a tiny bit more. Curious to see, though, if this is going to work out for them. They're going to go for the shots, not going to connect, though. It goes back into the favor of the Bucks.
Oh, Drew Holiday was open in the middle there. He could have found him.
So going into this now, right, we did see some adjustments made, we did see some responses, but it looks like a much slower team's coming out for Big Londo's side. A little bit more of a defensive prowess, a little bit of a lackluster offense. We did see that from ChaddyNick too. That was in game 1 where we saw the same exact formation played.
Yeah, we see a travel from Brook Lopez there, but yeah, we did see that in game 1. Kind of just playing that super hard defense and not really executing on offense. I really want to see Big Londo shoot like a ton of 3-pointers this game and really exploit the fact that you have to double Giannis in the middle and find those open players on the perimeter. Just like that.
Oh no, but the shot's gonna miss. Curious to know what is going to happen next, though. Not a lot of steal potential coming out from the Bucks side either.
Ooh.
More points going to the favor of
Potentially a 3-point
76ers.
play as well.
That's good. That's really good. Now, we have to see what the response can be again, continuing into this. It's game number 3. It's an even 1-1. Whoever wins this game could very well win the series by matching up in the points. But we are seeing now a closer game, 10-11. Now Big Londo and company trying to hold on. A very reactionary game coming out from Londo. We only saw this in the last 2 games from them, though. It was ChaddyNick who played the same one in game number 1. The tides have turned a little bit more, but we are seeing again what could be a counter response. More points going to the favor of ChaddyNick's side. These field goals have gone very well into the favor of 76.
Yeah, it's been really good. Efficient offense from ChaddyNick this game. And I don't know what just happened. I missed whatever just happened. But he got a free throw and he got a free point, so he's gonna go for another ISO play with Giannis here, but Giannis doesn't really have the ball skills. Yeah, he's trying to run the offense through Giannis like he did with LeBron. The problem is Giannis doesn't have the playmaking skills that LeBron has, as well as the ball handling. So he's gonna be struggling. He's gonna be picking up his dribble quite a bit as soon as he gets 2 players on him and gets doubled up. He's not going to be able to break through that the way LeBron does, so he's going to have to adjust and figure out a way to play through Giannis if he's going to try and do that.
Yeah, and keep in mind, too, we really hyped up having LeBron. We had Steph Curry on the Lakers side as well. The Bucks don't have that.
Yeah, they have they don't have the super hardcore post. I mean, Giannis is playing that power forward position. So they still have a lot of power on the post. They just don't have that super hardcore second player that you're going to be seeing.
Yeah.
You don't have an Anthony Davis on, you know what I mean, with LeBron.
Absolutely.
You just kind of have Chris Middleton, and Chris Middleton is really, really good at NBA 2K. He's a solid player in real life, but in NBA 2K, he isn't a pretty automatic shooter from the perimeter, and anytime he's open is pretty much guaranteed points, so you can look for that too.
Always good to see. And look at this, we're turning into a disco, but not for much longer. It seems we go to a black screen, and hello. Oh god, he has a gun. Never mind though. I mean, what it all boils down to, right, for the Bucks side is that, again, slower team, not as many notable players. Not to say they're not notable, but they're not, LeBron James. And I think Londo, he might suffer for it a little bit. And we're seeing that, a 4-point differential going to the favor of ChaddyNick. We're seeing pretty much the same exact storylines we saw last game.
Yeah, we are. We see, like, Londo really needs to play on the front foot. Like, it's like you said earlier in this game, like, we're seeing what we saw from ChaddyNick in game 1, where he's playing constantly in that reactionary So it's just, yeah, I want to see him play on the front foot. I want to see him make plays and really show off why he's here in this series, in this final series, because right now it's just been ChaddyNick in control and kind of just running the show.
It's been tough. It's been real tough. And ChaddyNick, he had a very slow first game, but ever since then, it seems like he's just been on fire. Oh, no! This isn't volleyball. Yeah, what are you doing? So now the ball going to go back in favor of the 76ers yet again. 33. We trying to go into the paint now. Creating some space. Unable to do so. The double dodge coming on by. Trying to hold on to the ball, but no.
Okay, reach
it's still
and
going to
foul.
be a travel.
Reach and foul.
Reach and foul. Same
They
thing.
get the ball back. Seth Curry in the paint. That's not what you want to see, Seth Curry. Really just a three-point specialist, and he's going to intentionally foul. Interesting. He's going to intentionally foul again. What is going on? What is he doing?
It's a bit of a interesting mess right now. You're gonna have to walk us through this one, though.
I don't know why he's doing that. I can't walk us through it.
It's the pacing of the game has gone down drastically between game 2 and 3.
He just randomly intentionally fouled twice in a row. I don't know what's going on.
It's a good luck charm.
Yeah, maybe.
3 strikes and you're out. He's got it right on the edge. Oh no!
Ooh,
But
Tobias
the
Harris. Okay, getting himself to the line. A nice shooting foul. Should be 2 made free throws here, and the ball going back to Milwaukee. But yeah, it's like you said. The pace of this game has gone down dramatically. This is not the game 2 that we were seeing, where it was scoring on every possession for Nick, and it's just it's been pretty slow. And now he's running a nice ISO pick and roll. It's not going to work though. Dwight Howard gets himself the steal, and now Seth Curry in the corner, not going to land it. Now we see Giannis driving. See what I mean? I mean, he's not... It's really strange the way he's running this offense. He could have just...
It's messy.
There we go.
Oh, okay. He made it work. Now he's only 1 point behind.
Okay. Making some adjustments on defense too. He's playing man-to-man instead of that zone, that 3-2 zone that he was playing a bit earlier. And seems to be working a little better for him.
But there we go. Again, the ball's going to miss. ChaddyNick and company trying to make it work here. Look at this, though. Backing up, trying to create that space. Maybe try to look for a pass here. 4 seconds left, though, to go for the pass. They had better hurry. Goes to 33. They reset the timer. No, it doesn't reset. They have to go for the shot. It's not going to connect either.
Yeah, shot clock. Always going to be the bane of anybody's existence. That's going to be another foul for George Hill. Going for an ISO play here with Antetokounmpo, but didn't quite get to his spot. Layup not going to land either.
It's going back and forth again. You would think it's much closer than it really is on the scoreboard here, but it just seems like, again, a complete lack of offense for either team. Missed shots galore between both. Layups missing, point blank range.
Oh my goodness.
I'm having heart palpitations, and not in a good way. It's more like, come on, find a point.
That's defensive 3-second violation. So now he gets a free throw here.
But I think the big question is, what can we expect to see next? Well, I guess ChaddyNick getting 2 points, is a great adaptation there. 3 throws, though, you got to give it to ChaddyNick and company. 100% success rate.
Yeah, he's been getting to the line with his really good shooters thus far, and it's been working dividends for him. Wide open 3, not going to land though. Now Giannis should get a dunk here. There you go. Getting some points back. Now we're back to even playing field here with 1 minute left here in the second quarter.
Keep in mind, too, whoever wins this is most likely going to maybe win the whole series. No safety nets anymore. It'll be a huge comeback potential.
Most likely going to maybe.
Yes. It's somewhere. It's a spectrum. You
Yeah,
could win the
it's in
whole
there.
series.
Yeah.
You could also not win the whole series.
True.
Oh, but with
the
everybody
odds of
missing their
winning
shots.
do get better if you're winning.
Yes.
So
statistically, you have at least an 80% chance of winning if you are currently winning.
Yep.
But as we say that, though, the tides have turned a little bit more in Game 3. Towards the final 30 seconds of the second quarter, we do see Big Londo for the first time since Game 1 taking a lead now over ChaddyNick.
Yeah. The adjustments that he made going into this game really paying dividends for him, as now he's really competing. We didn't see that much in Game 2. I mean, Game 2 was really just a wash. But it really playing with like I said, everybody's got a team when they're like, oh man, this guy just beat me really bad. And everybody's got a team that they're like, all right, I'm going to play this now. And it looks like the Bucks is that team for Londo. We see this timeout getting milked quite a bit, as we'll see what kind of adjustments are made. I'm pretty sure Ben Simmons will be back in the game here. It looks like he is. So that substitution coming through for him. Ben Simmons being fresh here, a really big deal actually, and now he's going to get doubled up. Yeah, the fresher Ben Simmons is, the more chance ChaddyNick has of executing his offense.
Speaking of an execute, getting 2 more points now. It's going to be 20-20. 10 seconds left in this round, or in this quarter, excuse me. And it's fiery, but because of the way the game has been going, it's been a very slow pace. And so it's been a lot of brawling back and forth, punch after punch, no real lead, no give or take on both sides. The last second layup's not going to connect though, and that is going to be the second quarter going under now as we approach the second half of the game.
Yeah, and we're at 20-20, 20-20 vision, man. It's really insane that we're even in the series, we're even in this game going into the second half of this game. I'm excited to see what kind of stuff they're going to pull out here in this second half, as Ben Simmons is going to convert there. But we have to be wary of the fatigue that's going to be a factor as this game progresses, with players like Giannis, with players like Joel Embiid, that don't particularly have a ton of stamina. As Ben Simmons, once again, I don't know how he's doing this, guys. I don't know how this is happening. But he does it time and time again. Ben Simmons is on the opposite side of the court while he's playing user defense. I don't know how that happens. I've never seen it before.
Either. I wish I could tell you, but the ball's gonna be dropped though. Oh no, completely dropped now. And now, what kind of adaptation should we see from the Bucks side?
Okay.
So it is gonna be a timeout. What do we expect to see change in this timeout?
I expect them to probably go for a press. But I don't know if he's actually going to go for a press. It looks like he's trying to figure out a way to stop this Ben Simmons being on the opposite side. So he's going to crash the offensive boards, which means that when he knows Ben Simmons is on the opposite side, oh, never mind, he's switching up to limit transition. And yeah, he's gonna just try and limit the transition plays so that Ben Simmons play won't be open for him anymore when he tries to go for that. Giannis gonna get himself a dunk, so a nice 2-point deficit now as Ben Simmons trying to get points back on the board, and he will. But yeah, he put it on to limit transition, and what that means is every time that a shot goes up by the Bucks, you're gonna see players back up onto the opposite side. You see Giannis already down there, limiting the transition play by the 76ers. So we'll see if that shuts down this kind of cherry-picking style that we've seen from ChaddyNick, or if it just means he's not going to get a lot of offensive boards anymore.
Interesting to say. We are approaching 30 points now for the 76ers. May very well be the 30th. No, it's going to go into the favor of the Bucks. It's going to be now 25-29 as we are a minute into the third half. The Chariot horns have sounded. I'm curious to see, though, what's going to happen next.
Are they saying they're going to double him?
Yeah,
And,
the offense has been very slow this game.
A reach-in foul, so the ball will go back to the 76ers here. It's going to inbound it straight over to Embiid. Ooh. Okay, now a little taste of your own medicine as Drew Holiday in transition getting himself a bucket.
Okay, okay. Really nice to see now. What's the adaptation going to be? Okay, good response. Having the ball, dribbling it around. Can this be it? Can they find another score? Can they extend it to 30? No! They drop it like holding a grenade. No, they're able to bring it back up. Can they find a response? 25's back in action. Passing it around. A whole dyad coming on through, but it's not going to connect. It's back into the favor of Milwaukee and the Bucks. Trying to bring it on forwards. Trying to find that space. May try to pass it off to 11. No, they're going to go for the layup. No, instead I was wrong. They're going to pass it on over, but they missed the shot. Oh no, but this is almost free. Bringing it in. That was a beautiful strike. 31 points now for ChaddyNick. Oh, but it's going to keep on going too, Marks. Look at this, though. Trying to create that space. 34, passing it off to 22. Trying to find that base, that distance. Can they make it work? There's only 1 second left. They have to go for the shot. And do they connect? Yes, they do.
2-point deficit now. 2 points separating these two teams. Minute 30 left here in the third quarter. And this game just as tight as game one, as we see a reach-in foul by Brook Lopez there. Kind of slowing down the pace a little bit. We did see a lot of action here in the past about 45 seconds. As Ben Simmons taking it to the paint. Not going to find himself a basket, as now Giannis pretty tired.
Exhausted.
Good defense there.
Really good response time to see. Still a 2-point differential now. Oh, the layup's not going to connect, though.
Look at this transition defense.
I'm definitely watching. Oh. There's only a minute left in the third quarter.
Hit Danny Green. Oh.
Yeah, hit him. Slaughter him. Oh, but let's see what happens now. Trying to pass it back again. Oh, big defensive game coming out from the Bucks right now. But no, just a swerve on by. They dodge everybody. And now it's 33 for ChaddyNick.
Yeah, nice play by him to recognize that the defense was moving towards that left side. Going to the right side, and now Ben Simmons on the fast break. You never want to see this. Woo! A stylish throwdown by him, and now this game has opened up. A 6-point lead now for Philadelphia.
And again, this is one of the bigger leads we've seen this entire game. Not the whole series, but definitely this game. Big Londo and company needs to figure out how they can bring it back up. But look at the ball going all the way across the court. Could be a layup, but no, they're going to pass it to the 14. This could be the chance to make one of the best plays I think we've seen the whole series, but no, they're going to hold the ball instead, stalling it out. Only a few seconds left on the play. This quarter needs to go into the favor again of ChaddyNick. They're, oh, could have missed the shot. They go for one more. They're able to make it succeed. 37 to end the third quarter. Definitely a much better look than it was going into the second, where it was tied 20-20 between both teams.
Yeah, ChaddyNick came to play, man. But Big Londo really holding his own here in this game. only an 8-point deficit, not super major here in this fourth quarter, as we have 5 minutes to work with. So Giannis going to take it to the paint. Nice Euro step to finish that off. Really, really nice job. Now finding those moves here in the paint. We'll see if that pays off for him as this game progresses. But yeah, we got 4 minutes, 30 seconds left of this game. And not a lot of action compared to last game. But it looks like a timeout going to come through for ChaddyNick and the 76ers here. So expect to see some substitutions on his side, as he's been really the main guy subbing out players in this series.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we'll see what kind of adjustments Londo makes, or if he makes any adjustments at all, as we are seeing his feed here on the big screen. And it doesn't look like he's going to make any substitutions or adjustments. He's pretty content with how things are going right now, but it looks like a bunch of adjustments coming out. Ben Simmons has been taken out. Embiid has been taken out as well. No, Embiid's still in. So Embiid just moving positions here. Now a jump ball going to come through. But yeah, ChaddyNick really adamant about keeping Ben Simmons as fresh as possible. And it's been really paying dividends for him, because Ben Simmons running circles around the defense every time he comes in.
Yeah, and those circles, those adaptations that we're seeing, all really important. But this final quarter is going to be a game of catch-up. Now remember, last time in game 2, when we said it was going to be a game of catch-up, it wasn't doable for Big Londo to bring it back. Nearly 27, then almost 30 points of a difference. This is a lot closer of a game, but pretty much it's a game of defensive prowess. It's whoever gets the shots put out with a slightly better offense has been the winner. But as we say that, exactly why we're seeing 2 failed attempts coming on through to get that ball into the hoop. And, well, ChaddyNick is able to take advantage of that, but not for much longer. 1 point, maybe make it 2 now for the favor of the Bucks. And they're able to find 2 to secure things to a 4-point differential now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for ChaddyNick here. 4-point lead. Not the biggest margin to work with in the world, but also nothing to scoff at either, as that is 2 full possessions with the basketball for whoever it is. As now Giannis in the paint. Giannis has just not been able to score on this defense at all. His paint defense has been really on point this game.
That's really good to see too. Look at the ball being passed on over, trying to bring it forward.
Oh,
the block comes on by, goes back to the favor of the Bucks though. Trying to bring it to the paint from the right side, gets almost blocked again, but it's a bit of a fake out.
He tried to alley-oop it over to Giannis there, but instead mistakenly alley-ooped it off the rim to himself, and ended up just throwing it out of bounds. So just a pretty rough execution of play there.
Makes me wonder what kind of adaptations we can see now. Oh, the offense is back at it again. The steal comes on by from the 76ers. Oh no.
But do you see what I mean when I say Ben Simmons keeping him fresh? You see how fast he is off the ball and how fast he is with the ball. He really just is taking over the game every time he puts him in. Look how fast he is.
Whew, whew, look at that. Dodge and weave, dodge and weave. Now bring it across. No, he doesn't want to go for the play just yet. Do want to see, though, what the response is going to be. We do see 34 dribbling the ball again. 10 seconds left before the play needs to be made. Tries to go for it, but gets blocked again. Everyone shatters their arms.
Yeah, only 9 points for Giannis thus far, as you see on the graphic down there. Not the outing you'd expect from a player that is one of the more dominant players in this video game. And one of the more dominant players in real life as well. Just not what you expect from him. The paint defense, like I said, from ChaddyNick and from the 76ers has been really on point. Ben Simmons, 27
points.
points.
Holy. He has been a monster this game. Yikes, though. We are seeing that maybe the gap closing down a little bit more. Big Londo only needs 2 more points to bring this home, or at least tie it up.
Yeah, Big Londo keeping himself in the game. That's nothing to laugh at either. Big Londo really putting up a fight here in this game 3. A nice bounce back game for him, regardless of result from that game 2 that we saw from him. So props to him for keeping his mental and playing this game really well. 4-point deficit now. Nothing too hard to overcome for him. Only 2 possessions of the basketball. As now Giannis going to get to the paint and get himself fouled. Embiid close to fouling out at this point, by the way.
Oh no.
So that might be a problem for Philadelphia now, as Milwaukee has entered the bonus, which means anytime they are fouled, regardless of whether they're shooting or not, they are going to get they're going to get 1 free throw, and if the free throw makes, they get a second. If it misses, they just keep the 1.
Hey, I mean, that's still better than nothing at all, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, but look at now, the points are starting to go back and forth. Things have suddenly started to heat up with only a minute and a half left in game number 3. 41 points now for Big Londo and company, but the 76ers have been able to find a little bit more. But yeah, the foul was coming on by more free throws, and this is exactly going to play in the favor of ChaddyNick. That's 1. And that might be the nail in the coffin for game number 3 right there.
Timeout coming through as well.
No, not necessarily that point alone, but just being able to get so many 3 throws now in the favor for ChaddyNick.
Yeah, this is this is a really good game, man. I think ChaddyNick, dude, Ben Simmons has just been an absolute monster for him in this game. I think he has 30 points at this point, and you can't even, like, he's got 2 other players that are around the same overall as Ben Simmons that just are, he's just using them as decoys, you know? Like, he's like, okay, well, these guys are here too, by the way.
It's like clay pigeons.
Yeah.
It's like being in a hall of mirrors. Only one's the real one. Oh, but more free throws again. Going by so well. And I really do feel like those free throws, excuse me, are going to be the reason why probably ChaddyNick will take game number 2.
Excuse me. Now we see Giannis in the paint. Giannis gonna dish it up to Lopez. He's not gonna go for the 3 with Lopez. He's gotta shoot it here. And it's gonna get stolen, actually. Now Ben Simmons and Seth Curry. He's gonna take his time, it looks like, on this possession. Not gonna force anything too heavy here, as he's up 5 points. And that time is just ticking away.
Ticking away so much. 37 seconds left on the clock. Now the play needs to be made in 2 seconds. They go for the shot. It's not going to connect. It hits the rim instead. Now, but again, that 30-second timer is something to definitely keep an eye out for, because ChaddyNick needs to make sure it can stay going down. But if you're Big Londo, you need to make sure you can secure somehow 5 points the next 20 seconds. But what a beautiful steal comes on by.
They had to foul him. They had to foul him.
Oh, no. More free throws. The game is over.
That's wild. He's playing these passing lanes with Ben Simmons, and man, I've never seen somebody use Ben Simmons this well before. This is just, this is a marvel to watch, man. This is crazy.
It makes me wonder, though, what's going to happen in game 3. I think we're going to see the Lakers come back.
You think he's going to go for the Lakers game 3?
Yeah, I think so. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? I just feel like it's been more even, but I feel like maybe a little bit less consistent. Of course, as I say that. Oh.
Yeah, he's got to concede at this point. Game is done now, officially.
13 seconds left now. I mean, what kind of adaptation again should we see coming out from Big Londo going to game 3?
It's tough to say, man, because he played this game about as well as he could have. It's just ChaddyNick is too good with Ben Simmons, man. It's so hard for him to play the game effectively, and you know, what can you say at that point, really? You're just like, oh man, well, I need to find a team that I can cover Ben Simmons with.
And what kind of team would that be?
I mean, you can go back to the Lakers, put LeBron on him. You can really go back to the Lakers in any circumstance. They're one of the better teams in the entire game. I can't really think of another player that really matches up super well with Ben Simmons as a tall point guard, but that's like really fast and able to score inside. He made that adjustment when he moved LeBron up to point guard. Obviously, he wanted the offense to run through LeBron. But he also, you know, in that game too, we saw Ben Simmons on small forward and LeBron on point guard, so that matchup never even happened on defense. So we'll see what kind of adjustments he tries to make here.
Absolutely. And it looks like we will be going to a small break as we get things set up on our end. But don't worry, games number 4 and 5, possibly 5, will be coming up soon. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
My name's Claire Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our 4th child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hello and welcome to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. I absolutely love ChaddyNick. I need to take this opportunity to say it. Absolute stand-up guy and a beautiful caster. Surprised to see him on NBA but not Valorant, but he did do a pretty damn good job. We're not done yet though, Kenny, because, well, we've just got Rainbow Six Siege left as well as another event as well. But this is what we're here for. This is the Rainbow Six Siege in the CENC. This is the big thing for us, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. We have the final. Our Seed 1 and Seed 2 teams out of the groups. And they're here to play it all. Best of 5, grand final. And we have 5 maps ready and nearly ready to go. But I'm excited to bring it here from across the pond. This is my first cast in NA over from EU myself. As you probably could tell from the accent, I am from Britain. I am from England. And I'm glad to be here for the first time.
Well, I hope you've got your bottle of water ready, because I've been in NA quite a few times, to be honest, and it's always an exciting time. I've also got Whippet as well to join me for a couple of other leagues, and he's never had a bad evening doing it, so I hope you have the same event. But the two teams that we're going to be having going up against each other, now these are teams that really have just proven themselves as really, really standout teams. The first roster that we're going to be bringing up onto your screen is going to be the IVC Lasers. You're looking at Quack Duck, Quackerbox, Reverie, 50 Cal, Dartex, and Fidelity. Quite a lot of ducks in there, and quacking. I think there's a theme going on, Kenny.
Yeah, the roster seems to have an ulterior motive of trying to figure us out and annoy us during casts. As Quack Duck Quackerbox is going to be a whole mouthful of 2 different players with practically the same name. But yeah, there's a motive here where they seem to love the Riverside and what brings with it. Here over the UK, we have swans, we have ducks. I assume over in Pennsylvania, California, those are 2 states I can think of. They have the same.
Kenny, it's America, not the moon. Yeah, they've got swans and they've got ducks as well. And while we have a little bit of a moment, fun fact, you might already know this, Kenny, because we're both English, but every swan is technically the queen's. So that's a nice little bit of information there. Jumping on to the other roster, though, the important bit, who the IVC Lasers are going to be competing against in this best of 5 final, is that Northern Virginia side. I gotta double check. I need to make sure I've got it right, because I don't want to mess things up. Yes, the Northern Virginia Nighthawks. And they are going to be bringing Panther, Zay, Parallax, and Stable, and Toxic. Now, big thing for me, Kenny, is we don't know any of these teams ourselves. They've come through this scene and they've really made a name for themselves. But have they done it for us? We don't know them. They still have a lot to prove as they come into this final today against the Lasers. And honestly, I feel like this is a great opportunity to get in there. Best of 5. It's not a best of 3, it's not a best of 1. You need to be good at a wide range of maps, have a wide range of skills, and most importantly, a lot of mental fortitude.
Yeah, it's going to be an unknown factor for us, because who's going to be showing up today? Who's going to be putting on a show for us? We don't know who's the fragger in the team, who's that hard support, who's going to be the linchpin of both rosters, who's going to put in the work for their team to bring them through this arduous journey of a best of 5. It's as much about endurance as it is about talent. So both teams, I'm excited to see what talent they can show to us, and it's going to be a fantastic match, especially with the maps that we will be bringing you towards. We will be showing our map bands very shortly. And our first stage of contention will be Clubhouse.
Yeah, Clubhouse, I feel it's always that default map that you got to go to, and you have to know it. If you don't know how to defend or attack Clubhouse, something's wrong. Coastline, they'll be offering a test of the mechanical abilities. When you're looking at this map, it's really down to just the fragability, the adaptability of your team, and most importantly, the endurance you have when things are going wrong. Oregon will be that third map where we are going to be heading towards, and a lot like Clubhouse, it's a very default map. It's very much one of those where you've got to go to it, you've got to know your default setups, you've got to know that general game plan. Consulate, though, we're scattering these coastlines and consulates around, so it's keeping things exciting before we come to Theme Park in what could quite possibly be, Kenny, the last time it's played competitively.
Yeah, obviously a few months ago we swapped out Theme Park for Chalet in the map pool, but we're still in this season of the college esports, and that means that teams aren't going to be as well versed playing on Theme Park, because not many other teams are going to be streaming it, or it's not just being seen inside of T1, T2 esports. There's not many matches that you can watch on Theme Park because it's been replaced by Chalet. So that's a real unknown quantity, and if we need all 5 maps, that's going to be a complete mess, because I'm sure that both teams know how to play Theme Park, but it's not going to be as strat heavy and structured as the previous 4.
I kind of want to go against you on that one. I think if it takes all 5 maps, it's really going to test the team that has that wider map book, that wider strat book. Because Theme Park, it's the map that they've still been playing for this whole season, remember. You've got to keep that in mind. So they still remember the strategies. They still remember how to play it. The question is, how well prepared are they? How versed are they? That muscle memory of just going on autopilot, getting the job done. Is that going to be there? Well, we're not going to know, and it's going to take quite a bit of time and an incredible series to find out. But the first bans for Clubhouse will be a Thatcher, and it will shock away nobody, because the breach, well, if a Thatcher's on the board, it just gets opened way too early. Bandit tricking can take place, but just downstairs in a stock lounge take, well, immediately that wall's open.
Yeah, the availability of the Bandit trick depends on whether Maverick is this second ban, and it will not be Maverick, it will be the Monty. So taking Garage Rafters, taking Dirt Tunnel is going to be a tougher task. You can't just sit the Mountain, the main shield operator, down those lanes to force out the anchors. So Maverick on the board, that means that we're going to see no Bandit tricking, we're going to see a heavy emphasis on zero wall denial, because Maverick, what does he do? He doesn't care about wall denial. Cade will be that first defender ban, so even though we have Maverick on the board, IVC lasers, they don't want to deal with those electric cores. Maybe Maverick's not one of those operators that they are willing to be bringing, so we'll be singing more the Thermite, the Ace, or the Hibana combo. We have all 4 hard breaches left up on Clubhouse, which does sway it slightly more balanced as a map, because typically Clubhouse defender sided, but I think with all 4 hard breaches on the board, we could see a fairly level playing field.
Yeah, I think this ban is very much focusing towards that attacker sided on the actual ban itself, but the map is more defender sided. You look at that Maverick, man, most importantly, alongside the Cade ban. I think that's the lasers just kind of reading into it, saying, we've got a real opportunity to start our attack strong. put some really good rounds on the board and just shut everything down. Now, the big thing on this lineup immediately is that Reverie, she is going to be bringing that Callie, and with Thatcher taken away, it makes quite a bit of sense, but that's not where we're going to be heading. If that Thatcher and Maverick is on the board, a lot of teams will opt for the bottom floor, simply because it's easier to defend. It's easier to bunker in. That Bandit, well, that's going to fake out the CCTV, but it's not really going to work. Reverie, she's going to switch to the Habana just in case. I think the lasers, they haven't put all their eggs in one basket. They've looked at this lineup and said, that could also be down below. There's quite a lot of opportunity for C4s and for impact tricking on the hatch, so maybe they're not CCTV. That's something quite interesting, and I'm very excited to see that the lasers have got that ability to read into the lineups. Granted, the Pulse is a dead giveaway, but still, think about it. If you can start reading into the defender lineups and their strategy very early on just from seeing the operators, well, that's a lot of potential.
Yeah, I love seeing the Pulse in play. He is one of my favorite operators inside of Siege. I personally just love what he can bring to the table in terms of that cardiac scanner and how it interacts. Whoa. How it interacts with his C4, his gadget, his main secondary gadget. And Pulse and a C4, it's a marriage made in heaven. It's almost like Ash and the R4C. They're just two mainstays of Rainbow Six Siege. So, lasers, they're going to start on their assault of the basement. They're bringing the Nomad to obviously lock down these flanks. And with all 5 members of Nova situated on that bottom floor, those air jabs are going to be pivotal in keeping them locked in the basement area. But this is Nova's plan. They want to play the intel game. We have the Legion, the Valkyrie, and the Pulse. 3 intel operators and 2 C4s to make use of that intel to gain them early kills.
Yeah, I think you're definitely hitting the money on the head when you're talking about the defenders. They want to just bunker in, get the information, and use it to favor them. This is a very viable strat because, like you said, when you look at it, you've got the Legion, the Valkyrie, the Pulse. They give away that visual information. The Legion, it gives away just that audio information and passive damage if it's not dealt with, and can really punish stalling out on a push. Big thing as well is you've got the Jaeger, that 416, and the Rook MP5 with the 2X. Well, that just makes life even harder for the attackers. These long lines of sight, they can be shut down with one good swing. Start to approach halfway on the round timer at the moment, and the run clearance gone through has been quite successful, but the first kill's going to come through. That long line of sight, Panther's going to be able to find a Honk Goose, and essentially you've cut off the biggest thing that the attackers need. The C4 will go and will be able to down Darthex. That's going to be the hatch open, but the Thermite injured. The revive can come out, but it's going to be at the risk of this Pulse. Luckily, they're going to pull back in the freezer. They know about it, but there's nothing Unstable can do. And Quackerbox will be able to even that player count, has control of Dirt, and the main stairs is ready to be taken again. This is starting to look a little bit more balanced, Kenny.
However, the lack of soft breach on the side of the offense means that the Pulse can sit back armory beneath the hatch, but safe. Yes, there's the soft floor above him, but no holes have been made because the only possible soft breach is dead. Honk Goose on the Ash is down, so here we go. Unstable can use that cardiac scanner to check the area above him, check how many players are on the kitchen hatch and act accordingly. He will be droned out here by Reverie, and that means that Quackerbox is going to advance down Dirt Tunnel to potentially get aggressive. But it's Toxic elsewhere onto the main stairs. Down goes the Nomad. Twitch, she's going to spot the head of the Jaeger but not land a shot. Zay on a 1 bullet's worth of HP, but ultimately still standing, and now with 10 seconds left, the push has to come out from the offense. One shut down, it's all up to Reverie with the Hibana pushing through a single doorway, and Toxic is there to shut her down, and Nova, their first defense.
Yeah, there was quite a few things in there that I really look at and I say, well, positives and negatives, essentially, Kenny. But as you take a look at the replays, let's break down quite a bit of this. Quack wasn't able to land the shots, and while we can talk about the importance of it, that wasn't the biggest issue because it happens. You know, you could just say you've got to win those and then move on. Realistically, like you said, there's a severe lack of that soft breach, especially with Thermite being downed. With that C4 going off, you know a Pulse is down there. You don't want to start opening up that floor because you realize how much danger there is. So you don't want to put a Thermite charge down. It takes a lot of time to place and to detonate. I feel like they were very much forced into a corner. With Reverie, yes, switching off of that Kali onto the Hibana, but in doing so, they sacrificed that soft breach because that Kali was that pick in the first place. CCTV, though, the Kali is going to get stuck because this is the site for her. With K being taken away, the bandit charges, they're going to have to go on the wall and thus can't be hidden in those horrible positions. Let's be honest. Every time you're using a Kali and you get one of those Kali charges on the wall and it doesn't take the K claws, it's just pain, isn't it, Kenny? Because that's so much utility potential gone. Deployable shields, Evil Eyes, it's all still on the board if that's the case. But I like this. Maverick is still available. And that's what Nova are prepping for. They've got 2 ADSs ready to deal with a Maverick hole, to get a frag grenade in, and deal with this bandit trick. However, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, Reverie, I like the coupling of the Kali and the Thermite. It just makes the breach so much easier to get rid of, but the bandit trick is going to be the main counter to that. Bandit can trick through those lance grenades exploding. It only does about 5 HP damage, so that's a worthwhile trade if you're the bandit, because you can collect one of those exothermic charges. And Thermite, he only has 2 exothermic charges available to him. And losing half of your utility, your only hard breach utility, could be devastating for the round, because that means you can't then open up bottom garage or any further walls on the construction side if you want to do a split push. But here comes out the lance. Darthex, he's going to be going for the left wall. Now it's a 50-50. He's going to be going for the middle, so the bandit's going to be able to trick no matter what side he chooses. The second lance goes out, removes one of those bandit wires. The impact from below from the Zafir is going to mean that the bandit is going to stick the trick. And yes, both exothermics gone, bandit trick successful.
Yes, the main breach, it is stuck, it is holding there, and right now we're seeing pressure on CCTV window a bit late. 50 cal trying to put some pressure onto the bandit, but, well, like you said, Zay, you'd already done the job, all those thermite charges are gone, you could just walk away at that point, you know you're successful. Right now, this puts Lasers in a very awkward position, especially with Hongoose getting that goo mine in the foot, a little bit of information, the audio information is there. Right now, you sat down below, you're realizing there's utility to clear and that you can deal with, but you need to know where. You don't have a real opening onto site. The Lasers, they're struggling to push inside, and, well, right now they're just trying to work out what to do. I think they're going to opt for a garage push, and this can be risky, but it can also pay off. You get control of rafters, you take that Jaeger out of the picture, and you start to move forward. Right now, they've got a crossfire to deal with it. Toxic is going to take some shots, but isn't going to know exactly where to return the fire to. And as such, Hongoose going to be able to push through. 50 cal will be taken down by Unstable, but Darthex is there for the cover. Hongoose is going to ramp things up, finding that kill into rafters, and the push is going to start coming through. Panther, with the FMG9, is looking for a kill as well, and will be able to find it. Is Zay actually onto Hongoose. Now, Nova, well, they're just starting to collapse and trying to put pressure on these attackers, because right now, they're in a good spot. 30 seconds on the clock, and IVC Lasers with very, very tenuous map control. They don't have the sites, they don't have the avenues in, and right now, Zay's just going to try and collect a third, but wherever he's able to find a frag, Panther with one of their own, things are spicing up. Panther gets a second, the push is coming onto site, but the C4 still on the board. It's all down to Parallax down below. You need to get the C4 in the right spot, and it's going to go exactly there. Mr. 50 cal doesn't have time. Nova, a close round, but it's theirs.
An extremely pivotal clutch there from the Valkyrie down below with the C4. The destructive capability of Rainbow Six Siege showcased to a T right there. We have a C4 to deny a plant and win a round based off the intel gifted by those black eye cameras. We spoke about the intel from last round, round 1 with the Pulse, the Valkyrie and the Legion. And there we saw the Valkyrie cams rather than the cardiac scanner being the intel of choice for Nova to really capitalize on winning a round. And it was a valiant effort for Lasers. Just remember, they didn't have the breach open and they still brought it into a 2 versus 1 situation at the depth for themselves. Unfortunately, who was there? Parallax down below the C4.
Kenny, I've got a question for you, because I know, you're a coach for a Yukon 2 team, and you played in it a little bit as well. You know your siege, I think it's quite safe to say. Do you think if the lasers, when they were trying to get the breach open, also worked on getting this control over to that rafters area, do you think that would have helped or hindered them, really? Because you think about that added pressure coming to rafters, Jaeger has to focus on something else, maybe CCTV can be open? What are your thoughts? I mean, I know I've kind of explained briefly what it could happen, but I'm really interested. I love hearing you go on your little tidbits.
Yeah, I think that obviously taking Garage is a tall order for the offense. It's just so easy as a player on rafters to just maneuver yourself around and take gunfights that favor you, because you can be prone in so many different areas, you can be crouched in so many different areas, and stand up in so many different areas. And when you think about perspectives, taking a gunfight from a higher level gives you an advantage, because it's easier to look down and take a gunfight than it is to look up. So you need every advantage you can get to try and clear Garage, and obviously opening the CCTV wall adds an extra avenue for angles onto those rafters through that window or the rotate that comes from Garage. And yet again, we're seeing bandit tricks be successful. 2 Selma charges wasted away in the bin, and look at all the utility. Thank you very much for our observer science showing us 3 ADSs there, a castle barricade and 2 mute jammers, as well as the bandit actively tricking. Nova really don't want this breach to be opened.
Yes, but I feel like they've misallocated some resources. Parallax will take some damage, but you're looking at the ADSs all stacked by there. 50 cal will be able to get control and get a kill onto Parallax. You now have that opportunity to get into cash. And right now the push is going to be coming through from the Ash. Honkyu's going to be able to land that shot as the entry frag, finding the kill and compounding onto a second. IVC lasers, their strategy, their win conditions of getting breaches open, it's been lacking, but their fragging has not. Right now, Unstable is going to be a real big stick in the mud for them with this little secret stash area. But lasers, you're looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, well, there's 3 ADSs on that jacuzzi wall. You didn't bother getting gem window open and getting control. Now, though, the push is going to have to come through. Ignore the strats, ignore the hard breach. The big things are coming through right now. They've realized this castle barricade is going to help, so Dartek wants to get that plant down. Zay's going to have to rotate around to Toxic, and with the plant going down, now it's post-plant for the lasers. That castle barricade will be ripped down, and the audio information will gift the kill to the lasers team at the moment. A retake position, 2 versus 5, Kenny. It's not looking great.
No, especially now with Zay on the floor and Unstable in the grave. It's all on this slow as a slug 1 speed. The mirror, she gets air jabbed. The audio cue and the gunfire to add to it. It's Dartex, the man who planted the diffuser, to then end the post plant with a 3k to his name. Really impressive attack there from the lasers to get their first round on the board, and they did it with aplomb. They had all 5 members still left up and running at the end of the round, and that is a statement to have. When you can win an attacking round flawlessly like that, that could turn the momentum in your favor and start to gather more rounds on your offensive half.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, and okay, so sure, that was great with fragging, but the big place where we've seen the lasers lack and really slip up has been all of that, realistically. It's been the breaching, the hard breaching, that strategy. They've been relying on the gun skill quite a bit now. That's fine. And it's just one of those 2 really ideal or must-have rounds on the attacking side. But that was Gym Bedroom, and it relied a lot on Parallax and Unstable being taken away. The big thing for me was that breach, they didn't really drone out properly, in my opinion. They didn't notice 3 ADSs. Okay, well, that Cali can easily get rid of that castle barricade. You can put the pressure on Bandit. They can't Bandit trick because they're having to take this gunfight. So you get that wall open. You give another avenue of pressure, another avenue on attack, and I want to see lasers have a little bit more strats than Honk Goose, run in, take Ash, go kill. But, Kenny, before I hand over to you very quickly, I do want to point out, they brought soft breach this time for that bottom floor, probably because they know it's the bottom floor this time.
Yeah, that was going to be my handoff point, is that Lasers, their strategy this round is adapting to what caused them to fail the last time they attacked the basement bomb site. Their lack of soft breach to open up the kitchen floor to exert vertical pressure onto the Arsenal bomb site where the Pulse was sat. And now they have the Sledge, Jackal secondary shotgun and the Zafir to do all that. So even if one of them dies, there's still the backup. And that's really good adaptation to see here from Lasers. Quackerbox yet again getting an early drone into Dirt Tunnel so they're able to take that control as Nova are not contesting it. And if there's a hole in the defense for Nova, we could see an aggressive peek through the dirt door and kill this Pulse while he's unaware on his scanner.
The unaware Pulse is, it's a power position, and it's also a position of vulnerability, isn't it? Because you're not able to shoot, but you can give us so much information, and that swap time, it's not as good as it used to be, Kenny. If you played Year 1, you know exactly what I'm talking about with that shotgun. But right now, the Lasers, they've got that dirt control very early on. They put Quackerbox down there again. Last round, he was on that twitch and was pushing down, but the big thing for me is the sledges there. I think that comes down to that misallocation of resources again, because you're getting information, you're getting everything you can need to know about the site, and they have that information you see right there on that player on the rappel, I believe it's Reverie, and your sledge can be doing vertical play. You can be doing so much more. You're now leaving it to your Jackal to do that work. They have to get inside just as a sledge would, but a Honk Goose is going to be taken away. The Sophia removed off the board, and suddenly, we talked about this before, as soon as that soft destruction is taken away, it makes life a lot harder. Unstable's going to make sure that that happens with one kill, goes to the C4 for another, but won't be able to land it. 50 seconds, and this round's about to explode.
Meanwhile, that was all occurring. Quackerbox trades about equal HP with Panther in the back armory. And the leg spotted there by Darthex onto Zay. So that is the first kill in this round for Lasers. And that could open up an avenue for the Thermite to push into the church bomb site. And inside of Dirt Tunnel, it is the Sledge who, yes, he has very low HP. But he knows the spot of the Rook. The Rook is stuck in the K9 position by the AKs. His drone work from Quackerbox, the pre-fire not going to net as Panther's quicker to the draw there. And it's all up to Reverie, dropping the blue hatch. Full blind and Toxic with the easiest kill of this match, I'm sure. It's another defense on the basement for Nova.
Yeah, and I feel yet again we're seeing them stall out in the big areas. We're seeing dirt. That was an area where you stall out quite heavily. As soon as that kill goes out, that secondary shotgun that they were relying on for that soft breach is taken away. And you talked about how, well, the Sledge, they knew exactly where the Rook was, but it went both ways. Rook knew exactly where they were. Kill came through, and Nova picked it up a third round. They're going to be heading to CCTV cache, and the Lion scan is going to come through, but it might not be a solid pick. I'm going to be honest, I'm not really sure where this Lion's coming from. I feel like just having somebody to put that pressure down below at the right time. Even if you have to wait a little bit longer to get that, to start trying to get that breach open, sure, that's fine. Do it. But you're bringing a Lion, and I'm going to actually do a little bit of theory crafting, Kenny, because why not? What have we got to lose realistically? Honk Goose, right now, if you think about the Lasers, they're looking for that bottom floor control. Honk Goose's cam is prepped for it, so it's kind of hinting towards it. They're looking to get the information on where these players are. When they want to get below, they're going to put that Lion scan there. Because if that Bandit doesn't move, and they're playing right on that breach, well, they're going to be an easy kill from that soft breach hole. And vice versa. If they move, then you know exactly where they are. You know they're not tricking. You can get the breach open. It's a risky play. It relies especially on this Lion being alive, but I feel like there's opportunities at least.
Question. Does Bandit get detected while he's in the active motion of tricking?
I don't think when you're in the animation... No, when you're in the animation, you don't get tricked, because I believe I placed something down earlier today when a Lion scan was taking place. I was reinforcing, and I was perfectly fine. But the big thing is Bandit can try and trick it, but then as soon as we see a player come down below with soft breach, the big thing is there isn't any.
Yeah, but it looks like Lasers are setting themselves up for a cash side take. They've got Darthex, the main hard breacher, on the ace, positioned on this hot tub balcony. And these walls are not reinforced, so we'll have to call the lack of soft breach over, so he's actually going to have to use one of those Selma charges. However, Parallax, he is stuck inside a bathroom. He has no reinforcements to help him, so he is being wallbanged from the hot tub balcony, and Air Jab's going to keep him held in place, and he is, going to hit a nasty wallbang onto the head of Darthex. Hongoose elsewhere trades 1 for 1, so the man count is even, but the Lasers still know of the presence of this Valkyrie inside of the bathroom stall. It's going to be another player. That's going to be Reverie coming around the corner with the pre-fires. And finally, Parallax is down for the count. But at what cost? You've lost your main hard breacher of the ace. Reverie, however, still has those X-Kairos in pocket to be able to open up the cash to construction wall if need be. She is actually going to be using her X-Kairos to obviously open up an avenue to regain the diffuser, which Darthex lost on the hot tub balcony.
Kenny, I'm going to be honest, while we see Reverie really struggle because that was botched, that didn't work. You can't put another Habana pellet on there because of the way that it's set, because it's too small for a pellet. You're going to have to go the long way around, or realistically focus on frags. But we're vibing off each other really well, because I've took your point and given it to you, and you've done exactly the same. Right now, we're looking at IBC Lasers. They've got rid of that Valkyrie at the cost of 2 players and a lot of time. Right now, they need to worry about that breach, but they've got nothing to really show for, other than 1 or 2 kills, maybe. An air jab will be used, bringing the total of air jabs on the field down to 3, so you don't have to worry about a flank. But right now, it's 30 seconds. It's not the flanks you need to worry about, it's the front. The Lasers, they're going to have to push through. These smoke canisters are still one in pocket, and that's probably going to go out very, very soon from Panther. Quackerbox, you need to start applying some pressure, as does Reverie and Mr. 50 Cal. Right now, they're holding angles. They don't mind if you don't push. They're not going to get aggressive. They know that to win, they play it safe for another 10 seconds. Now you're going to have to get aggressive. Reverie, she's going to be able to start that. But Toxic is going to find 1 kill, make that 2. Unstable will shut things down with a kill onto Mr. 50 Cal. And Nova, they played it perfectly. Laser, it's just stalling down completely. They didn't know what to do as soon as they dealt with that Valkyrie, because they didn't have diffuser. They didn't have soft breach. They didn't have a lot of the tools that you need at that late stage in the round. And thus, round 6, we're looking at Lasers with a 3-round deficit. This is Gym Bedroom, though. This is what they wanted last time. They can open things up, but I feel like it came down to just catching Nova off guard with the aggression, with these gunfights. Will they get away with it again?
Yeah, I think we obviously saw the lack of soft breach hurt them that round. With the soft wall from construction into cash, not being able to open that up really hindered their potential assault onto the bomb site, because we saw they had to funnel through 2 players through that construction to cash door. And who was there? It was the Jaeger on the red stairs, able to clean up shop for Nova that round, because there was only a single avenue into the bomb site available for the Lasers offense. So obviously Honk Goose now off the line onto the Sophia. She brings those 2 impacts, able to open up these soft walls that Lasers can utilize for their attack. Nova, they're yet again bringing this castle, so I'd like to see the adaptation for Lasers to either use a Kali charge, as you referenced, to destroy the castle barricade on the gym door and window, so that Zay cannot bandit trick this breach, because both these castles are the only thing protecting Zay from certain death.
Yeah, and that's why I feel those ADSs should have been by that gym window. However, Nova, they're getting a bit comfortable. They're getting a bit aggressive, and they're trying to go for these spawn peaks. It's not going to work. It's not going to find a kill, but it's pressure. It's making Lasers feel uncomfortable and not ready. Now, looking at this breach yet again, I don't think we're going to see any air jabs because ADSs, because there isn't a single Jaeger on the board. They've opted for the Warden. I think they look at that execute, they saw how many smokes were on the board, and simply said, screw it, I'm not even going to bother with it. Zay is going to attempt to get a bandit trick down, is only going to succeed with 1, but that little bit of a sightline will be made. Although that breach is not going to be made properly, it's going to require another Selma, but Darthex has got to find a kill first. The C4 goes through, but doesn't land that blow, and they're just going to pull back. Cali Charge has to go through, but they're expecting more tricking. Zay's just going to rotate back to Sime. A minute wasted. A lot of utility gone for the attackers. And they're not even going to make that rotate. They're going to mainly have this sight line. But the drops come through from Honkus. Panther's able to find a kill onto Reverie on that extended drone, but Honkus is there for the refrag. Catching them off guard, finds a second. Oh my lord, pushing through. And right now, you're only seeing them being able to find a kill onto Dartex now at this point. Toxic will be felled for getting too aggressive and finding a kill. Lasers, they have the opportunity to stall out, but the question is, will they? Or will Honkus and Quackerbox get in there and seize the initiative? It's going to be Honkus, unable to find a kill onto Unstable. No attempt at a refrag is going to leave this at a 2 versus 2 at that 1 minute 13 mark. 50 cal being taken away, suddenly Quackerbox stuck in Logi. It's not looking likely to win this final round of attack. Possible, yes. Likely, maybe not. As you're stuck in this position, the two defenders, well, they're just playing a part at the moment. They know exactly what they need to do. Unstable, holding that diffuser. Parallax knows a push has got to come through. You have 49 seconds. What are you going to do, Quackerbox? And honestly, Kenny, I'm going to be honest, I think holding this angle may actually be the play. I think Lasers might have realized this round is a bit lost. But that's not going to be what Quacker's decided. One smoke canister will go down, but the Warden's still on the board and will be able to pick up that final kill.
The two MPXs in the end game doing the work for the Nova defense. The 1.5 on the Warden and the Hollow on the Valkyrie is all we need, and that's a clutch round there from Nova. We saw Lasers with the most explosive round so far. They got that breach open finally, and that was something that they didn't manage to do on their last offense onto Jim. They got the breach open, then they just exploded onto site. The ace jumping in Jim window, there was the drop into log from Honkus netting himself 2 kills, and then it was just a flurry on the scoreboard from there on in. And it was Nova who came out on top, and that puts them 5 rounds up just to Lasers 1. So it's a long way back now for Lasers, but they, with the side switch, move on to defense. And the favoured side typically on Clubhouse. So the question is, will they be able to bring it back, McCready? They're going to start on CCTV. They're bringing a very solid lineup to do so.
Yeah, if there's going to be a place where they can bring it back, it's going to be here. But the big thing that we did talk about is that Maverick is still on the board. It's not being brought. The Cali is being opted for as well. And right now it does look like Dartex has got a skin on it. And that's a bit of a pain because, well, you know what the rules say, Kenny. It's pretty much either going to be a team kill or a forfeit round. And I think Lasers, they're going to have to opt that team kill. Because take a look at that score. If they opt to lose the round, well, Nova, they put themselves onto match point. And yeah, that's going to be the TK coming out from Honkus, able to drop another kill. And we'll pick up their 6. Which is also the amount Dartex has. If we can bring up that scoreboard very quickly yet again, I want to point out something that I noticed at the halfway mark when I was in the show net. Toxic has got 100% headshot accuracy with 8 kills.
My man, he's had his G Fuel today. What an absolute gunner. 100% headshot with 8 kills. That is seriously impressive. I can't undermine that. So good work so far from Nova, and they are shaping themselves up for this construction take like Nova did themselves. They're able to open up this construction single with the X-Kairos pellets, and the drone work coming out from all 4 members on the roof, making sure that the coast into construction and master is clear. But I saw the silhouette lurking of Reverie. She is around the main stairs looking for a late flank, and of course there's no Nomad on the board for Nova's offense, so that main stairs is going to be impeded if Reverie so chooses to rotate up the stairs.
A big thing I need to point out right now is that IVC Lasers, they are playing with that player deficit, and right now for Nova, you play together, you play in that mindset of, we have an advantage, let's keep it. Let's not waste it. Everything we do, we play together. If we're going to lose a player, we better find a refrag. Whereas Nova, Lasers, they're in a very difficult position saying, okay, well, we need to find something. and that can make life quite difficult. Now, the Cali is going to be using that construction area, able to bring that breach around and make a very good entry onto site. This breach going to be used to shut down everything, and that's what Mr. 50 Cal is going to be able to do. Toxic, well, your 100% headshot hit rate is still there, but it's not going to be improved at all. A bandit trick will be successful as well. A huge rotate coming around from Mr. 50 Cal as Quackerbox is able to find another kill. No, but they seem to be stalling out themselves as Zay's going to be knocked down. Parallax as well. The flank from Reverie. This is what you said to look out for. And there, well, Nova didn't, simply put. Unstable's able to find the kill with the SMG, but you're already in a losing battle. You've got to go for the revives, but the utility, it needs to be used fast. Why? 30 seconds on the clock and very, very low HP of Parallax. Misstepped. Might be a very difficult position to be in. The rotate will come around and Unstable will go for that second revive, but look at the HP. It barely amounts to 1 on the side of Nova. Unstable will find a kill. Bring us to a 2 versus 3. Time ticking down. The push has got to come through, and Quackerbox is able to find a frag.
The jump in the CCTV window is going to be the end of Parallax and the push into sight. The be-all and end-all of the round for Nova's first attack, and a pretty solid defense from the lasers. We said watch out for the flank of Reverie, and she put destruction into the camp of Nova. 2 downs and almost the kill, and the round secured onto the Cali. But the work had been done from Reverie, and the rest of her teammates cleaned it up, and that's really good start on the defense from lasers. They needed that initial defensive victory, because otherwise it would have been 6-1 on the round count to Nova, and there's a whole long way back from 6-1. But now lasers, they can start to snowball their defenses. They get this round, and all of a sudden they're 2 rounds within the reach of Nova, and things are looking promising, especially being able to bring out this kind of lineup. We've got the Capcan 6th pick too, and Nova, they're not going to be expecting that Capcan. He's an off-meta pick, and those, if you're not looking out for those EEDs, they're going to do a whole chunk of damage.
Yeah, these EEDs of the Capcan, they offer so much potential. A lot of people scoff at it, and I think my favorite example of this was Whippet, a caster we both know. He was casting a game with me on Clubhouse, actually, and was kind of laughing about a Capcan pick, and that's when we saw it get a kill. That's not the main job of these Capcan traps. Now, most importantly, the job of them is to catch people off guard. If people are running around trying to take gunfights and they've got one extra thing to look at, and to look for and to deal with, that might be exactly the one thing you need to find that kill. Another big opportunity that it gives you is, well, these traps, Kenny, they're very difficult to avoid without any sound. You've got to know that they are there, and you've got to sneak underneath it. And if they're placed at fault level, well, there's just no way around it. They give away that information and do that damage, and you don't need to be there to do it. That breaching charge is going to get taken away, and Toxic will feel quite a bit of pressure from the pulse, which is exactly what happened from the defense before. The utility on that wall hatch will start to open up, and Nova, well, they're wanting to close things out. If they win this round, match point, and potentially game 1 is in their pocket. But if IVC lasers, they keep on clinging, and they're closing that gap. Like you said, Mr. 50 Cal is going to want to be the first one to start this off. The Valcam giving the information saying, pre-aim this angle, and there we go. Toxic's going to get knocked down. The Z ping should come through, the yellow ping, and there, that's exactly it. Mr. 50 Cal finds the kill. The Ash, the soft breach, that's taken away. Zay's going to have to fulfill that role, and Nova, simply put, Kenny, they're going to have to spread themselves a little bit more thin.
Yeah, and especially with Reverie yet again lurking on a flank. She is spotted out by the flank hold on main door, and that's going to prompt her just to fall back down the oil pit and return to site, joining her teammate of the Legion Dartex in blue. This time, not Team Kildy's able to play a part in the round, and those goo mines are obviously going to get more effective as time dwindles on. He's going to be able to have more areas covered by those goo mines, and like the Capcan traps, there has to be an audio cue of when someone steps on it. And the audio cue rings through of the cell phone of Mr. 50 Cal as the Pulse yet again getting a C4 kill. And this time it's the lasers who benefit from it. They move 2 men up in the round, and with 50 seconds left, Nova's offense need to start actually maneuvering towards that bomb site. Unstable, carrying the diffuser, is going to wiggle his way down the main stairs. A few pre-fire shots come from the Valkyrie on the double door from Church. Potentially a Valkan giving away this intel, and more shots rain out. The bullet holes have been by Unstable, but not quite near enough onto the head of the Pulse. Parallax is going to get an entry frag onto the Moto bomb site, but that aforementioned punch hole finds the 50CAAE another kill, and yes, the breach has been opened. One of those Kapkan traps detonates, and into a crossfire steps the Hibana. Lasers get their second round on the board, and we move into round 9 with the teams coming ever so closer.
And, well, there's a perfect example of the Kapkan traps giving the information. Well, a Kapkan trap, you get Kenny? I'm going to rename it. It's a dinner bell at this point. Looking at that huge opening kill right there, that's what I was talking about. That's when it started to fall apart for Nova. Because, simply put, they have to start spreading themselves thin. They don't have that player to put on the main stairs. They've got to move Sledge around. And then the main stairs player had to go in unprotected. That's why Thermite was putting that charge on the wall, and it was just falling apart. Typically, when I look at an attack on bottom floor, Kenny, I think my golden rule is get 2 kills before you start thinking about an execute. 3 kills from vertical is when you can ideally start thinking. 2's got to be the minimum. But we sort of go the other way, thanks to lasers playing a very aggressive defense. These Kapkan traps doing a lot of work for them as well. And I think Nova kind of tunnel vision down on a couple of these hatches. They didn't really bother about Moto. That gave Reverie a lot of areas to move with. And in doing so, the lasers, they never felt as much pressure as they needed to stay in the positions where Nova were able to win a round, essentially.
Yeah, completely.
Please tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I completely agree. That was my that was my linkage. You're able to mask the analysis section and be relevant. You're an amazing hybrid.
Oh, you're very kind.
Dartex.
I love that's stinky. That's simply put, that's stinky. I'll let you take that one.
I thought the Dartex was not gonna actually castle the window in time before the spawn, but luckily, even if he didn't know Nova attackers spawn on the master bedroom balcony side, the main gate. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
To catch him off guard. But yet again, we're going to be seeing a bandit trick come out protected by a castle barricade. And how have Nova decided to deal with it? They're bringing along the Maverick. So he's going to be able to make a lovely little tiny hole and chuck a nade over. That's going to prompt the bandit to move away because there's no ADSs protecting it. And there is Toxic getting the initial kill onto the Jaeger. And the nade actually gets the frag onto the bandit.
Oh, right, I understand. That ADS to the drone hole only covered the drone hole. It didn't have the area of effect to get that Maverick hole. That's very nice, actually. Ooh. But the big issue is Parallax on that construction, acting as a sort of wedge between the 2 extensions of site. That cache area, you're trying to rotate back. No. Parallax is there to cut a hole in it. That's why Logi is so important. Blue on the bottom floor is just as important. And while that breach is open for Nova, and they're able to move into that jacuzzi wall, they've still got a lot of work to do. They've got to take control of that main lobby area, and they've got to take control of the bathroom. That's going to be quite easy with the Blackbeard on the side of the attack. With the shield, peeks the window, pushes in. One Ying will be taken away. The Blackbeard takes some damage, but Panther has to pull back. But they get the kill. Quackerboy on the retreat wasn't enough. Huge effort coming out from Nova at that point, and they will on Gym Bedroom, the only site, might I add, that we've seen IVC lasers win on attack as well. Nova are able to push themselves onto match point. Now, this is something I want to talk about again. Immediately, Dartex is saying, well, I can't do anything about this. I don't have a C4 to throw through. The only thing that really could have saved 50 cal in that position. So, you reinforce off. But suddenly you're feeling like a sardine. That jacuzzi wall has become a great entryway onto site, and I talked about construction being the wedge for the attackers to cut the defenders in half. That's exactly what that does as well. Because this way they're forced, if they're in Logi, to go through construction. If you've got a player on the window, you're able to find a kill. You're able to find a free kill. You're denying the freedom of movement defenders need to successfully defend a site. And that's why I think Gym Bedroom is easily the tertiary site out of the three. Speaking of tertiary sites, no more. We're going to return to CCTV.
Yeah, it's really just personal team preference of which out of Church Arsenal and CCTV Cache is the primary bomb site, because both sites are really viable. They have a completely different way of holding them. Obviously, the garage CCTV wall completely contradicts the entirety of the basement, because the basement is all tucked in. There's no exterior way into the site. You have to enter the building either through dirt tunnel, kitchen hall, bar, or blue to be able to actually assault the bomb site. But CCTV Cache, you have that external reinforced wall, the double panel, onto the CCTV platform. So opening up that breach completely cuts off the rotate from garage back into the site and the rotate from cache actually into the CCTV bomb site. And because there's denial on the wall, Maverick, he's going to just make quick work of it. Yet again, the nade tripped through the hole, but there is going to be a C4. It just overshoots its mark, but so does the nade. So 2 bits of utility traded. Maverick misses the nade, and he's going to overshoot the second one. That is disastrous here for Nova's attack, because now Zay, he's going to have to prone and make a hole to find the bandit wires, and Panther, his best shining impression, as soon as that hole opens up, peekaboo, there's Blackbeard.
God, don't make me think about The Shining. But yes, Hongoose on the rafters is able to find a kill, takes away Zay. But while the damage is simply done, the bandit is dead, and there's enough utility taken away of the Maverick before they died, so that wall is going to be opened up. Nova will have an entry out the site now. They've got to consider where that secondary attack position is going to come from. Are they going to take control of rafters and lounge and maybe push up red stairs, or are they going to go to construction? A minute 30 on the clock, it could go either way, but I'm going to hedge bets on Garage because they're trying to get out, and Stable's looking to get the information, but Hongoose hasn't decided to leave just yet. Holding his position right next to Harry Potter, has that mute jammer. Yes, you'll be droned out and you'll be spotted if they come down below. That's not what's happening, Kenny. We're going to see the drone going above. Parallax, over in that secret area in storage, is going to be of no help. Hongoose able to find a second kill. Really stepping up in a big way for the lasers. But how long can it last is my big question. Right now, the defenders, they just need to sit pretty. Hongoose just got the diffuser, Kenny.
Yeah, diffuser down in garage, and Revery's made a very rotate into the middle of the CCTV bomb site, as the breach was only opened up on the left-hand side. Hongoose still persisting in lower garage, and with 2 attackers rotating to that garage door, he's going to have a tall order, especially against a Blackbeard. But the Blackbeard aims up high, but Hongoose is down low, and that's another headshot with the MP5, and a quad on the round. He has one more to find for the ace, and the ace is on the site breach. It's up to Hongoose. He has his team to collect the kills, but Hongoose is going to be aiming for that frag. He won't be able to find it though. Dartex collects the headshot, and lasers with 3 successive rounds. They complete their site rotation. The cycle of bomb sites comes back to the start. And McCready, we now only have 2 rounds separating them.
Yes, and do you want to know what I like to call a situation like this, Kenny?
What?
A game. We've got a game on our hands, Kenny. And not just any game. Rainbow Six Siege. Heading down to the bottom floor, this Capcan's going to make a reappearance. It's not going to be the 6th pick because, well, Nova, they're going to expect it. Because they've already seen it. It's already had a really huge impact. They're going to say, well, the lasers, you still have an opportunity for another 6th pick that you can bring. So why not? Realistically, I'm looking at them to be able to pick up this round, but if we look at round history from both sides, actually, well, Nova is set to win this the next time we go to Gym Bedroom. So, in my opinion, lasers, there's a lot of things they need to step up in the next round. Obviously, you need to win this one, but this isn't the kind of end game position that we're in. That's going to be next round if lasers are able to win it out. Nova, if they want to win this, I'd say, yeah, the Buck, it's a great opportunity to bring. You don't have that sledge, and you don't have an Ash now. You have IQ ready to deal with utility and definitely counter this pulse. But the Buck has a little bit more range behind it.
It's one of my favorite interactions between operators, the IQ and the Pulse, because they can both see each other, but the IQ, more importantly, can shoot back, whereas the Pulse cannot. And obviously, the Pulse doesn't know that it's an IQ heartbeat he's detecting. He just thinks it's any old operator. And then, bang, he gets headshot through the floor because Toxic, with the scanner out, can perfectly pinpoint the position of the Pulse and capitalize on it in real time. Nova, they're not looking to assault towards the kitchen area, which we've seen all the time. They might catch Reverie off guard here on red stairs, but she's going to make that rotate up as the drone work now starts to commence for Nova. They're looking for a garage side blue start to their attack onto the basement. This is something we haven't seen, so how are lasers going to react?
I'm not sure. I'm excited to find out how, because this blue position, it's something I hinted at before. It's so important. That's why Dartex is down there with these goo mines. That's why there's ADSs committed. That fight you're talking about is happening right now. We're going to see Mr. 50 Cal take some damage, but this blue, it's what we need to discuss. You're looking at that blue position, and it holds the key to rotating to both sides. If you get that control as an attacker, the defenders, they can't go there. They can't start applying pressure and start overwhelming and just flooding their way onto a site. If you have blue as a defender, you're shutting down a key opportunity. You can keep that rotation, you can keep the pressure, and you're going to see a little bit of that pressure that we talked about in kitchen. The drone work, it's been lacking, and I think you know why. Because they already know about Reverie. Say is going to be able to find that kill. I think they did know, actually. They pushed out from the top, forced Reverie to come down below. The Maverick was waiting, but they're taking a lot of time to clear it out. Toxic still going to be trying to deal with the Pulse. That can be huge. It can be great if you get it, but at this point, as time ticks down, that breach is already open. You don't need to worry so much. Right now, obviously lasers, they just need to bunker in. The blue push is coming. Dartex still in that position, is going to have to deal with it, but it's going to be very, very possible. The Q-Mine will alert that Parallax is going to be coming down, has to pull back and waste time. Fear of a swing is going to put them in that position. And then the barbed wire. Well, that's just a little bit of a dinner bell. But it's Zay who's going to be eating up with that kill. Opening up blue control. But Honkus is there. Wants a little bit of their own. Toxic finding Mr. 50 Cal. The pulse IQ will finally be over. But not before Honkus finds the butt. Parallax has to push through as Honk finds a third. Wanting a fourth. Wants to pull a Dartex impression. But isn't going to be able to find it. The push of Parallax will come through, catches Honkus, lacking in the purest sense. And a 1 versus 1 Quacker Box has that 1.5 times sight, but Parallax has control of sight. Needs to pull out that goo mine very quickly and get on the plan. Otherwise, well, Kenny, it's all over. Quacker springs into action.
Yeah, he's going to sprint as the clock hits 000. Pulls off the plant is Thermite as he completes it. Shots rain between the two of them, but it's Thermite that comes off worse than Quacker Box. He pushes for the frag and collects the frag, and now can successfully, with enough time to defuse. Lasers stay in Clubhouse with a 1 versus 1 post-plant clutch from the Capcan. It's not done yet. They still have one more round to send us into overtime to decide who will be the victor of Map 1 in our best of 5 grand final. And so far, there's not much to separate the two teams.
And I feel like I have something to add to that. Most importantly, because, well, look at the round history. Every single round that's been won is Gym Bedroom at the moment. On the attacking side, at least. That goes for lasers and for Nova. The big thing that I really need to point out, right now we're looking at Honku's huge effort, back-to-back 4Ks, I do believe. And right now, Kenny, I think the most important thing is, with a name like Honkus, every time it comes up that Honk gets a kill, I want to hear a little clown.
I can't do it. My best friend does the best clown honk with noise I've ever heard. It is like a soundboard. It is incredible, and it makes me laugh every time he does it. But I unfortunately can't go and grab him right now, so I'm not going to try and embarrass myself and put distaste to his name by attempting it, because as soon as I heard him do it the first time, I knew I could never even attempt it because it wouldn't be as good.
I'm going to guess that it is Swag.
No.
No? Who is it? Like, you gotta tell me who it is.
No, it's my IRL best friend.
Oh, okay, right. I thought it was one of your teammates. However, that's not important. Teammates that are very important right now are the Lasers and Nova because, well, everything here to win. Nova, when you look at the track record, the favorites going into this round specifically because every attacking side has just been able to capitalize in a huge way on these windows. Panther has been really stepping up with this Blackbeard, a very huge impact player. Now, we talk about Unstable and Toxic having an incredible hit shot rating at the moment, but Panther's really stepped up to be this big pain in the backside for the Lasers. And right now, Zay is going to try and be that pain that we saw last time on this side. These frag grenades, you like to think that there's going to be an ADS a little bit more situated towards the Bandit. Yes, there is, and the frag grenade will go through, but, well, Mr. 50 Cal has played it safe and realized, back up, the opportunity is now. Able to find it, predicts the right wall, and suddenly, that Maverick is needed for another frag grenade. But Mr. 50 Cal still has another Bandit charge in pocket.
A good positioning here from Mr. 50 Cal. He's taking shelter inside of bathroom, so that nade potentially that comes out from the Maverick isn't going to kill him off this time. He's just going to bunker down inside of bathroom and then rotate to the wall when he hears the audio cue of the thermite charge going out. The Maverick gets to work to the bottom of the wall, but he's going to have to be careful because last time he attempted this, he was killed while doing so. The Thermite going to go for the right-hand wall in the Bandit's position. Was the Exothermic placed? No, he still has one left, so a good bait there. Oh, fantastic work from Nova. The bait from the Thermite to bait the Bandit to the wall, the flashbang to come out to blind him, and the frag grenade to finish off the kill. Really good coordination coming out from Nova to finally get the breach open.
Absolutely cracking stuff. Panther, though, that impact player that I talked about, is going to jump in and be caught lacking. Honk Goose to capitalize with a kill. Now we've looked at one kill on the side of Lasers, onto Lasers, and, well, they have paid the price dearly. Nova have lost 2 players. They'll be able to even that out, finding Reverie on that roam. Zay's going to be down and revived. Dartex looking to finish things off. Well, now you have to play it a bit safer, but, well, the big thing is going to be Honku still alive. A huge driving force for the team. Able to find a 3rd kill again. Can we have 3 quad kills? Well, if Parallax is about to not win this gunfight, maybe. The Candela will go through and the pre-fire follows. Time will tick down and suddenly Parallax being fed a lot of information by the team will have a lot of pressure on, and Honk Goose is going to make sure they're not able to live up to it. The defenders will win Gym Bedroom for the first time in this matchup.
McCready, Honk Goose is now on 19 kills. He has had a lot for breakfast, that's for sure. Okay, right. He's fueled himself for the day.
I need to stop you there then, and I need to ask you right now, what's the highest kill count you've seen? Personally, 26 and 8, and that was from one of the NACL observers, Max D himself, in a league that myself and our wonderful observer Science also work in. Look at that, KD. Over time, it's possible to break it, and if we see 2 more 4Ks at least, well, then they might actually be able to.
Yeah, and with defense being heavily favored so far in this matchup, you have to say Lasers sit in the driving seat because they don't need to go to Gym Bedroom. They have a maximum number of defensive rounds of 2, which they can go to CCTV as we see here, and then if we need round 15, down to Church and Arsenal. So there's no potential Gym Bedroom site that Nova can attack, so that's worrying for them because they need to win at least 1 attack onto a bomb site they have yet to be successful onto. The question is, can they shut down Honk Goose? Because he has been firing on all cylinders these past few rounds. And if they do shut down Honk Goose, maybe send 2-3 people in to kill him. At least you get the trade, but you shut down the man who is carrying Lasers through into this overtime. And then you may be able to secure this victory on map 1. Let's not forget.
Yeah, honestly, we're looking at this. This is a best of 5, and it's the Lasers pick. So you should expect them to be winning this out. But Nova have given such a strong performance that when we go into their defense round, they have a lot to offer and a lot to bring to the table. The question is, though, will they run out their first attacking? If they can do that, I can see them picking up this first map. But if not, well, that double defense is just going to play in a horrible way. Zay, they've realized how important Zay is with these frag grenades, I think, Kenny. And they're going to just stack ADSs. It will be burned, it will be taken down, but the Ace Heart Breach is going to come through. 50 cal. You're only going to be able to get one of those walls. Don't even bother with the other one to just minimize the damage that's going onto that wall. 2 minutes on the clock, and, well, just playing it back, staying alive. Not having a C4 in pocket, but that barbed wire has a lot of other uses that go beyond just killing, because, well, a good barbed wire, it can lead to a player like Reverie being able to catch a huge flank again.
Yeah, Reverie has been lurking very well. Yes, she only has 5 kills, but remember, way back, she got 2 downs on a flank, and she's going to be looking for another one onto the Zafir, who, with the audio cue of the M7 shooting up through stock, Reverie is going to be aware. Oh, but lose the gunfight. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Unstable, and a second. 2 headshots with the AR on Zafir, and that puts Nova in the driving seat for this round.
Yes, Honk Goose. Well, we've seen it before. We'll have to see it again. A huge effort required. And the MP5 on this Raptors is going to have to be the gun to do it. Panther, though, is going to say no. The lasers, they're starting to slip. Nova, yet to lose a player, are going to start pushing through. The pre-fire of Zay will be able to find a kill. It's all down to 50 cal. And that's it. Zay shuts it down. Nova, 1 round away from closing it down. And Kenny, the most important part, that round's going to be on defense. This is a real opportunity for a huge upset from Nova to take the lasers map in map 1. You're the guy who has to deal with teams in these situations where things might not be going their way. What can that do to a mental state?
Oh man, it can really turn the tables when sometimes it's even worse when you're on a winning streak and then it's just shut down and you're put back onto the precipice of losing the match. That could be way worse for your mental than just losing successive rounds in a row, because all the hype that has happened inside the comms, winning loads of rounds in a row, suddenly you're then brought back down to earth, and that sinking feeling of, oh, we are back on match point, and being the team that are always trying to just claw back at your opponents, that's chalking really for your mental game. But we see this quite a lot in Siege, where there is one side heavily favoured in regulation, such as the defensive emphasis we've seen here, only 2 attacking wins inside the first 12 rounds, and then all of a sudden, all overtime rounds are attacking victories. It is a very common occurrence in Siege. So now it's on lasers to attack onto the basement, and Nova, they are bringing this intel trio of the Pulse, the Valkyrie and the Legion yet again, and Panther with that 2x on the Rook is going to be able to take those long range engagements down onto main stairs and into dirt from back Arsenal around the AK's area. So lasers, yes, they're bringing the sledge on Honkus to be able to deny the Pulse the ability to play in back Arsenal, but the question is, they need to do it without being C4'd.
Kenny, well, this game, it has the potential to start exactly where it end exactly where it started. Down on this bottom floor, the Pulse, the same lineup actually of the Pulse, Valkyrie, Legion, Jaeger and Rook. And well, we saw exactly what happened that last time. The Rook was able to use that 2x, it shut down that main corridor, and it absolutely ruined the lasers' momentum. Their ability to shut down and get this site control. Well, it shut down something, unfortunately, it was them. Reverie is going to be looking to get the stock hatch open, and doing so will give themselves an opportunity, a little bit of a backup into pushing onto site, but well, they're going to need it right now. Well, that's yet to be determined. The room clear onto the Jaeger still going to take place. That drone not going to be taken away. Zay, you're able to shoot it, but, well, the hard work is done. They know player on main stairs, that could be Dartex, just watching it, and then somebody pushing from another side. Right now, it looks like they're actually going to let Zay just get away with whatever the goddamn hell he wants. And the droning is going to come through. They're playing it very, very safe, very careful. But right now, we're looking at things that maybe shouldn't be happening at the halfway mark. Rumors shouldn't be kept alive.
Yeah, if Zay persists, there's going to be anxiety in Laser's attack. They always have to worry about their flank and who's coming up behind them. It could be the Jaeger. It could be that ever terrifying sound of the 416 for the attackers. Hongoose, he's going to make his advances down blue stairs. He's going to pepper a few shots towards the Legion, but come off worse off, sorry. The Goo Mine doing a lot of tick damage to him along with the T5 SMG. But Lasers, they finally get the kitchen hatch off. That exothermic, along with the Hibana, has made light work of all three of these hatches. Zay, he's made his way back down to the basement, and it looks like the Nomad is wary of the Jaeger's position on lower main stairs. They will exchange shots, but nothing fatally landing. The clock ticking down for Laser's attack, and the drop in Moto, and two players are inshore. Larte to get 2 freebies. Oh, and he does! And it's in a 5 versus 2 as the kill feed lights up blue and all up to Unstable on the pulse. Inside of Church, he finds one onto Hongoose, who can't land his 20th kill, but the rest of Lasers could clean this up as the bomb going down. 26 bullets in the UMP, not enough to land multiple engagements. And Lasers stay in it. We're staying in Clubhouse and on this German map for all 15 rounds. McCready, what did we say?
What are you doing?
What?
Look at this! The drop, Parallax at least hears it and turns around, but he's just doing nothing. Nova, everything was there for you. What are you doing? Right, okay, so taking a moment to calm things down and put Lasers back on the defense. I'm gonna try and talk a little bit more about that. Realistically, that was the hatch was prepared earlier, like we saw with the stock hatch, because you don't have to worry about impact tricks, at least, Kenny. And the big thing then is you have that opportunity for the late round. So that's exactly what Lasers realized. It wasn't going to be a main stairs kitchen drop. They were prepared for that. Nova, they were ready. Evidently, maybe too ready. Lasers, they decided, right, let's get aggressive. Let's drop down Moto, find a couple of kills, and push in. Take control, catch them off guard. That's exactly what happened, shooting 2 defenders in the back. Suddenly the call comes through. But they've already lost players. It's all down to Unstable with that Pulse S pistol. Trying to do something. Just wasn't able to get it. Able to find a couple of kills, granted, but at that position of 1 versus 5, it wasn't going to happen. And while the Lasers, they are going to be going to the bottom floor of the defense. CCTV, it didn't work out. We saw a very confident, very well-oiled and refined Nova coming onto the attack. The defense, though, I'm going to have to say, well, maybe it's been a little bit of a while before they've actually got into that mindset, because, yikes. This game, though, it's going to finish exactly where it started. That is for certain, on the bottom floor. We're going to go the full 15 rounds possible, Kenny, and, well, it's been a really huge start for a game, and I'm very excited for the next one.
Yeah, we've got to finish off Clubhouse, however. Nova overhauling their operator lineup, bringing 4 operators with hard breach availability. The Capitao obviously bringing the hard breach charge gadget, secondary gadget, whatever its official name is. But that thing will be able to open up an extra hatch that the Hibana may not be able to. And they make quick work of the Pulse. That's big for the round. The Pulse not being a threat to Nova's attack down low beneath the kitchen soft floor means that Nova can tread fairly safely. But Reverie, her Valkyrie cam's already set out. She has the availability of, obviously, the Z pings to come out from those Valk cams to net another C4, but she's not in a position to do so. She's on a long roam, and she's going to spot out the Capitao inside of CCTV, but actually net the headshot onto the Maverick, who peeks secondary after the Capitao. The trade comes in from Panther, so that's good work from Nova, able to get that trade and keep the man advantage in their favor. And with kitchen hatch open, dirt tunnel open, and we're just about to see blue hatch being opened by the Thermite, and Panther getting another kill. Nova now in the heavy driver's seat to take map 1.
Yes, and, well, a huge frag coming out from Reverie, but, well, Nova, they just have that player in the time advantage. Hongoose gonna pick up their 20th kill at this point onto Dirt, and, well, that's staving off one of the avenues of attack. You've got to get Quackerbox back onto site. Remember, you're gonna have to find something huge. This one kill to even things up, that might just be exactly it. Now 40 seconds on the clock. The drop is going to have to come from Unstable. Has to deal with this blue position. It's important, like we said. And they weren't able to get control of it. So they need to worry about that still. They're pushing through, but they don't know where. Unstable and Parallax, both of them, they're going to try and get control and get a plant going down. The positioning of Unstable, that's quite smart. You've got to force a wide swing if you want to take that down. And suddenly the post plant, it's looking good. Hongoose, though, well, just says no. Will be refragged, but there's a player in Moto. And that's going to be Lasers. Finding the kill. Quackerbox not getting too excited. Will check for the Claymores. And will get the defuse. Lasers, it took them 15 rounds, but are able to close it down. 15 rounds and almost a reverse sweep, actually.
Diffusing next to the jukebox, have a party, Lasers, as you are one step closer to our champions. It's only map 1 though, McCready. We've gone the full distance and there are potentially 4 other maps on the docket. Coastline will be next up, and Hongoose ending the map with 21 kills. Coastline could be a playground for him if he stays on top like he did that map. 5-1 down were the Lasers, bringing it back to an 8-7 victory. Just scintillating stuff, and if that one map is anything to go by, the rest of the matchup is going to be an absolute treat.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've seen some really good mechanical ability coming out from Hongoose. The rest of the team maybe weren't up to the same par, which is why you go into Coastline. It's going to be quite a nice test of what these teams have to offer when it comes down to their aim ability, because, well, simply put, there's very little strategy behind it. A lot of analysts, really good analysts, hate this map because there's nothing to it. And a lot of really good hype and play-by-play casters like myself, well, we love it because that's what it's all about. It's all about the action, the gun skill, the beautiful highlight moments. And, well, we're just going to have to wait a little bit for them. Hongoose, well, definitely, I'm going to have a nice little bit of an ad read for you. He's had something beautiful. He's had a Lenny and Larry cookie. He's been able to feed their passion for esports with the complete cookie. Something delicious, I imagine. Fully loaded with flavor and up to 16 grams of plant-based proteins and 10 grams of fiber per cookie. It's a tasty way to recharge after intense gaming. It's all complete, including fan faves like chocolate chip and birthday cake. Vegan, non-GMO, and without any dairy, eggs, or artificial sweetener. It's healthy, it's good, and holy moly, I want one now, Kenny, now that I've heard about it. But we are going to have to take a break. Yeah, we're going to have to crave it in the break, because we're going to take a short break before we do go into Coastline. Grab a snack, grab a drink, but don't go anywhere. Hongoose going to be able to push through. 50 cal will be taken down by Unstable, but Dartex is there for G9, is looking for a kill as well. And Will don't have the avenues in, and right now Stace is going to try and collect the third, but with one of their own.
good evening to us, good afternoon to you, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Our best of 5 grand final is underway, and first map was a long one, but it was the Lasers to come out 8-7 victors on Clubhouse. So McCready moving into map 2, it will be Coastline. Are you expecting this one to go as long and as arduous as the first map?
No, to be honest. I've got to be honest. I'm expecting a closer game, maybe not the overtime, because a lot of those rounds did come down to... It just had... The Lasers were able to get those frags, and that was a big, big thing for me. And because of that, when they ramp up the aggression, when Honk Goose is firing on all cylinders, which was at the end of that last game, that's when we're really going to see the Lasers start to excel. However, I mean, I feel like as long as Nova can actually keep pace, they can get a nice average between the rest of the Lasers and Honk Goose's ability, then we're going to see them start to win it out. Remember, you know, if there's one player doing a lot of the fragging legwork, like Honk Goose, not to say that the rest aren't, but clearly a cut above the rest. If there's one player like Honk Goose, you take them away, suddenly that your job's just been made a lot easier. Whereas if the rest of your team perform very well as an average, that can open up a lot of things for you.
And a good thing, I guess, for both teams, we saw on Clubhouse a lot of struggling to open up certain breaches and reinforced walls. Bandit Trick being one of the MVPs of the defense that game. Some really successful bandit tricking coming out, denying Selmas and exothermic charges from detonating. Coastline, not many reinforcements that both teams need to deal with, so that's good news for them. They're going to be able to be a bit more flexible with their operator lineup, and especially being able to, say, isolate players like Honk Goose that you said. Coastline's a very difficult map to be as freely a roamer on, because that courtyard area from the roof, it cuts off so many rotates. So if you're able to drone out, say, where Honk Goose is situated, you can literally just keep him suffocated in a room and capitalize, kill him. Yeah, done. Honk Goose is dead.
I think the best analogy I can give you is think about a balloon, Kenny. You've got a balloon, it's right there, and if you put it in a corner and you start pushing through the only avenues it can, essentially, if you cover a balloon, you start pressing down on it, it's gonna pop. It's going to slip out somewhere, or it's going to pop. Slipping out would be Honk being able to frag out and really just explode, which is something that he can do, granted, but I feel like a half-coordinated team will be able to shut him down very quickly on the roam. He's been playing that mute quite a bit, though. He hasn't been taking those Jaeger rolls. That's been Reverie. So I feel like, you know, it could go either way in my opinion. But that's my opinion, Kenny. I'm looking at this map and I'm thinking, Laser on the defense first, it's got to be a Nomad ban. I don't think there's any other real way that we could look at it. They've been able to get aggressive and win out on gunfights and quite a few opportunities, but Monty is going to be taken away. It's also their ban coming out from the attacking, from Clubhouse as well. I feel like it just might be a bit of distaste towards it, but I feel like Nomad had a lot more implication for the attackers.
Well, it was actually Laser that ran Nomad on every single one of their attacks, so if either team were to ban it out, I think Nova should be the ones banning away the Nomad, and there it is. Bye-bye to our Moroccan operator. I'm fairly sure she's Moroccan. So Laser, they're not going to be able to crutch on those air jabs to hold the flank. We're going to have to be seeing potentially a gridlock pick come out, or the drones be set up in positions that can hold the flank themselves off the vision. Talking about vision, Valkyrie, she's able to throw those black eye cams on the exterior of the map, and Coastline has a lot of exterior and a lot of windows. So no vision on the outside, or potentially the inside from those very hard to see cameras. Nova knocks that operator out, and the final one I expect to mirror, but yes it will be. So the Spanish map, the Spanish operator. I love my countries. Why don't we see what country we're going to be flying to next? Will it be Dub country, McCready? That was the worst joke I've ever made.
I was about to say, I'm gonna let that hang, dude. That was...
Yeah.
It didn't deserve a response. I'm sorry. But honestly, I'm gonna be looking at this, and Valkyrie, she's seen a lot higher ban rate recently, and I think it comes down to the fact that IQ isn't such of a must-pick operator anymore. Think about, right, Echo doesn't have that much of an impact anymore because he used to be invisible. It used to be really hard to spot. You needed to bring an IQ, and as such, you could also deal with a Valkyrie, so it didn't matter if you didn't ban her. But now, he's not invisible, so you could just shoot him, you could just see him. You don't need an IQ to deal with it. You just need somebody not in a gunfight, and it's sorted. Maestro definitely became that go-to operator, and you can't deal with it with an IQ, so they decided to go for a more soft-breach lineup. In typical competitive fashion, you're seeing a lot more, instead of Ashe and IQ, it's Ashe Zafir, Yana Zafir, Yana, Ashe, and Zafir sometimes, which is something I'm expecting to see a few times on this map as well, because you don't need as much hard breach. You don't need as much actual strategical ops. You can get away with bringing much more frag-orientated gunfight ability operators. No, I know it's not a word, but that's my point, regardless. Valkyrie, now that we don't see IQ being picked as much, gets a lot stronger. So many nooks and crannies on every single map, even a map where you don't expect it to be that easy, like Coastline. Valkyrie is such a huge, huge impact, because if you're not actively looking, you're not going to find it. Nova, though, on the attack, let's focus on the round itself. They're able to spot out this information. They know where the Vigil is, but not for long. Right now, we're going to see Unstable and Panther, as well as Zay wanting to put the aggression on it. But, well, Reverie, she's going to make the right choice. Just back up. Just play it safe. Make these drones have to deal with you. And most importantly, get past that kitchen window before somebody gets to it.
Parallax picking up the Ying could be a big game changer this round for Nova. Coastline is a very restrictive map, and if those Candelas are placed properly, then they could see the whole of the defense of Laser fully white. The screen of Honk Goose will be back onto camera duty, as he is the first to fall, and no opening kill for him this game. The man with 21 kills on Clubhouse isn't off to a good start on Coastline. He's picked up the Jaeger, but not able to do as much fragging work as he did on the Mute from the previous map. So it's up to the rest of his roster to stand tall this round. And as vertical pressure is being exerted by Nova's attack, slowly we're going to see the pinch start to come out on these players down below, and that's going to be one of those, the Vigil of Reverie. She's going to be sat next to the window, but as the window gets popped right next to her, she's in a very tricky situation. The Buck moves in and collects the frag onto the Vigil. Really good distractive teamwork there from Nova to shoot open the window and take the Vigil's attention. 50 Cow, he's in a position to trade. It looks like he's gone unchecked inside of Courtyard, but he's not able to protect Darth Tech from being fragged out from Kitchen. The frag finally comes out from 50 Cow, and the second one onto Toxic from the sole remaining anchor of Quackerbox. Pushing in, though, is Unstable, and that's the kill secured onto the site, and Parallax still holding the rotate up the Cool Vibe stairs. Nova win their first attack.
A round of smoke and mirrors, if you ask me, and I'll explain why very, very quickly. Like we saw, a lot of effort was focused onto Reverie from Nova. And that was to clear her out. And Reverie, while you die and you don't get a kill, that's a position where you look at it and you say, okay, that's fine. You've traded time, you've traded droning, you've forced them out of position that they've got to rotate around. Sure, that's great, yeah. That's something I'm happy with. And then you've also got 50 Cal and Dartex on Cool Vibes and that Courtyard ready to find a kill. They get a crossfire. In my opinion, maybe 50 Cal could have been in Blue Bar. That would have been a better position to cover that Cool Vibes. However, it wasn't like that, and we saw Nova taking control of it. Then they're focusing on that. The defenders, they don't actually have that control. They know that someone's in Kitchen, but they don't have a line of sight to deal with. They're relying on Dartex to win the gunfight. A lot of focus is applied to this bottom floor that Quackerbox is all on their own, on site, and has to deal with a kill. Does find Zafir, does find Toxic, but Unstable's right there for refrags. Nova, that was a tight game. That was a well-thought-out game. But, and I mean, obviously, it's Coastline. You don't expect that. No, you don't really expect many strats. A team that really thinks about what their opponents are doing and how they can counter it, because Coastline is a relatively small map. They're the team that's really going to excel. If you can cut off roamers, they're going to have a very minimum impact. That's why I said that Nomad ban, if you want to win on the defense first, you want to bring the Nomad first, because it can shut so many things down. Like, think about it. 3 air jabs, 2 stairways. You need an Oryx if you want to get past it, essentially.
Yeah, I love the setup here from Laser. They've got the vertical angles that Mr. 50 Cal on the smoke has created with that M590 shotgun. Vertical holes from the VIP room looking down onto kitchen window. Thank you very much, Science. That's going to mean that any attacker that vies to jump in the kitchen window is going to be shut down from above, because you have an angle lock. When you're vaulting, you cannot look straight up. So if Toxic does decide to make an aggressive entry here, there's no player, obviously, to play the holes, but we have the Vigil positioned upstairs. That's going to be Reverie yet again on the Vigil. She's going to be able to help out her anchors from above, and this is something about Coastline. Practically all the floors are destructible, and it gives a lot of variation, and we see a lot of Buck play. Obviously, Panther bringing the Buck these previous 2 rounds. The Buck can really expose weaknesses inside the defense, because you can tear up all the floor above this bomb site. Yeah, so it's going to be Nova now assaulting top down. Vertical pressure from the sledgehammer, and the Buck skeleton key is going to get to work on this flooring. And Zay, he doesn't need the sledgehammer to make something work, as he finds the gunfire onto Reverie. Hongoose is there for the trade, however. Laser doubling up, which is really good to see. They don't want to fall behind in man count this time on defense, as their players are doubling up. 50 Cal taking a few shots from above on more vertical angles created by Nova. But Hongoose, he's just going to persist and find a second one. Down goes the IQ and the diffuser. Hongoose now has a massive task to try and hold off the offense from the Buck, but he's gonna choose the wise option. Fall back down to sight and play the time and the numbers.
Yes, the flashbangs will come through from Panther, but right now we're seeing Nova getting distracted and realizing these are some big issues we need to work around. To deal with it, Toxic has just gone and jumped inside very quietly, walking, crouched ADS, the quietest way that you can move in this game. But Hongoose is able to find Parallax. Right now we're seeing the attackers, they're struggling to really get together, because Hongoose is tearing them apart. Toxic's able to find a kill. Dartex gets the refrag, and Hongoose to shut things down. Putting Hongoose on that Jaeger on a map like Coastline, well, that's a scary thought, Kenny. We saw exactly what he could do on Clubhouse, and, well, that's what happened. We saw him just playing by luggage. As soon as you know that somebody's up there and you're the attackers trying to do vertical, you realize that you can't. Because there's always that pressure, always a possibility of a flank. You might not, you don't have a Nomad. You can't just focus on that bottom floor. You've got to deal with the issue presented. And at that point, well, Hongoose was picking apart players. Suddenly you're in a 3 versus 5. And Hongoose is just picking things apart. Holding on the white stairs, causing that pressure. Suddenly Panther and Parallax, they've got to worry about you. And Toxic's all on their own on site. Nova, they got split apart very easily. In a very similar way we saw in that first round.
Laser really making use of that Nomad ban that they brought out themselves. Hongoose and Reverie being that... I love using the word wormy, because I think it just symbolizes the play style of some players, where they just wait for the perfect moment to strike. They're always there, but they manage to slip through the attacking eyes on holding the flank, and that's exactly what Hongoose and Reverie did. Yes, Reverie was the opening kill, but she was the bait there for Hongoose. And when you've got a player in your roster like Hongoose who can turn the tides of a round, that's really good for a team. It's individual skill and individual talent that could see Laser taking home the championship. Nova, they need to shut down Hongoose, because that's what, his 3rd 4K in this matchup so far?
Yes.
It just scintillating stuff. He's yet to get the ace, so it's not all rainbows and sunshine.
It's a team game, Kenny, you know? You gotta help sometimes. Looking at it, though, Laser, they've got a pretty good spread going on. Honkus, obviously, is providing a lot of that fragging legwork, but it's keeping pace with Nova. That's a very important part at this moment. You're looking at the kills they've got. Well, obviously, Laser, they're not exactly far off. They're only a couple of kills behind, maybe 3 or 4. Right now, though, Nova, they're probably feeling very uncomfortable after that last round. They got picked apart. They lost their gunfights in one-on-ones, and well, that's the worst thing for morale, is when you lose it on just on your one-on-ones, because suddenly you realize that you might be outclassed. You might be outskilled, and well, Unstable is about to outbrain Reverie very, very quickly. She'll be picked up in luggage. Honkus is there with the refrag. The sledge taken away, but that's not the huge impact kill you want on soft breach. You want to take away Bug, because Sledge only goes down, Buck goes up and down. Get Buck inside Blue Bar or inside Sunrise, suddenly you've got a huge issue in your cards. The Jones will be coming through for Unstable. They will be able to find that Mr. 50 cal and the Milcery, and realistically, right now, Laser, they're starting to feel the pressure. Nova, they're wanting to apply it, and they're wanting to get these jaws just a little bit closer to clamping down, Kenny.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas of pressure here from the Nova attack. We've got players on the courtyard roof, players below, players on the hooker balcony and window, and that means that the anchor of Dartex is going to have to scamper to safety, because he is a dead man if he stays inside of hooker. And there we go. All the pressure exerted from Nova's attack has completely cleared the hooker bomb site. That means if they are able to pick up this diffuser, which has just been left on the roof, they can potentially go for a plant. Panther on the precipice of the bomb site now moves in, gets Goo-mined, but is able to fire a few shots towards Cool Vibes. That's going to be Quackerbox on the Legion. And as the diffuser does get recovered by Parallax, Dartex answers back. The Evil Eye kill onto Panther. Obviously, those Evil Eyes do pack a punch with 5 damage per laser hit. And with a lit opponent, that could be a swift end game for you. Honkus, another kill for him. 6 so far in the first 3 rounds. It's all on Unstable and Parallax moving into the hooker bomb site. One with the bomb, that's Parallax. He's not able to deal with this Evil Eye, who's going to give constant intel to the defense of Laser. Parallax getting that bomb down, he's fired away, and it's all up to Unstable to cover. The bomb does get planted, however, as Honkus is on the ground, and now a retake is in order for the Laser defense. 50 cal finds one, and Parallax, he's been injured. But do Laser know about it? They're still scampering to look for the position of this last defender. But little do they know he's on the floor, and if 50 cal sticks this defuse, that's the round, and the retake secured for Laser. There just wasn't the manpower in the final seconds for Nova's attack.
Yeah, I feel like the lack of information, it could have gone completely the other way if there's one player still alive. Laser, though, well, they did very, very good. What they did, and what they did good, was they stalled them out. They didn't let them get in that control in the site until about a minute left on the clock. And they dealt with it very quickly. That Evil Eye was able to find that first kill. Parallax had to try and push through alongside the IQ of Unstable. They had to move in. They didn't have time or resources to deal with any of the utility. The sledge frag grenades were taken almost immediately as that opening kill from the defenders. And, well, simply put, there's too many players on the board. The Alder was there, constantly giving that information, putting the pressure on Parallax, and, well, Parallax wasn't able to kill it. So when that final plant that did get stuck went down, did a lot of damage and was able to injure them. It just gave the amount of mental pressure on Nova was immense at that point. Very, very difficult for them to bring it back. They gave it a go, don't get me wrong, but it was just a case of going into kill boxes and putting your head in the jaws of the defenders. Penthouse, though, Kenny, an interesting site, one we don't really see that often, and as you're the big-brained analyst stats man, well, maybe you can run us through it.
If defended correctly, it can be a viable bomb site. We don't typically see it inside of, say, T1 Siege, because there's very easily... The bomb site is very easy to isolate. Because of that big window, you can cut off the entirety of the penthouse bomb site. You cannot sit safely inside of the bomb site whatsoever, because that double window has vision on the entirety of it. Behind the bed, you're not safe. Behind the cabinet where the Cade is sat is wallbangable. And especially if the offense brings a hard breacher to open up that triple wall, there's safe entry into the bomb site, because VIP, it also has an external double window, so it's very difficult to sit inside of there as well. And that's why Penthouse is tricky to defend, but if held well and an emphasis on plant denial, which we do see 2 C4s on the side of Laser's defense on the Cade and the Mute, they could easily deny a potential plant attempt.
Well, the big problem for me right now is that, well, Nova, they don't have a box. That utility, it's very difficult to deal with. And like you said, these C4s, they're really huge if that wall gets opened, because it stops the plank going down. But, well, right now, Laser, they're in a position where this wall might not get opened at all. You've got to really get some cojones if you want to deal with this utility. You don't even have an Habana where you could do that little Habana trick where you go down below, you shoot those pellets up, you can actually clear the utility. And it actually works to destruction, and it can't be electrified. That's not going to happen. You don't have any of the tools that you need. You need to get a really nicely timed frag grenade, and, well, Honk Goose is just going to say no, catching Zay off guard. A very nice ult walk moving through, and Parallax is stuck outside on Hookah Balcony, not wanting to get in. Nova, they're stalling out again. This is their map pick. You'd expect them to take to it like a duck to water. You'd expect them to be really aggressive with their momentum, because that's how you've got to play this map. That's how you've got to take your attacking side. You do not give no quarter, no nothing. Right now, Nova, they're crouch walking around. They're trying to deal with utility. They've got a Thatcher that could deal with that wall, but they're not even going to bother. They're going to try and get the Sabruni gate taken away. The Cade is just going to sit there and knows exactly where to look. Picking up the Cade Claw, will have to put it down again to stop that utility, but Unstable's able to finally kill onto Reverie. Catches that Capcan on the roam. An impact kill? Probably not. The Cade is still able to get this utility. And right now, we're going to see Toxic open up the wall. The Cade Claw will go down. It will just be about to get it, I do think, but no! Oh my lord, yes it went through. Mr. 50 cal, a huge effort, but Panther's there to at least get something back. We'll be able to kill Honk Goose, and in doing so, a 3 versus 4. Mr. 50 cal will get another kill. That wall will start to open up, and the EMP, that's going to make life just that little bit harder. The Ace Selmas will get the down. Panther confirming the kill. Dartex and Quackerbox, well, they need to stay alive. It's only going to be Quackerbox on the flank on 90. The plant's going down. You're in a post plant. You need to run right into Parallax. You find Toxic. You don't find another, though, and Nova will take the penthouse site.
Wow, it came down to the wire for the attack, but they managed to make it work. And as I spoke about, that triple wall, if you get it open, yes, Nova got it open with 15 seconds left, but that was all they needed to push into the site and get the bomb down. Laser didn't have the manpower to attempt to deny that plant. And in the end, Nova stood strong in the retake. Parallax with a very smart post-plant position. Well, that's a lovely bit of alliteration. Post-plant position. In the bookshelves on VIP. Shut down the attempted retake from the Mute through the 90 corridor. And we see why Penthouse not that viable, especially with Thatcher on the board. I think if Thatcher was banned away instead of the Monty, that Cade Claw stays up, and Nova don't get that wall open.
I feel like it might have been Nova saying, well, we've got a Thatcher, let's not worry about the vertical play. But that definitely was Nova expecting a double bar site, because, well, you do. Simply put, you do expect it. Penthouse hasn't been seen in Pro League for quite a while, at least in EU, NA kind of regions. So, looking at that Penthouse's position, that's really not something you do. You expect to bring a double bar setup. And I'll talk exactly why the Nova lineup did exactly that. They had the Thatcher. That was an office wall take that Nova wanted to accomplish, but they couldn't because the site didn't allow it. They had the Thatcher, they had the Ace and the Thermite. So they could go above, they could use the Ace for vertical, they could use the Sledge for vertical as well. That wasn't what happened because of the site catching them off guard. Although they adapted very nicely, that Thatcher was able to get the wall in the end, and so was the Ace. I feel like that was the big turning point, because until then, it was 100% Lasers round to win. Now, we're going back to Kitchen. And we're going to be seeing Lasers attempt to really just put the pressure on. Because last time we were here, Kenny, if you'll remember, Honk Goose had an absolute stinker of a round, didn't he?
Yeah, a 4K on this one. Some really clever utility placement there. The mute jammer stopping the drone from entering in the service door. Panther, he's going to utilize one EMP to obviously disable that jammer, but that will only be for 10 seconds, so they've got to be quick about this intel gathering. The drone comes into service, 2 drones in fact, and that's going to spot out the smoke's position behind the shield, and hopefully, no, not the player behind the beer shelves. So they're going to just spot out the one player on site, and maybe that's going to give them the overconfidence to rush into the site, expecting just the sole anchor. Instead, there'll be 2. Elsewhere, it's the frag grenade from the side of Zay to find Reverie, as she's been very unlucky so far this game, not finding a single kill yet. But a man who is finding kills, Hongoose.
Yes, Quackerbox would like to put their name in the kill feed as well, and is currently fighting a 1 versus 2. Isn't able to land those shots and will be taken down, but somebody who can is waiting in the wings. Hongoose able to find Toxic, and while suddenly Parallax is also aware of this, and they're going to push in together. The confirmed kill will come through, and Hongoose knows exactly where that Capitale's playing. Low HP, doesn't realize how low Parallax is, just going to pull back, play it safe. Caught off by Unstable, holding that angle, and suddenly a 2 versus 3 in favor of Nova. Quite surprisingly, we've seen a lot of actual analysis being able to come through in how these teams are playing. On a map you don't expect it. However, that's not really important. The smoke canister will go off. That's important, because now there's only 1 left in pocket. 40 seconds, pretty much on the clock. That's going to be used at the perfect time. That mute jammer, it's not a Banshee. It's not going to tell you when they're pushing, and that EMP can just shut it all down. Real opportunity to go for a pinch at this point. The Alba, though, in supply. That's something you never take for granted, Kenny, because it can sing. Today it's going to sing a sad song of death and will be taken off by Unstable. Gives the information to Mr. 50 cal, but Nova, they're going to close the round out. Unstable, as soon as you find the kill into the Maestro, well, yeah, that's essentially it. The pinch comes through, that 2-pronged defense. They can't push together if there's a Maestro and a smoke, so as soon as this kill comes through, they all collapse on that smoke.
Yeah, especially, I feel sorry for SMG11 players on Coastline, because it's probably the one map where the SMG, well, there's a lot of maps where the SMG isn't great because there's a lot of long-range engagements, but boy, Coastline is the king of long-range engagements. And having that difficult to control SMG with limited ammo in a magazine is just a nightmare for any player, especially in a clutch situation. You're not able to take multiple gunfights. It's tough taking one gunfight because you're against attacking ARs which pack a punch. They have the 1.5 and the 2x scopes. It's not a nice place to be. So I feel for Mr. 50 cal in that situation. And he said, no, I'm not playing the SMG anymore. Give me Jaeger. I want to be able to take these long-range engagements. Hongoose kicked off the Jaeger, but he's back on his favourite operator from Clubhouse. It will be the Mute, so he has access to that 1.5 scope, which he made absolutely lethal in the last map. And I'm excited to see what he does with it. Does he roam below? Does he sit on site? Because he has access to that C4, he may play below. The only C4 on the side of Laser's defense, as Reverie is bringing those impact grenades to help with the rotates. There's no, obviously, no shotgun on Hongoose on the Mute because he is bringing that MP5K. So you have to bring the impacts to be able to aid with the soft destruction.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. There are a lot of impacts, like you said. And this is a map where impact tricking doesn't really have a place. So, yeah, it's fair enough. It's understandable. You can try and use impacts for kills, but you think about it, if you're Reverie, you just bring a C4 instead if you're worried about getting kills with it. So definitely bringing the impacts to the rotates and trying to just set things up quite nicely. Nova, they've at least secured a 3-3 split from some very, very strong performances on their attack. And, well, right now, Laser, they look to even things out. Nova, they're going to be heading below. They're going to have that Jackal looking to deal with this roam game. They haven't brought the Nomad, which is a real... I feel like Nomad and Jackal... Right, Kenny, think about Maestro and Echo. They do the same thing differently. Hongoose on Mute and Jaeger, they do the same thing differently. They find the same amount of kills, but just on different operators. That's how I feel Jackal and Nomad operate, because they shut down the roam game, but they do it differently. For example, a big issue, Zay's gone undetected because someone else has been caught. Now, he will definitely make a statement of intent, getting that wall open and just pulling back. Right now, though, Nova, they're feeling a lot of pressure. They don't know where this roamer is because they didn't scan him. Reverie, she'll be knocked down and will be taken away. Very unfortunately being the opening frag in almost all of these gunfights at this point. Unstable will be able to find a kill and will confirm onto Reverie. Panther also being dead. Those Banshees, they have a lot more utility, as do the Evil Eyes and Mute Jammers, but Nova, they're starting to stall out here. They might be trying to do this distraction game that we saw in the first round, but right now, it's just simply not showing, Kenny.
Oh no, Honk Goose has been jackal pinged inside of kitchen and the pinch comes out from the Capitao in bathroom. Really good roam clear there from Nova, making use of the main ability of the jackal. That ability that can be ever so annoying and pesky for the defenders. Proves its worth. So as another laser member falls, it's all on 50 cal and Dartex, two very capable guns in their hands. We've got the older and the 416 to sing maybe not a sad song this round because there's only 35 seconds left and Nova actually have to push onto the bomb site, and a tricky engagement up the Cool Vibe stairs will meet the ends of Toxic. The Ash taken off the board and time dwindling, and Nova are only just making their advance into Aqua. This is going to be a really late execute, and Laser, they're in the driving seat because they can just play the time. Nova have to get this bomb down. It's in the hands of Unstable. The Evil Eye not being able to be cleared, and we're going to see a push into the bomb site with the bomb as it goes down. The Older is going to absolutely shred through the remaining player, and it's all on Zay, who has not enough time to go for the frag or plant the diffuser, and Laser level it up 3-3 as we switch sides.
Huge effort coming through from the Maestro and from Mr. 50 cal there. And, well, you know what? That was a good round. That was very, very nicely done. Dartex and Mr. 50 cal, like you said, they realized you just hold up and you just goddamn wait. At the moment, throughout all of these games so far, you can see the stats on the board. This is the whole series, not this game. Do not panic when you look at Honk Goose's KD. That's huge, though. Honk Goose has easily been that standout fragger, in my opinion, and has just really stepped up in a massive way. But this is a map where we've seen a lot of the laser players come into their own as well. I feel like Dartex and Mr. 50 cal, this has been their map more than Clubhouse, in my opinion. They've really come up huge. They had the Maestro, they had the Jaeger, and they simply said, right, we wait, we stall them out. That's not just one player that can do that. That is a team effort. That is a huge opportunity to be able to do that. And then, like you said, came down to those last couple of seconds. They had to go up those staircases. Laser, they just took it one by one. You saw Mr. 50 cal get one kill on the stairs. That's their two-pronged approach gone. They had to commit the Jackal to go around Bar's area. They were only able to find one kill. Dartex was too busy getting the diffuser and getting the Capitao. So, you know, huge round from them, but it's only a 3-3 split. Nova have a lot of potential now, and going onto the defense, the opportunity to set the pace is there. They can deal with saying, okay, these are the areas you need to clear, these are the areas you need to be worried about. We're going to take the gunfight to you, not the other way around. You've got to deal with our defense, rather than we're seeing Nova having to really just react. They can be the defining force in a round, and this Mozzie's going to do exactly that. It has those Mozzie pests and says, you clear me out, you're not going to be able to drone me, and Unstable going to start things out. You can't drone him, able to find Quackerbox. And, well, Thatcher being removed off the board. Laser, they're already a player down, looking to move into Coastline.
The Mozzie's feet has been spotted through this drone hole, and 50 cal, if he hits the prone position, he's going to spot out the feet of the Mozzie. He's going to shoot out his own drone, but I think that's a worthwhile trade, McCready. The Mozzie can collect the drones. He doesn't need to, but he's going to sacrifice his life for it this time around. Toxic, a C4 off the board, and a Roamer gone from the top floor. So IVC Laser, their offense, which has the use of the buck. They're going to be able to exert some vertical pressure as they have cleared the only roamer on the top floor, but it doesn't look so. The Jackal's going to call out that he sees footprints leading into Sunrise, and Honk Goose is going to capitalize, because Zay, he's alone in Sunrise, and that's one of those choke points that once you're in Sunrise, and there's a player inside a blue bar, you can't leave. He was stuck there to die, and die is what he did. Laser capitalized yet again on some really good Jackal play. We've seen Jackal be a thorn in both defenses, because they just can't. You can't move around coastline without leaving footprints everywhere. And if Jackal's in the right place at the right time, what do you know? He's gonna find you out.
Yeah. I talked about Nomad and Jackal, and I weighed them up, but I think Coastline's a map where Jackal really excels because you can't hide, simply put. There's positives and negatives to both sides, but that's not really important right now. The Jackal able to find some really good kills. That's what's important. Like you said, the crossfires. The coordination between these teams has been huge. And we're going to look at Parallax able to find one kill, but Honkus is already inside. And suddenly the kitchen window push comes through. The plan starts to come down, and Stable isn't even aware of where. So going through that rotate hole, that's going to be Reverie finding the kill. Panther in a 1 versus 3 finds Honkus. Needs to find 2 more and be on that diffuser by 7.15 seconds. But Dartex is going to make sure you don't even get 1 step closer. Able to find a kill in a very nice post plan. Reverie checking towards the kitchen toilet side. Dartex covering the only other angle. Watching that kitchen door, the push came through, shut it all down. Really nice execute from Laser. They knew where the problem areas were going to be once that plant went down. And honestly, a really good recovery coming out as well. Because as soon as Honkus gets taken away, the tip of the spear, I think it's very important to say at this point, Kenny, tip of the spear, it's the right word to describe Honk. As soon as that's taken away, you blunt it a little bit. But no, Dartex knows exactly where you are. That call's gone out, and all the guns are going to be focusing on you. Very nice attacking round from Laser. They're going to have to attack Hookah, Lounge, and Billiards this time. Going over to this site, I feel a pretty structured team will opt for that VIP penthouse take. You get in, you drone, you open up the hatch, you take theater, you move over towards luggage and towards VIP. You open up one wall, you look at this cross, and you say, okay, well, there we go. We can go for a plant on default. Now, big thing that our chat has just been, our observer has just noted in chat, Flores is allowed in the CENC. So, Reverie, she's going to be bringing that and looking to have a real opportunity to avoid that Master Chief KD, which, as much as I hate seeing it, I love to see it. Because it means a player might be struggling a little bit frag-wise, or they've really committed to the support role. But it, yeah, it means, Reverie, she wants to get away from that Master Chief KD. I love to see it, I hate to see it. Hopefully for her, I hope for her sake, we don't. But Hookah Billiards, there's a lot riding on this one. It is that go-to site for a lot of teams for a reason.
Is this the first ever official play of Flores inside of Siege?
I think
because he's still in a competitive quarantine for the rest of most leagues. This is the first time I've personally seen Flores, and this is the use of these drones. You can easily clear utility scot-free. There's no mute jammers, no mozzie pests on the side of the defense. These drones can go into the site unimpeded, clear away any ADSs, and potentially net a kill here. We see the smoke forced out of position onto the Cool Vibes stairs. He's not able to reinforce the Cool Vibes wall, and that drone almost blew a hole in it, and that means that one of the lynch pins of this bomb site, the vase position, is gonna be very weak.
Honkus able to find a kill onto Zay. Now we're starting to feel this pressure. VIP and Hookah and Billiards has been taken. VIP and Theater. I seem to be getting a bit confused in my old age and the late nights. They seem to be hitting Kenny, but still. Penthouse and Theater have been taken. Honkus has found that opening kill. We just have Flores putting so much pressure on. Right now, wherever she's still got 2 of those drones in pocket and a Claymore on the wall. It's very hard for people to deal with her. And these EMPs, they're going to make sure any mute charmers that aren't on the table will be dealt with. Right now, that VIP wall, that's opened up. Honkus over towards luggage. We're in a very, very good spot if you're a Laser player. You're a Laser fan. If you're a Nova supporter, though, well, things just got all very, very difficult. They have got a player waiting by the couches, ready to put some pressure on. Are they going to have that impact, though? That's what I want to know. Are we going to see Parallax having that huge round-defining moment. Well, with the shotgun SMG, it's a solid bet, to be honest. At this range, you look at this, the swing comes out, you spot the Capital. Mr. 50 cal gets a kill, and Toxic gets one as well. The shotgun downs 50, and Dartex is taken down. It's all down to Quacker. Reverie gets on the attack. She finds a kill. It's a 2 versus 2. The drop of the Blacktop's going to be coming through. Laser, they realize they're going to have to go for the pinch, but the C4 goes. Unsable realizes that this is happening, and right now, Parallax is all alone. Quackerbox able to win out that gunfight, and Reverie, she still has those 2 Flores drones. She can put them in, make the sightlines for herself. Well, she only has 1, but that's all she might need. Right now, Parallax is stuck in a very awkward position. The pinch is coming through. Quackerbox is taken away, but they're not pushing at the same time. 10 seconds, a pre-fire comes through, and there it is. Reverie's able to get to 2nd kill, but more importantly, another round for the Laser.
Impact frags there for Reverie. Yes, she had 1 kill before the round, but 2 impact frags at the end of this one, round 8. And that is her round. She secures Laser's 2nd attack, and they are starting to pull away with map 2. This Ace Thatcher combo can be devastating on coastline. Yes, there's not much emphasis on the reinforcements and opening up breaches, but it just adds extra sightlines that the defenders have to worry about, and it puts the anchors in uncomfortable situations. And when you're able to push the anchors out of uncomfortable situations into your line of sight, especially with the likes of Honk Goose and Mr. 50 cal, when their guns come alive, it's really difficult inside of Nova's team to do anything about it. You have to, on defense, I feel like Nova, they can't be the passive ones here.
No.
They have to be the ones taking the aggression to Laser and not allowing Laser to set up their angles, set up their crossfires, and not allow them to dictate the flow of the game. Because I think since we've gone on to attack, albeit 2 rounds, I think that Laser have started to dictate this game, and with them being the victors of map 1, Nova really can't afford a loss on map 2 here, because they go map point down, and they then thereafter have to win all 3 remaining maps.
Yes, map point. Serious point for Laser if they win this round. Well, they'll be put onto it, and the opportunity for it. If they win coastline, well, Nova, they're going into Oregon at a severe disadvantage. And, well, simply put, if they go into Oregon with a severe disadvantage, well, that's the mental game really coming in. Laser, this is really the opportunity to clamp down and win these rounds. Because, like I said, their attacking, it really struggled on Clubhouse. Coastline, when they were able to win the attacking rounds on Clubhouse, it came down to being able to win their gunfights, play together, go for refrags, and just barrel through an entryway onto site. That's what you want on Clubhouse. The big thing is... they got shot out, but fine. The big thing for me in this lineup is that Flores has been brought again, even though Nova, they could go down to that kitchen site. They could go down to double bar. Well, they're not going to. Even if they do, though, it's perfectly fine, because in a pinch, Kenny, I've used these Flores drones to do vertical play in kitchen on Kaf Dostoyevsky. When you don't have a hard breach, they have a sizable impact. It's not what they're meant for, but it works. It also allows you to push these players out of key positions, like that shield. Right now, Nova, they're playing very passive. There's 2 players over towards that. Cool vibes. And, Kenny, would you like an explanation on the caster curse? Because, well... Unstable's really happy to provide one. Dartex getting caught away as soon as I say they're not playing aggressive. Unstable ramps it up a little bit, peeks that angle with a pre-fire, gets the kill, but Mr. 50 cal's there to get a little bit of revenge. Laser, 4 versus 4, their aggression, their utility, it's able to do quite a bit of work, but nobody of these 3 players in that position spotted that default camera. Nova knew exactly about it, and Panther's able to find the kill alongside Toxic. Could be the kill that they need. They're just going to have to wait down this timer at this point, because that's all they need to do. 1 round. Gives them, if they win it, they're only 1 round away from tying with Laser, possibly going to that match point position first. But if they lose it, well, suddenly they have to play that perfect game, and it's just not going to go very well for them when Laser are very, very comfortable and in control at the moment. And speaking of in control, 50 cal, the smoke canisters, they're going to start moving through. It's not going to catch out Toxic, though. He's going to crouch through. Quackerbox will be able to find a kill, but they still don't know about the Milcery. Able to down Quacker. Reverie will find that refrag. Zay with the C4 finds 50 cal. It's all down to Reverie again. She could get the revive, but that yokai, it might have information. They might know exactly where you are. Parallax is going to be scanning it, looking exactly for it, realizing the plant is going to be going down soon. With 8 seconds, this yokai can just win it all down. But it's blocked. You have to go the long way around. You're not going to make it in time. But Zay will, stopping the plant going down and keeping Nova in the round.
Oh my. The yokai stopped by the little bit of wall at the base of the rotate, which was not shotgunned away. And I think Laser were really smart about that. The player not planting, I can't remember which one it was, because they both had AR-33s, so it was very difficult to distinguish between the Thatcher and the Flores. So Reverie went down Cool Vibes while Quackerbox was planting, because they knew Nova had a pulse. So she went down, assuming the pulse would be playing below in Sunrise to deny the plant with the cardiac scanner when the clock hit 000 and that plant was going down. But Pulse, he double bluffed. It's like a poker game. He didn't play downstairs. He came up top, even with a C4, and played along with the yokai to practically double up on plant denial. He could either use his gun, or the yokai did the job, or the yokai acted as a drone for the pulse in the eventual post plant. However it resulted, it was a Nova defensive round. I think they did win it early doors, having the aggressive peaks, as you spoke about the Caster's Curse. They took the initiative that round, and they shut down Honk Goose. They shut down the player on the hooker balcony, and that was the start of the waterfall for the round, because Laser, without the man count, struggled that round. And I think rounds that they have the man advantage, they're able to trade out. Oh dear. They're able to trade out an early spawn peak, our favourite, probably the oldest long-standing spawn peak from Coastline. I remember in the G2 Penta Grand Finals when Canadian picked a rook to spawn peak the hooker window on match point for Penta, and EG brought it back into overtime.
Beautiful times indeed. And with Canadian making it back into the Pro League scene just a little bit for the Invitational, well, it's going to be very, very exciting. Right now, though, that spawn peak, Laser aren't very happy about it, but I think it was in the time allowed, so Nova, they're going to be able to get away with it. And the time that Laser have taken to kind of check that it's legal, well, that's going to put them at a deficit, because they haven't gotten the building. They're still doing a lot of their preliminary droning. They don't know about this position. They don't know about Sunrise Bar still having a player in it. They're looking to just drone the kitchen site. Honkus will be able to find a kill, but you're still playing catch up. There's still a lot of things that can go wrong, and as it stands, it's a really good position for that to happen. Service will get open, the Flores drone will go through, and you will hear that little drum of death as it detonates. We'll be looking to get through that drone hole and move forward, and it can jump, so kind of interested as to why. It's not going to get the kill, but it gets the shield. It does the damage. You just around the other side of the shield, you get a kill. But no, that's not going to happen. Zay in couches is going to be able to find this kill. He's going to be able to find a real big issue for Laser. He's going to be a thorn in their foot. And right now, well, the Lion doesn't have a mouse to pull it out. Laser currently sat very, very stalled out, very, very docile. They were able to get one yokai, but a lot of these power positions, they're needed, and they simply aren't there, Kenny.
Oh man, I feared for Parallax's life, because he was actually on the yokai when the forest drone was detonated. But luckily enough for him, there's 3 seconds on that detonate timer for the forest drone, so he's able to come off the cam and escape with only 30 or so HP off of his health bar. Hongoose inside of Blue Bars, looking to clamp down on Zay inside of Sunrise. He doesn't have much aid, however, as the rest of his team are quite spread out thinly. We have a player on the kitchen window, player outside service, and a player in lobby. That lobby player is aggressing towards bathroom and will take down the second anchor player of Warden. That leaves it all up to Parallax on site on the Echo. And that MP5 SD can be a good weapon, but it doesn't really have a high DPS. The plant going to be going down on kitchen window. The knife from Revan and the second onto the dog. Fantastic coverage work from Reverie. Then it's all up to Panther now on low HP and a post plant. He has 35 seconds to work with and 30 HP. Reverie, 2 kills already this round, looking for a 3k. She hears the shots from the Jaeger, knows that position. Given away behind the black box. Reverie going to take the wide angle, but not take the gunfight just yet. She's going to wait for her claymore to trigger. And Panther, he's obviously going to have to get close and peek that door to destroy the claymore, but Reverie's going to be able to fire back and answer in return. Panther sees the red lines of the claymore. He's going to go for the peek, and the second that shot comes out, Reverie's going to hit the trigger. Mouse 1 does the job. A 3k for Reverie. She has really woken up in these past few rounds. And Laser, that's match point.
God, Kenny, I wish I called out myself in ranked for my KD, because holy moly, they really stepped up in that point. She just came through. She found that knife onto the Echo, the one player with the power ability to shut everything down with Mouse 1. Everybody does, but he can do it safely. She just ran around the corner, knifed him, and then took away Doc for good measure as well. A huge performance from her, dealing with the utility, dealing with the shield, so that Echo wasn't a big issue. That Echo couldn't sit comfortably and drone. No, that Echo had to change their position, put themselves in a horrible area, and then that post plant was played to a T, really. A lot of times we'll look at it and say, it's very easy to criticize how teams will play out a post plant. No, that was perfectly done from Laser. They had a player outside ready to deal with the event that Reverie dies. But Reverie, well, she sat exactly on that wall. Obviously, there wasn't a rotate there. That was Nova's big mistake, because if it was a rotate, well, she'd have to cover that angle. Which she still played it really well. The position forced a wide swing coming out from Toxic. It's coming out from the Jaeger. And, well, simply put, Kenny, if you're holding the angle and you're expecting the push, well, there you go. That Claymore, you wouldn't look towards it because he had to shoot it. That's exactly what happened. Reverie, you played it beautifully. And then the big thing I want to point out as well, even with this rotate hole, right? Even if there was one, well, they had 3 claymores on the side of Laser, as they do now. So that wasn't even an issue at all. Like, honestly, I'm looking at Laser. That round couldn't have gone better for them, in my opinion, bar the spawn peak. Unstable's going to be trying it again. It's not going to land, but right now, very high risk, very high reward. Nova, they realize this. They want to get that kill, but if they lose it, well, you're putting yourselves at that 1-player deficit on match point, and only 3 minutes possibly stands between you and Oregon, so do you really want to risk it?
They will be risking a bomb site we haven't yet seen, McCready. The Blue Bar and Sunrise Bar bomb site. And this is an intriguing position for me because they're bringing quite an unorthodox lineup. There's no Jaeger. There's obviously a heavy emphasis on the gunfights. You've got the Vigil, the Milcery, the Aruni, all, well, 2 and 3 speeds, along with the Vigil. Rook is going to be that main anchor. He's going to have access to that 2x scope. The only defender with an automatic weapon that has access to that 2x scope. So he's going to be able to shut down any immediate entry into the bomb site, while the rest of his roamers do the work elsewhere. One of those roamers, that's Milcery, inside of kitchen. She's going to find a few bullets onto Honk, but Honk doesn't lose his gunfights. We've seen him, yet again with another frag. Honkus does not lose his wands. He's going to be shot in the back by Unstable, however, and we are collapsing towards the end round, and we've only seen 90 seconds of play so far. It's 3 versus 2 in favor of the defense, but there's still a lot of utility on Laser's side, and more importantly, Reverie's still alive. She has been pivotal in the late round for Laser, and she still has 1 Flores drone left to clear utility, clear any Banshees that are going to impede her advance into the site. 50 cal, he's still lurking and helping out Reverie in clearing this roamer of Toxic along with Panther, because the bomb is down in Hooker. They need to recover that diffuser, but Toxic stands in the way.
Yes, now, they need to deal with this Roma because there's still that crossfire down below to deal with. Unstable's going to be able to find the kill. It's going down to 50 cal and a 1 versus 2 to win this out. It's winnable. You have time, you have utility, and you have a beautiful shot onto Toxic. Now this shit just got winnable. Nearly said a naughty, naughty word there, but Mr. 50 cal probably made Toxic say one of his own. Secondary shotgun's going to allow that drop into office, going to allow them to come down, and the pre-aim, he's going to get it! And Laser, they are going to go into Oregon one map away from closing it all down. Nova, a much weaker map showing, but still, nonetheless, a huge round from Laser and a huge win, most importantly. Kenny, oh my God, it's just these colossal plays that are coming through that I don't think Nova are ready for, that Laser are just unstoppable with.
What a scintillating clutch from Mr. 50 cal in the death. Wow, that is... Wow, that shot onto the Cool Vibes player was insane. And then he had the wit about him to do the hot drop into office and catch the last player alone on the bomb site in no man's land in the middle of the rotate. Just fantastic there from the end of the game when we saw Lasers, sorry, go onto the offense. They just looked like a different team. They looked like they looked the better side, and I think that we can say Clubhouse could have gone either way. We went 15 rounds, 8-7. Either team could have won that last round, but I think we can definitively say that was Laser's map, and they deserved it with how they showed us they could attack.
Yeah, exactly. Honkus, a huge performance on the frags, but Reverie really stepped up. 50 cal, all of the players on that side really had a great time. Nova, they had some real good rounds on the board as well. However, it just wasn't 7. It wasn't enough. We are going to be taking a short break before we do go into our third map and possibly final. That's going to be Oregon. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass.
Hello, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. It has been an incredible ending to Map 2, and Lasers, well, now they're currently sitting very comfortably on Series and Grand Final point. But we're not done yet. They still have another hurdle to go through. We talked about this a little bit in the break, Kenny, but Oregon, what do we think it's going to bring?
Well, I think out of the first 2 maps, Oregon most closely resembles Clubhouse. We've had Clubhouse and Coastline as map 1 and 2 respectively. And Laser, yes, they were victorious on both, but one map, Clubhouse, was a lot closer than the second. Clubhouse was an 8-7 victory, and I think that Oregon and Clubhouse are very resemblant of each other in how they play out. So I think that we're going to see Nova bring a lot more to the table this map than what we saw on Coastline. Their strats are going to come out as we saw on Clubhouse, and we could see more MVP of the Bandit trick.
Yeah, now, something I talked about quite a bit in that first game when we saw Nova being pushed onto this match point, and it's kind of like, they've got to play a perfect game now. Well, now they need to do that for 2 maps, okay? Just to give them a chance to win. And I'm looking at these 2 maps, because Oregon, we talked about it and we said, okay, well, this is going to favor Nova a little bit more than Coastline. But the next map is Consulate. I feel like if Nova win out this map, we can see it being closed down on Consulate, because Coastline resembles Consulate a lot more than Oregon. And it's something we're talking about. It's like very tit for tat with these predictions, but it's something we've got to do, because I'm looking at this and I personally don't see it going further than Consulate. If it does, then I'll be Theme Park. And then Nova would be the favorites for me, but if we do go to our Theme Park, Kenny, I don't think I can predict anything anymore.
Yeah, it would, all our notes and our paper will be thrown out the window. Something that isn't being thrown out the window is an unorthodox ban. Obviously, we're going to be seeing the Thatcher be the first operator knocked out for the count. And joining him will be the Monte. And we've seen the Monte be banned away by Laser all 3 maps so far, so they are not fond of that shield operator. Everyone has opinions on whether shields belong in Rainbow Six or not. I think I can certainly say Laser are against the shield operator. They haven't knocked out the Clash, however, in any of the maps, and they won't do so here either. The Clash hasn't been played, however, and if I was Nova, obviously Laser knocking away a shield operator on offense, they're not very fond of them, so why not bust out a Clash on your defenses? It may just shake things up and put some rounds slightly further in your favor. Yes, you have one less gun to act with, but Clashy has a massive range. She's basically like a walking banshee of slowing down people. You're a mobile 13-meter range damage-inducing banshee. And when you say it like that, Clash is a scary operator.
Oh yeah, absolutely she is. Especially when you're a team that really don't do that well dealing with them. Honestly, you're looking at... There it is! You're looking at Laser, right? And you're seeing Honku's constantly switch... No, it's going to be a 6. You're seeing Honku's constantly switching out to Zofia and playing that operator. Well, Zofia, realistically, you want Honk being the shooter when you're dealing with a Clash. Well, Honk can't do that, especially if there's a buck on the ball, because they don't know that the Clash is coming. That 6-pick is going to come through. I want Unstable to go to it because it might be what we need. And yes, there it is. And when you look at the site as well, Kenny, well, things have just got spicy, interesting, and hot all in the same moment.
Ah, I should be paid millions for my analysis. Look at that. I'm so good.
That's me when I predict, oh, someone's going to peak this after a couple of seconds, but, you know, well, technically we are, so, I mean, we're being paid in good games, I suppose, so...
Yeah, paid in entertainment, and I love entertainment. We're all here for a good time, and boy, I am enjoying it.
They're not even going to have an elbow hold to really compound this Clash. They're just going to have that position and just have Clash as a door. A literal door, because Quacker's there, right? They have a Zofia, but they didn't see it on that actual lineup before the 6-pick. So, in their mind, there's nobody who could deal with it. So they're just going to play Clash on that doorway. And even then, even with the Zofia, it's very easy to just get into cover and wait. Right now, Unstable, well, that's going to be a real big issue for the side of Laser.
Yeah, this is amusing to see. It's... Unstable, as you said, it's just going to be halting any kind of progress into the blue bunker area, and with Parallax supporting him on the pillar, he doesn't have to worry about his tower stairs flank and being shot in the back, so he can just put his full attention onto the bunker double door while the rest of his team hold off on the front, the laundry and the freezer area. But of course, as the Clash spots out, the heavy drone work outside bunker is going to be a blue and tower take. It looks like Laser are quite unexpected of seeing the Clash. There's 2 drones just staring at the Clash, and they don't really have much idea of how to deal with it. There's only the Zofia, which is a hard counter, but she's not in a position to deal with the Clash. We're going to see the E-box will get opened by one of those Selmas, unimpeded by any wall denial. And a frag grenade gets expended, but going to do no damage to the Clash as of yet. And Unstable is just going to persist, playing aggressive on this double door, as another frag grenade is primed and ready, but not thrown anywhere close to deal damage to this Clash. An air jab goes out, but Unstable just manages to retreat into the Shiko position. And yet, still, this utility usage is fantastic from Nova's defense.
Yes, because those frag grenades, that's a very, very rare currency. Now, wherever he's able to find Parallax, that Maestro is gone, but the information it gives is not. You have Zofia with 2 impacts. That's all you have to deal with it. You have control of bunker. You have that Clash pushed out, but they're backing up to pillars. They're stalling out Laser in a way that they're not ready for, like we said. However, she's the only one with a kill. We're seeing Mr. 50 cal looking to push forward, but they can't place air jabs down forever. You can have them in these key positions and move forward because of it, but you're going to stall out. Only one air jab is left. Zay is just holding this position. There's utility on the wall, and the Thatcher ban means, well, simply put, that elbow's not getting opened up. They're just going to start moving forward. E-Box will go through. Dartex takes some damage, but 30 seconds, something's going to happen. And Sable's going to be taken away by Honkus, who gets a second. Did this clash work out? Well, we're about to find out. Panther is able to find Honkus, shuts down the opening playmaker, but the push is coming through. You don't need one player, you need to find three. Toxic's able to find one, Panther gets another. It's all down to the 2 versus 2. The plan has gone down, but 40 seconds are on the clock. A lot of time for the defenders to really ramp up the aggression, but the attackers, they know where they're going to be coming from. These air jabs are still there. Panther will be taken away by Dartex, and now it's all down to Toxic. Doesn't expose himself to that E-Box angle and will take away Reverie because of it, but Dartex is on the drone. 20 seconds, Kenny. They know where the plan is, they know where this player's got to go, and most importantly, Dartex is ready. The bait will come through and just holds a position. 10 seconds. They've got to stick it very, very soon. And right now, you need to be on that diffuser. You can't let go. The round is lost. Toxic gets the kill, but a Pyrrhic victory, and not even a victory.
A 3k in a round loss, but a valiant effort nonetheless from the Goyo. It was a 2 versus 5 for the Echo and the Goyo. They managed to bring it down into a 1 versus 1 in the post plant. Just not enough time left to get that diffuser disable. And the first round goes to Laser's offense in a round that really was stalled out by the clash. And Nova, they could have preyed on the yokai drones stopping and denying the plant because the clock had turned red. Those final 15 seconds of the round also critical, but the yokais were shot out because they were used in aggressive positions to aid the clash in her hold in bunker. So if my question to Nova, if you're doing a time wasting strategy with a clash while playing an Echo, save those yokais, because ultimately Nova are going to have to get that bomb down if they don't play for the frags, and we've seen it all before. One standing yokai winning a round, with the attackers are scrambling to find the kills while the bomb's going down, but they don't check for the yokai, and it wins the round with 1 click of mouse 1 from the Echo. But it wasn't to be for Nova. Laser take their first attack, and Nova, they don't want to reattempt the basement site. They're going to go up to kids' dorms and games room. Jeez. Right. It's almost like it's been a long time since I've watched Oregon, McCready.
Oh, well, that's a blessed life you lead. But a big thing for me in that last round was that we saw the clash. It felt very targeted. And it was something we talked about that, yeah, probably could have had a lot of impact. But the big thing is, Laser, as soon as that clash at the air jab, Honkus was there. Honkus found 1 kill, found 2. Toxic was able to take him down, but immediately, Laser, they flooded in. As soon as the clash was gone, the problem was taken away. They pushed through, they found the kills, they got the plants down, the smokes were there. I think they just took Nova off guard. That's why their yokai just didn't have any impact. They didn't expect to lose that control as quickly. As soon as Honkus saw an opening, well, just took it. Just walked in and took it completely. Laser, like you said, though, they're going to have to take this kids' dorms site. And, well, that games room that we talked about isn't going to get that much attention. It's going to be that big window. And, I mean, I see merit behind it, but I also don't at the same time. This big window, it's a very, very horrible choke point. And obviously down below there's risk of C4. So that's not going to be the case, because we do have Honkus on that Ash, on that roam clear. So there's something to do, you know. You're looking to make sure that that's just not going to be a problem at all. But it's still a choke point from very long lines of sight. Going in now with a diffuser just feels like a death sentence sometimes. A lot of utility has to be committed. A lot of things have to go right. And a lot of distractions have to be there. So it feels very much like a late round push opportunity rather than an ultimate strat for the round. Honkus is going to do some vertical play and try and deal with the people who are going to be looking there. That vertical play, that distraction is going to be coming through as Reverie looks to join as well. Right now, no real opening for Laser to jump in. It's going to take a little bit of time, and these Irvine gates are just going to slow everything down. They punish stalling out, and, well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Unstable's going to take some damage from the white stairs. We're going to see Toxic ready to come back to side, but it's going to be Parallax, the first to fall, with a minute striking on the clock.
So much noise going on. The skeleton key, just gunfire from so many weapons, and we only have 2 deaths on the board. A lot of destruction going up through that vertical play from Reverie on the Buck. Dartex is going to smoke off one of the crosses and hop in big window. He's going to make the advance across to behind the bunk bed, but be shut down on the cross by Toxic. Hongu still persisting below, is going to find the kill there onto the Cade. He's assisted by Mr. 50 cal on top of white stairs, but the Buck has hit a Guma on the top of armory stairs, but really unfortunate timing there from Panther. He's going to look away just at the wrong time, but another Guma is going to alert him to the presence of the Buck behind him in Trophy. He isn't going to be able to land enough shots onto the Buck, and it's all on Toxic now. The diffuser is been recovered by Honk. He finds a kill onto Mr. 50 cal. It's all up to Reverie, but she gets down by a Gumine, so it's all into a 1 versus 1 now. Honkus, the man who had 21 frags on the first map, he needs another here in the series, and yes he does. He collects it by holding the aggressive angle, the headshot onto the Mozzie, and 2 successive attacks out of the first 2 rounds for Lasers.
Yeah, realistically, you look at that and Honkus, there was nowhere else you could play. So he held there, he waited, and he dealt with it. He held that aggressive angle because, like I said, if he tried to play it a little bit behind and cover that swing from Kid's door as well, that wouldn't work. They just rotate into Kids and they cheat you in the side. So you had to play right on that breach. If you tried to swing a little bit and look at the rotate, well, the Kid's door, that's going to take you out as well. You played it perfectly, Honk. You did very nicely. Very, very sloppy, though, coming out from Laser. Yet again, they had to push their way into side. They had to lose quite a few players, a lot of time in utility. A minute for that first kill to come through. Then it all kind of exploded and spilled over. That's when the kills came through. That's when we saw Laser pushing in and the plant going down. Really good effort from Nova. It wasn't enough, but it feels like it was a really close one, just like that last round on bottom floor. But the big thing is, Kenny, is it really close if at the end of the round, every single time, you just don't have what it takes to clutch it out? Whether it's time, utility, mechanics, there's something intrinsically wrong with how you're setting everything up. If it's constantly end round positioning, end round plays, where Laser are just bettering you.
I think a testament to that final round, as you said, the late round, the Buck was a massive turning point in Laser actually able to deny these anchor positions for Nova. You saw them, they were all backed into either attic or the games room, not able to deny the hop in from big window. Yes, they were able to eventually get the kill onto the ace, who repositioned by the bomb on the dorms area. It actually really confused me that games is a bomb site, but the bomb is by big window, and logistically that just really hurts my head. But
it's fine.
We move. Laser, another big window assault, it looks like, and Unstable. He has those goo mines to be able to stunt the assault down below. Panther with the 2x is lurking inside of dining, but unfortunate for him, he's taken a gunfight against Hongoose, and Hongoose, he wins those. He does expend an impact to try and secure the kill. That's a bit of utility wasted. The drone is going to call the coast clear for him to advance and secure the down.
I got very excited then because I thought a flick came through on a refrag opportunity, but that's why the impact went through. It was Honkus trying to find that frag, trying to catch them off guard, purely because you realize you just lost a kill. Right now, Unstable's going to get very aggressive. Will do a lot of damage to Reverie, but won't land that killing blow. And in doing so, well, you pull back at the halfway mark. You didn't get a refrag, but you got some HP. That's an investment for later. It's not the best thing, but, well, it has to happen at this point right now. This white stairs pressure, that Runegate's going to get burned open. Zay going to realize, well, there's a juicy C4 opportunity, but no! The head is going to be hit onto Quacker Box. And right now, 4 versus 4. Time to get down to a minute on the clock, and the goo mines are just going to keep on coming thick and fast. Realizing somebody's on the armory says, you don't want to get the goo mine out, you don't want to get the soup canister until you know someone's not there. And that makes sense. You want to be ready for the gunfight. Zay going to be holding this angle. Honkus, though, is going to be able to find the kill through an angle of their own and starts pushing through onto site. The Legion being taken away. Well, now you can start moving in. Utility quite low, but 2 drones on the field. You can bring it around, but that's going to waste time. Time is something you cannot afford to spend just witlessly. 50 cal will push up these white stairs, realizes Zay's going to be an issue, and very, very quickly crosses. Now we're seeing Zay wanting to get aggressive, but Honkus is looking away. Gets out of Runegate. Parallax is able to shut down Reverie, but Dartex is able to go for the plan. They don't know. Zay realizes way too late, but Honkus is there to cover it. And now 3 versus 2 opposed plan yet again. That laser have to defend, and Honkus is on for the ace again. 4 quad kills so far, but Dartex is going to make it 5. No aces coming through, but laser, a much better round coming through. Able to pick apart this defense, able to mend them like putty when it came to this site. And we are going to have a quick break so we can talk about exactly what went round. Because there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong, but ultimately it's laser just having that little bit extra at the end of each round, at the end of each gunfight. They just had a little bit more.
Wow, yes. As you said, the 4th quad kill for Honkus in this series. Incredibly impressive numbers that I think most people could dream of. Any skilled player would struggle getting 4 4Ks in a best of 5. So hats off to Honkus this series. He's really been the star player in the fragging department from laser. But let's not forget, we have the support player of Dartex getting that bomb down, doing the nitty gritty, getting his hands dirty, droning his team in, doing just the utmost to help Honkus get those frags. So laser, obviously, it's a team game siege, and laser, they are showing the breadth of talent throughout their roster. Reverie, she's put up, especially in the last match on Coastline, she has put up very high impact frags to win out rounds. Quackerbox, he's had a quieter game, but I can notably say that the kills he has got have turned rounds in laser's favor. I notably think of the round on Coastline and Cool Vibes. He got the double in the end game in the 2 versus 3. Just yeah, laser, they're just starting to pull away from Nova and just show that slight extra bit of class that they have.
Yes, I think that's the biggest thing at this moment, because Nova, they're playing well. They have good strats. They have good mechanics. I'm not seeing anything and looking at it and saying, that's wrong, that's bad, they shouldn't be doing that. It's just coming down to the little things. They're maybe peeking too many things. We saw Unstable try and take down Reverie on a swing. Took a lot of damage, just, well, pulled back. But, well, my big point is you're getting very aggressive, and that's not a great mindset to have with Honkus on the board. Zay, in that games, as soon as we saw 50 cal start to move up, he played it really safe. He got up to the very top, made sure he wouldn't get peaked. Zay realized that he was in that position, started to move around, heard the plant and wanted that C4, but you had a player in Attic, you had a player in Kids, and they did nothing. I think it's just these little micro decisions that they make having macro impacts, Kenny. And I think it's Siege. It's kind of like, you know, every round is different. Think about it as drops in a puddle. Every little drop has a ripple. That's what we're seeing right now. Nova, the ripples just aren't landing in their favor. Laser, they're playing it very nicely, very concise, very tight. I think every single round they've had the opening kill. And if we can bring up the stats very quickly, we're going to see who's had a very strong impact in terms of frags, if we can get those stats up. And I feel we know exactly what it's going to be. Right. So this is the series set, like we saw before. But it gives us a fresh look, Kenny. Look at this right now. 14 kills in 4 rounds.
Yeah, so we have had a we've had a reset of the leaderboard this time. Our 6 analysts doing us a lovely little job, and the man of the hour, Hongoose, repping a 3 rating, which if you don't know what rating is, that is very high. Most people sit in the 0.8 to 1.3 range, so having a 3 rating, that's pretty damn good inside of Siege. I can't exactly say what goes into calculating rating, but it's a long equation of many things and maths that I can't be bothered to work out. So, in plain and simple terms, Hongoose is doing well. And that's why Laser are 3-0 up. He is performing in the fragging department, performing in the cost department as well. If you're unsure what cost is, it is the amount of rounds you either get a kill, play the objective, so planting or disabling the diffuser, you survive, or you get traded. So if you die and then a teammate trades your death within 5 seconds, I believe that counts as being traded. So and there's a few, I think there were 2 laser players on 100% cost. I think it was Dartex and Hongoose.
Yeah, shocking that Hongoose is the player to beat at as well as Dartex. And the big thing for me is that, well, if you're not exactly sure what a trade is, well, it says in that little, like, little arrows next to a kill when a trade will take place. Right now, though, we're looking at Dartex has control of that elbow. It's not really open up. Reverie is able to get on that roam clear and will find a kill onto Zay. And, well, now we've got the Nomad putting a lot of pressure alongside Hongoose over towards the split area. Unstable will take away Dartex, the diffuser will go down, and there we go, Parallax, you took a minute, but you're able to find a kill onto Mr. 50 Cal. You keep the player control, and you're able to get that utility off the hatch. You're doing so well, you're just making life that little bit harder. Hongoose has to be aware of you. A minute down. This is a huge play to make. You're letting them know that you're there. Unstable, being taken away by Quackerbox. Good, but not great. Laser, right now, they're going to have to look for a push without worrying about that hatch. They've just got to go into sight. If they commit any more time, they expose themselves to Parallax in their mind and say, no, we can't do that. We can't risk losing a player in a 3 versus 3. We've been so strong so far. We're not going to lose it just yet. Pushing down this highway, they're just going to have to go in with the brute force, and Hongoose isn't going to have the hitting power necessary. Toxic finds the kill. Parallax going down to Freezer, wants to get a crossfire going. It's a little bit too late, and Reverie is able to find a kill onto Toxic. That trade that I was talking about is there, and the plant is going down. But not before Panther's here. Reverie realizes there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of unknown quantities here, and the plant will fall. Panther's very low HP. Quackerbox will look to take the gunfight. Reverie is there for a refrag now, but they don't. Parallax heading off to E-Box. It's a real opportunity to shut things down. Quackerbox is fully distracted. The Nova, they're just playing a horrible mind game as Parallax is able to find Reverie. Panther gets Quackerbox. The defuse will start to come down, and Nova get their first round. But can he not before 3 rounds on the attack? A huge round so far. They just need to keep it going. They need to capitalize upon this. Stall them out. Make them uncomfortable. That's how you're winning the rounds.
Really good post plant there from Nova. Parallax realized that he could play a pinch with his teammate who was at the bottom of Laundry Stairs. If he flanked around the pillar side and came through supply, he was effectively, him and Vigil were choking out the 2 players. One of them in the tuck corner inside of the laundry machines, and the other one in the laundry closet. So just really good oversight there from Parallax, able to identify where the attackers are placed in their post plant, where his teammate is positioned, and how he can play around that to win out the rounds for them. And as you said, Nova's first defense, that could start to change the tides here on Oregon. If you're just joining us, Laser are 2-0 up in map count on our best of 5 series. So this map and the remaining 2 are last resort for Nova. They need to come out victors on all 3 of these maps if they want to be crowned our CENC 2021 champions. There's a long road ahead of them to do it, but if they bring up rounds like the last one, it's very, very possible.
Not an easy task at all. a lot on their plate. And speaking of the plate, well, Unstable brings out the DP 28, or did a plate 28 actually. As you can see, a very heavy-hitting weapon, able to clear out a lot of this soft destruction in keeping with Ubisoft's idea of they want to change Tachanka, but they want to keep him the same. Right now, though, Nova, they're feeling very emboldened by that last round and a bit of aggression, ready to try and find a kill. Nothing has been seen by Panther, which is very important because it hints maybe they're over by Junkyard side again. That's not the case. They're going to be heading over towards that main lobby, looking for a different push, because I think Laser have realized, well, they're probably used to it at this point. They're going to be prepared. Vigil will spot this drone and be pre-firing it. Panther just pulls back. Realizes this isn't the place to lose a gunfight. Honkus could be on the other side of there. That bot can shut a lot of things down. And before we get anywhere, Crackerbox is going to put a nice frag grenade through into that game's room. But the Cade of Zay will put another one down. Let's go force another frag grenade. Now, if it doesn't catch that utility, they're screwed. Zay will take a bit more damage again, but pulls back. They're going to spot out Toxic in that armory position, which means you got to pull back. Dartex is going to be able to get that wall open, and in doing so, now Zay, you're getting aggressive. You're realizing there's something you've got to do. The attic side's going to start opening up. I mean, it's tit for tat right now, but Laser, they're able to do a lot of the things they need, a lot of this success criteria, without much contestation from Nova. They're not really putting any pressure on, they're just kind of getting away.
Panther positioned down below. He has those two impact grenades to potentially impact up this soft floor below the master bedroom area and net a kill if Laser decide to go too close to the master breach inside the closet. On the other ends of the map, Maverick's going to work on the attic wall. That blowtorch able to rip through those reinforcements unimpeded. And Maverick is going to be crawling through very close to Zay. And Zay's going to hear this and net the frag. Very close range with that Orc, dealing a lot of damage. But the trade, Mr. 50 Cal is there for insurance. And Stable, oh no, the firebolt's coming out. Are gonna choke out Mr. 50 Cal, but not able to net the kill. Elsewhere, we've had Laser absolutely fly onto the bomb site and getting the bomb down. Parallax is in nowhere able to do this, but Panther is flanking up the armory stairs, downing the diffuser. Laser, they still have the man advantage, but they don't have time on their hands because Parallax, he's flanking up those white stairs and he could catch the buck in the rotate, and yes, he does. Trade there from the sledge, and it's down into a 1 versus 1 as Panther shuts down Mr. 50 Cal in attic. It's all on Crackerbox, but he doesn't know which way to look, and Panther in the 2 versus 4 comes up massive for Nova.
Yes, able to win it out and give them a second round on the defense. It's huge. It's what they need. It's the momentum shift that could turn into a momentum wave of their own for their defensive side, but that defensive side is only going to last one more round. Laser, 1 round on attack, you get a 4-2 split, you go into the defense, and well, we saw how strong on Clubhouse. Is that going to translate over to Oregon? We don't know. Right now, I believe it's Laser's pick as well to go into Oregon. Nova were the ones to pick out the coastline. So you've got to think, like, well, Kenny, it's not looking great. Laser, when they go into the defense, they might be a force to be reckoned with. Because they certainly have been on attack. Really big part of that round was the fact that we saw Laser being able to stall out Nova and divert their attention. That's something I've noticed in every game. Laser have been able to control when Nova are looking. And as a coach, analyst, everything that you do, you know how important that is. Because suddenly, as you said in that last round, Laser flooded onto site while Nova were trying to deal with that attic presence. And the plant was already going down. That's when we saw a retake push come through.
I didn't even realize that you saw. Yeah. You heard the surprise in my voice. I was like, "Oh my!" Laser have just bombed it onto site, and 5 players on the defense can only be looking in one direction at a time. Well, not all 5 looking in the same direction. Like individually, they can only be looking 5 different ways, and there were 3 focused on attic. One of them died as the K, but then the Tachanka backed up by the Aruni down below were all focused on attic, and Laser identified that and burst onto site, and that was really good. Really good call from Laser. I don't know, who IGL's on the team, but really good call from whichever player made that call. And Laser, they weren't able to actually turn that into a round victory. So Nova, they have 2 rounds on the board now, and they are looking to defend the dining room kitchen area with a small tower hold from Toxic. The Wamai disc are going to aid him in not being stunned or grenaded out from this position. 2 nades on the hands of Reverie. And with the prone angle on the 1.5, he's going to find the head of Hongoose. Hongoose actually loses out a heads-up gunfight for the first time in quite a while that we've seen. And Reverie's going to look to reposition herself in the place where the Zofia just died. But Toxic, he's still going to persist in the small tower.
This is something Nova haven't been able to do in a while. It start to stall out the attackers. You're looking at Toxic right now. Well, sure, there's a crossfire being set so that they can get you on your way out. No. Toxic, it's like Rafters on Garage in the 20-second meta. That one might stays there. You have to push it. You have to offer up some sacrifice, whether it be time or utility or players. Toxic's not going to leave. You've got to deal with it. Laser, they've read into that now, and they've realized we gotta head around. We gotta have somebody ready. But in doing so, so much time has been wasted. Dartex will be moving up these stairs and will be looking to deal with Toxic because they want to get this soft destruction. They want to get that utility. And Toxic, with that pixel position, should be set forward. Dartex, very careful, will be able to find that kill. Very quiet, very tight. Suddenly, you can start doing the vertical play, but a minute's already off the clock. That Twitch drone is going to opt for the kitchen side. You haven't even got the self-destruction done. Laser, this is going so wrong. I'm going to see a 3-3 split if something doesn't change at all very, very soon. Right now, Zay's just looking at this doorway angle in 3 versus 5 with a C4 in pocket. A C4 for Parallax as well. The drone comes through. Someone's going to follow it, but Unstable's holding that angle. Darthex is going to walk right into the line of sight. Will they win the gunfight? They're going to do some damage, but won't win it. And that's it. Goomine will go off. Zay lands the shot. Nasty onto Mr. 50 cal. Dartex is trying to get something. Will find Unstable, but 10 seconds left. The push is going to come through. Quackerbox gets it. Dartex finishes it off, but it was so close. So many things could have gone wrong. It nearly did. Dartex, if you missed a little bit, it was all over. Nova, if you played a little bit closer, it was all over. Toxic, if Dartex made a little bit of noise, it was gone. 4-2 split. Laser going on to the defense now.
Really, really impressive from Laser. I didn't know if you noticed, but when the ace was advancing towards the Wamai and top small tower, his teammate was shooting his gun towards the door to mask the sound of the ace aggressing. And that is a small detail. But that's a small detail that changes the outcome of a gunfight. If Toxic hears the ace crouch walking, yes, crouch walking is less loud. Wow, that great English. If
God,
crouch walking is quieter, is quieter than just normal walking, but you can still hear it, and that's the important thing. If Toxic was able to hear the crouch walk because there was no gunfire to cover the sound, I think he wins that gunfight. But the fact that he sprung up and he was surprised by the presence of the ace, you saw his aim kind of was scuffed by it. He shot down to the toes, not expecting that the ace to be that close on his position. So yet again, the team play from Laser just slightly edging out Nova, and that's the difference maker between the two teams. But we're switching sides now, and we have typically seen Nova be good on their offenses, especially on Coastline. We saw them get a 3-3 split, and in the overtime on Clubhouse, they were able to be successful on their only attack. So not all is lost here, but there's still a mountain to climb in terms of rounds, because being 2 rounds worse off, moving on to the attacking half just puts that slight doubt in your mind.
Yes, and I'm going to add on to that, actually, because it's something you said at the start, which was Clubhouse is more like Oregon than Coastline in Oregon. And, well, when we think about the attacks of both teams on Clubhouse, actually, it wasn't good. It was a tertiary site the attacks were able to win. until we came to the penultimate round. Until we came to Nova attacking CCTV, which they were able to get aggressive and win. That wasn't happening right now. Right now, they're really at a point where they're going onto the attacking side without picking up many attacking defense rounds. They're struggling, and Laser have been great at setting the pace of the game on their attack. They've tried it with the Clash in the first round, but that wasn't meant to be. That hard breach gadget of that Zero will be going through, but not in the little corner you expect it to be. It's going to be making a sightline, and Toxic is going to be peeking it. With basically to Laser that simply says, okay, well, we do not want you to get through here. We have a Meister cam with information. Honk isn't going to be peeking this if he thinks he's going to lose it. The reinforcement will come through, and it will be heard by Zay, looking to push forward and get aggressive on this trophy door, but nothing is going to follow just yet. Nova, they're getting their pieces in position, but they're not ready yet. They need to find a checkmate, and they've only moved 2 pawns on this board at the moment. That attic, there's not much pressure being placed right now. Frag grenades are going to go through onto trophy to clear utility, but a minute's ticking down. You need to be a lot faster than this. Laser, well, they're just doing exactly what Nova did on close line defense. They're bunkering. They're playing safe. They're holding position because it's just easy as hell. Nova, they need to start pushing through, and the Zero, it doesn't matter if that Meister camera's there, you've got to get aggressive. Reverie playing down below is able to find 1 kill, Dartex picks up another. Now we're seeing the rounds really coming to its climax. The kill will take place, and I believe Zay is trying to find it, but it's not going to happen just yet. The flank will be there. Parallax takes Zay, but gets Reverie, but is such low HP, you can't expect anything from them. It's all down to Parallax as Panther gets taken away. Laser, very comfortable round on their defense, and they'll be heading on to almost match point. 1 round, and they go into the bottom floor. Right now, we need to see a huge, monumental shake-up from Nova in how their attack went, because that just doesn't cut it at all.
Nova had only moved a couple of pawns, and then Laser moved their bishop and took command of the round. It puts them 3 rounds to the good over Nova, and as you said, ever closer to that map and championship point. They only need to complete 1 cycle of bomb sites. The kids' dorms, check. Laundry supply room is the next one up on the checklist, and a similar defensive lineup. The Vigil has been quite a mainstay of Laser's defense. Reverie really liking that operator. I think Reverie's on the defense. She's been flexing between the Kapkan and the Vigil, and those are 2 picks which have very similar playstyles in like that lurky, just I use the word lurk because it's such a good word. I love saying lurk. It's just a satisfying word to say, and that is the epitome of that Kapkan and Vigil. Vigil obviously able to evade the drones to be able to lurk, and then Kapkan's able to play around his EEDs. The sound cue of when they're shot or when they're detonated helps that player to be able to play accordingly.
Kenny,
and Reverie is doing that very well.
I'm going to talk about this Vigil, and you say lurk, and I think it's lurk and murk, if that makes sense, because think about it, right? You're going into a roam clear, and there's a Vigil on the lineup. You know it's going to be there, but you don't know where. It feels kind of like a fog where you're trying to see stuff, especially with that actual Vigil effect on the screen, because it doesn't say where. All it says is a roam clear is essential. You don't get away with that one, and that's where we saw Reverie being able to pick up kills last round. They didn't deal with that meeting pressure. They waited way too long for the push, so they couldn't. Most importantly, Reverie realized she could get in there, she can look through the hatch, she can shoot a player. Well, suddenly that push is taken away at the start and at the end. It was all down to Panther and Parallax, and well, it just wasn't meant to be. Right now, Reverie, she's going to be up above. She has that little bit of vertical play. Personally, and this is something I did in a ranked game earlier with Ace of Pirate and Kappa Flip, and I'm flexing that, putting it out. I played with them. Name drop, all the way, god damn it. Like, you know, if I played with Kickstarter Terror, hell yeah, I'd name drop that. But I open up that attic hatch, and I open up the meeting wall, because it does that thing as well. As we're looking at, it's forcing exactly this. Reverie and Unstable about to meet each other. A very short meeting, though. But thanks to those 50 cal Beowulf rounds in that little DMR that Maverick brings. Now, having that position, obviously it's all academic now, it's all taken away, but having that position means you have to go for a roam clear, and the vigil means you've got to double down. If you don't do it, well, it's horrible. A minute ticking down, and a player advantage for Nova. If they stall out, they're going to struggle. They need to start getting ready to ramp up the aggression and don't take their foot off the pedal at this point. This is where we're going to see how this game plays out. And Quackerbox is deciding to ramp up the aggression himself, finding Zay and finding the same player count. Panther flames off the freezer and does the stalling for the defenders.
Oh, and Quackerbox after that kill ascends the laundry stairs, and he could catch Toxic lacking on the meeting hatch as his awareness is elsewhere. But the Liega's actually going to be flanking the freezer stairs. He's wary of the pressure from Zulu, and he's just going to wait out the time as the breach gets opened by the thermite from freezer into site. He's going to be smoked off unstable as he makes his advance into the site, going to eat a lot of damage. Parallax going to push into the site, but not wary of the player on bottom main stairs, who doesn't deny the plant. 50 cal does, however. Honk Goose removed by a frag grenade. Toxic going to drop into the E-box hatch. He has a gunfight to take against the Milcery, but doesn't win it, and neither does Toxic or Panther. Down for the count. Laser move on to match point, series point, with a solid defense of the basement.
Yes, and grand final point. The big thing is that flame for me. We're looking at Nova just stalling out like they did in Attic and Trophy on that top floor. Down in that bottom floor, in Freezer. Laundry, okay? Right, normally you see a reinforcement and some sightlines made. That wasn't what Laser did, because Quackerbox, well, he wanted to get aggressive. Was able to find that kill, and in doing so, well, you just shut it down. You're catching them off guard. These attackers, they're expecting, with a player advantage, to be in control, to be ready to push, to win, essentially. That didn't happen. They push through, they catch you off guard. You realize your players, they're almost entirely committed to that freezer area, and you've just flamed out your only movement. You can't even get over towards the wall to open it up because the flame is there. You're wasting time. The breach goes open, and we saw Unstable try and push through, but that wasn't going to happen. The smoke canisters were there. They were doing too much damage, so they pulled back. He tried to pull back and tried to use longer lines of sight, but it wasn't meant to be. And, well, Laser, they were able to just find crossfires, shut everything down. They just need to do it one more time. Nova, they need to do it another 4 rounds in a row. This is it, realistically. If Nova don't win this, it's all over. They're going home. Second place. We all know how heartbreaking that is. Laser, though, 1 round between them and Glory.
I really like this angle that Reverie has created, that Science was just showcasing to us. Through Attic, you impact, as we saw, from meeting on the stage wall, but the splash damage also gets the floor inside of Attic, so you can hold the tower or T1 stairs and T1 push into Green Hall from Attic. Thank you very much, Science. And that means that the attack actually has to clear tower and Attic, the top of tower, before they can push into the lower reaches of the tower, and that wastes time, wastes drones, especially if there's a vigil playing there. The drone comes through Attic from one of the Nova players, and that is going to be swiftly shot out by Reverie. There it goes, and the visual spot in the side of Attic. Reverie's just going to retreat and play the life. Honk Goose is going to do the tag team with Reverie and the duo roam up the top of the Attic / master area, and that's something that Nova have to worry about, especially when they want to take this head on. Down goes Reverie as Panther and Parallax, they fight the duo roam with the duo push themselves. It's a very efficient clear of the vigil, but are they aware of the Jaeger?
Yes, now that's a big thing. Normally we see Reverie on that Jaeger, but no, Honk Goose is going to be on there, realizing, well, now's not the time to be pulling any punches. You have got to pull all of them. You have got to get that Jaeger. You have got to be able to do literally everything you can to get this win. Dart takes some pressure and some damage onto Toxic, but that opening kill going the way of Nova. definitely going to be that mental boost. Honkus will be Jackal tracked, but will be able to win the gunfight anyway. Doesn't really care. Zay's going to be taken away. Toxic takes a lot of damage on these mini tower stairs, and the Jackal scan coming through. It's not going to help. Honkus has just ran away. He's over by white stairs. He's in a position where the attackers should expect him to be anyway. Jackal's impact has just been taken away. A 4 versus 4 time ticking down, and another Jackal scan will come through, but Honkus knows exactly where to look. Unstable's going to be winning that gunfight, though. That Ying and the Candelas will stay on the board, but it's going to be Dartex wanting to get aggressive, takes damage from the vertical, realizes, play it safe, hold it, wait. Laser, not as much pressure right now as Nova have. If Laser loses round, well, they're just going to win the next one. And that's going to be down on that top floor. Panther, though, is going to try and stop all of this. Finding Mr. 50 Cal. Now the push is coming through. Parallax is going to get down and taken away by Quackerbugs. Dartex gets one of their own. And now it's a 2 versus 2. Unstable on the hunt. Realizes these smoke canisters. We've got to go for a push. And Candela will follow. It's going to have to be a deep plan. And they're going to have to play alive. Toxic finds Dartex. They have the mini tower control, but the C4 goes through. Will it land the kill? No, it won't. Crackerbugs will be taken down, and Nova stay in it by the breadth of a hair. One more round. That's all they need so far. If you're the Lasers, but Nova, that's all they need to stay alive.
Oh my, the end of the round. We heard the Candelas rain in the post plant, but Toxic was the man covering amidst it all. The windstorm, the sandstorm, the firestorm that Nova created there. It was hectic, to say the least, but they came out on top. Really good coverage by the Thermite there. He was low HP, but he still covered to a T, taking the long engagement that the 2x excels at against the 1x scopes on the side of the defense. Nova stay alive. 3 more attacks needed to stay in this matchup, but it's definitely doable. An attack that round that cleared the roam effectively. The use of the Jackal was really well utilized from Nova. They're able to get the initial kill onto Reverie, and Jackal track Honkus down the freezer stairs, capitalize on that, kill him, and mount an assault onto the bomb site. We saw some hot droning in the last few seconds from Nova attackers. That's what we want to see. We want to see that team play that Laser have showcased to us. We want Nova to do the same. And it may be too little too late, but if they transition that into these next couple of rounds, we could start to see something magical happen.
Yes, their first attacking round won so far. But like you said, they need to win 3 more. That's a huge mental hill to climb. Not only do they need to win 3 more, Kenny, then they need to win Consulate. And I talked about this. Laser, they were in the back seat for Clubhouse. It was catch-up all the way for them. They were definitely the underdogs at around about the halfway mark, because it was a 5-1 split, wasn't it?
Oh, no.
But Consulate and Coastline. Coastline's where it all changed. That's where Laser put themselves in the driver's seat and won. I spotted it as well. Don't worry. I'm not that blind. I know I'm tired, but it's not that bad. Parallax on the Amaru. Could go through that window, and to do so right now would be a horrible decision. Quackerbox and Dartex will both be able to find the kill. Even if you get one, you're getting taken away. Zay is going to be with the Maverick. There's not going to be any... Oh! The C4 goes through, and it's going to... Toxic, no! The frag grenade is going to take away Zay! The round might have just been won in the first minute because your Maverick has been killed. Your Toxic has been injured. Your Thermite is gone. You need to put somebody down below. But most importantly, the utility's still there. Your heart breach capacity is severely limited. Your Maverick is gone. Your Buck is rotating around without getting the utility on that wall, and it's starting to just get down below. Try and push out these big positions. Parallax and Panther realize they're gonna need to go for the big window. Mr. Cal is gonna stop that, finding that kill. Unstable finds Honkus, but at this point, is it even enough? Unstable's trying to find another kill, but all the eyes of Nova are looking there. One's looking towards Reverie, but that's not gonna be enough. The kill onto Unstable comes through. It's a 2 versus 4 to stay in the game. The Claymore's down. Toxic, very low HP. Won it out last round, granted. But right now, It's not looking like a winning position. Parallax taking damage on big window, jumps in. Will find the Maestro on camera. It's taken away by Mr. 50 Cal. It's all down to Toxic in a 3 versus 1 with 50 seconds left. Reverie playing down below realizes how much potential you've got with this late roam. And Laser, until they call that he's pushed in, you know exactly where they are. He's going to be in this trophy. He's going to be spotted on that evil eye. And information about the vigil is going to be there. But you've got to look in multiple angles. You've got to be ready. Right now, Nova, you're just waiting for the inevitable. Toxic is going to be in the worst position we've seen Nova in all game. All day even. Trying to push through on just under 10 HP. The Meat Jammer will just give you a little bit of information. But Mr. 50 Cal's there to close it out. And Laser, a swift and brutal C3-0. We'll see them, the CENC 2021 champions, Kenny.
Congratulations to Laser, and an unfortunate ending, to say the least. A calamitous ending for Nova with that team kill on the nade.
Oh.
But you've got to give props to Laser. They win out our best of 5 grand final in the quickest time possible. 3 maps. Go to them. Clubhouse 8-7. We saw Coastline 7-4. And we saw Oregon 7-3. Really good stuff. I'm impressed from, obviously, Honk Goose, our MVP. He had to have broke 40 kills for the 3 maps.
Easily.
Well, 21 for the first map, and then he had double digits for both. He maybe even hit 50, but we can get confirmation from that soon. But it's a team effort, and I think the better team won today. I think we can agree on that. Just the slight edge in team play and coordination from Lasers, and they are crowned our college year esports national champions.
Yeah, Kenny, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, actually. I'm going to look at that game on the side of Laser, and I'm going to put out Reverie as my MVP, actually. Because she, in Clubhouse, really struggled to get many kills on the board. But the kills she did get were huge impacts. For example, let's just think about that construction Logi swing. Able to down 2 players. You get downed, but like I said with the down before, you did a lot of damage onto Reverie if you're unstable in that first round of Oregon. It's an investment for later. In doing that, you're putting so much pressure onto a team that had a lot of advantage. They were ready to push through. They had the opportunity to catch it off guard, but Reverie came around. Down 2 players. The Cali was left alone to kill her, and then had to get a revive and push through. At that point, the players on such low HP had barely accounted to 75 total, in my opinion. Pushes through. Then you think about Coastline. Really start to wake up, and just won a couple of really crucial rounds, had a very noticeable impact. In the same way that Mr. 50 Cal did as well. I feel like it just took Lasers a little bit longer to warm up, and they were able to still keep pace with Nova. That's the big thing for me. So I got to agree. The best team won. But Nova, a lot of good things were there. A lot of potential was there. The first couple of rounds on their defense were very close, actually.
Yeah. And me saying the better team won is no discredit to Nova. They put up a fantastic game and a fantastic fight. And it's small margins. Siege's small margins. And those tiny changes from Lasers in their offenses were just the difference maker, and that's what sees them win out our best of 5. So congratulations to them. But second place to Nova, that's not a bad feat. We've gone throughout the whole season. Nova have come out second seed through the group stage. Lasers first seed. So they finish where they started off, well, ended the group stages and moved through the playoffs. There's no discredit. They've had a fantastic season as well. They're not able to take home the trophy. That is Lasers. Irvine Valley. Congratulations. And well done.
Yeah, I think that's realistically all we can say. A huge shout out to the sponsors for really making this look great. Because Army National Guard, Barbasol, Lenny and Larry's, Legion, Athletes Unheard, and also coming in reveal suits. They've all done incredible jobs, and honestly, all of them great brands. Like, you know, I've heard of most of them, and I look at them and I simply say, yeah. I mean, I don't need an ad read to tell me I need to purchase them. So I'm going to go through it very quickly and just say, just give a little description of what they do. The Army National Guard is looking for more people when Gen Z is starting to come of age. This is the moment to really get involved. And also, there's gaming involved with it. They also include quite a few things that might actually you might actually enjoy as well. Such as being in the National Guard, being able to pursue gaming as well, their Twitch channel, have the benefits of being both a serviceman and a gamer, because, well, let's be honest, we all are. Athletes Unheard, they do a lot for athletes' mental health, and college athletes as well. I think that goes for esports as well, and they're trying to just protect everyone, and, well, it's just one of those things you can never criticize. Barbasol, there you go for the shaving cream. They want you to look nice and smooth on camera, just like myself and Kenny. Look absolutely beautiful. Really good brand as well. The cookies, well, Lenny and Larry's, they got me hungry. I'm not gonna lie, they go for very healthy, very good food for you to both enjoy and to eat and to look after yourself. So, all vegan, no GMO, no dairy, eggs, artificial sweeteners, no matter what you're allergic to, no matter what you can't have, or you personally don't want to eat, it doesn't have it. Lenovo, well, is everything we really need to talk about. Really great providers of incredible gear for the esports scene and for gaming in general. And then reveal suits, well, I can't afford a suit, but if I could, I can tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I think that says all about it. But Kenny, before we shoot off, I want to give a shout out to Grissom, KTAD on the production, making everything look beautiful. Science giving us stuff to cast, and ask you, have you seen much Rocket League esports?
I have actually. I personally am a lover of Rocket League esports. I think it is a fantastic game. By any chance, is that coming up?
Yes, it is. We're going to be having a couple of incredible casters going to be covering that after a break. It's going to be Max Formal and FBI Tugboat. I've heard Tugboat quite a few times. I've seen him around. He's really goddamn good. It's going to be incredible ending to the Rocket League section for the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Please check it out. Do not go anywhere, but that's all from the R6 team. Good night.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
We know about the power of one. One woman with one vision, to rally people together to find a cure for all cancers affecting women. And the women fighting cancer, they know about the power of $1, one drug, one more opportunity to live. We're taking Coach Yao's vision and we're going to multiply it. One person at a time, one cancer warrior, one doctor, one official, one coach, one board member at a time. The power of one becomes the power of 1 million. Our goal is to connect with 1 million people, asking...
And we are live, Rocket League fans. The CENC semifinals start very soon. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Formal, and we got Jackie Boy down there producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate that. Do we not, Formal?
Oh, absolutely. Anything to make my life easy is going to get that thumbs up from me. As I wish I could say the same thing about the games today, too, because going into easy games, easy wins always makes me happy, but that's not going to be the case. We're in the top 4 now, and all of the teams that have made it to this stage, I have to feel like most of them continuing on undefeated runs, some of them maybe pulling off an upset or two, particularly in that lower bracket. You can see the 7th seed got over the 2nd seed, the 11th seed got over the 3rd seed. Yet we're focusing on that upper bracket as we're going to be watching Lincoln Land, the defending champs, take on Jackson.
Yes, sir. And we're speaking on the present a little bit. It's got to talk about the past and how these teams did get here through the beginning, of these playoffs. That was the Lincoln Land Loggers. They swept Beaver County, and there's plenty of jokes to be made about the Loggers coming through and competing for wood with these Beavers or something like that. A sweep 4-0 because this is the playoffs and these are best of 7s Formal. Now came through, and that was the round of 8, the land versus sea action, and we actually got to cover that Formal. It was quite a time. But that was a 4-1 victory. No, excuse me. That went all the way down, didn't it? Yeah, that went all the way down. Excuse me. My mind is failing me in my old age here, Formal. Yes, that went all the way down to a Game 7 situation. Plenty of overtime in a couple of those games as well. We got to cover that one, and now we're at the round of 4 with the Jackson Jets. Would you mind running through the Jackson Jets and kind of see how they got here?
Yeah, I mean, the Jackson Jets, a little bit of that different path for sure. And you could almost argue they've had an easier time. In particular, when we got to cover them yesterday, it was a pretty smooth sailing series. They went over 4-1 over against that 13th seeded Utah State. And then when they moved on against Northern Virginia, we were expecting that one to be the series that went to 7 that we covered. And it was the only one that didn't, actually. It was another 4-1, if I am not mistaken in that. So they've been pretty cruisy at the moment. They haven't been challenged yet, although I have a feeling that's going to change. I mean, it's not like the Lincoln, they're the defending champs for no reason. This team can be very, very accurate, especially with that passing game.
That is entirely fair. Passes into points. That'll be the name of the game for today. Now, just running through this again one more time. 5 minutes of games, best of 7. So you drop 3, you still have that opportunity, not your classic best of 5 looks. Now, Formal, we'll be getting into this hot, fiery action in just a little bit. First, and of course, we need to speak on the organizations that do make this possible. First and foremost, our bigger sponsors here is the Army National Guard. Now, young people are, of course, coming of age, graduates coming of age now through a global pandemic, historic unemployment, a student debt that is just kind of run amok in a lot of different ways. Now, the Army National Guard is of course a part-time commitment, and so members can still work, go to school, do esports stuff, even cast on the weekends. I'm not saying that I'm a part, but I'm saying it's possible. This is very indicative of a lifestyle that is very giving for other things here. I'm saying it's not a full-time commitment, the Army National Guard. And even with that, of course, there's plenty of benefits and whatnot attached as well with the Army National Guard. And by pursuing these multiple paths, Guard members can set themselves up for future success, not just with what you learn within the Army National Guard, but by having that multiple revenue streams, not just one single job that you put all your eggs into that basket. Now, that works for a lot of people, but this is a different option. Now, if you want to kind of find out a little bit more about the Army National Guard and what they're doing in gaming, you can check out nationalguard.com/esports or their Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Army National Guard. Just spell it out just like it is, no spaces, no underscores, Formal.
Yeah, it's a very good thing that they are doing there. But furthermore, as you mentioned, those tough times, it's also important to take note that this month of May is actually considered Mental Health and Mental Awareness Month. And out there, it said that 35% of elite athletes, they suffer from mental health crises. We're talking burnout, depression, anxiety. All these things can affect anyone at any given moment. And college athletes, when you mix that with the stress of university studies, finding work, as you said before, it's like only 10% of them will actively go out and seek help. That's why organizations like Athletes Unheard exist. They believe that athletes should be able to have those conversations around mental health without the shame or judgment that might come with it, without that stigma. And of course, during Mental Health Awareness of May, now does seem like that good time to go ahead and seek them out. So please, if you feel you're suffering from any of these sort of conditions, text them at 202-918-3450 for more details.
And how convenient as well, right? Yeah, that's Athletes Unheard coming forth and actively making this world a better place. Love to see it. Now, there's plenty of other members involved here, of course. Barbasol, big shout out to them. Lenny's and Larry's, Lenovo, or Legion by Lenovo, as well as Reveal Suits. But, you gotta give the people what they want, Formal, but you can't give it to them all at once. So we'll be running through that a little bit more information about these organizations that, again, do make this possible, for which we are wildly thankful. Wildly thankful. Best of 7 coming in through here in just a minute. We're going to be starting this one in just a minute, Formal. We're going to go to a short break first. You tell me.
I want to go into it. I'm ready to go. We've been waiting, I feel like, or at least I've been waiting since 6 this morning for this game, okay? So I'm keen. I want to watch this action. These are arguably 2 of the best teams in this event. Obviously, when you make the top 4, you're at that level. But having seen them each play just 2 days ago, I feel like we're going to be in for something special. The players are joining onto the pitch. We're going to be on DFH Stadium in Tugboat.
Classic.
I think it's time for this semifinal.
Yes, sir. We got Skizbo, Spoiled, and Easy Peasy Scopes coming in from the left side. That's the Jackson Jets. Would you run through Lincoln Land for me, sir?
Absolutely. You've got Becky, Slops, and Get Over on the Lincoln side. We are underway. Looking like a quick goal, as well as Get Over already is going to put one in.
Getting one over right there, and decently early. We always keep track. As the fastest goal in the stream so far at 6 seconds. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Ooh. With only 1 best of 7 on stream today, there's a very good chance that might stay our fastest goal.
Yeah.
A pretty ideal start for the side of Lincoln. Again, should be worth noting that this team, the #1 seed, defending champions, we have to look at them as the favorites right now. They can be aggressive at times, but the thing that impressed me most when we saw them 2 days ago was just how consistent their touches have been.
Yeah, Get Over putting this one up, and like you said, consistent touches is always going to net your team a lot of value. Never really an argument you can be made for saying, oh yeah, I love the wonky touches. I love not being able to hit this ball accurately. 40 seconds into this one, going to be dropping down towards the middle, Spoiled going up for it. Becky beats him there for the time being. Skizbo completely misses on this, and just like that, Lincoln Land's assuming the offensive position.
Yeah, they're looking pretty spread out as well. This is a reoccurring trend. I remember game 1 with this team. They really tried to spread themselves out, get a good read of their opponents, and to the Jets' credit right now, they're not showing that much. They're actually playing super far back and waiting for Lincoln to come to them. I imagine they're going to look for a counterattack opportunity. However, one thing that Lincoln is good at with this spread out style offense is really shutting down those avenues for it. So Spoiled tries to slow down the pace, taking himself, and you can see that spread offensive attack doing its job and really stopping a lot of the Jets' momentum.
Yeah, so the Rocket League game so far just really... Oh, wow. Okay, so second goal here. That's both for Get Over. But if we take a look at this scoreboard, this is Jackson getting absolutely snubbed by Silent or Epic or Rocket League or whatever it is now. They've done plenty here so far, but nobody... There's all zeros across their board. Like, they've only gotten points 2 apiece for actually making contact with this ball. They should have gotten a save here a little bit earlier. So again, just kind of indicative of how wonky Rocket League scoring and how his award there can be, Formal.
Yeah, it's tough, though, to get stats on the board, though. When you are on that defensive half, it feels like the entire time. Once again, off the kickoff, there's a small sign of life for the Jets, but Lincoln is so good at turning that momentum back around. Spoiled. For the second time, though, it's going to try to play through the corner. This time he gets past the first attacker. That said, Sloss went straight for the bump play. Becky unable to take it through the corner, and Sloss had an opening, but decided against it. I think the reaction was a little bit too slow. Either way, the Jets, they're getting moments of reprise every now and then. They just haven't been able to do anything with it.
Kind of flashes of greatness, but might be flashes in the pan. Back to the middle, and Get Over almost sets this up for the teed off teammate. Not going to happen so easily. 15 seconds away from halftime. This is a Jets squad that should not be counted out quite so early. No, they're not flying high quite yet. They have been grounded, not getting liftoff by ground control yet. We're just waiting for the pop-off.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what airline is kind of holding them back at the moment, but someone needs to clear out that airspace.
Spirit. This is definitely Spirit Airlines. If I know anything about Spirit Airlines.
true. Well, hopefully they'll be able to take off shortly because Becky is already in the sky. It's easy peasy, goes up to challenge, but it all sets up Sloths, who muscles his way past Skizmo and makes it a 3-0 lead.
Now let me ask, are there actual sloths around and about in Australia?
No,
I don't think
that's
we
a
have
South
any
American
sloths.
thing.
Oh, is it? Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel silly if I'm actually like physically closer to any sloths than you are.
We have weird animals down here, don't get me wrong.
That's
but
what I'm saying,
I do not
right?
believe
Like,
the
I feel like
sloth is one of them.
I think it's a good...
It's a fair guess.
Oh, no! Central America, South America. Tugboat does not know his geography or etymology of sloths.
If we had a sloth, it would be venomous in some facet. That's all I know. And that's a good check, though. Can a sloth kill you? Probably not. Then not in Australia, although sloth is actually doing some work right now. Maybe they can take down your Jets, and that could be lethal. A 3-0 lead off of a 1-goal lead from Sloth, 2 from Get Over. The point is, with 100 seconds remaining in Game 1, the Jets are really going to need to make this attack count. Easy peasy with the chance, but gets stopped by Becky in front of the net.
How could you, Becky? Breaking hearts out here. Love to see it if you're a Lincoln Land defender, though. Get over, down to the side. Sloth puts it up. Sloth just a tiny bit too high. I gotta say, Lincoln Land would be up at 5, maybe even 6 right now if this top bar was just, a card's width higher.
That is true. That is very true. And I honestly, the Jets, I would say, well, maybe they'd have 1 or 2 goals if the goal was different as well, except they've not really had many shots being on their side the entire time. I like how Spoiled is starting to adapt that demo game, though. I actually think he's a little sick of being fouled on that back foot for so long. This is a trend I hope continues into our second game, where they'll have a better chance at getting that win. As it stands, 47 seconds remaining. It's looking like Lincoln is going to go ahead and win Game 1.
Look, you get 10 shots attempted on goal from Lincoln. Yes, these are worded wonky sometimes, but Jackson only with 3 so far. That wasn't even on point enough to even get the points for the attempt, my man. So far, semifinals match looking one-sided.
It is looking one-sided, although we are seeing adaptation mid-game coming from the Jets, and since they've started going bump and demo heavy, they actually have shut down a lot of Lincoln's attacks, but not all of it. Get Over's going to sneak one through, get himself the hat trick, and make it a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, so Slothish with 1, Get Over with 3, and like you said, Sloth may not be that like deadly dangerous in real life, but Australia or not, this Sloth is coming out striking here. Got himself an assist as well, correct?
Fastest Sloth I've ever seen.
2 assists, excuse me. Yeah, exactly. This game is done and dusted. Game number 1 is going to go. Now, we say it all the time, but game number 1 is always a learning experience. Again, no matter if you played this team before, just how they're simply playing on the day going to be more important. Now, what we're looking at here is at least a situation for Jackson, like the diamond in the rough to be kind of brought in here is that they'll have at least 3 more opportunities. This is the best of 5, and you let those go like this. Your learning opportunity is a lot more important, right? As it is, at least 3 more opportunities come back, strike Lincoln where they live.
Yeah, and it's not as if the first game really will paint an entire picture. It's been said time and time again, the first game is typically that feeling out game. And we saw adaptation from Jackson, at least approaching that final 2 minutes, where they got sick of playing defense and just started attacking cars physically, left, right, and center. And the pace at which Lincoln was able to control the game did, start to slow down. So I think that's that positive step forward moving for Jackson. Also, need I remind you, even though both of these teams won their series yesterday, I'm pretty sure they each lost game number 1 in the process as well. So, I mean, we can't really count out anyone just yet. It's a good first step for Lincoln, and they felt very in control. I do want to see a bit more from the Jets. I want to see them continue that physical style gameplay, as I think that's their best avenue for success.
Gotcha. Just as an update there, it was a very interesting point. Jackson won their first game against Nova. Lincoln did lose their first game against St. Clair and the second game. My, oh my, Get Over, tying his 6-second fastest score on stream today. He's just, it'd be hard to even get there any faster. Doesn't mean he's not going to try.
And I believe Get Over is starting to become a real problem at this stage. That is his 4th goal, I believe,
it is
of the day thus far, as Sloth was able to sort of steal away the what would have been the 5th now at this stage. And 4 goals in a game in 6 seconds is a very strong start. So I do want to see the Jets do a better job at sort of tracking this Fennec player moving forward. Otherwise, we could see double digits before the afternoon is done.
That is entirely fair, especially you mean coming from a single player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because team-wise, we're already at 5. Game number 2 of a best of 7. 40 seconds or so into this one. Slothish is the only player with a goal outside of the get-over player on the side of Lincoln Land. Now putting this one over. Oh man, almost a beautiful combination. The 1-2 right there for Becky. Not going to happen so flashy on this one. Remember, Slothish put this up, but other Lincoln Land members unfortunately not there. Now there's a demo. What are they going to do with it? That's the question. Get over tries to easy scopes. Yeah, exactly. Like that's pretty much it. You know, if you only get a single demo, another player up, no offensive push can really get much done right there.
Oh, Spoiled just missed the first open net of the afternoon as well. It wasn't an easy shot, but that defender was way too low, and Spoiled had a clear angle, unfortunately backboarding it. And considering that the Jets weren't able to get a goal in game 1, well, now they get another chance.
No.
Or Spoiled. Neither can corral that ball. That's 3 open net misses, I'm saying right now in game number 2. Get over, tries to punish, won't be able to find the reset. However, the Jets, they can't let those opportunities slip by.
Man, oh man. Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into. Spoiled and Skizbo are their 2 occupants right now. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. That really, I mean, those were wide open. Would have been a perfect opportunity to tie this one up here. Not going to be too negative. We're still here for the Jets. They got plenty of opportunity left.
Yeah, they have time to bring this one back. Still 3 minutes in this game. It's only 1-point deficit, though. We're going to make it 2 off of that breakaway. Of course, it's Get Over getting credit. 5th goal of the series, 2nd goal of the game. And Lincoln, they are looking so dominant.
They really are. Looking at this, yeah, so Get Over with another one. That's his 5th on the day between these 2 games so far. Again, Slothish, the only player with a goal on the side. Lincoln, do not go through here. Oh, up to the top and easy peasy, actually making this one look easy. Love to see it.
Yeah, and this is the 2nd time I've seen Easy actually take a shot across the middle like this. Last time, however, there was 3 defenders in his way. This time, only 1, and Spoiled did a good job in taking care of that. Really well played from the Jets in order to finally get one on the board. We're back within 1. Good cheat from Get Over, though. Keeps possession on the sides of the Loggers to start things off. And now this defense, they have Skizbo still in the box. If a setup happens, so they could be in danger. They have recovered as Get Over goes for the back pass. Skizbo will beat Becky to it. And we got a tie ball game.
Just like that, just outside halftime. Striking back to the Jets. Little depth from above action. Love to see it. Skizbo had opportunities earlier. Becky just simply can't get there.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice play. As we are about to hit that halfway point, the Jets finally showing those signs of life, and this is why we couldn't necessarily count them out. They're taking advantage sometimes of the situations when Get Over in particular is actually pressing too far forward, trying to make an attack play happen. I do feel that he is the strongest player on the pitch right now, and if they can keep the ball on the opposite side of where he is, that's going to be Lincoln, or sorry, not Lincoln, that's going to be the Jets' best chance in this as Get Over has the ball now, looking for that back pass. Once again, Spoiled tried to steal it away. Will wind up in Skizbo's possession as he goes for the deep clear.
Yeah, so a little easier said than done when you come to things like this, but Scopes gets out to it. Nice flip on this. Look from the second. Spoiled is going to come in, give him a little rest for the weary. We almost came down to what was looking like a goose egg put up by Jets, but 2 of them quickly, and now they're playing really solid defense right now, Formal.
Yeah, that they are, and they've got that counterattack as well. When they do go for these counterattacks, they like to go from the corridor and pass it into the middle, and I haven't really seen Lincoln respond to it just yet. Their response is always send Get Over for it and let him make a play. Well, he found the pass to Becky. This time tries to cross up the defense. It's off the post, not quite in. Get Over followed through. Goes for the backboard as well. Under 90 seconds left in game number 2, and we're still sitting tied.
Yeah, back and forth right there. That was a huge clear that just like that assumes the defense for Lincoln, and just like that, Get Over makes that a non-issue. 3rd one for the game here. That's going to be 6th score total across. Fantastic stuff. Get Over is really showing up as the MVP for the side of Lincoln in this entire match so far.
Yeah, back-to-back hat tricks will do that for you. Spoiled had a chance to make the save on the play, but just couldn't quite corral that ball. Not going to be too harsh on this one. That's a very tough read, and unfortunately for him, Spoiled already was in that position or to sort of get over and put it through.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, the Jets are playing much better than they did in game number 1, and that was a heroic stop right there, keeping the dream alive. 1 is easy, 2 is not so much, especially when you're only looking about 60 seconds left, Formal. Slothish back on over here, taken away, get over, does not get a hand on it. Becky trying to bring this one out, has a lot of boost to do it, and gets the job accomplished. Mission accomplished, guys.
We got there thus far, 30 seconds remaining, and as long as the Jets are on their side of the field, this game is going to be that much more difficult. Get over again, just is able to control the middle of the pitch so well. Every sort of slow-paced counterattack is being shut down, although when Get Over goes for the goals and misses, that's when the opportunities arrive. Jets with a chance, 15 seconds remaining, and it's Sloths who shuts down the counterplay.
Now got to bring this one out, got to do it right now. Get Over coming up. Becky assumes the downward flip right below teammate. That almost was a fantastic one. Got to keep this aloft. Skizbo knows this. Easy peasy up. No! Oh! Right. And teammate is not in position for the tying shot. We had some buzzer beaters yesterday, Formal. We're not going to get awarded with one so soon here in this best of 7.
No, but that still was so close to going in there. I mean, granted, that angle would have been like a 88-degree shot. It is so hard to find those, and it is a bit unfortunate that the ball doinks out instead of in. Big improvement from Jackson, though. 50% shot percentage going through right there. They got 2 out of 4. They found more opportunities on that counterattack. They weren't quite on that defensive half as much yet. When we continue to look at those stats, I mean, it still was 13 shots to 4. Lincoln still felt like they controlled not only the middle of the field, but the attacking half as well. And Jackson's still going to probably be struggling as we move forward.
I hear you. If there's one stat you need to bring away from this, is the simple fact that Get Over had 8 shots attempted. That is more than twice what Jackson as a team had. Yes, Jackson made 2 of their 4 in, so a solid completion ratio on there, but tough breaks just looking from all of this pressure from a single player, Formal. Talking about a little bit more about the organizations that make this possible. We got Barbasol up next. Barbasol, the shaving cream, Classic 1. And if you haven't heard about it, I don't know how, because they've literally been around for 100+ years. 1919 is when Barbasol came out around, and now they have their original 1919 Classic shaving cream. They will be available. There's a fresh take on the original. There's a go-to for a close shave like none other.
Yeah, thank you to them. And also, I have been reading the Twitch chat. I know how popular these two have been, but Lenny and Larry's esports gaming cookies, I mean, they are so healthy for you as well. Non-GMO ingredients, no soy, no dairy, no artificial sweeteners. All of this so you can focus more on your gamings and not on the guilt of eating your snacks during snack time. So check out them. Get that complete cookie today at shopsenc.com. They're shockingly delicious, and it looks like we've already gotten right back into the game.
Yes, sir. 35 seconds. That's not for lack of... It's not for... Oh, my goodness. I didn't realize we're in game quite yet.
Yeah, we're rolling right now. Get Over. Trying to get for a shot, but it's not going to find it. So Sloss will play through that corner. And he might have it easy peasy at the last second. Makes the save in the box. Get Over shot a little bit too tight. And once again, the Jets defense survives.
Yes, sir. Minute in. If you're a Jets player, you'd be happy that they haven't gotten scored against quite so far, because seen that twice, 6-second goals. And perhaps that's just really where we should turn the attention to, because that kind of pressure so early always just sets up the table for what will be a feast for one of these sides. But minute 15 in, some very solid defensive performances from the Jackson Jets have yielded no score to the side of Lincoln. Back and forth. Jackson has been on the defense for quite a while now, though, Formal.
Yeah, they have been, and they now might have an opportunity to be on the attack. Of one-man pass to Skizbo from Spoilt. Will be saved by Becky. Those are the few moments where we've seen the Jets offense actually been able to get some points on the board. When they counterattack, when Get Over himself is not in the middle of the field to shut it down early. And although that one was close, it was a good effort by Becky to stop them once more. And now back to that midfield control. Get Over this time gets demoed. Opens the doorway for Skizbo, has easy peasy off that backboard, and once more it will be Becky who shuts it down.
Slothish actually missing this one for the time being. Spoiled giving them the business up close and keeps this half court. Now Jackson really needs to get on offense and spend a lot more time there. End of the day, Formal, if this ends up to be a situation where you just demo Get Over and over and over again, that's okay. Like, I would much rather see these stats spread across this board instead of just one player really popping off right here, because eventually that math equation will be very easy to do.
Yeah, as we see, a couple awkward misses there as well. Becky trying to be sort of that demo player, and once again, actually get over, does get juked out. That's Skizmo and Easy Peasy now versus Becky. However, Sloss is able to come from behind, get a nice demo. Spoil needs to keep the attack going. It's a big miss, but Skizmo's there to bail out his team, and that demo actually nearly backfired, it looked like, for the Loggers.
Yeah, Becky barely got there as well, right to the middle, just kind of using the body for the wall right there. Skizbo, nicely done. Now, what we see, of course, is a situation for the Jets they have not enjoyed quite so far, and that, of course, is the lead.
Yeah, and the big thing they've been doing this game that's kind of helped enable it is getting that ball away from Get Over. These midfield challenges, which have been so good for this player through games 1 and 2, haven't been as accurate in the third game, and it's been little touches that the Jets have been making before getting to midfield that's been throwing his reads off. If this is a trend that can continue, I can only see good things, although getting in the way of Easy Peasy's shot, even if you're a teammate, probably not what the Jets need. That was a very awkward play.
Yeah, I really hope that we don't see just kind of the shutdown of coordination here. Eventually, and what we saw yesterday, Formal, was players really taking value from more of an individualistic play style. But that is definitely not a situation we find ourselves in yet. This is a best of 7, not a best of 5. So staring down the barrel of defeat is not Jackson quite yet. So we got plenty of time in this one to keep the dream alive, and then take this one, move towards tying it up and taking advantage. Nice bounce play, just a little bit too high. Slothish gets it out as Scopes picks it up, keeps the offense alive. Back to the middle. Players in the Jets need to rotate around, and flying away from it is Skizbo up at the top.
Yeah, and now you have Sloths going to try and actually create a play themselves. I was a little bit surprised that Lincoln didn't commit a bit more to it. They sent Sloths alone while both other attackers rotated all the way back to their own corners. They have to be aware there's under a minute left, and if they win this game going 3-0 up in a semifinal, yes, you still have to win one more game, but it's the best position to be in. Sloths doesn't get to the shot, and time is running out for Lincoln.
It really is. 40 seconds or so. What they do not want to do here is drop a game as they have been on a run. 2 now, and a third would bring them just so much closer to an impressive mental and a very hard physical task in front of them. Attempting the setup here, Get Over. I love the fact that he is able to do this and just not go for everything and shoot for everything himself. There's a Lincoln team you cannot say is not coordinated.
Yeah, they are very coordinated when they are on. It's just been, I feel almost they're trying to get a little too cheeky. They've been trying tougher reads and tougher shots, and it hasn't been paying out as much, and the Jets have had more opportunities as a result. Now with 3 seconds remaining, it's Skizmo who will play it off the backboard, but that's a very high ball, and Get Over's underneath, goes for the dribble, gets it to
just
Becky.
Leave it, just leave it,
Foyle should be able to end it, and Jackson do take game number 3.
I was thinking that that was a Jackson player that was going to try and get a little bit cheeky with it, try and keep it aloft, play a little volleyball, and not let this one drop. But again, lead of 1, lead of 10 does not matter, because this is a Jackson squad, especially in game 3. They will take it any way they can get it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and it's always a risky business when you give your opponents any signs of life, and that goes across all esports titles, not necessarily Rocket League, but I have seen some crazy things in Rocket League in the past where a team gives the other hope by starting to have a little bit too much fun, is what I'm going to call it, on the pitch, and then next thing you know, the upset comes to fruition. So I don't feel that Lincoln was, in playing necessarily badly or trying to showboat on their opponents. They were just going for more difficult reads. They were really pushing themselves, I think is the best way to put it. I think if they calm things down, play a bit more conventional, play a little bit further back like they did in the first 2 games, they should have that similar success.
I can dig what you're saying, Formal. Like, and at the end of the day, I think that I can agree with it, but it's also kind of indicative that Lincoln just has a complete hold on this game. And I think that Jackson just proved that even if you do switch up the play styles here, that was really slow. I was going to be surprised if Spoil didn't get that, honestly. But even if you switch up the play styles, Jackson has been able to answer to it. Like, Lincoln did not fall this last game for lack of trying. It was still 100% there, and they just were not able to bring that out in the end. Easy peasy scopes. That's decently on point. Yeah, Becky does read this, pick it up, throw an epic on top of that save. Back on over the corner. Skizbo realizes he can't get to it. That was Slothish. It was coming across the wall, sends us flying. Scopes picking it up, getting it back from mid-pitch. Oh, no! How many whiffs, man? How many whiffs?
There's been a lot coming from Spoiled thus far this series. I think he's letting the nerves get to him a little bit more than they might necessarily like as we pass that first minute of play. I think another thing that's actually kind of attributed to Lincoln's momentum slowing down has been Get Over not playing as much in the midfield and again playing further back, more of that third man role, and actually letting the teammates go for more challenges than what we saw in games 1 and 2. And I do like seeing this. Like, if there's a reason why you're going to start to falter, having it be a stylistic change to get your teammates more involved when you are playing at that higher level, there is long-term benefits to it. And I do appreciate that Lincoln is going for that now. Part of me, though, does still say, you know what, this is a semifinal, and you can't get too cheeky with it at times. I do feel, though, if Lincoln starts to get threatened, we'll see Get Over be proactive again, ball in front of that net, but the defense is able to make the save.
Wow, yeah. These pins standing up over pressure, love to see it. Becky stretching out to get there was not going to be on point regardless, but still would have been a very dangerous position. Looking at 2 minutes, no scores. That's far and away the longest. Get Over, getting up to it again. What you said earlier, he's kind of not necessarily pensive, but just pulling back from playing this ball constantly himself. And I think that game plan has been abandoned. He is just all over this all the time, back to the Get Over that we learned in game 1 and a half of game 2.
I mean, yeah, he is all over the ball, but it's also he's all over it when on defense. And once we see him playing the midfield again, I think that's when we'll know, okay, Lincoln, they're done messing around. Once more, Get Over in that third man role does enough to disrupt Skizbo, and off the backboard will get that next touch. Pass down to Sloth, the shot a little bit too slow, and Easy Peasy can make that initial read. Second attempt from Sloth, this time saved by Skizbo, as Sloth cannot catch a break.
Yeah, so Jackson's, they're not missing these on defense at least. Fantastic stuff. They're everything there. Demo through it. Skizbo blocks it out, and Becky provides the second hit. Fantastic stuff. Nothing is going in for Lincoln right now.
You know you're desperate when your best touch has to be into another attacking player. Yet still, that's the read that is made, and it works out. Another great save coming from this Jet side, who they're getting better and better at these saves right now. It's just as soon as all three of the players get on that same level, I feel like this team can start to be more of a serious threat, although, I mean, they only need one goal, and all of a sudden this could be a tied series. We definitely can't be riding them out. Skizbo's shot on target, but Get Over has the save.
Yeah, again, it's always about that second shot, a third shot. And Lincoln players have simply not been rotated offensively so far. Again, defense is showing up on both sides and just on fire right now. Seriously, excuse me. Spoil back to it. Get Over gets packed right there. Back on over the side. Jackson's got time to rotate.
That they do, but they also had their boost stolen away by Get Over, who completes the play following through. That's going to make this next attack that much more difficult. Spoiled with the cheeky second touch. Actually gets it to Skizbo. Get Over, though, was able to find a defensive touch. Now Easy Peasy. Oh, feels a little backflip. Not really the read he wanted. Helps the defense get a first touch clear, but they're unable to get it past middle of the field. Easy Peasy reads Sloth. Gets it to the corner. Gets over. Ball in a prime shooting position, but the Jets were rotating back.
Like, that's about as offense as you get. Why are you coming backwards? Both players had at least some boost, right?
It was unfortunate timing for sure.
True,
under 30 seconds, still 0-0. We could be seeing the fabled 0-0 overtime, and I have to admit, I know this might be uncommon, Tugboat, but that actually is my favorite score.
Oh, 100%. Like literally, teams that have come through, spent 5 minutes just absolutely boxing back and forth, striking one another over and over with nothing actually going in, and then for a true sudden death, I am about it. Easy Peasy Scopes trying to make that a non-issue. Becky, nice block, still aloft. Spoiled up, spoiled down, grounded ball. We got overtime.
Oh boy, our first overtime of the afternoon, and it couldn't come at a more crucial moment. The Jets looking to tie this series up, but if they can't get this goal, it will be match point for Lincoln, as they're going to be the first team with a serious attacking attempt. Skizbo tries to go up on the corner, but Get Over is there. It was a pass to the middle. Becky too far foiled, but Spoiled misses the chance to punish, and that means Sloths will keep the attack moving forwards.
Again, just moving a little bit too fast. Not usually a problem that a Sloth will have. Now Get Over, almost against the top. Scopes tries to get to it, beats Sloth there, kind of for some wonky side action play. There's the demo. Spoiled trying for it. Scoped up to Scope. Spoiled up to Scopes. Scopes now to Skizbo. Going up for it. Get Over. Nice backboard connection to send this one rocking to the left side. Slothish reading that one very well, and Becky puts it down. Skizbo there, and that's not the second spoil. It's the last second hit out. And our overtime action continues, Formal.
Sloth might be the most unlucky player on the pitch right now. He's had a couple open net misses, had a couple miraculous saves against shots that could have been goals. Just unable to finish the plays. And this is a smart player. Like, he read that defensive touch perfectly, just was unable to finish the play. And now it's actually Lincoln on that defensive side. Skizbo, that angle is good, and Easy is there, making it look easy as well. A 1-0 game goes in favor of the Jets.
Jets coming back swinging on this one, Formal. Love to see it. Our game one features a goose egg put up by Jackson in our longest score difference so far on stream. That's 4-0 fashion there. Game two, much closer, much closer. Jackson drops that one as well, 2-3. Lincoln taking that one. That was the end of our run for the Lincoln Land Loggers so far. Now we got Now we got a 1-0 action in game number 3. Last second overtime sudden death situations game number 4. And we got a tied match here, basically a best of 3 after this one. After these two teams have purchased themselves a lot more breathing room both sides. Now that's not something Lincoln Land wanted to have happen, but that's the situation they find themselves in now.
Yeah, and I think it's time to get over off of that third man role and back in the middle of the pitch. You mix it up for a bit. Slothish and Becky, you know, they had their shots. Slothish, I know he only had 4 shots compared to Get Over's 5, but those 4 were way more threatening attempts and just a bit unfortunate that they weren't being able to get put in. So I kind of want to see Slothish and Get Over sort of switch their roles. Slothish has proven to me is a smart player, great player instinct, but not always the best touches, I feel, on that attacking half. Get him back on defense, get over moving forward, and Lincoln can take the series back over.
Yeah, look, we would never come to say that any players are bad, but we just have to talk about performances tonight, and there have been with both sides. Just can't, we'd be doing ourselves and our viewers a disservice if we did not call it like we see it. Keep your eyes open and tell the truth. That's what Vin Scully said is the best way to call a game.
As a kickoff goal will go in, the perfect touch. Becky Giggs at 1-0.
Now 3 seconds being our fastest goal on stream. 83 miles an hour, that would have been, or excuse me, kilometers per hour, excuse me. And that comes off the side right here. If that had had a better redirect, it would have been way, way faster.
Yeah, it could have been, you know, the fabled 1-second goal. I think if you're Lincoln, though, you'll take the 3, although Becky this time stuck in an awkward spot. Get Over will be there to kind of help them out as Sloth looks to dish it back down, but Get Over was on the right, and the pass went to the left. Now Becky, from their own goal, will lob one up for Slothish. Actually did beat Skizbo to the ball, but had a bad read, so Skizbo tried to go for the defensive pass. We are seeing more defensive passes come from the Jets, and it's doing a good job in sort of making the midfield a bit less balanced. That's provided them opportunities in the past, although this time Lincoln did have the read. They got the shot, but it's not on target.
Yeah, so midfield passes, especially defensive side, at the end of the day, they're dangerous because they can get picked up, but they're sometimes just absolutely crucial and quintessential. You can't, like, almost can't score without them or can't get this ball out and away without them. The less times you pass the ball on defense, not necessarily the best. On offense, it's a completely different story. That's the situation that Skizbo and the rest of the Jets find themselves in, and then just like that, Caster's curse, they're on defense.
Yeah, no, this series is becoming tougher and tougher to predict. Double commit whiff by the side of Lincoln leads to the easy-peasy shot, yet Get Over. Well, those are times when it's beneficial to have him in that third-man role, is able to get the save. Now Cheese Ford shot. It should go in. Becky does get it past Get Over, who gets credit for the goal. That is the biggest steal I have ever seen.
We'll call it a coordination here. We'll call it a coordination. That was easy peasy, just trying to get a stop right here, and 2 players on the other side actually just kind of fighting for who gets credit for it. Like, the situation is already done. Get Over here. Nice hit. Becky will be meeting this one up top, or attempting to, as Skizbo does come up, say hi to the ball just a little bit. Get Over, now on a run, got everything boost-wise very slow, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Scopes out, Slothish tries to pick this one up. That could have been a very dangerous decapitation situation. Not going to happen today.
Interesting touch from Becky right there. I went for a shot when you did have Get Over screaming down the middle of the field. It could have been a 3-0 game had they opted for the pass, and a little bit concerning at times when we see Lincoln start to go for more of the solo plays than the pass plays that have given them success in the past. They could be getting comfortable once again. I don't want to speak too soon, though, because that's the pass I want to see. Becky unable to turn it around. 3 defenders stuck in that same corner. Slotzish could try to center the ball, could try to punish, but again, goes for a more solo setup. It's Becky off the backboard, unable to find that angle.
Becky off the backboard. Yes, sir. Get over here. Trying to get this one down and out, and Becky, no backboard necessary on this one, Formal. A nice cutaway here, 7 seconds outside of overtime, and Lincoln is on a run.
I think I know what was happening. Becky, after that last goal was stolen by Get Over, was just determined to get one themselves, right? So that's why they start going for the solo plays. That's why they're taking crazy shots off the backboard at hard angles, and that's how come they're willing to cheat forward, find the intercept, and make it a 3-0 lead. Becky just wanted one, and I think they're going to be happy moving forward. A 3-0 lead for Lincoln as they're looking to move to match point.
Gotcha. So I think what I'm hearing, Form, was for a brief time we saw a unique Rocket League game, 3 versus 2 versus 1. Becky, the one-man army, just looking for goals out here.
Yep, exactly that. And now that Becky got the goal, that's a win. And now we're back to 3v3, and that's not very good because that scoreline's only sitting 3-0. And with just over 2 minutes remaining, the Jets, they had to win 2 before to get to the tied series. They're going to have to win 2 more in a row again if they're going to have to win it.
Look, we saw lots of scores, and some of them come quickly, but what we have not seen is 3 scores come from the down team so far. The most scores we've even seen in a game, Formal, is 4, okay? It's physically possible, but it would have to break the mold of the theme that we've established so far, especially if Lincoln Land gets another one. One might be a little bit chalk.
Oh, Slothish was so close to getting what would have been the goal of the afternoon so far.
Yep, I hear you.
Afternoon.
We're international here with Mac coming in from land down under. We have producers working from Hawaii. We got me coming in from the southern part of the United States. Jackie Boy is West Coast, I believe. So really, esports is international, and you can definitely find that here today.
As we do see that play through the corner, here comes Slots, and that's going to be the read, and Slots as well finally gets the goal that they were looking for with just 1:05 remaining. And you were saying 4-0 is probably going to be that death sentence for this game. I think Slots just kind of tried to be a little bit of an Undertaker right there and is starting to bury his opponents.
Undertaker, no WWF here, though. Or WWE, I guess. WWF was the old school name, was it not?
Yeah, but that's when The Undertaker was at his best, was that not?
That's fair.
I don't know. It gets confusing for me.
The highlight of his second life. Back to the middle. Becky, big hit here. But we're basically in keep-away situations at this point. Lincoln Land knows that. It's just about wasting out that sand in the hourglass of Jackson Jets' life.
Yeah, they are just sort of going to try and play defense. I'd like to see Jackson go for something here just to maybe end this one on a high, although Get Over nearly was able to find Becky. This could be the opening for the counterattack, perhaps. Gizmo in position, but misses the ball, and Slotzish now can punish, and that is 3 members of Lincoln looking at a near open net. It was only spoiled on defense, and it did enough to make the save.
Yeah, so they put a lot of attention into getting those demos, and as that comes out, there's not boost or good angles to take a score and otherwise. What we're looking at right now, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but if there's no scores here for the side of Jackson, and what that means is we have had 1 game where the losing team did not get 0. Like 0 scores, nothing in. And the losing team did not put up a goose egg. That, in my experience, a little bit unheard of, my friend. A little bit unheard of.
Yeah, that's a very bizarre one, actually. A lot of shutouts thus far in this series as each game. I don't want to say they've been necessarily one-sided. I mean, we saw a 0-0 overtime, so that's something different. Exactly. Although there has been a couple that Jackson has sort of just let slip away from them. Game 1 being one, this game as well being the next, and now they're in a position where they need to win 2 in a row. Lincoln just 1 game away from a grand final appearance.
Yeah, seriously. And Lincoln comes forth. If they get another 6-second score, especially by Get Over, especially by Sloth or something like this, then again, that's just such a big foot forward stepped by a Lincoln team. And Jackson so far has not been able to overcome that, really. And with 2 1-0s under their belt, that tells me is that Jackson performs well under pressure. Said it before, I'll say it again. Pressure creates diamonds, but it also crushes players frequently. See kind of how we go in and how the effect of pressure has in this next. What we're going to do is go to a very short breakdown, let these teams kind of talk about it a little bit, because at the end of the day, this is match point. I want to give them as much time as possible to kind of strategize. Making up words here.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time. While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
And we are back, Rocket League fans. The CENC, that is the Collegiate Esports National Championship, continues now and will culminate soon. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm joined by my man Formal. Got Jackie Boy out there producing away, making our jobs as casters so much easier. We have two more organizations to shout out here before we get this game going. Again, these organizations make these competitions possible, and we very much appreciate that. Legion by Lenovo. Got some high-quality esports hardware. You can check out what they're doing online. If you haven't heard it yet, you might just be your first day in esports, man.
Yeah, absolutely. They like to sponsor a lot of Scholastic events, I've noticed in the past, and internationally as well. They are quite frequently looking to support the next generation of gamers. And of course, if you're going to do that, you got to look good at the same time. So a big thank you as well to Reveal Suits, who go out there. They are the official shoe provider of the College Esports National Championships. So a big thank you to them as well. Check them out at revealsuits.com. Now, I think it's time, though, we're getting ready to go into what could be our final game, although it could be our first of, well, two more as going into this next game. Lincoln, they have the advantage. They're one game away from that grand final. Jackson, on that back foot, they need to win 2 in a row.
Oh, yes. This is the classic best of 5. It would have been electrifying going all the way down to the last game, but that is not the situation we're in right now. Best of 7, just going to run through these scores again, just in case you're just joining us. Goose Egg's first game, that was Jackson Jets that put that up 4-0 fashion as well. The largest score difference at the end of one of these 5-minute quarters so far. Jackson Jets almost bringing it through in game number 2, but losing 2 scores against 3 scores. Different stories. Game 3 and game 4 see the smallest score differential that one can see in the Great Game of Rocket League, with 2 Goose Eggs put up by the team Lincoln Land that was coming off some hot, fiery action. 1-0 in game number 3. 1-0 in an overtime situation, Formal, in game number 4. looking at game number 5 now, kind of a mirror matchup. 0-4, the win is Lincoln, the goose egg is Jackson, and now let's get into it.
Yeah, it is game 6, and right out of the gate, easy peasy.
So close.
Almost able to put a kickoff goal. That would have been faster than the 3-seconder from before, not able to hit its mark. So instead, we do go past that 10-second mark. No quick goal this time, although it will be Lincoln on our initial attack.
Ooh, not for lack of trying. Skizbo gets up there, kind of puts the patch over that hole. This is a perfect get over, trying to keep this offensive pressure alive. Slothish with another really weak hit, but that was mostly a setup for Becky that almost took it to the house. Easy peasy scopes. You could tell he was like waiting to bite on this one, but then realized that Becky was going to have great positioning. Fantastic read from that player for not coming out and falling prey to that, and that is Slothish. This is a Lincoln Land Loggers squad that just put up 3 almost identical shots from this left side, bounce or otherwise. They came off the back and went in because the Jets were simply not rotating.
Well, it wasn't that they weren't rotated. It was that get over, got a bump on the wall. Becky got a demo in the goal itself. Sloss just had to hit it straight. It was a 3-man effort, and it was physicality being brought by the Loggers. Really looking to cut down those trees and build a road for that 1-0 lead. They want to get to that grand final, and everyone is doing their part.
Absolutely. We saw the land versus sea battle yesterday, excuse me. The Skippers, the seafaring sailors falling on that one. And now we got the battle of land and air. The Jets coming through, fighting for another game after this. They have to take this one just to push it to a next, but Lincoln Land again on the match point in a 1-0. Putting a little solid foot forward here, Formal.
That was that start they were looking for, and this team has had a couple of those quick starts already this series. Once they have the lead, too, it's actually very tough to get it off them as another bump play helps this one go through. A 2-0 lead now for our defending champs.
Sloth is just kind of, it's this hit down bottom, and you kind of see get over. He's like, and it's almost like he brought this ball up from a young age, over from their side, and throughout the life of this ball, he just kind of watches it go all the way through, and then end with a successful bang on the other side, and a point. Love to see it. A proud father, perhaps.
Yeah, he's going to be super happy with that one. 3:15 still on the clock. Becky tries to find get over. They do connect. Get over attempts to follow it through. It's off the post, and it goes in. Becky had to give it that last little nudge, but it's just enough to make it 3-0.
Go in your hole. The hole is your home. Go in the hole. Well, Happy Gilmore. I almost said Billy Madison.
Yeah, it was Happy Gilmore.
I mix up those two movies very frequently just because the name in both, and it's kind of a unique title, I suppose. But yes,
I mean, they're the same movie
American
almost.
Treasure.
They're the same humor in both, I should say.
This is fair. Well, one just has to graduate high school, literally. One just comes forth and realizes he's really good at hockey, if I remember right. Oh my
it was golf.
God, that's Skizbo. Excuse me, yes, golf. But that's Skizbo there with a very impressive performance, showing that he's good at Rocket League.
Yeah, Skizbo definitely is strong at Rocket League, although kind of gotten spoiled way right there, and now Skizbo getting bumped by Becky. Skizbo just can't catch a break as the ball will go into the net. Slots gets credit for this one.
Yeah, so whatever it was that Lincoln communicated across each other between games 4 or 5, now in game 6, that's the lesson I want to be privy to, Formal. 4-0 run. They have been in this situation before, but not this early. And Sloth looking at another Skizbo with a very dangerous redirect against back post. But now with halftime, there is enough time to come back at this one. But tough task, a tough ask will be, especially with Becky rocketing in the 5th.
So remember during games 3 and 4 where we were questioning, are the Loggers changing up their style? Are they holding back a bit? This could be an argument for that to be the case. However, it's also a situation where I think their strategy game 3 and 4 are now paying off because it's not get over creating these plays. We're finally seeing Slothish and Becky working that midfield, being on the attack, something that they were struggling to do so earlier in this series. And now we see a Loggers team with not just one threat, but all 3 members looking deadly. And going into the grand finals potentially tomorrow, this is the form you want to be in.
I tell you, Becky seemed like she's tired of hearing their teammates' names, not their own. This really has been showing up all day across the past 3 games specifically. Spoiled with a better angle, might have been able to get that one. Slothish might have been able to block it away, but still, Jackson looking for their first goal. If this goes all the way down, Jackson doesn't score, that means across 6 games we'll have seen 1 game there was not a goose egg. 1 game where a team did not put up 0 scores across 5 minutes plus.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever seen a series actually go that direction. A very unique semifinals if this does become the case.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Like, not across 6, especially with back and forth like that. Because obviously they're going to a game 6 of the best of 7, then what is that indicative of not just a one-sided sweep? Yes, I've seen, you know, teams take 4 games and get like 7-0, 5-0, 3-0, something like that all the way across, but not back and forth like that.
No, it's been very bizarre. Granted, we still have a minute, and the ball is in front of the net. It will go through, so easy peasy saying, yeah, that would be unique, but we're not going to let you have this one, Tugboat. I'm sorry, we're going to get one. So if we do go down today, at least we can say, hey, we got a pinch right in front of net.
I mean, look, in my opinion, it's an interesting enough stat. With 6 games now, possibly 7, not counting anybody out, but with 6 games, 4 of them going down with goose eggs, that's still very impressive and very unique. Again, just 1 or 2 in a best of 7 is almost normal, at least not something to write home about. 4 is wild and crazy. Jets, you need to pour it all into offense right now. Use all your boosts, use all your demos and everything else. Get aggressive, get mean. Let me see your war face.
Well, as you said that, their boost got stolen and their own player got demoed, so I'm starting to lose hope quite quickly for the Jets. As Get Over tries to play across the middle of the field, does create a bit of space. Lost looking to hold it there. 30 seconds to go, and another goal could be going in as Becky is able to weave through traffic, put it through. 6-1 scoreline. I'm feeling confident that we're going to be seeing Lincoln play again tomorrow.
That's a fair assumption, my friend. 5 scores, average of 5 seconds required just to tie it up. I don't think that's going to happen. We've talked about nails, we've talked about coffins, and I think they have now connected.
You know, once you could probably do it. You could probably pull it off, but I'm not sure about 3v3. I'm not sure you can do that against the defending champs. They are that #1 seed for a reason, and once again proving how tough this team is to beat. 10 seconds to go. We might even see that fabled Brazil scoreline before this timer hits 0.
Skizbo up, Skizbo backboard, Skizbo down, spoiled, comes in with a second, so 6-2. Just the Jets coming through and again wanting to prove the tug ever so more incorrect. I hate to admit it, but yes, would have been interesting to have 5 of these 6, but not the situation we are in. And not for lack of trying, Jackson came through. Like, yes, they dropped like 3 of these losses and by 4 scores, but how they performed in their wins tells me enough that they had the skills to pay the bills. It just didn't pay off this time.
No, they put forth a strong effort, though. There are times where I felt like perhaps experience could have been a key difference, or at least playing at this tempo. I didn't touch too much of it during the early stages of the series, but there were a significant amount of unforced errors, even in the games that were won by Jackson. There were times where they sort of missed opportunities, and I feel that just came from a pace and a height, an elevation. The combination of the two, where they were always slower to get to the pinnacles or like the apex of the ball when it was at that highest moment. And time again, that was an area that was able to be actually exploited by the Lincoln side. Granted, when Lincoln was playing a bit more passive in the midfield, they didn't get punished for it as much, but we definitely saw it in that last game, what sort of happened if you hesitate to jump up and attack that ball, or if you just wind up missing it by pushing yourself too hard. So a bit of a roughie for Jackson to end on, but at the end of the day, it's a top 4 finish overall, and that is nothing to hang your head over.
Yep, absolutely. The other semifinals match we played off stream here. We got some other lesser esports coming through to be played for the rest of the CENC. But yeah, I can't agree with you more. We'll be cutting out of here soon. But Jackson, they come through here fighting tooth and nail. But at the end of the day, I think it was about exploitations, like you said, and kind of realizing what areas they might just not have been excelling so much as Lincoln. Lincoln really just reads this like a book, takes them to task on the fact that up in the air specifically, and especially in that last game, simply was not matched up as evenly. With that, though, Max, I do believe we have reached my least favorite part of any broadcast. That, of course, is the end, Max. Now, I do believe we want to give a shout out here to all 6 of our sponsors. That's the Army National Guard, of course, as well as Athletes Unheard, Barbasol, that 100-year-old shaving, the formula 100 years old. It would not be good if they sold shaving cream that was 100 years old. Lenny and Larry's, as well as Legion by Lenovo, and Reveal Suits. I'm FBI Tugboat. Got to cover this fiery, hot, spicy Rocket League action with my man Max. That's formal over here. We have Jackie Boy producing away, making our jobs as casters much, much easier. We always appreciate that. Shout out to K-Tad as well, hooking this up and setting anything up here, kind of the eyes in the sky, and making anything a lot easier for all of us as well. Now, formal, do we have anything else before we tell the good people adieu?
I'm just kind of wondering if shaving cream ages like fine whiskey. But no, what I do have to say is remember to tune back in tomorrow for that grand final, because we are going to have one more game. I believe it was at 1 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken.
1 p.m. Eastern Standard, I believe. Or we might be in Daylight Savings Time right now. I'm not sure. It's the Eastern Time. It's not changing tomorrow. I know that much.
Well, it's 3 in the morning for me. I know that.
It's dedication.
So,
Esports never sleeps, as exemplified here by our goated caster, Max Formal. Love to see it. Love to see it. Appreciate you guys watching. Tune in tomorrow. Again, that's 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. And if you want to check out that other semifinals match, just because we're trying to move things along here, that is Nassau taking on Waubonsee, excuse me. And that is on twitch.tv/LionsNCC. Lions NCC. You can check out the semifinals there. Catch us tomorrow. We'll be back with you then.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What's going on, friends? Welcome back to the NJCAAE Smash Ultimate Semifinals. It's Rod. It is the legendary Censored with me on the ones and twos, and we are here for a treat. Censored, talk to me. How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, especially after yesterday's matches. Wasn't 100% sure what to expect going into it, especially, you get into these collegiate events, and, sometimes you wonder how good or how serious the players are. And, I mean, yesterday they showed us there was no lack of talent yesterday.
Yes, no doubt about that. The talent was certainly on another level. And again, friends, this is a collegiate event. So, of course, this is two different ideologies that they said 15, 20 years ago that would never come together, gaming and, of course, in an educational setting. And here we are playing games for a living. Who would have thought? But, yes, I'm with you 100%, man. We had some really great matches. Of course, if people follow the collegiate series a lot, then there are some very familiar faces from other events as well, most notably Fruit Smasher, who plays, of course, for the Mustangs. They are the ACES Series collegiate champions. So, of course, coming into that with a lot of swagger, but it didn't, I don't know, it just felt like maybe needed just a little bit more swagger to pull through some of the matches, because Derek was definitely here to play, which brings me to my next point. I believe we have Ray Crockett, of Madison College, not Madison Community College. I misspoke yesterday. Madison College, getting ready to face off against Derek Monday of Mott Community College. This is going to be a treat. These were two very talented individuals from the day before, and when they meet on the sticks, it's going to make for a great viewing experience.
Yes. Yesterday, Derek matched up versus Sephiroth, and I believe they used. Did Fruit Smasher switch to Zero Suit during that set as well?
Yes. Yep. Started out Sephiroth on ZSS.
Was able to take advantage of, you know, I mean, the light characters. There were so many times where, I mean, yeah, you're just right at 100. You're just gonna die. I'm Snake.
Yeah.
He did a wonderful job with the C4 placements. Just really great gameplay, especially from a guy going against someone that he had lost to previously. I know it definitely feels good to get that dub the next runtime.
Oh, for sure. And there was just really a lot that was working against Fruit Smasher there, not to take too much away from Derek, but just matchup-wise, both, of course, players very talented in their own right. But ZSS, of course, a character that thrives off of conversion. Snake has that grenade in his hand. Every time you touch him improperly, y'all both take damage. In Snake's behalf, he's like, I've kind of already had like 50, 60% in my head mentally allotted to this. I know this is going to happen to me. Where you, on the other hand, as ZSS, you know, you're just a little too light in the frame for that. And then on top of that, you know, going Sephiroth again, a powerhouse, a juggernaut of a character, but, you know, on the flip side, he is light as a feather. So both characters couldn't really take a lot of damage. And of course, Derek took he took a lot of advantage because of that. But Derek, of course, here back onto the main stage, and we have Ray, who I believe we seen kick off the stream yesterday in the Ditto. Yes. Was himself doing.
We got the hero dittos, and then we got like the Dr. Mario dittos, and then as we slowly went through, we start to see more and more serious gameplay, and we ended off with, was it Wario versus
Roy?
Yeah, Wario Roy.
Yeah.
And I knew that was the real deal when the match started. I'm like, all right, I'm seeing the way that both of these guys are moving at the start of this match in like the first 5 seconds. This one's for real.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a serious one. And again, that's just kind of the beauty of like the collegiate formats. You know, we talk about, you know, physically like tournament structure, like what to expect when you go to a major, like a CEO or something. Like I know what I'm going to expect, but all the events that I've ever worked, like in a college setting, whether it's like this or if it's like Dome Park on the grass, flat iron, you know, tournaments like that, the audience, very hype, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the people who happen to play on the same team are very supportive of one another. I'm almost looking at some of these like more traditional esports orgs and events like, yo, y'all need to take notes on how to, you know, how to act at some of these tournaments from the collegiate events. They know how to bring the hype, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we've been to tournaments where like there's just one guy with the shirt off, just like freaking out.
Freaking out.
And it's just like, you know what? He has his shirt off and he's hype. He's feeling it. You know, it's not any different than what you see if you go to the Super Bowl or something. So that's neither here nor there, friends. Join us as we jump into game number 1 here. Snake, Fox, a matchup that we have seen time and time again, but it's played very differently every time.
All right, so it looks like right now we have Ray going Fox. Fox versus Snake. Definitely a very interesting matchup. Gonna have to see if Ray is gonna be able to elude all these explosives. As we talked about characters having issues with the weight, as is Sephiroth and Zero Suit Samus. Fox is right up there because Fox is like the 3rd or 4th lightest character.
Somewhere in that ballpark. I know like Squirtle, Pichu, Jigs, like they're in there too. But he's definitely not a heavy guy at all.
Oh gosh!
And that up smash, platform or not, I feel like that was going to be certainly enough to kill. And this is kind of the tricky thing about Fox, man. Because like things like this happen. You know what I'm saying? Like you let Fox stand in the corner for too long, he could turn 5% into about a quick 20, just courtesy of laser if you don't do anything.
All right, we got Ray trapping Derek here on the ledge. Oh man. Oof. All right, landing on that C4. And your Fox, each one of these explosions just hurts so bad. When you talk about characters that don't want to trade.
Yes, obviously Fox is definitely one of them. And, you know, Fox is a character that really thrives off of the advantage. And what I mean by that is like the advantage really going in his favor. Like no trades, no none of that. Like he needs all these hits to go uncontested, especially versus somebody as hard hitting in the neutral like Snake. But right here though, we're kind of seeing a shades of like kind of, you know, Snake versus Ness, where like it really just depends on like how well you do with the projectiles. That will determine how well you do in this matchup. Because as of right now, I got to give it to Ray, man. Not minding Nikita, doesn't care about the grenade. Can't reflect back here though. Derek keeping this thing a little closer.
Yeah, finally losing his first stock though. Things are looking pretty good for Ray if he wants to take this first game. All right, got the jab, get the clean damage. Stage like Town and City. He's working out for him. You know, he gets up, you can go back, shoot some lasers.
Most definitely. Lasers certainly coming in handy here, especially just due to how long this stage is. Snake has much more distance to try to cover either physically or with his projectiles. Fox is just obviously a lot quicker on foot. You know, I'm pretty sure like top 10 fastest characters in the game. And of course, he's been quick like that since day numero uno. So he has the ability to kind of just rip and run on this stage and just be everywhere at once. Oh, I love that empty jump right into the downer and the patented up smash. It's a combo as old as time, friends. A tune as old as song. Yes, we have seen that from 64, and nothing has changed 5 games later here in Ultimate.
All right, so coming into game number 1, looks like we got Ray taking that victory, going Fox. And I know there was actually a little bit of like questioning. I was like, I wonder what character he's gonna go, man, because you know we saw. I believe they played out all 7 games in his set yesterday, playing different characters each one. And the Wario looked like okay, might be a Wario main. Then we click in and then we see a Fox versus Snake. Very interesting matchup. And we saw here he was able to avoid all of Snake's projectiles and did not trade. That is the important thing. He did not trade with Snake.
Yeah, you really can't run that risk. I mean, chances are, if you are a character like Fox, you kind of, oh my God, we talk about crazy range attacks. I mean, I know up tilt is nuts, but God, up smash, oh my goodness, a character.
All right.
I mean,
Enderman?
When we talk about like character switches, is this like the same realm of reality as Snake? I mean, this is, you know, nobody in the game is ever quite like Minecraft, you know, the Minecraft cast, excuse me, but
so
kind of strange, man.
So the wild thing is, there was a match a couple of weeks ago. I was casting. It was Apollo Kage, I believe, was the Snake, and the very last game of that set, he went Minecraft Steve, and I'm just like, Minecraft Steve, is he like the, you know, like the, hey man, I play Snake, you know, you gotta have a Steve too?
I mean, it could be. I could see like, oh my God, fans put the setups there. Imagine if he had different weaponry right there. That'd be huge. But still, Fox's light frame caught in his corner. Not wanting to deal with down smash there by Enderman. Very smart to land as quickly as possible and just use rapid jab to create space. Now, I could see, you know, a Snake maybe switching off to somebody like, you know, these Minecraft characters. I mean, I feel like, you know, they use a similar part of the brain. You have it in your head that you're going to have to set up traps.
To where they're like not directly fighting somebody, using your tools a lot.
Yeah, but there's just no other characters quite like this. So, like, these guys are definitely in a league of their own.
Oof, all right. He's going to get a weapon crafted there.
Yes, sir.
Looking a little bit better now. Oof, all right. Yeah, the confirm out of the cart. When you come out of that cart, you really don't have anywhere you can go. Ooh.
Now, maybe this was the switch he was looking for. Now, one thing I did realize with his Snake in the last game is that he didn't really get a lot of time to be Snake, you know. You know, Ray kind of gave him that false sense of security. Like, you know, you can stand over there on Town and City and charge up your stuff. I'm just going to keep neutral special here. My goodness. But with Enderman here, you know, that's pretty much a part of the game. Like, he's going to disengage. And in that, you know, same turn of breath, as he's disengaging, he's getting his items and everything in line. So maybe this is him playing the long game here. Who knows?
Diamond back air, man. Such a menacing move.
Man, it really is.
Good stuff using the Minecraft cart. Ooh, okay, not gonna kill from the smash attack there.
Oh,
okay, got him again.
Now, if at first you don't succeed, well then you know how the rest of that saying goes. So great stuff right there. Just, you know, staying very tenacious and very on the money. Derek, of course, still trying to build up this wall, but you got to, Lord GC scaring the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Because he already had an SD to kick this game off. So I would imagine had that SD not happened, he'd be doing a little bit better here in this matchup. Because right now, Ray, just all over him.
Ooh. Eesh, almost killing there. And see, the issue that Derek has ran into here on this final stock is, I believe, is Steve's biggest issue. So when you die, you come back with the weaker weapon. You know, they came back at zeros. He did not have the time to get a better weapon. He didn't have any chance to get any gold. He didn't have a chance to get any diamond because Fox is a rush down character. He realized, hey man, you ain't really got nothing on you. Let me get in your face before you get yourself together.
That's right. And that is kind of the double-edged sword of playing some of these more setup-based characters, is when you get characters like Fox on the screen, as you can see here looking at these replays, you know, they just have the ability to be all over the place. I love that down air cross-up. That's just fighting game stuff one-on-one. If you can cross your opponent up, you're going to be in for a great time. Now, this was actually really smart by Derek to kind of stay back in the cut and build up that wall, because he felt like he was getting pressure a little bit too much. But again, you got to be mindful of all your tools and how they're utilized on stage, because Fox can tear an opponent down very quickly. As you can see here, Ray up 2 games right now. Not saying it's not contested, you know what I mean? Like, Derek obviously putting up a great fight, but Fox is just an overwhelming force, man.
I really like that he stayed with the Steve, as you mentioned in the previous game. He did SD that first stock, and we feel like, you know, if it wasn't the SD, then he'd have been sitting pretty clean.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that, man. I feel like, you know, Minecraft cast, you know, all the characters, they are just characters that don't particularly play well from behind. You know, they have to, you know, kind of keep that lead. Once they have that lead, now you have to play their game. You know, opponents, especially like Fox, they become desperate for kills. And I'm not saying that, you know, Fox's kill options are bad by any means, but they're also very telegraphed. Like, you know what he, like right now, like there's no other way to hide back here besides back here. There's no other way to hide, you know, like short hop nair, up smash down. Like, you know what's coming. So it's best to keep that lead and to force him eating out the palm of your hand, man. Like, just make him do what you want him to do.
All right, once again, we got Derek sitting in a pretty solid position, but, you know, his weaponry's not looking too good right now. All right, we got the crafting box. Maybe get himself a little bit better of a weapon.
Let's see how well he can utilize it, though.
Oof.
No sense in having a great weapon if you don't know how to use it. And I think Derek right here is certainly becoming hip to that ideology. You know, again, building up that wall. But this is what happens, man. Once you begin to build and you back off, Fox is just going to rush right in. So I really got to appreciate Ray for that. Now, in a different setting, you know, you see Fox approach you like that, you are supposed to punish that. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just let him run and just jump all over you. But, you know, could be a little overwhelmed.
I was very surprised that when he jumped over that wall, he wasn't met with an up tilt or an up smash. Ooh, okay. Not getting hit by the second part either, because that does have the initial hitbox, and then, you know, when it hits the ground, it's got another one as well. Uh-oh.
Okay. Minecraft card. Gonna get the hell out of there. And yes, that should actually be enough to do it. I was a little skeptical at first, but if there's a will, there's most certainly a way right here. And Derek's certainly trying to hang on here for dear life. Gets the up tilt. Oh, great patience. And wow, bat read.
In the right direction there. All right, and he still has that that diamond axe. Oof. That's how you mount a comeback. Oof. And I think he had the right idea there. He saw that he was jumping over, just not able to get the hitbox that he wanted.
All right. Right.
Oh, man.
Right, just coming back on and doing it. Sometimes you have to, man, because, you know, again, Fox is pins you down in the corner and just makes it very hard for you to move around. But Derek not showing any signs of that at all. Coming through with the, oh my goodness. Getting hit by the up smash. Now you're supposed to block with shield, not your face.
Yeah, okay? He was being a little greedy there with his with his mining, not spacing that properly. It looks like he wanted to meet him at the end of the Firefox.
Okay, but still finding access to forward smash, so I got to give it up to his precision there. You know, punishing Fox on paper sounds a lot easier than it actually is, but they can mix it up. They have to, you know.
All right, golden back here. Sitting with a pretty solid weapon, has more gold on him. Oof, okay. Cards of fair. All right, Fox definitely not out of this yet. Nice clean hits.
Oh, great. Very immediate back here. Got his shield. Nice. Gets the pivot grab. He's pushing him off stage. I haven't quite seen much ledge trap, you know, opportunities from Derek here, excuse me. I'd like to see a little bit more. You know, he can use down smash, ledge, down tilt. There's little things like that that can really help.
Especially a character such as Fox that has a very telegraphed recovery. Oh, man, that diamond back here. Dying in the 80s, because he was at 97 after the hit there. And, I mean, the difference between game number 2 and game number 1 is when they're on those final stocks, it was the weapon. He had the resources that he needed. Went from gold to diamond. And, I mean, because if he would have had just one of those bronze weapons, that would not have killed right there in that situation.
No, most certainly not. But I really got to give it up to his, you know, this manageability of his resources there, especially towards those final moments. Because, again, you know, these last hit situations, especially when you are a character that has to disengage and set up shop, you know, Fox might not have you in KO %, but, you know, if all he needs is a couple more and you're disengaging, he's just going to laser you. You know, laser again comes out very quick, you know what I'm saying? And it's very easy to forget about. So I think, you know, this case here, just not even giving Fox the opportunity to, you know, really try to break that wall he's built up. You know, he just got this, you know, resources in order this game. No unfortunate SD in the beginning. That's a big one there. So.
All right, and then speaking of walls, in this game number 3, it would be very interesting to see if the walls come into play here a little bit more, seeing some punishes as he jumps over it. All right, we saw the awareness there that Ray was coming up over it, not able to land the hit though.
Oh, try to slip and slide back to the stage there. Bit of a trickier option. Great stuff by Ray there on the call out. Now, obviously, we have much less space to work with here on Smashville, but we are getting serenaded here, though. I will give it that. You know, small space. Now, KK's here and he's jamming, so if nothing else, you at least got to smile about that.
Oh yes, most definitely. All right, and then we see that down smash coming out of the ledge as you spoke of.
Okay, oh my God. Okay, how are we going to get him off the ledge here? I like that short hop in there. Just good pressure to catch a jump or possibly a neutral get, off the ledge. Oh, and again,
just barely missing it.
Yeah, man, like that's twice in a row. You really cannot afford to miss opportunities like that on Fox, because Fox is not going to miss any of his conversions.
Man. All right, Derek making it back to the ledge. It's going to up special onto the stage. Kind of a little funky recovery there because it has a hitbox, like a very unexpected hitbox, and it's just like, oh, you know, kind of glanced me there.
That's right.
Up smash out of shield.
It's also like one of those recoveries where like he recovers out of it much quicker than it probably looks. So like a lot of the Minecraft players, they don't mind, you know what I'm saying, just using up B, going for a high recovery, just kind of sliding back on stage because they can get out of it really quick. But even as I say that about his great recovery option, not a strong enough one in the world to stop him from up smash there from Fox. The thing is, man, is that, you know, a lot of this neutral starts out of jump something, like you're jumping a lot, versus other characters who don't really have great out of shield options or, you know, tools to cover themselves. It's a problem, but not for Fox. Fox is going to up smash you every time.
Oof. All right, we got up air. Yep, up smash every time, man.
Gotta stay off those, stay on your feet, excuse me, stay off your feet.
Just barely out of range there. Very smart playing here. Got the cart, and oh man, the mash was not strong enough. Good stuff here from, woo! Good stuff with another up smash coming out from Fox. And got Derek looking like he's in a little bit of a hole here going against the Fox, and here comes the aggression.
That's right. Again, nothing out of the ordinary for a Fox player here. Ray looking really good, sharking from up underneath. How are you going to get back on the solid ground? And yes, just cart to reset the neutral. There's up tilt. Doesn't get anything afterwards. And I really wanted to see Derek, you know, utilize some of these up close options that the Minecraft characters have, Enderman specifically. And, you know, just really take advantage of Fox's light and very comboable frame. You know, as aggressive and as, you know, difficult as Fox is to pin down when you hit him, there's a good chance you can hit him a couple more times too. My goodness.
And it's just very hard right now for Derek. Derek not able to get to his box and get himself a better weapon. Here we go. Oh, whipping the forward smash and then getting hit with an up smash. Ray using up smash to take all three of those stocks in that game. And as you talked about earlier in that match, going to Smashville, the smaller stage, that seemed to be a great counter pick because it was just too hard for Enderman to get away and get those supplies and then get the weapons crafted when needed. Right there, that was an instance where he was able to get them off stage, but you know, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, just, again, improper manageability of your tools. And, you know, I was happy that he was actually able to position himself for forward smash as, you know, he was coming back, but the fact of the matter is that he just had the wrong weapon. And, you know, with how little space we have on the stage like Smashville, Fox is just not giving you any opportunities to get anything set up for yourself. So, I mean, on a stage like this, I would have liked to see Snake a little bit more just for the simple fact of I don't have to maybe stand so far away from Fox now. Yeah. I can just hold a grenade, and if he does hit me, at least we both take the damage. And now I'm just kind of working on a trade KO as the, you know, time goes on. But Snake is back here in the building, but I don't know if we're going back to Smash. Oh, we actually are.
Okay, we are going back to Smashville. He was like, you know what? Maybe I should have used this character that last game.
That's right. Yeah, also, I guess I forgot about the fact that there's not a lot of room to hide from Snake's stuff here. I mean, yeah, sure, you know, these two fighting, you know, just naturally, you know, call it whatever you want, but with C4, with Renee, with all that stuff in place, yes, Fox, you have great mobility, but oh my god!
Oh gosh!
Oh my! Oh, he didn't even
Fox
know he
able to
had
make it out of
grenade.
there. Ooh, okay, gets the jab. Forward tilt. All right, getting rid of the C4 there.
Yeah, okay, I like the up throw. Now, of course, he's running sharp from up underneath, as you should. Oh, very risky recovery. I mean, going high is never a bad thing, but the way he got to the ledge there, that was very questionable. But it does not seem to matter because, again, Ray dropping that first stock, just, again, Fox in that little frame, can't quite deal with that explosiveness that is the C4.
And just narrowly escaping that C4 explosion there. Going for those down airs. The grenades coming in through clutch. Soft back air. It's a little slow on the trigger there. Oh, and the spaghetti. Ray dropping his second stock to the SD. Maybe he thought he saw that stock coming and then just wasn't able to capitalize, man.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ray here now. He went for up throw there a moment before, and he didn't go for up air right away because he knew grenade was next to him. He wasn't sure how much time they had. He also threw him in the air, and the second time didn't jump right away because he knew that he's going to pull a grenade. He's looking for the trade. So he's becoming a little bit more mindful of Snake's pulls. But, I mean, at this percent here, again, Snake is one of those characters where once he has to lead, a very comfortable lead, too, mind you. He becomes one of the most difficult characters in the game, franchise, period, to fight.
Oh, yeah, now he's just an up tilt away from death.
Yeah, and Derek certainly knows that. Looking for a trade, yeah, just immediately short hop in there that time. I didn't want to run the risk of going too high and meeting the back end of the loop.
All right, good stuff there from Ray. Attacking on a nice 58%. That grenade's going to keep him safe. Woo.
Okay, up smash, no sir. Okay, he's also entering that down throw up tilt range. So about 6% more here. And Snake has even another throw option on that belt. But dash attack is going to do it. Yes, we hadn't seen a lot of that here in this game for obvious reasons. Of course, not a lot of space to work with. So if you miss time dash attack from Snake, you're probably going to need a dash attack from Fox. And then from there, you're going to get comboed up pretty well. But yes, coming out with dash attack at the end and closing out.
Good stuff there from Derek, showing that he is able to switch back and forth between these two characters, Minecraft characters, and Snake to take that game. And as we see there, showing that you know Snake can do this matchup. I felt like he might have been kind of hasty to switch off after that first game. You know, he kind of got his stuff rocked. Went to Steve, was able to take a dub, and I'm like, all right. But realizing that Steve definitely was not the move when you were on Smashville, and I think that's something that he's going to take away if he ever has to go against a Fox again on that stage. He knows what character he's going to go.
Oh, for sure. And again, it just goes back to what we talked about. There's nowhere to hide on Smashville. Other characters that have to set up shop, you know, they have a lot to worry about. But since Snake's stuff, of course, serves as almost like body armor for himself, and he can also crouch up underneath neutral special from Fox. So completely spaced on that. So of course, as you're crouching, you don't really get the opportunity to set up anything in your utility kit besides C4. But still, the fact that you have that option serves you a lot of justice here in this matchup. But the minute you stand up to grab grenade, you're going to eat some of that later.
All right, and I do like the stage pick of Town and City. Gave himself a stage where he has a little bit more room to work around the grenades and the other explosives that Snake does possess, and gave himself a little bit higher of a ceiling as well.
Hell yeah. So both of these two characters going to have to work for that up smash up tilt just a little bit more. But, you know, also, again, the platform layout changes ever so slightly, you know. So Fox, of course, historically does very well with platforms. And when he's on the offensive end, does pretty well without them. But when he is out of a jump, he's trying to get on solid ground. He is in some trouble. But Snake, though, is the one I cannot ignore. No platform. With somebody like Fox up underneath you with that mobility, you are asking for some trouble. So you need to make sure your grenade placement is on point.
All right, we got both of these guys sitting at kill percent. Ray needs to be careful running through here, and that dash attack is going to take the stock. These burst options from the characters that Derek used really came in helpful throughout the duration of this set. You know, we got Snake dash attack, we got Enderman minecart. Okay, down tilt.
Another down there right on shield. Not much shield left to work with, and that's a tough spot to be in because now you got to hit all the hits rapid jab. Okay. And Ray kind of having to switch the pacing up a little bit. Oh, good downer out of shield. Yeah, what I mean by that is, of course, he just can't quite smother Derek like how he might have been able to smother, you know, his Enderman.
Yeah.
Of course, Snake cut him a bit of a different cloth here. You get under some of these conversion-heavy characters' skin. Oh, wow, grenade and down tilt. Keeping this close. There's another down tilt. Snake, oh, Lord Jesus, he's a fucking fox here. Not good.
All right, and then Ray was being very watchful of making sure a C4 is not falling out of the sky. Okay, gonna get a throw. Oh wow, that back throw killed.
I mean, that DI is certainly under investigation there. Also, I mean, I don't think there's any red stuff. He just like back throw.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. I advise him not to say anything unless his lawyer's present.
There you go, man. Because regardless if a good cop's there or a bad cop, okay, like I feel like the way the case flipped for you, my friend. That DI.
Questions I ask you, bro.
Yeah, that DI was atrocious. But again, you know, the side blast was on Town and City criminally short, so it makes sense, you know. Oh, another directional air dot to the stage. Ray's getting very hit to that. You know, we've seen one at the towards the tail end of the last game. You know, he directionally air dots towards the ledge, which is the Snake Classic. Of course, he has that freestyle recovery, but down smash takes no prisoner.
All right, Nair into the jab there. Ooh, okay, good stuff coming in for Ray. I like he got a hit and he like ran to the edge of the stage instead of you know, immediately following up right there. He definitely would have got blown up if he would have did that. Ooh. Oh gosh.
Oh Lord, my Lord.
Can't be short hopping around Snake, man.
There you go, man. You talked about getting blown up. Snake said, look no further. I got a boot for you. Great stuff right here. And of course, a big shout out to Death Wish Coffee for the match highlights. I'm actually still waiting on my coffee. Like, I've talked about this so much.
True.
I know it's good because an event of this stature partnering with Death Wish, of course, you know, these are two very serious entities, but I want to try it, all right? I don't want to sleep. All right, I want to play video games. What better way to do it?
We're not sleeping on these matches, bro. Can we see the back throw, please?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. One more time. I know Swift has a cover.
Let me see that evidence, man. Detective Swift.
Where were you Saturday evening at 4 minutes and so many seconds when you got back throw?
I was in the blast zone. Yes, we know that. But before that.
Right. My Lord. I think this is it right here. Well, we'll see it maybe in the next one. In the meantime, Roy is here, and I could see this matchup going one of two ways. So on paper, I see Snake having a pretty decent time with Roy on stage and off stage. But one thing that I really like about Roy is that he is not afraid to get out there and really punish Snake's lackluster, saying that in the air quotes, even though the chat can't see it. You know, a bit of a lackluster recovery options, especially if they are used improperly. Ooh, my God, great read.
And I feel out of like all of like the traditional, you know, Fire Emblem characters you could think about, like, you know, the Roy, the Mott, the Lucina. I feel like Roy would be the harder of the three to use in this matchup just because of how much closer you have to be. But when you think about in terms of punishing, Roy is definitely going to be the character that you want because, you know, just every time you get hit by Roy, it just hurts so much, especially on a stage such as Town and City. I know me and you have both witnessed a lot of tragic events.
Yeah, we've all been on the receiving end of Roy's shenanigans, okay? Roy might be your boy, somebody else. Not mine.
He ain't my homie.
No, you most certainly not, because homies don't do homies like that at 40-50% of the ledge. But be that as it may here, somebody has to take a stock, and both of these two characters very well equipped to take stock very early. Though in this match here, since it's the final one, Ray electing to kind of slow it down here a little bit, which is not really in Roy's game plan. I mean, Roy's method of madness is just, I'm just going to overwhelm you, and I hope you know what you're doing because I'm going to beat you up close. But we shall see.
It's nice to see that he was able to get that kill with the dash attack. That was something that he did not possess before with Fox. And then he also has a little bit more of a weight on his side this time. Well, a lot of bit more weight.
Yeah.
So now maybe he doesn't feel as bad when he's coming in and taking those trades with Snake.
Oh my God, a rare miss. And yeah, you really can't afford to whiff anything versus Roy and Crom. You know, I think, you know, same could be said for Fox, but when I just think of like the stray hits, like the burst options that, you know, Crom and Roy have, you know, you can't afford to whiff. I mean, because stuff like this happens. Down tilt, if you get up improperly at the ledge, double edge dance is going to come out. Great footwork there. Just going for the pummels and the throw, excuse me, not wanting to wait too long, because now we've reached that 165%. He's going to be looking for down for up tilt here pretty soon. Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh!
Grabbing the grenade. Ooh, in the back air. Full rage Roy is going to take out Derek. All right, we're sitting at a game 7 here, man. And things are looking pretty good for this Roy. Derek, not out of it yet, though.
No, most certainly not. It's just far out of the realm of possibility, but he's going to have to work really hard because, again, you know, Roy is just a character, and I hate to use the age-old meme, but he's Little Mac with the sword. So with this in mind, you have stuff like Nikita, you got stuff like fall off Nair. I mean, you could a fall off Nair, you know, jump with Roy or not, you know, that could really mess him up. Mike, what are you doing at the?
And the pressure right there on the shield, was able to get out of there, but that back air is going to take him out. Ray, moving on, taking out Derek after Derek switched back to the snake, and it looked like that he might have this set in his clutches.
Yeah, I mean, what a back and forth set that was. You know, again, in a best of 7 format, all you can really ask for are more games. Nobody wants to see nobody wants to see a steamroll. Nobody wants to see anybody get juggernauted. But let's take a gander here at these replays here. Yeah, that is
Hey, bro.
Because, you know, what the hell, man? That was just, I don't know. Fox is light, but damn, he ain't that light, man. I don't know. There wasn't even like red sparks there.
They were like almost mid-stage too. So what I'm thinking is, like, in that situation, like, so a lot of characters, like, you feel like you're like, you know, DIing beforehand for what throw you think it might be, but
Sure.
I don't see Snake as one of those characters. So I don't know, man. Every once in a while, you know, somebody flubs on on DIing, but that's definitely not the time to do it.
No, most definitely not. Not on Town and City, but again, I guess that's kind of like a double-edged sword, I suppose, for Fox. You know, you kill very good off the top, but your side blast zone kills aren't really. I mean, I guess he has, like, you know, forward smash like every other character, but up smash is certainly his shtick. And of course, getting these sponsor reads off were definitely censored and myself shtick as well. Let's talk about some of the people who have a helping hand in putting together this wonderful event. The first one, most certainly, is the Army National Guard. They are just providing a really awesome platform for people to play video games these days. In a time where there's a lot of uncertainty going on in the world, you can bet your bottom dollar that if you want a game in a safe and cohesive environment, then Army National Guard has you covered. Please check out their Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Army National Guard, and just see everything that they got going on over there. Excuse me. There is so many different ways to play games these days. You can, you know, play in a sweaty arena, like, you know, what most fighting communities are used to. You could play now at your college at a professional level, make yourself some money, get yourself some credit hours, or you can be all you can be, you know what I'm saying, play with the Army National Guard. So there's so many different ways to game. Just got to choose one here in this day and age. What more can you really ask for them, all right?
Man, you really can't ask for too much more. I want to give a shout out to Barbasol. As you spoke about yesterday, you know, something that me and you are very acquainted with, of course.
Yes, sir.
Me, you know, I had a meeting with Barbasol today. Had to give me a haircut. You know, I thought I had to support before the stream.
That's right. You look good, goddammit. That's all that matters. Barbasol keeping people like Center and myself on the right side of history aesthetically for the last 100 or so years. So
yeah, what is that? 102 years since 1919.
Good Lord. Good Lord. They've been saving men's lives for some years, because, boy, I've seen some of the haircuts back in 19. I don't know what they was doing in 1918. They was probably out just looking crazy. But next one, though, of course, is Athletes Unheard. It said that 35% of elite athletes suffer from mental health crisis, which may manifest as stress, burnout, depression, or anxiety. Listen, athletes of all sorts, whether you play traditional sports, esports, if you just, you know, you compete, you have a craft to yourself that you know that it's very hard to perform every day, especially in a time like this that we're living in. It's very difficult to sometimes get yourself up and out of the bed to, you know what I'm saying, just be your best self. So college athletes with mental conditions, only 10% of them seek help. At Athletes Unheard, we believe that athletes should be able to have conversations around mental health without shame or judgment. So we're pioneering a new movement with around wellness for future generations of elite performers. So again, friends, mental health is something that we cannot deny here anymore in this day and age. And I feel like the gaming community should certainly know that. We've had a lot of unfortunate tragedies in the last so many years that esports has certainly been a thing here. And I know with this being like still a blossoming community, you know, still an expanding genre of work or whatever. I feel like sometimes we just let little things fall through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I mean by that is just watch what you say to people in Twitch chat, watch what you say to people on Twitter and in these Reddit threads. You know, you might feel like you're just getting these off, or you're airing it out, but there is somebody on the other end that is literally just trying to live their best life, you know, the best way they know how in the gaming community. So if you're ready to join the tribe, then text them 202-918-3450 for more details. Check them out. If you got something on your chest, if you feel like you're not doing your best, or if you just need to talk, please hit them up.
Definitely a very important thing. I feel like when you talk about things such as like mental health, especially something such as esports, that it seems is like a very male-dominated thing. It's very uncommon for guys to want to go and talk about, you know, when you're having issues in life, because you're just told, you know, you got to be a man, be strong. So it's nice to see that, you know, nowadays people are starting to realize, all right, guys, it's okay to have feelings and it's okay to talk about these feelings.
Yeah. And I think having organizations like this in esports is a sign that esports is here to stay. You know, it's no longer just a hobby. It's no longer just even a profession that makes money. Because there's a lot of professions that don't really get support like that. But it's come to my attention now that esports is more of a lifestyle because of things like collegiate programs, because of like, I mean, as silly as it might sound, because of doing things like partnering with Death Wish Coffee, or like, you know, Weak Sauce, or, you know, some like the clothing brands like Meta Threads and of course Spiff. Like, it goes to show that, you know, you don't have to get up and be somebody else and then switch into somebody else to go through your profession. Like with gaming being a lifestyle, you could get up, game, you can eat gaming, all right? You can you can study gaming, you can do literally everything gaming now. You know, there's so many different avenues. So, of course, big shout out to everybody who's had a helping hand in this as well. And I also want to talk about KYAO as well. So again, of course, Censored and I, for those of us who don't know, you know, we've certainly come from a, you know, sneaker and streetwear type of background. So any of you that have been collecting sneakers for longer than the last 5 years should be very familiarized with the KYAO brand. So every minute in the U.S., a woman is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. I don't know if y'all know this as gamers in the chat, but you probably got one of those in your life if you're here somehow. So help us stop the clock on cancer. $1, one drug, one life. This week's event is about stopping the clock against all cancers affecting women. Because yes, women already have it hard enough in this day and age, and they have very specific styles of cancer that just attack them aggressively for no damn reason. But I feel like us as gamers, we can do our part and try to help fix that. So thank you for supporting the 2021 Collegiate Esports National Championships. It was Coach Yao's vision to be a part of finding an answer to the fight against cancer. With your help, we are giving hope for a future without cancer. All right. So to donate, please check out kyao.com. Please check that out, okay? Kobe Bryant, one of my favorite players in the world, one of my favorite just individuals, you know, to ever walk the planet, was a big supporter of this. Has a couple Kobe's as well with the KYAO branding on it. My father got a pair, you know, when my grandmother passed away, you know, almost a decade ago. So please check it out, okay? It won't hurt you to just at least give the website a click. I'm sure that they might have things on there for you to click into and read more. Knowledge is power, and if nothing else, before you even spend $1, knowing how to win this battle will certainly serve you more justice than just jumping in with money and not really knowing what you're doing with it. So check it out, friends. Yes, it is a oh wait, there's actually more. Sorry, I didn't scroll.
Oh wait, there's more.
Sorry. You know how PDFs are. But anyway, we also know how smashers are. Sometimes they take just a little too long to get into the arena, but I believe we got both players here. And they're probably just getting some things figured out. So let's go ahead and talk about our next two players here. Now, in this match, we have the number 3 seed, Julu, question mark. So Julu? Like,
yeah, Julu. That's Chase's boy.
That's right. So big shout out to Chase, the legendary Chase. If you are from the Heartland area, or really not even the Heartland, because he's a little bit closer to Chicago, like on the eastern part of Iowa, then you know that name, okay? McComb of the Lincoln Land Community College Loggers taking on the number 7 seed Jackson Milcery French. So McComb is here after taking down a fellow logger in the quarterfinals, while French is here after upsetting the number 2 seed, also from the Lincoln Land in quarterfinals. So can French continue this great run, or will Lincoln Land finally put a stop to it? We will have to see. Okay, these collegiate events are certainly heating up here, so let's see how it goes down.
All right, so it looks like we are going to see the Inkling Pokemon Trainer matchup. So this to me is a very interesting matchup because you got so many characters in Smash Ultimate, and I just feel like at the beginning of the game, I felt like these two characters were ridiculously strong, but just like the representation of the two characters, I don't feel like is very strong. A lot of Pokemon trainers, drop the character. You just don't see a lot of Inkling players, and I mean, we both know these are good characters. You just don't see them a lot.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why. I have heard about, just inefficiency and KOing with Inkling, Yeah. And I guess it's almost in that same conversation as like Young Link. Like, you got great options, but like KOing can be a little difficult because your options are a little telegraphed at some of those later percents. But I will give it to Julu yesterday. Brought us some fanciness. I remember, the roller and then directional air dodge down to the top platform and to the up smash as you popped out of being grounded. So, of course, that was really fancy. But I also don't want to, take anything away from Milcery as well. I mean, this Pokemon trainer, of course, to play this character at this level is no easy feat. 3 characters and 1, but it is Ivysaur giving you the one and done, the down air closing out Julu's first stock.
Yeah, Milcery just heading back to where it was left off yesterday. Numerous times we saw in situations, even when Milcery was down, was just able to get the opponent off stage and harass to get those W's.
Yeah, and that's really what it's all about. Now, Charizard, of course, did make the grandest of appearance yesterday. I'm just going to use that word. I mean, I know the threat Charizard poses, but again, it's just all about what type of Pokemon trainer you are. And if you're not a Charizard centric one, then it makes sense. But I would like to see Charizard utilize just a little bit more here, especially in some of these ledge trapping opportunities. Charizard doesn't necessarily have to go off stage. He's so long that he can do things like flamethrower, he can do things like forward tilt, or really the smash attacks can catch you as you're coming back. So you have a bit of luxury here in strength. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's gonna die off stage there, man. All right, we got an Inked Squirtle right now. Looking to rack up. Oh, really don't need to rack up too much more damage. You got Inkling sitting at 114 damage, but I mean, Squirtle still does not lack any power, man. Definitely a character that can still get a KO.
Oh, you talking about getting KOs. Nobody does it quite like Ivysaur on this team. And no short of KO options and no short of options to put on percent. And it's a day one ultimate combo that we have yet to figure out how to work around. It is just, wait a damn minute. What is going on here? I don't think you're trying to be the very best like no one ever was right here. Charizard don't do that.
Yeah, he actually doesn't. I mean, I didn't watch too much Pokemon, but I don't think he ever did that, man.
Yeah, man. Any Pokemon in this game, they're coming from the anime and they know what they're doing, okay? And this Charizard here looking real unfamiliar. I don't remember this Charizard. I remember Ash's. I remember Blaine's. I remember a lot of Charizards. I even remember the girl Charizard that Ash's Charizard liked. That Charizard there, this SDN, I don't know him.
All right, gonna get the swap. Going Flare Blitz back onto the stage. Nair out of shield.
Okay, there's up smash out of shield. That's a really great option for somebody like Inkling who likes to jump around and apply pressure. And actually the forward air that's not going to quite close it out. Bit of a false finish. Oh, was actually able to roll behind.
Just like that, got Inkling on the ledge. Get up attack to give Charizard some space in that back air. Just what we wanted to see yesterday. So it looks like we might get some of that today, seeing Charizard, step up to the plate. He's got to do some things sometimes. I think he heard you. He was like, man, I wasn't being the best that I could be. Let me do it on this last stock, though.
I mean, if you're going to act like that as Charizard, you should have just Charmander. Like, you should have just let the other ones get to the third stage. But let's go ahead and take a gander here at these replays. So I like that rapid jab. Again, just a bit of a safe option. Was probably trying to roll out of harm's way. Yeah. But, again, Inkling just too inclined to jump, man. Like, you got to respect Charizard's backer. That had the upper and underneath of the platform covered as well as the top of it. Man, that F smash gets tight every time. I'm like,
and
why?
That right there, like, oh man. And the flamethrower into the Pokemon switch to the SD.
Yeah, and then here we go. Just a slight walk out and then just turns back around and goes for F smash. I mean, Lord Jesus Christ. But I mean, with so much cock back on that, like I get it. Like, you know, he pulls back so far.
Yeah, sometimes you just think you're safe.
I understand, but it's like it's Ivysaur. At this point, you should know that a lot of them are probably just going to do that at the ledge. So, despite a very unfamiliar Charizard there, we got ourselves another match here, and Milcery was actually able to clutch that one out. So good stuff. But I really got to give it up to the Squirtle and the Ivysaur there, and of course in that trio, they are certainly the MVPs.
All right. So we are moving along to Kalos, a very interesting pick here. And so this is going to be the Inkling stage pick. And whew, so one thing that I do like about going to this stage is when you are having to deal with recovering versus Ivysaur as Inkling, it's kind of one of those. You know, it's a kind of predictable recovery, even though, like, you know, it comes from the depths really well, but it is easy for Ivysaur to just down air that. He does get the wall now that he can tech off of to not lose a stock. That's one thing that I'm really going to like in this, and I feel like, you know, Ivysaur is good for one of those kills, 1 per game, so if you can save yourself once, I think it's worth it.
Oh, yeah, most certainly. Because, you know, Ivysaur is not missing any opportunity. Oh, my Lord Jesus. So smart to not roll in, but I really got to give it to Julu there. He knows how to just play so well in that corner. I mean, we seen it at the last game, too, where he just kind of got up off the ledge and did rapid jab and cover himself. He kind of knew it wasn't going to land, but he knew that the opponent would have to hold shields, which would give him time to get out of there. But, you know, again, you got to know how to manage your tools properly. Inkling out of ink. Okay, I don't play Inkling's game. I don't play Splatoon, but I know that you at least got to have some ink on your disposal. Up smash. Do it.
All right, we're sitting back at zeros. Good shit. Good stuff from Milcery there to take the stock and then immediately take the stock back without, you know, panicking, making any bad decisions, or going further down into the hole.
Yeah, you really can't let one side get too much of a lead here. I mean, Inkling is a character that, you know, really thrives when they get the lead. Now, I can't really say the same for Pokemon Trainer. I mean, a player in general is going to do a lot better when they're in the lead, but I just think of, like, what Inkling can do and how they're going to play once they do have the lead. You're going to see a lot more rollers. You're going to see a lot more, like, short hop backers. Just a lot of safe and very annoying to deal with options. But speaking of things that are small and annoying, let's talk about Squirtle.
Man, he's just spitting. There's actually nothing more disrespectful than getting hit by. Is that move Hydro Pump? Is that what it's called?
I believe so. Or it's probably Water Gun, actually.
Okay, that's Water Gun. Okay, that makes more sense. That's not strong, but, I mean, I just know as a kid, if somebody spit on you, we fighting, bro.
Yeah, it's on and cracking at that point. Just like how Milcery's been playing at this ledge. I mean, nothing short of great. That falling upper right into the back here, and just, again, the pressure. Don't touch that platform.
Oh, man, he's in his head.
He's definitely in his head. My goodness. My goodness.
I don't think he knows what center stage looks like at this point. That we got Charizard coming out. Couldn't see a fair. All right, fair off stage, and that has been the past 2 days. That has been the Charizard go-to for him. Tossing the opponent off stage, running off and fairing with Charizard.
Yeah, and kind of just giving Inkling a little taste with their own medicine, because, you know, in a different universe, there was some sort of parallel match where, you know, it was actually Julu that would just fall off stage before it, which Inkling can do very well. But Charizard kind of doing it to him. So again, Charizard very dangerous on all fronts. Of course, slow, but in the air though, Charizard is not to be contested. Your best bet at most percent is to just stay away. But I love this. Just kind of runs off. Bam. Kind of made it look like Tudu's going to turn around and possibly try to catch the snap at the ledge with like down smash or maybe a high recovery with flamethrower. But nope. He said, I got wings for a reason, baby.
Ooh.
All right.
Man, that forward smash, dude. So the one where we didn't see the roll in, I was sitting there and I'm just like, if he actually would have rolled in, he would have got hit by that. That's actually kind of wild.
I know. Oh, Ivysaur, why are you like this? Why are you like this, my friend? And why is this score the way it is? Well, I'll tell you, my friends, if you're just tuning in, Milcery is playing completely out of their mind right now. Charizard is tapped in, and you know, it's funny, I've actually seen the name Milcery before. I just don't know where. I don't know if it was at another collegiate event or if it was at like a major or whatever, but I know this name. And I feel like if I have this name categorized in my brain's database, which is not a very big file cabinet at all, there's like it's like 12 players in there, then like some comic.
Yeah, then got some cloud storage, bro. You didn't know you had.
That's right. It's like all other. Like when I check my data, it's like all, you don't know what it is, but it's there taking up space. But Milcery's in there definitely somewhere, and it just goes to show when you utilize all three of the Pokemon trainer characters correctly, I mean, you are virtually unstoppable. Now, that's not to say that the performance yesterday wasn't great, because the Ivysaur and the Squirtle certainly showed up, but Charizard's having a much better performance here. Oh, I love the wall jump. Love that wall jump.
Menacing back air there. Good move to throw out. It's like
I'm here.
It's like Inkling doesn't have a move that can really punish that if it's paced properly. Get under it. Down. Ooh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna see some tried and true Inkling stuff, man. Nothing out of the ordinary. We didn't really get to see a lot of these throw combos at first. I mean, he showed, and that could have just been the threat that Charizard posed. It's like you don't want to press too many buttons because you don't want to get hit with like up B out of shield. So thank you for that, Milcery, or possibly up smash out of shield if you're jumping. But oh my goodness, yes, you cannot overspend on Charizard.
It's nice to see some more Charizard play here, man. Oof! All right, avoiding the flare blitz. Point blank off stage.
Yeah, he was like, look, I'm coming back to the stage. Stop playing with me. Okay, yeah, he's gonna, oh my God, getting all the pummels in. I mean, I'd like to say he wasn't mashing out of that, but at that point, it's like, just put the controller down and wait.
He was sitting there and he was just like, all right, Inkling doesn't really have a throw that's gonna kill me. Forward throw, I feel like forward throw has set not back. If not, I mean, it just doesn't sit very far at all.
Yeah, back throw would have been the one to do it, but on this stage, plus how he was facing, you wouldn't really have gotten much. But probably just electing to go for positional advantage as opposed to what you think might kill. There's the up throw and great Pokemon switch right there in the nick of time. Uncle Charizard is on the horizon, but before he can get here, Ivysaur has to say a thing or two. And he's saying a whole lot, actually. He's saying good Lord. He's saying you're not getting back to this ledge at all. Great F smash.
Forward smash once again. Good stuff getting out of the corner. As you mentioned before, Julu seems to do a pretty solid job of getting out of the corner.
Yeah, when you got the mobility as somebody like an Inkling character, you just really cannot find yourself stuck in anything. You know what I'm saying? You got to utilize that footwork or that ink work or however she moves around to your best of your ability. And I'm thinking of like Inkling's options out of shield too. Like I'm thinking like up smash is definitely a thing for sure. I think air out of shield is pretty okay, but again, just to get smothered by any of the three though, especially Charizard and Ivysaur, just move. Oh, I said,
gosh. The up special coming through the stage. Actually, I had to process in my brain what happened. I'm like, Ivysaur came back to the stage. Why is Inkling dead?
I know, right? Uh-oh. Like that F-tilt. Yeah, showcasing some of these okay options that Charizard has. I mean, he's not the quickest character in the neutral, but I mean, if anybody knows fighting games, that when you play these big characters, you have to utilize, of course, timing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to try to figure out where your opponent's going to be before you get there.
Oh, no.
Jesus, and just hit that man with the Smash 3DS and said, hey, I'm taking it back to 2015. I'm just flare blitzing. Don't mind me.
Just over mind my business.
My Lord. Yes, friends. We definitely got to take a gander at those replays. That was great stuff by Milcery. I mean, a completely different player, really, from what we've seen yesterday. I mean, again, really good, but today playing great. Charizard is on the money, and again, I've always felt like, and I know I'm not alone in this statement, but Charizard is the most dangerous of the three. I mean, you do have a lot of options, whatever with Squirtle and Ivysaur. You can do some cool stuff, but I'm gonna be real. There's not really much cool anything about Charizard. Charizard's not here for all the flash. He's here for the fire. Okay.
He's here to get the job done. He's like, I'm here for the paycheck. And there we go. Up special from Ivysaur, but. Yeah, Charizard is definitely the one that's been taking the reins here in this set, being able to get some stocks because, I mean, Julu, I just feel like Julu's doing a very solid job of making sure not to get hit with, like, the Ivysaur cheese, not getting hit with the down airs when you're coming back to the stage, not getting hit with an up special, when you're not expecting it, floating around off stage as well. So Charizard has been forced to come out and take some of these stocks.
Yeah, Charizard poses a big threat for a character like Inkling, not just for the simple fact of strength. Of course, Charizard amongst one of the strongest characters in the cast, or really just some of the strongest characters that Smash had ever seen, period. But the ability to anti-air or the ability to meet Inkling in the air, like in those air-to-air situations, there just reaches a point where, You know, it might be okay to trade with Squirtle. It may be even okay to trade with Ivysaur. I'm saying that very sparingly, but Charizard though is like, dude, 80% back air is coming out. You sure you want to run that risk? Charizard has his back to you. You know what he's looking for. You sure you want to run the risk of a trade? Because 80% on the right part of the stage, that's a stop. So great stuff there, man. And I know we talked also about, you know, Inkling playing really great out of the corner, Julu, excuse me. But that Flare Blitz kind of just, I don't know, just kind of threw that whole ideology away.
It was just like, all right, I got a stock to work with. Let's go.
Ooh, I know this ain't who I think it is.
Jigglypuff.
Okay, Jigs is here. Jigs is I mean, Jigs is a character in the game. Let's start there. Oh, Jigs is jigging.
Oh no.
Jigs is jigging.
Oh.
Good lord.
We're gonna say, you know what, we're gonna take some of these stocks out a little bit earlier. Knowing the Inkling, you know, has a pretty easy time coming back to the stage normally, but when you got Jigglypuff out there harassing you, it is not easy. All right, just gonna go ahead and get the simple forward smash there.
Good lord, Jigglypuff. That was that's Jigglypuff stuff 101. I think what makes Jigglypuff doing that, like still watches what they do, that's a very powerful part of the game, like the off-stage game. And that's really what Jigs is. So when you see that, you're just like, this character is just being piloted correctly.
Yeah, if you're not Jigglypuff going off stage, I don't know what you're doing, man. Oh,
Lord Jesus.
Probably doing that, man.
Good lord, Jigs is jiggling. My god. Up throw. Okay, waits it out. Of course, Jigglypuff very floaty. Gotta mind your combos. There's a, my goodness, why did up throw go so high?
Man. Been in the gym. Okay, got down here.
Ooh, lord. Oh, dash tag P. Looking for a little too much right now. Still a great attempt though. Okay, Nair out of shield. I love the cross up too. Forcing the Julu off stage. Okay, a lot of spaghetti. Somebody show me some sauce though. Good lord.
All right, and that forward smash is gonna take out Jigglypuff. No 3-stock here for the Jigglypuff. That'd be really painful, man. Getting swept, and then, you know, game 4 they pull out Jigglypuff. All right, got the back airs coming out from Julu. Really needs to find a way to not get too much damage, but take this Jigglypuff stock. Jigglypuff is sitting at 50%, very light character, very prone to die early. But one of those things that Inkling is lacking is just, you know, those burst options that you just take a stock like that. Inkling is known as a character that's going to be very methodical. You know, needs to get those grabs and aerials to rack up damage until, you know, either they're at back throw or back air.
Oh, no, you...
Woo!
What the hell? No, you did not. No, you did not. Jigglypuff.
Sleeping on the competition.
Son, what did I just witness? I just watched somebody get jigged on.
Yeah. He said, you know what? I haven't played all of the Pokemon yet. Let me pull out Jigglypuff.
Yeah, I mean, he played pretty much
all
all
the Getting harassed, bro.
Lord Jesus.
Man.
Son, talk about conditioning. That was something.
Yeah. He was like, I'm not trying to get fared again. Let me roll onto the stage. And he was like, how are you now?
Son, I'm actually dead. What the hell? I do like this, though. A little bit harder to get on Jigs because, you know, just how high she floats. But, you know, you need to do something in quick. You know, Jigglypuff is not going to allow you to grab her. She's not going to allow you to get that one hit into the next hit. She's always going to try to float around you. But goodness, got to make sure those combos are airtight. I don't know what frame, you know, rest comes out, but when it's out, it's out. So, yeah. Oh, my God.
That first stock, man. Untouched.
That was a sexy game.
Man, he truly was a Pokemon trainer, man.
Yeah.
Didn't matter which one he brought out.
Yeah, I mean, he went through a good chunk of the Kanto Pokemon. I think the only two that we didn't see it was Pikachu and I guess Mewtwo, but Mewtwo's kind of a legendary whatever. But regardless, yeah, still great gameplay all around. I love the two games that we got today in the best of 7 format. It makes for a very great, you know, viewing experience, and of course, it makes for great matches because now these players have the opportunity to really dig deep, figure out what they did in that first game. You know what I'm saying? And again, you could walk into a best of 7 with one type of approach to a matchup and then learn as you go and then completely figure it out towards the tail end. Or you can see the opposite of it, where you think you might know a matchup and you're doing okay, and then they flip the script on you towards the middle and you're done.
And I think with those 2 matches, that will lead us into tomorrow, where we should have Ray facing off versus Milcery.
Yes, yep. We should certainly see that. And that's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time, friends. So friends that are time zone illiterate, please get on Google, search all the time zones in America.
Man, because I'll be messed up. Like the whole day, I was like paranoid. Like I don't want to do anything because, you know, I might miss the time for my block. I actually did that for an online tournament. I was in a stream one day. I was like, all right, I'm setting my alarm an hour before. That way I could shower, you know, get situated before the stream. I woke up. And then I like pulled up my phone and it said bracket in progress. And I'm like, oh, that was Eastern.
You guys just always remember that they don't show the central time zone any love. Like anytime they give you a time, just make sure that you remember that it's probably West Coast or East Coast. But friends, no matter which time zone that you are in, we hope to see you here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We have great matches underway. And again, these are really just the playoffs. There's a whole nother thing after this where there's going to be finals. You know what I'm saying? Just a big old, you know, just extravaganza of not just Smash, but there's Overwatch, Valorant. There's so many games being played here, again, in an educational setting. Look, if you didn't think gaming was the future, this tournament will certainly prove you otherwise. With that in mind, friends, I'm Rod. This is my good friend, Censored. We bid you farewell. We will see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Be there or be not good.
Yeah.
Bad. Terrible. Good night.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our 4th child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Looking good. We're coming in towards the night here for a best of 5, and it's a bit of a change up for as far as what we're used to with some of the formats and things like that. So it should be a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time, right? You know, a couple colleges duking it out here in the Invitational National Championship. Be able to see who's going to be able to have the upper leg up. You know, bragging rights definitely comes to mind. You and I are no strangers to collegiate warfare when it comes down to some of the talk that can go back and forth between colleges and in-game as well. It's always going to be set up for a good time, and you're right to bring up the format. I mean, starting off with Search and Destroy comparatively to Hardpoint, if you're a fan of Call of Duty, this is how we're going to be doing it tonight. Search and Destroy will be replacing Hardpoint for map number 1, and then Hardpoint will be map number 2. But regardless, I think what I'm most excited for is, are they going to break GAs? You and I were already kind of talking about that in DMs as well. Are they going to just break GAs? Do they even know what GAs are? We're going to see LC10s. We're going to see like monolithic suppressors. I'm here for it, man. Bring it out.
I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about, because it's going to be like a really big, refreshing look at, what this game could look like with snipers in their hands, because we haven't seen it since the beginning of the game. So that's something that could end up coming in towards play. I mean, maybe even some weapons that we're just not used to seeing, coming in towards what we see in towards challengers or in the professional league. So I think that alone is going to be a nice change up to see what they bring. And at the second that as well, we don't really know what they're going to bring to the table individually for as far as skill. They've played out quite a few matches to get towards this point, but this is going to be our first real look to see exactly what they're going to be able to do. And we do in fact take a look at that bracket. You guys can see it. I mean, it's been quite a long journey coming up in towards this point. You can see it. They've been playing this over the course of a few weeks and are now finally down to our 2 teams, Irvine Valley up against the Dutchess, to see who in fact is going to be able to come away with this championship here for us, Andy.
Yeah, you can see Irvine Valley in through the semifinals. They already battled through the borough of Manhattan. Now they're going to go face against Dutchess community, which is in Poughkeepsie, New York. And for those that are unfamiliar with the entire state of New York, yes, it does reach the outer bounds of the city. This is just, I would probably say about like 80 miles north of Long Island. It's pretty far up there. But even still, 2 colleges coming out from New York. Love that representation. This California college out of Irvine definitely is going to have their work cut out for them. You see their roster right in front of you there with Chorky, Nova, Hypnotic. Still don't know how you get that out of what is spelled there. I guess the V is silent and the X is just there for some odd reason. And then you got Hooded Patriot. I love that coming out from this team, and just names alone.
That's right. Yeah, a little mixture coming in for as far as what we typically see maybe with some of the tags, but should be a fun one nonetheless. We're also hearing that they might end up doing some sub swappings coming in towards this very first map, and I think it was really reliant on what they were going to get for their first map coming through, which we now know will in fact be a checkmate search and destroy. And well, what we know from that map is that there's not really too many options that you can kind of do for as far as at least the A-bomb site, but you can certainly work towards the one inside of the plane. And to kind of top that all off, are we going to see smokes, Andy, maybe to kind of open up some more of the map? I mean, we talk about subs and changes coming in for as far as maybe getting some stronger AR players that might be able to lock down some lanes here for you. But I mean, maybe if you're just looking to run around with some smokes and make some plays happen, those ARs might not have a big effect. So it should be interesting to see maybe what some of these strats might come in towards play here for us, at least in this first map.
It might have to be some strategies. Maybe some of these young freshmen out of Dutchess community are going to be able to showcase or withstand, depending on which side is going to be able to show it. 80, Stratify, Pivel, and Rosafear. That is going to be a fun name to be able to say 10 times fast when we're on rotations for Hardpoint. But I think that definitely kind of begs an interest. We had that conversation when Call of Duty did move away from 5v5 into 4v4. Would you end up seeing players be subbed out? Because you do have your AR flexes, you have your SMG flexes. What that means on maps such as Checkmate, typically your second SMG would be the first to pick up that third AR, and vice versa. Say you go to Apocalypse, then your AR flex is now that player to pick up that third SMG, which definitely begs the question that, say we do go to Apocalypse for map number 2, as the loser does get to pick that map, who's going to end up seeing that swap out? Maybe we might see some substitutions to be able to see if we have 3 SMGs that are a little bit more tactical than trying to force an AR player on a very break-heavy map like Apocalypse Hardpoint. You can see the map set on your screen. Like Austin had already noted, we were starting off on Checkmate, and I had alluded to throughout the entirety of this best of 5, first to 3 will win it, but the loser will be picking the map as we go along.
Yeah, and they also cannot pick the same map twice in a row, so that can make for some interesting mixtures for as far as what map mode combinations might be coming in towards this specific best of 5, because we look at again what we kind of see with normal vetoes. It's kind of going through all of them before we get in towards the series. So if you're finding that you're playing up against a team that you may not have scrimmed against here in towards this grand final, and you're like, listen, they're really strong with their ARs, let's stay away from some of these bigger maps and look to maybe pull out some of these garrisons or things like this this where you can be a little bit more lethal with the subs up close. So I like the on the fly kind of dynamic towards, you know, what you can actually bring in towards this rotation here for us for the map pool, because you do have to stay on your toes and be ready at all times to kind of see exactly what's going to unfold for the best of 5, because even you don't know before you get into it. So I love the idea of the question marks here for us, Andy, and I think we're just about ready to maybe start taking a look at what these players have to offer. We've already hyped up the fact that we've spent a lot of time casting over collegiate Call of Duty, have not seen these colleges, but this will be a good look to see what they bring to the table.
Also just love that you can't see 3 checkmates in a row. I mean, you and I just casting a lot of challenges as well. You know?
That's right. We love that.
EU gets like 3 checkmates in a row. North America gets like 3 raids, even vice versa. It doesn't really matter, but sounds like the game is underway. Still looking at the map set regardless. But yeah, interested to be able to see what these players are showcasing throughout Search and Destroy. You can see Dutchess just represented at least towards the defensive side of the map thus far. Nodic will be there to take down 80 for first blood, and that's a bomb dropped on the B site.
That's right. Going to be pretty difficult to come back through and try to retake, but a couple players in position to do it. The challenge comes through. The shot's not going to exactly land, but take a look at where we have the Patriot. He's ready to make a move at any point in time, but you're able to find the kill. Long range shots are good there. Hooded now able to get away with his life. Going to be all down to 1 versus 3 at that. Bomb is going to be picked up. Moving forward, not going to find the kill. Hypnotic there, and that will be the first defense locked in here for the Dutchess.
Typically, it always comes down to this first blood, right? In Search and Destroy, if you're unfamiliar, we typically call on that second player, and that second player should be there for the trade. It's a little bit tougher, to say the least, when you are working around checkmating this plane that is broken down smack dab in the center of a warehouse. You almost expect for an SMG just to be around the corner to be able to find that trade, but Hypnotic just playing the angles, playing the trades, and being able to find that first blood and getting away with their life that is bigger than many people can crack it up to truly be. So, opportunity now for Dutchess. Community to try to string together a few rounds here. They are now on the offensive team. Have to see what they can try to do with the bomb. Defensively, though, pretty standard set. You're going to have a player watching through the bottom side of the wing. You're going to be
Another Cloud 2 classic.
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
1. Just 1. Every minute, 1 woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. 1 mother, 1 daughter, 1 wife. Kay Yao saw the power of 1.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
1 adds up. 1 multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. 1 can change everything. You are the 1. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of 1.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Try to string together a few rounds here. They are now on the offensive team. Have to see what they can try to do with the bomb. Defensively, though, pretty standard setup, though. You're going to have a player watching through the bottom side of the wing. You're going to be immediately challenged if Hypnotic starts pressing a little bit further forward.
Streaks could be in play. Goal number 4 looks to be lined up. Easy takeaway. Can't find the second, and that streak will be shut down. Yuri holding the off angle, but all the action goes down just about immediately. But this is still going to result in a bomb being planted 3 versus 2. Have to play for a retake, and it looks like it might just happen right under the plane. This might have just been good time to slip all the way through on a flank here, but unfortunately, Yuri can't find anything in any of those isolation gunfights. So 1 versus 3 here again. A chance to be able to come away with maybe a kill or 2. He gets info on towards 1. That's an easy pickup. Tries to challenge the second. Not there, and so far, so good. 2 quick rounds coming through convincingly.
Time again, search to destroy. Can't always be beckoned by the player or the team in this nature that makes the play first. And I'd say it's even scarier for the defensive team. The same thing could be brought up for Dutchess, that are almost waiting for the play to happen themselves. Just being able to find as much information as can go as far as a sound cue. Sliding, mantling, all that in between. That is just so loud. What I can only imagine are players' headsets cranked all the way up. And here they go, Irvine Valley. Austin, you asked for it. We're going to see the A push. They are committed for it. 4 players strong.
Oh, they have to know as well. All those nades coming over. And I mean, the trophy system goes down. Nova's in an excellent position to stop this, but the bomb is being planted. That's a big tag up, but the bomb goes down. Now can you get out? That's a big kill on towards 1. Make that a second. You have to now retake this into 2 versus 4.
Oh, being covered. Oh, Chorky's going to at least find 1. There's that second player I was talking about. Nady right there for the trade. It's going to leave Hypnotic all alone. And a 1v3 player posted up inside the orange container and 2 players posted up on A Street. Good luck.
Not going to be easy. It's been 1v3 so far. And with the 15 seconds left on that clock, doesn't look very doable. Pinch coming in from behind just in case. And finally, Irvine Valley able to get themselves here on the board. And it comes off of an A push of all things here for us, Andy.
Yeah, I mean... Look, in all the way up to professional play, you go to the B site here on Checkmate more than Lysol Kill Assurance. Yes, I mean that wholeheartedly. 99.99% of the time, you see the bomb moving its way towards B. And, well, Dutchess, I mean, they were set up for it again, because who ends up going towards the A street, let alone pushing all the way through for a bomb plant? Catch many other teams off guard, but comes down to that first defender, they get cut off. There it is. Find it up, and there it is. LW3 Tundra Pivel trying to find that first blood. Will be met by a healthy amount of Semtexes, but that's 2 lethals out of the way now.
Oh, Andy, I wish you could see that on my face right now, because I'm just so happy to see this thing back in towards competitive play. And guess what? It actually gets a pick. So Yacht putting in work. That's going to force Hooded Patriot all the way back and has to kind of rewrap with his team. You take a look at the bottom left side of the mini map right now, and you can see them all starting to get close towards what has to be an attack over towards this B side, simply because the sniper is in play. And Hooded Patriot with the bomb, not expecting him to be the one to maybe make this play, but might have to. Yuri, he's been here a couple of rounds, has been able to play well off that Tetris position. Sniper bullet will just whiz past Nova's head, able to play his life, but now coming down to the final 30 seconds here in round 4.
Gotta make a play. We have so much time left to try to make something happen, and Dutchess, you know, they're gonna try to make some work happen inside the B site. Yuri's able to find 1, but they'll be quickly on traded out. So numbers advantage for Irvine, and they still have to get this bomb planted for Dutchess.
Hypnotic gets here. This is a very doable round in the 2 versus 3, but Hypnotic will fall. Hooded Patriot, he's got to take a forced challenge one way or the other. He's got the corner. Gunfight comes in. Able to find 1. Does he find a second? Almost. It's a team kill in the end. A close 1 versus 3, but not gonna matter. Will be the defuse that comes through, and now back-to-back rounds will be responded with back-to-back rounds.
Love to see the immediate response. Even a core fundamental of Search and Destroy is an integral game mode that has been around for over a decade. Call of Duty professional play is showcasing those fundamentals, and one of those fundamentals is adaptation. At least trying to recognize that at least they can try to hold these angles and catch the Dutchess off guard as they're trying to aggressive plays. Irvine Valley, as long as they're trying to go for these off angles and trying to catch Dutchess in a forced error is what I like to call it in Search and Destroy. They will find that first blood, and again, in back to 5v5, if you're in a 4v5, that is all the more doable comparatively to a 3v4. I know it's just one more number, but having 2 more guns and a 1v1 down in a very awkward lane, trust me, that's quick math.
Oh, there's the smoke too. So these little things that we haven't been seeing so much in towards the top level are coming through for us now. We'd love to see the change up, but Yuri's able to come away with the first blood. Might just be a trade. Yuri maybe for a second. The sniper shot lands. Nova bringing out a scope of his own, showing us what he can in fact do with it. He's got entirety of A-long pretty much on lock here for him. Can even bob and weave between underneath the plane here. So it's a good position to be in, but you are still in a 2 versus 3, and you can start to see Irvine Valley working towards a B plant here potentially.
The corners is trying to check. Gonna have that help from the player behind. It's gonna be stratified to lock down this angle on a Torquay as native. It's gonna be able to at least plant the bomb. Nova does find one with the LW3. Now we're in a true 2v2.
From behind, able to come away with one on towards Nova. Is able to get the regen. A little bit of time to work with. Torquay, what can he do? Has to kind of play his life here maybe for a moment. Hopped out. Tries to take the challenge. Shot's a little shaky, but comes out with it in the end. 20 seconds left. Need a trade to come through, and it does. Gets a little closer than most probably anticipated, but in the end, that is 3 rounds in a row. Irvine Valley starting to figure things out here on Checkmate.
We got smokes, we got snipers. Somehow, some way, this is a very different map for both you and me here, Austin. Locking down those lanes, typically you'll find a Crick 6 in those angles, but the one-shot potential with LW3 Tundra, woo, I've missed you. 6 and 4 there for Hypnotic, just sharing all of the piece of the pie so far between the other 3 players, but it's been 3 rounds in a row now for Irvine Valley. They just really have a lockdown as far as what they're looking for, both defense and offense. And it's pretty standard stuff. I mean, just look at the setup they have right here. Just stratify, be that lone player towards H3. They'll be welcomed by 2 players, but they'll find first blood and get out with their life.
Surprised to see as many A hits as we have. And Chorky, I mean, you can just see the difficulty of 1, moving out past that A bomb site, 2, even getting the bomb down. And you've actually started to see a little bit more attention be brought over towards this A side on the defensive side of things. Irvine Valley in a great position to come away with what could be 4 rounds in a row. Man advantage. Getting about halfway through this round. More shots will be exchanged, but no more kills coming through just yet.
Down to 40 seconds. You're down to about 20 more seconds before a play must happen. And it's got to be done inside of this B site. Player will just try to hop on it. Torquay not fully clear out the main cabin. Nady will take them down, but it's quickly traded. 2v3.
Gratify might be looking to come all the way around here, see if he can get close to his teammate. Eddie looking for what could be a lineup on towards 1, but Hooded Patriot might be the one to make the play. Has to make it happen quick. 15 seconds left. There's one. There's the snap. Hooded Patriot evens things up, but will this bomb go down? The nade is going to tag up Hypnotic. He does slip away, resets in towards the 2 versus 2, and now Dutchess forced to come away with a round that they need to make sure things do not get out of hand. 30 seconds to try and make this happen, and that's a big kill for Hypnotic. 1 versus 2. Nady's got to make a move, and he's got to make it quick.
Has no lethals, no tacticals, only just their sheer resilience. Doesn't fully check the corner out of the backside. Checks the table, though. Finds the kill, but the shots from behind just scratching their head. But I thought I cleared that entire angle. I'm sorry. There's just too many corners out of that plane. And not just like you talked about, that was a big round for them. Cutting the momentum quite literally in half. Irvine Valley were on 3 straight, on the cusp of potentially looking at 4. Pivotal was that playmaker. You saw them just on that very quick flank coming up the wooden staircase. That 74U would happen to a pretty high value in the round previous to that one, even on the opposite side. Dutchess in that post plant 2v-odd situation. We're just looking at different angles, and they were able to lock it down wonderfully. Now on the offense we go. Irvine Valley looking for this B site. This is the 9 games now. Search and destroy Dutchess. They're actually forcing more players to look towards this A lane, and Patriot goes for a challenge, and Pivotal meets him in kind with an LW3 shot.
He's been good with this sniper, man. Anyone who challenges, he's been able to shut down. And now you got to set up that. It's going to be pretty difficult to break, but they're coming through the left side. No one's watching Tetris. They might have got down to, but it's too late. The shots are there. Stratify opens up a second. Nova and Hypnotic forced to make a big play happen now in a 2 versus 4, and they have no idea if they pushed all the way through to their spawn, if they backed up. There's just a lot of question marks, and Nova's doing his best to really watch in and around his teammate, but now they get the notification. Bomb is down by B. Yuri finds 1, and Nova stuck in a 1 versus 4.
And it's just that, right? You're stuck. You're inside the A Street. He's actually going to end up seeing them. The information will be mutual, but that is some ambitious shots. 74, you both Pivel. Just a bit outside. And if you can tell by the candor of our voices, there is just simply no shot at a submachine gun player, as good as some may be, that you're going to break inside of this fight at about the 14-second mark is when you're going to make a play. Well, that makes it a little bit more doable, all times constraints aside. Going to try their best to walk away with a couple more kills, finds one more. There's just simply not enough time. You saw 7.8 seconds in total to get the bomb defused, and it just wasn't there. Plus the kills as well. Wonderful offense from Irvine.
Well, we get another look at this right here. I mean, Pivel not even ready for a challenge to his right, but easy snap. Just moving right over and able to find that first kill, and that's what kind of unraveled everything on that offensive push there for Irvine Valley. And now 4-3. They've certainly been able to take control as we've gotten later and later in towards this one, but Dutchess haven't really strung a couple of rounds together since they opened up with the first two. Looking for that to change. Heading in towards this offense, looking at Hypnotic, who's been one of the explosive players so far. About 8-5. The trophy systems will go down. They're going to be able to get a decent amount of plane control here, and it is just one player stacked inside the plane. So you find that kill with a free plant, but Yuri, he's been playing Tetris the entire game, and Nova going to be able to find that kill and read him.
That's a beautiful part. Now it's going to actually cause the player inside of two. That's Pivel with the sniper to look at that entire angle. And Nova with an SMG actually takes them down. The heavy numbers advantage now for Dutchess on this offensive push on forward.
And he is tagged up low, just a bullet. Nova cleans him up 1 versus 3. We've seen quite a few of them, and no one's been able to clutch one up thus far. You're also playing against the clock. They know exactly your position, and Stratify, you'll get a challenge here from Nova, able to take the jump shot. So that's the first one won, but coming down to 25 seconds. Need to move quickly here. Locked out the second, can't find it. And that is going to be tied right back up at 4 apiece.
Started off with 2 at the start for Dutchess, 3 back at her Anson kind for Irvine Valley. But ever since that point, when it was all knotted up 3-3, we just have simply gone back and forth. You saw the teeter-totter, and this time around it is now Dutchess. Nice little search and destroy adaptation, Austin. Again, you got the smokes, you got some flashes, but and you end up just assaulting a sniper rifle's presence. Well, you just run them down. You just give them no presence. You just bob and weave in between a whole bunch of different traffic, and that's what Checkmate truly is. At the end of the day, with all these broken down plane bits, middle of a warehouse. Wonderfully executed for Dutchess on that offense, but they would love for a defensive round. Put themselves up on map point, trophy systems to keep each other safe underneath the plane. In Irvine Valley, they're back to their mischievous ways, but it worked the first time.
Oh, it did work the first time, but are they going to let this happen again? You got Nova, who's had the chance to be able to make a move in and around the site, right behind A. Hypnotic down low. He gets a spot on towards the player. I love that there. Just completely backs up and then actually takes away the opposite lane. Has that now secured for his squad. You're really just pinched at the moment, unless you see maybe Pivel make a play. And that's what he's going to have to do. He's got Hypnotic in front of him. He gets the shoulder, takes the shots. Hypnotic, he's not going to take that challenge. He's going to simply just back away, flips over the plane, and gets out with his life.
As soon as you said he's not going to take that challenge, one more bow for, to go? All right, great. Now Pivel's actually going to readjust themselves. They are now inside of blue. Bottom left side of the map. Irvine have found the opportunity to push forward. Those opening shots had made Chorky replace, but now they're just going to play for the retake. That's a great opening kill.
Sure is. Yuri, good position maybe for a double up. No. Yes, it is. Yuri finds 2. Jorky, what do you got for us? The 1 versus 2 at 30 seconds. Nada. Not going to happen. And, well, what a round. The A hit actually being successful here on Checkmate as they're going to put themselves now on map 4.
Look, I'm not going to lie. We're 2 for 2 on A hits, Austin. As far as I'm concerned for Irvine Valley, that B-side doesn't exist, and I never thought I would say that in conjunction to a Checkmate search and destroy, but no, they're able to exhaust as much time as possible over on that A street, just baiting out information by blue towards that bottom wing, where Hypnotic was located at, as well as Nova. Dutchess really never had an idea of how far away each other was, the opposite side of each team. So apparently we've been calling these teams backwards the entire time, Austin. We don't know these players, so apologies for that. We will end up being Team Dutchess. Actually up on map point there with Stratify, Yuri, and Nady, as well as Pivel. Irvine Valley now looking to bite their way back on an offense to tie it up and go to round 11.
Push Storky got for us. Been just really toying with the fact of being able to take a challenge on towards one of the players in the backseat of the plane that's kind of watching over. And Yuri is actually going to take a different position. We've been seeing him just play that close corner over towards Tetris there to his left. He's now going to play a different off angle on the staircase. And really his entire job is to just watch over this left lane, make sure no one slips through. But could be an opening here from player 5. We can see it. Hypnotic, he's been the one to look for the plays. Nova, he might try to do it as well. Does get cut a little bit there from 2. We'll get out with his life still over 100 HP, but Nady, he finds first blood, and now everything about to unravel.
Nady gonna find that first. Quick little peek around the corner here. He's got the XM4. That I am not challenging that. No way, not even before I go to sleep at night. Bomb is dropped in such a precarious position. Yuri actually gets double chowed. They'll get smoked. And Nady find the trade. Most importantly, can we get to a bomb site? We're down to 10 seconds.
Hypnotic, 1 versus 3, and yeah, he doesn't exactly have the time to be able to get to a bomb. He'd have to get all 3 kills, and it's not even going to happen, not even 1. So a massive round will come through. 6-4 will in fact be the final tally here as Dutchess will strike first in the search and destroy.
I just don't even know what's what anymore. I don't even know if your name's actually Austin. I don't even know if I'm Andy anymore. Like, what are names anymore? But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, you remember Irvine, they opened up that checkmate search and destroy, being able to take those first 2 rounds pretty darn convincingly and just quite literally running down the opposition of Dutchess. And what was that adaptation that we saw immediately answered back in kind was, well, now we're going to wait for the unforced errors. That was right after that fantastic A push that did work 2 times over, keep in mind you there for Dutchess Community College. So, I mean, hey, don't fix what ain't broke. You're going to catch teams off guard. Most importantly, you're going to keep your thoughts inside of their brain at that point, too. Those mental games can never go unnoticed in a game mode like Search and Destroy. Most importantly, those core fundamentals I was talking about, those mid-round adaptations, mid-map adaptations, Search and Destroy, again, that integral game mode, it'll win you championships at the end of the day.
Well, we don't usually start our best of 5s with Search and Destroys, but we're here for it today. We like to change up, and it's a good start, but we're going to get ready to move in towards a hard point after this break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. When we come back, we'll see if it's going to be 2-0 up or if we're going to get things tied up going into the control. Don't go too far. Sweet.
It's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race, like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know, but you have to step away from it.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach K. Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach K. Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the K. Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the K. Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more. And we will do more.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Collegiate Esports National Championship. We are here on board with our Cold War Invitational. And so far, that first map, bit of a banger there for us, Andy, but we still got a lot more of the series to go. And on top of that, we also got some people to thank to make sure that this entire broadcast was in fact put on here. So we have a big shout out and a big thank you here to Army National Guard. Gen Z, it's coming up of age in a tough time with a global pandemic, historic unemployment, and skyrocketing student debt. The media has counted them out, but the National Guard is a part-time commitment to members and still work or go to school full-time and have the benefits from the National Guard by pursuing multiple paths at once. Guard members set themselves up for future success. If you want to learn more about the Army National Guard gaming, check out nationalguard.com/esports or their Twitch channel at twitch.com/Army National Guard. It would be very much appreciated, guys. It's a big thank you to them to make sure that we, in fact, are here. But, Andy, now back in towards our matchup. We got a raid hardpoint coming up for map 2, and I never thought I would say that.
It's still so weird to be able to think. It's like we just got done with checkmate, search, and destroy. We should be going into control. Nope, we're going into hardpoint. That's fine. I'm here for it, honestly, because if there's one thing that we saw out pretty early from Irvine Valley College is that they were pretty aggressive for those opening rips, offense and defense alike, for that checkmate, search, and destroy. But Dutchess community were quick to be able to answer that back with more methodical gameplay, just as a very quick analysis for how that checkmate, search, and destroy did go down, that they were really punishing them for solo challenging, where Dutchess community were just playing in numbers. And well, that could actually be your benefit when it comes down to raid hardpoint. Again, this is probably one of the most swing heavy out of every single hardpoint map that we actually have within our rotation, Austin. And that ends up happening from those challenges, from those timings as well. A lot of people, a lot of teams still overestimate how much time you still have going from hardpoint to hardpoint to be able to work for those breaks, mostly looking at 1 going in towards 2. Take a look at the team with Hypnotic there. It's going to be Irvine Valley College. They're going to be starting off at least on the unfavored side, some would say. They got a lot of time while P1 is still active, Austin, to be able to find these kills and make that play for the P2 spawns, what they're after.
An opening break can honestly play the difference in how you're able to really set yourself up with some of the pacing in towards this map, and they do come away with a nice start. But the flanking towards the back, Pibble looking for a double, not there. Hooded Patriot able to find the trade, but Nady's also wrapping in from behind as it's chaos and no one really has full control. But finally starting to take a look at that mini map. Both teams going to be on their side. Now it's just about the individual gunfights inside of the point, and Torquay under the pressure trying to throw a Zemtex down as his teammates are in and around, but it's still lots of trades back and forth as we look at maybe what will be the last 15 seconds going over towards Irvine Valley.
You know, it's a solid defense. If you're looking at for raid, you're mostly, again, looking at P2. That's where the term money hills come to mention. If you're unfamiliar with competitive Call of Duty, these money hills are where you're looking for a solid 40 seconds all the way up to 60 seconds. 60 seconds is how much time you have for each hill being active before you have to rotate towards the next. Look at the way that the Irvine are just threatening from the front already. I mean, Nova has already worked their way in there for the likes of Hooded Patriot, and that's the SMG presence that you want.
Nova now on 2 in a row. Trophy system going to go down. Expected this push to come out front here. That fights come through and they're able to shut things down. Maybe even a chance to entry in towards the point, but Torquay and Hooded Patriot, they deny that opportunity. Just one more in towards the back, and it might be a cleanup for Crappy, who's able to come through with 1, but Hypnotic still here, and it's been pretty chaotic for a lot of these points, but it's just been, honestly, strongholds for Irvine Valley as they've been able to come out with the majority of the time.
And it's Dutchess that are continuously fighting for that scrap and that contest time. That's not how you're going to be able to walk away with it. I mean, they're not contesting it for a certain amount of time to where Irvine's feeling pressured, but nice job from Stratified. This is a very important angle to hold. Up to 9-2 with the 74U on AC. Can cover a lot of pressure. That is the pinch that could be set up. Area number 3 is Hooded Patriot. They're going to be looking for that exact play while the rest of Irvine Valley are trying to work their way into the B3.
Patriot, one of the more aggressive ones. Snaps on 1, 2 players down. Now just 2 inside of the point. Take a look at the mini map. They both spawn out, so this is your chance to break. But we'll see Pibble able to grab himself 1. Will it be enough? Doesn't look to be. Stratified, caught out by AZ. He's been able to start off hot, but his teammates now come back through with the entry, and that might be the double there for Hypnotic. A big double at that, as Stratify is still able to win his one-on-one, so he's allowed to move in towards the point where there's 20 seconds to play for, and you can see it, both teams putting some priority on towards the scrap time.
Fighting for the scrap time means that it might just be a little bit of a foot race. You can take a look at where player number 1 is currently located. That's going to be Hypnotic. He's already trying to play that route. Going over towards the spiral staircase. They will be prone. Maybe he's going to fully check the corner, but doesn't check the right one, and Hypnotic snaps back up. We'll find another 2 spree. Yuri already had the gunny up. Nice trade from Nova, and again, that foot race will be won. None other than Irvine Valley, while Dutchess were still fighting for the scrap time. That is all fine and dandy because P4 should be another money hill.
Now about 30 points up, looking to extend that on the basketball hill itself. Nova with an AR posted up with the Craig and just waiting for the challenges to come through. Easy pickup with the Semtex. His teammates still slanging and around as he will find 2 down, but Stratify, he's been the entry man. Needs to do it here. Challenges out, able to land a lot of shots. A perfect bait and switch. Nady finds his way in towards the point, and Nova can't hold the line. His teammates don't look like they're going to be able to do a whole lot easier either, as 3 of them will drop, but it's one last pin for Hooded. Will he be able to find anything? First one there, but he's just too low to really make that play. And now we start to look towards what will be this rotation here heading towards B5.
That's still about a 30-point lead that Irvine Valley are currently holding. Nice little readjustment there from Nova to find Stratify. 2-piece there. The battle for the scrap will go towards Irvine Valley. And that's just such a nuisance. Almost like a gnat right next to you here that won't leave you alone for Dutchess, that they just can't hold on towards a sufficient amount of time, though finding a healthy amount of kills from the front. It'll be there for the initial time. Nice re-challenge from Nady. Able to find 2 through the pool staircase, and Hooded Patriot will be cut down, although finding 1. And this is good time for Dutchess. They're able to set themselves up comfortably here, Austin. Not only take the lead, but the game shift in their favor as well.
Chorky at the moment having a bit of a slow start here with that submachine gun. Maybe playing just a tad bit too slow, but finally able to get himself in towards the mix as he actually cleans up 2 off a couple of trades. So not too bad. Yuri playing for what could be streaks. That's 5 in a row for him, and his teammates are going to make some waves inside of the point. Stratify able to clear things out. 20 seconds to try and grab, and this could be big for Dutchess as it would bring them just about to a tie game if they grab every single second. Just going to be down slightly, so not too bad heading in towards the resets.
I mean, it started off as about a 40-point lead, and we just about marginally kept it just within about 30 seconds throughout the entirety of the first set of hills. So now we go back towards B1, right there at ring where Nova's looking at. Pivot is set up. They also have a lot of help from their teammates, but it's the pace from Irvine Valley that might just break inside of P1. But overall, what you're mostly looking at is the battle for the middle of the map. It just might seem that Dutchess are currently winning in that objection alone.
Yuri coming back. What can he find inside the point? Challenges not going to be there in his favor. Hypnotic finding himself with a big gunfight here, but the pressure still coming on through as Nady might have just found a little opening through the middle. Will try to turn, takes mid-map control, but won't be able to win the one-on-one battle. Nova pushes out for 3, and now you have control of the favorite spawns. You're getting the scrap time, and this will be Irvine Valley starting to come away with a bit of a lead.
And Dutchess ended up losing 1 player. They fell off that little cliff that is to the left of Laundry, right where Nady is at right now. Fell off the path, and it was an immediate 4v3 in Irvine Valley. They recognized that opportunity. They pushed forward. They got middle of the map, like you talked about, back in control. Hypnotic is in control of jungle, has many more players in front of him. The double challenge will find 1 more, and that is just the 2 kills that you need. It's going to leave Yuri stuck back in jungle. Nova will clean them up. And Irvine Valley are looking at solid for opening 20 seconds, almost uncontested on 2.
Great awareness on where these players are, and now you're forced to break this from the front. Nady getting a little dicey, able to come away with 1. His teammates there for support as well. Big individual moment to come through with a break, so Dutchess puts things out for as far as the spawn, but they still need to hold the front line as 1 by 1 they come, so it's very easy cleanup here for just about every single member, but there's a bit of patience. Hypnotic, does he find the entries? That's for 2! Hypnotic for 3! And Irvine Valley, they respond as they look to try and grab the last 15 seconds.
Oh, and they're already threatening the rotation, keeping up players inside the SIG. Most importantly, Chorky is already over by the car. It will lose that gunfight. First and foremost, and they are over by that black van. Is such a tough fight with a 74U. 1 head glitch versus the other on the school box. Nova's going to be able to walk away with it. And it's a nice little stabilization over by P2. Dutchess again were able to fight for the scrap, but it was just that scrap time. Trying to threaten towards the middle of the match. Stratify shots are okay. Can't find the kill with the gun. Might as well do the Semtex. Going over towards B3. That's where the fight must truly be focused at.
Oh, and the setup's not looking great. They've already lost a player inside of the hill, and you have to go big right now. Chorky can't find the shot, so Yuri will clean him up. And 35 seconds to play. This is a big break in Dutchess. You feel like he just went every single second here. So fending off push after push could just allow them to get back in towards the game, but Nova doesn't want to allow that to happen. They're going to get this 1 one last good push here, and Nova finds the entry, so back in towards the garage they will go. Last one left alive is going to be Yuri. He waits patiently, and he has a one-on-one if he can maybe fight for the last 15.
Oh, Yuri's gonna get smoked. I know we're over by that Black Fan again. That is a hard engagement to try to win out when you have so many angles to try to worry about. But again, Irvine are always threatening the scrap time, and that's such a nuisance. Yes, Dutchess are gonna be set up, but you need a full 60. I'm talking to you. Don't get broken. You don't barely even lose a single gunfight. Pivotal's gonna be blocking those spawns, playing all the way in the back adjacent to the jungle side. Just gonna keep Irvine trapped. Their really only opening is this hit through pool.
They might take a little bit of time, maybe get some kitchen control here. Kitty has to win this gunfight, but will be overwhelmed. So they find kitchen control, and now they can maybe look to force him towards the back and create a pinch down low. This is their opportunity to pounce. Nova finds one more, put it Patriot right towards the point, but Yuri off screen just found four! That is a full wipe out of Yuri, holding things down in the back. Ball court.
I mean, look, man, I said they needed a full 60. They are poised to be able to do just that. Yuri, heroics included. Now Nova finding a two-piece. You just got to chalk it. The leader's advantage is starting to dwindle down, and Irvine, you only have so many opportunities to where you can try to play towards this next hill, this next setup, and this is going to be looking at just that. If Dutchess can break inside of this hill, they too can close it out on P5, Austin.
Oh, need a hold. Irvine Valley, they've been in control the whole game, and that shot punch not going to find its mark. Everyone holding on to their one-on-one individual gunfights, looking good, and now you might have one last good push. Gratify, wait for the patient play, finds the first one. His teammates collapsing from kitchen as they need to make this push count. The gunfights are won. Yuri somehow comes out with that one, and 3 will drop, might even be 4, as Hypnotic can't slip away, and the Dutchess, they're still very much in this game.
For the time being, they are. 10 seconds or all Irvine might just need to close it out. 25 seconds action inside the hill, and it seems that Irvine is trying to go for the hit again. 2 come through, 3 more kills come their way, and there's more than an ample amount of time to close it out on this hill.
You need a big play here. Tivol, he's trying to buy time, but his teammates have all dropped in and around. One last play. Yuri's done it all, but can't find it here. That will be the close. Irvine Valley able to hold on to this one, 250 to 222.
Play hard point. This was about it again. It started off as a fall. So this is what happened over here. Oh, the rechain towards the spiral staircase. All right, Yuri. Like, the XM4 is a strong weapon at the end of the day, but that was just raw talent and overall capability of just holding an angle and the retrain over towards spiral is something you could definitely write home about when it comes to summer break. But even still, I think what's most important about this this entire hard point is that Dutchess were at least able to showcase their ability, their tenacity, their grit, if you will, just to try to really claw their way back. Again, their setups were pretty one-dimensional for Irvine time and time again. It just came down to that one kill that was always needed to be able to watch after that pinch. They were always losing out on the trades, and once Dutchess were able to start to find that, maybe just a few hills too late, and they were able to start to claw their way back. But again, it was just a moments too late. It was constantly a 30, 25-second lead off the rip in between P1 and P2, and that is the difference on this game alone.
It very much was, but Irvine Valley looking a lot more comfortable when it comes to the respawns, and that is something that you do like to see, considering that you're going to have, a couple more respawns coming up. But if it goes to a map 5, then being really good at respawns now never mattered more in this best of 5 compared to other formats. So this is going to be a really important swing map coming up next year for us, Andy. We're going to figure out, what the map will in fact be here. Only going to be 3 in the rotation, so I mean, might just find ourselves on another potential raid where it could be a very slay heavy map, and I feel like that's exactly what you're looking for if you are in fact Irvine Valley. Try to get yourself back into words, what just felt really good, where the slang was on par, the rotations looked pretty solid, the setups even intact the majority of the time when they were there first. So that is a big takeaway, at least coming in towards this series and being able to bounce back to tie things up.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of maps that we don't know where the comfort might end up being, and it could just be that, right? Which map do you feel enabled on all the way to league play? Who cares about scrims at that point, right? I fry on this map alone, and that could be where raid might just come into play, because it is a very notable comfort pick across I don't know, the entire community of Call of Duty at this point throughout Cold War. We all love Raid. It is very comfortable of a map, and we understand it across all 3 game modes. When it comes down to control, it's more than just finding those kills. It's capitalizing on those kills. And if you go back towards that checkmate, search, and destroy, it was Dutchess that were, again, able to capitalize on those kills and denying more map continuously. And again, it was exemplified more and more throughout the end of that Raid hardpoint. It just came down to those little more kills. And again, that is a win condition when it comes down to control at the end of the day. Might be able to see that Irvine's a win condition throughout the entirety of every single round.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a moment, send things to a break, get set up for that next map. Don't go too far. We come back. Someone's going to 1-up in the series.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
We know about the power of one. One woman with one vision to rally people together to find a cure for all cancers affecting women. And the women fighting cancer, they know about the power of $1, one drug, one more opportunity to live. We're taking Coach Yao's vision and we're going to multiply it. One person at a time, one cancer warrior, one doctor, one official, one coach, one board member at a time. The power of one becomes the power of 1 million. Our goal is to connect with 1 million people, asking our friends, our colleagues, our social media followers to join us in fighting cancers that affect women and providing life-saving access to healthcare for all women. If we bring together 1 million people, how will the CEAAE Cancer Fund change the world for cancer warriors? The ask is easy. The work will be life-saving. Let's see what we can do together. It's the power of 1 million.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
While I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship as we get ourselves lined up to move back in towards our Cold War Invitational. It's myself, Visions, joined with Proper. We've already been through 2 maps, and we are now tied at 1 apiece. It's been a great time overall, but before we continue, have to give another big shout out here to our sponsors that are making sure that we can, in fact, put this event on for you guys. Barbasol, CENC fans, it is our pleasure to introduce to you the new Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. 100 years in the making. This fresh take on the original is your go-to for the shave experience like no other. Do it, and you can look clean shaved like my brother over there to my left. And if you're looking as good as him, well, then I might add you as a friend as well. So as we get ourselves now into towards this next matchup, we got a Control Garrison lined up here for us, Andy, and it should be a good one.
I just want to hear you do ad reads more often. I get gassed up like no other. And although that picture may end up showing a crossroads, we are in fact going towards Garrison. And yeah, this map is an interesting one. The way that it just plays out as Control. For the same almost nuances that I was talking about for Checkmate, Search, and Destroy, you don't really see many pushes happen over towards A initially. Now, some of the pro teams have been able to learn how to do that from time to time, but when it comes down to being able to find those opening kills in top green, but expect a lot of mid-map pressure, expect a lot of B pushes for the offensive team. Be looking for that catwalk control. You can get an AR in that power position. Boy, howdy, you're looking towards square, towards the spawns through that main door, and it can open up an opportunity to try to string together a couple of zones, but that doesn't only happen from that point forward. You got to get past the first break-off, which we will talk through time and time again when it comes down to this game mode.
Well, let's get into it. Looking good here, Irvine Valley. A lot more comfortable, it felt like, in towards at least the respawns. Can they do the same going in towards the Control? We will, in fact, see, but it's not the best opening that you would want on the attack as everyone starts to get cut down here right off of their spawn. And Stratified forcing maybe make a play. Good read up top. Does find Hypnotic, and now that's going to create a bit of space in towards the middle of the map.
Well, and again, it's that focus, the middle of the map, because of all the power positions you may have for the defense. It's a different opportunity to try to spawn camp some of those different oppositions that are trying to work their way forward. You can see right now the offensive team, at least for Dutchess, trying to make that presence of mind, and they're going to be able to walk away with a handful of kills. Stratify is actually causing a lot of ruckus up front. That's more than enough pressure to guarantee the second tick of progress there on B.
3-0 start here for Stratify. Chance for early streaks, can play the difference, and well, he finds 2. Stratify moving in for what could be streak on his first life. Little bait and switch happens, and this is going to be the B zone. No one here to contest, but not able to come away with some damage. Finds one and finds a second. Pulling out the Krig 6, making some work happen, but you still have a 5-0 Stratify who's working towards the streaks as they set up their push towards A.
And streaks are so emphatic when it comes down to towards this A
really
zone. Yeah, again, defending, also assaulting. When it just comes down to how open it is, since that top platform that Minnow at least is looking at, who is a substitute, by the way, coming in for Irvine Valley for this Control, is looking at it. You can contest from that spot now, but the Dutchess, they're at least doing this wisely. Not always focused towards at least that push through top green. Now, Pivot will be that player that will hop over first and foremost. Dutchess would rather get cobblestone control.
Listen, getting Stratify this last kill so he can at least earn an artillery is going to be pretty important because everyone has been taking their time, and now you don't have a whole lot of time to work with. Under a minute to try and make something happen over towards the zone. Life lead is just about even here. Up by 1 will be the Dutchess squad, but Stratify still just been playing his life. So that means that you haven't been putting any pressure in towards the point because of it. You need these streaks to pay off, and they don't. Hooded Patriot able to find Stratify, denies the streaks here a very important kill as the setup is still intact by A.
And again, it's just that, right? Because we've lasted for about 45 seconds trying to get that 7th kill for at least an artillery strike, and it just doesn't pay off. So now we're down to 25 seconds. That's just, they got to try to make a play happen. Stratify contesting the zone. We'll see some toes. He's going to be able to get that shot. We'll be able to at least retrain themselves over towards Minnow. We go down for Irvine's favor, and now they have presence over towards the A zone.
That was the missing piece of the puzzle. Now you have Stratify in the point. It looks so much more secure. And not only that, but they got 3 players stacking it. This is going to go zooming by the progress bar. Have to get in for a shot. They try, but it's just playing all around the point. And the first offense will be locked in and secured.
We said 45 seconds just for that climax. I almost felt like a Michael Caine film. Jay just didn't have it. We had all this narrative, all this character built for what? This play right here. And again, it would have been great to hold those streaks going in towards the defensive round, but You did one of the most unspeakable things that is very tough to be able to do all the way up to the full level here on checkmate control, or on garrison control, excuse me, is being able to win an offensive round, because that puts a fire underneath Irvine Valley that now they have to answer back in kind. To win an offensive round on garrison is just so tough because of all the angles that you are going to be crossed up from. We saw those angles just biting the side of Dutchess in the rear. They were trying to play for those streaks, just trying to slowly work their way towards the A zone. Does not work. You have to aggress and bully your way, as you just saw.
You see something here out of Minnow, one of the subs coming in. Irvine Valley hasn't been able to find too much favor so far. 0-5 start. Nova, who was one of the explosive players in the search and destroy, is down 1-7. So the sub pressure has not been here. And well, this could be a lineup for a couple. You've been finding the trophy systems as JD comes in from behind, and Hooded Patriot's going to have to try and hold his life here. So able to come away with a couple of big kills to stop that offensive push is there, but Pivotal now forced through the vent system, has to reposition.
And this is actually a little bit of a miscall, at least in my opinion. You gave up all of top green control, not even trying to look out. Just trying to try to work their way forward. Now at 11-2. Pivotal's able to find a second with the XM4. They'll be traded on the way out. They'll be stratified, trying to contest the zone, but the last little bit of hairline finally comes through towards the end of that squabble. Now all of the side of Irvine Valley are trying to work their way through the middle of the map to join the likes of Hooded Patriot. They're trying to work their way towards the safe zone with 1:40 left in the bank.
Well, let's see how they do it. Looks like they are going to, in fact, take their time, but one player ends up dropping, so it is going to be a push, which is technically a 3 versus 4, and well, they're doing a great job of it, as they've just found every single player. Minnow, I said, he's up, and he delivers, and now Hooded Patriot finding kills off spawn, making it very difficult to get back to this zone. 3 players will be stacking it, and Hooded is still slaying out 8 in a row for him, has the streak, will back up for 9. Is there a 10th? It won't be, but it's still fine, because the teammates are on the point, and we're now tied up here at 1 apiece.
Trading offense for offense on garrison control. Austin, who would have thought that we would be here right now? Not me. Certainly not any of us right now. And it's through those explosive plays. Again, just like I was talking about, you're going to work your way towards that A zone. You have to quite literally bully your way through those very small point areas. But the side of Irvine Valley, what they did so well, what Hooded Patriot did so well there, Austin, as you were calling the play so wonderfully, is they worked their way towards the spawns just where Dutchess, or I'm sorry, Irvine Valley are starting their defensive side at. That's going to force all of them to spawn down on the bottom left side of the map. And it's such a long run with so many LOSs to worry about. Wonderfully played out. It really feels like it's Stratify versus Hooded Patriot right now, as Nova is still sitting at an easily 1-11.
Streaks available, going to make it very easy maybe to lock up a defense here in round number 3. We'll see if they come into play. Hypnotic waiting for that push. Yuri won't be expecting it, but a quick trade. Pivotal comes away with 2, and now maybe some pressure over towards the A zone, as there will be someone tailing him, and I think Pivotal's got a pretty good read on it. Hooded Patriot has been so good in these gunfights, and he's good again. 19-5 right now, putting on a clinic with that submachine gun, but pressure starting to unfold over by B as this next hit does in fact come through. A lot of ARs posted up. Are they going to read the push in from behind? The answer looks to be no. The collapse is in. They will find 2 and even a 3rd to clear out the point.
Irvine Valley, I mean, they're just so crafty. They're being rather creative in trying to retake that B zone, just like you talked about, through dark. The same with Exhibited through offense, where you're trying to push through the spawning into the cobble. Now we're down to 40 seconds for Dutchess to try to work their way out from their spawn. No ticks of progress to speak of towards any of the zones, and that's what you're truly after. You want more time on the clock, and the only way you're going to get that is through ticks of progress. We've got some presence. That first 2 kills are going to be good. Top cat control is going to be here, but you got to worry about for Hypnotic. He is quickly coming to your back line.
Oh man, he's just hitting the gas, and will get spotted though, but no one really turns for him, so that is a big pickup that he's able to come away with when he shouldn't have found anything realistically. Nova destined for the front, finds a kill, 1 more up close, has to go for the reload, and Nady will punish him for the reload as he's able to come away with 1, almost slipping away too, but this is just still strong defense, making sure that they're not able to come away with B. Pressure over by A means that Stratify now maybe going to start drawing some of that pressure off of the zone. We'll have another 1-on-1 battle for him. We'll just back away, but you're low on time here, Andy. You got to make a play, and finding this kill here for Stratify could be the difference, and he does bring it home.
It's going to be one more that's challenging him. Regen's not going to be coming through fully, and it's going to be Hypnotic that's going to be able to walk away with the kill. 22 seconds remaining. 2 ticks in total to speak of, but those are on 2 separate zones. Now it comes down to Yuri. The furthest player forward for Dutchess is Nady. Gets gunned off the spawn. And they make the play. He's able to find one inside of lights. They can stop the clock.
Stopping the clock at 12.4 seconds. In from behind, Hooded Patriot. Going to be able to find one, but Nady with an important trade. Maybe get back on this, and he will. Double up here. Nady stops the clock. Still alive, but the nades are coming through. Trophy system 2 goes down. Will be a contest. Nova trying to play his life right now. His teammates also in from behind, but 3 will drop all up to Nady, and Nady can't find them all. And there is no time to get back on this zone as we'll get our very first defensive round locked in.
That's pretty darn decisive now, wasn't it? I mean, tell you what, Irvine Valley, once they started finding their strides, once Hypnotic and Hood Patriot just started realizing we're on a different pace, playing at a whole different level of momentum right now. Hypnotic just doesn't barely even stop. Just a few moments ago, they were just on the immediate flank. They only found one. That one kill again as you're trying to work your way towards the zone is one less player looking at a line of sight where your ARs could be set up, or to where this player on your screen, Hooded Patriot, could be flanking you. And again, full streaks, cruise missile, artillery strike, still in the reserve for Hooded Patriot. Potential to use that ping already, maybe just for the information. The bombs still need to be dropped from up top. A little quick check of the tablet. I just get the information off the rip here to see where Irvine want to go.
Nady, though, he's been able to come up underneath. That's a big pick up there, so minimal drop. Meanwhile, a second player dropped there, but the Patriot can't really find the shots, so forced to move up and towards the map. We'll find one. And now maybe some pressure over towards A, as we do see the clock actually being stopped here at about a minute. You got Yuri up top going to try and make that move, but Hypnotic there for the gunfight. Doing it time and time again, and now you actually got an effective setup over by A.
And that's a tough gunfight. 74U versus a high grounded XM4. Very emphatic gunfight. Triple stack over towards A. Nady, Piv, they both clear at least 2 off. There's the hit again. Hypnotic's only going to be good for 1 more before the pretty quick exit. And this is not raid control, Austin. You do not spawn immediately towards that B zone. Look at the way that Dutchess are moving from zone to zone. The high ground, the immediate focus. The affair has already come to an immediate close. 7 life lead for Dutchess.
You have to be careful in this moment right now. Getting put in the spawn trap might just mean the round could be theirs. Stratify, able to get one, and that's still okay. Forcing this line further and further back. Don't allow them to press forward and get a touch on towards the zone. That is the goal right now for the defensive side. Pivotal also just bouncing in between Dark, waiting for a challenge. At the middle of the map's covered, but Stratify gets dropped down on and will fall, but Pivotal in from behind makes that play happen, and now desperation will mean the cruise missile comes into play. Able to bring home that first one, but doesn't find anything else. However, they have been able to at least get on towards A. Stratify will have none of it, finds that first one. Thought he was down low, but he wasn't. A, still a chance to be able to go over.
It is, yeah, and the life lead starting to dwindle on down. And Hooded Patriot has many players in front of him. Is good for 1, but can't find the second. All that is happening. Irvine are able to work their way over towards B. Players stronger are about to be here. First stick of progress has been secured. 9.2 seconds. All is needed is just one break. And cleanly conducted.
There for 1, there for 2. Stratify wants to make sure this goes 1 more round, and with a defensive hold, it looks like we will get there. Very back and forth, extremely close. The first 2 offenses went over, but the last 2 rounds have all been defense.
In the way that you end up finding who goes to round number 5, if you're new to competitive Call of Duty, has changed for us on this current patch. It goes down to overall tick progression. And with that extra tick that did come through over towards that A zone, Austin, Irvine, they will be on the defensive side. And if it ends up at least going towards the way that the nature ends up calling for. Oh, I'm sorry. I did my math wrong. See, this is why you don't do math live, everybody. Learn from me. We'll be Irvine at least on the offensive side. And it could be just a disparity of maybe 1 tick, of which might have just eluded me in an earlier round. But regardless, on the defensive side for Garrison control, you're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy again. Already noted how hard it is to take an offensive round here on Garrison. Irvine Valley, they're already doing it with a streak down. Hooded Patriot gets to that cruise missile. It's going to have to be raw for aggression off the rip.
Oh, Nova, slow to start for the last couple of rounds, but maybe this is his moment to shine. Finds 2, don't challenge the player up top. Just try to dodge the nade, and fortunately, Yuri's able to weave it in there to find the kill. So still will have pressure in and around B. Hooded Patriots waiting for a challenge, and Yuri forced to just back away, wait for his teammates maybe to make a move, but his teammates are all falling in and around this B zone, so things going to be a lot more difficult. And now with the way the arrows are moving, they might just be looking to chalk this. You got 3 players stacked, and maybe Pibble will try to make one last desperation play here from the side. 80 from the front. Will they be able to find the kill? Stratify is able to bring home one. The trade's back and forth, but in the end, B is secured.
Get that extra 60 seconds to work your way towards A. It's almost kind of the same and similar setup. The previous offense for Irvine, when they did take that offense, they were able to get that B zone, but on immediate focus towards the middle of the map, Dutchess quickly recognized the one opportunity that they had lost upon was that they didn't have players playing underneath the defended tank. That is the immediate change as the break-off just continues to break in the way for Dutchess. Look at the life lead as well, leading by 4. Irvine, they need a clean break coming out of dark so that way they can even make their way into position to try to get on that A zone.
Looking at Hooded or Hypnotic maybe to make this play happen. They wait. And there's the first one. Yuri finds it. Kill's looking good, just about across the board. Chance to be able to inch up on towards the map here, of course, is what you're trying to do. And Hypnotic's going to try to hold this position. And that's now a couple of kills. So you're going to have a bit of breathing room. You have Stratify up top. He has been dealt with. This is now entry in towards A. Stopping the clock at 56 seconds. The streaks might also even be called as they're stacking the zone as all 4. Nady needs to play his life. Artillery comes in. It's not going to find anything, but you have to make a move in towards the zone. It will be contested from the front. Hypnotic, go for 2. Might have just locked things up, and that will seal the deal. Closing it up in the final moments to go 2-1 up in the series.
And you want to talk about one of the hardest things to do when it comes down to a garrison control is getting that A zone. Yes, but it kept players trapped while the rest of the team of Irvine were all safe around that TAC satellite dish where the bombs weren't dropping. You have a lot of space that you can play with where that shrapnel will not find the team kill. That was executed wonderfully soon before that. And it was just the raw aggressive push through the side of bricks as well as top green. Just bully your way on towards that A zone with the raw submachine gun power that Hooded Patriot was bringing to the table. You got to enable that guy, and they were able to do it for 2 offensive round wins on garrison control. Again, very unheard of, but well done for them.
Well done for them. I mean, it usually doesn't come down to, you know, those final moments the way that it does, especially with the control that you had in mid-map for as long as you did. But that one gunfight that's lost in green from Stratify, you know, just opens up the floodgates and no one else is there on the zone because they're waiting for the push in the back by bricks. And as Andy just broke down, just waiting patiently there to use that artillery to make sure that you do come through with the win means that respawns have looked pretty good for them across the board right now. So now we're looking at what is a 2-1 series lead, but we're going back to search and destroy for map 4. Yes, for all you Call of Duty fans out there, we are going to search and destroy for map 4. You did not hear that incorrectly. It's the hard point that is in fact actually there for us in the map number 5 if it ends up going the distance. And when we do come back towards what happened in towards the checkmate, I think there were some interesting strategies that ended up playing out there for this Dutchess squad. They were able to come through with a lot of unique strategies that ended up paying off here for them, and now you really need to dig deep for some of those same strategies moving in towards this next map.
Yeah, you know what's funny about strategy is that we ended up kind of putting it one-to-one with the word of creativity when it comes to search and destroy, at least as far as our community is concerned. That creativity and some of that strategy was, again, not some of the craziest. They were just going in with just nice core fundamental strategy. One player towards Tetris, one player coming out of P2 looking towards that A street defensively. Well, at least you have one player that has immediate help if they're playing inside the main cabin of that plane, looking underneath the belly of the plane. Now, you can end up finding a lot of value with that on a multitude of search and destroy maps. Express is one that comes to mind. That's not inside the immediate map pool, but you can end up finding those same sort of crossfires is what I'm ultimately getting at. And if you're able to exhibit that, if you are Dutchess, again, that was the immediate answer for the aggression that we saw from Irvine Valley. That same aggression that we just saw back on that garrison control that got them that A zone twice over. That's what ended up winning them the first 2 rounds. But then soon after, Dutchess were able to recognize force errors are certainly a thing on search and destroy. And so long as they're trying to find the information by just sheer aggression and just sprinting at them, we might as well just hold the angles and find that first blood. As we see the maps have been updated on our screen, it seems like we're going to Moscow there, bud.
Looks like it. A Moscow search here for the map number 4. I mean, interesting to say the least, because this is in some consideration coming in towards what was a checkmate, some things do follow where you can look to maybe still be, pretty oppressive with those ARs and with that Craig 6, which is something we were seeing quite a bit of. Even the XM4s have been pulled out a couple times throughout the series here. So you're certainly going to have favor as an AR for sure heading in towards Moscow. But I think the biggest difference in what we're seeing used, a lot more, especially even watching over some of the collegiate Call of Duty as of late, is, teams being able to actually realize, all right, we can move through the middle of the map, but we can actually set up hits that can be sending maybe one player over towards B. We can see if we find value in the mid map. If we do, maybe we can push through. We can completely, shift our play call on the fly and be able to maybe move over towards the other bomb site because everything is interconnected. And it's really difficult for the defense to kind of hold that line if you lose that player who's maybe sitting inside of cutout watching over things. So I think that teams are starting to realize that, hey, listen, we can be a little bit more creative. We can call plays on the fly. And just because we call A doesn't mean we have to just commit towards that site there off the start.
Yeah, they're almost kind of playing it like how Raid is being played for Search and Destroy in a way, right?
Exactly.
And that's kind of where the giant meta shift ended up happening. If you bring yourself back historically, I know I'm going back pretty far by a couple months here, bud, but go with me, is that when Raid, Search and Destroy started to become more mainstream, at the Search and Destroy meta, as far as Moscow is concerned, was heavily changed. And that's when you started seeing more focus towards the middle of the map. And that's where you start to dip your toes in towards the creativity pool, if you will, because then you start looking at escalators, you start looking at that cutout wall. And so long as you're able to get the first defensive player out from that cutout wall, you can then start looking at boulevard control. And hell, if you find that first blood top escalators, that can mean the immediate rotation or the pump fake over towards B. Regardless, trying to at least get middle of the map may just be the main focus, but it is Moscow Search and Destroy. You got to try it at least a handful of times, says Irvine, and they're going to go straight towards that A site, 4 players strong.
Well, they could end things here for us and be our Cold War Invitational champions. As the smokes come down, the rush is in, and Hypnotic already behind enemy lines, but can't exactly find them. Of course, we can see them through the X-ray and the smoke, but Hypnotic not going to have that luxury. But are they going to expect him here? And he's the one that has to make a play. Now he's losing his teammates in and around. Pivotal should fall, you have to imagine, and there it is. Will end up dropping. Hypnotic will be able to find a play, makes it a second. Can he find all three? This would be a massive play coming in towards the first round. Will pick up the bomb, and both players just gonna reset.
Yeah, Stratify is actually gonna go for the long flank, and this is what is just so tough for Hypnotic to try to clear all the angles. It might have just been timing for them to go all the way back through white. Now, Hypnotic is gonna clear out that exact angle, while the opposite side, Stratify, is again committing towards this long flank, just trying to get into the mind of their adversary. Hypnotic, they have one win condition set in stone. That is to plant this rock, of which they will do so. Information will be mutual. Stratify will now know this as they have to work their way across the entire map of Moscow with 38 seconds remaining.
It's a lot of time, and Hypnotic might be playing just one angle to try and get a read if he's coming from this side, and then might assume that he's not. So could turn his back, and it might just end up happening actually exactly. The timing is there for Stratify. Up close, the gunfights have been here all series for him, and it's here again as he wins a crucial 1v1, denies the 1 versus 3, and makes sure they lock down their first defensive round.
Yes, the hunter at the beginning of the round becomes the hunted at the beginning of the round. The old razzle-dazzle of Search and Destroy. Again, it comes down to this play like you were talking about. One the smoke ends up dissipating. Hypnotic makes their presence known over towards the pillars. They didn't even eat a single bullet in between finding those 2 kills. So being able to potentially take the next engagement was very much so on the table, but it was a heads-up play for Stratify just to give the space in a 1v1, to truly bait out the isolated 1v1, wait for the regen if they were already weak, just play for the retake. That was a very veteran move from a very young Search and Destroy player of Stratify. Towards the offense for Dutchess. Here comes some of that creativity, a little bit more focus towards Boulevard, but gotta watch out. Player number 1 of Hypnotic, he's inside the cutout wall. Some shots may be thrown over. They're gonna reposition, in the communication you can see is already coming through for Dutchess.
The bomb's pushed up here, and yeah, that was my worry. If Hooded Patriot finds that kill, then they're maybe really in a bad spot, but Hooded Patriot hasn't been able to lock down this kill just yet, and his teammates haven't really been able to push up with him either. Yuri, though, will be able to find this kill in towards the back as everyone makes their move, trades back and forth, but at the moment will be a 2 versus 2.
And bomb dropped inside of apartments on that PSP side. Himmel, he's one from Nova on the Boulevard side. It's just going to retrain their aim. They know that Minnow's inside this site. What can you do here, young man? He's at least trying to play these angles, knows that the bomb is the main part of the objective here, but they are pinched.
Oh, it's picked up, and he gets the sound cue just a second too late there on towards the snap. And what has been just some great numbers advantages that have been able to work out here so far. The Dutchess have been great, and you even see Nova with a little 180 snap on there for not just one, but also lines up the second. And that's to really make sure that they do, in fact, have some security in and around that site there on the defense.
Yeah, that all came through from the immediate push through gold. The immediate looks over towards, you thought that the bomb carrier should have gone down. They had the trophy system to keep them alive underneath apartment windows, and the help over by Globe. Again, it's those unforced errors that Dutchess are able to come out on top of when it comes down to facing against Irvine Valley. Historically, at least in this best of 5 series. But how about this engagement in the middle of the map? Hypnotic for first blood.
It's a big kill too, Stratify. You really want to find him out of all 4. I think that's something that we've learned after slowly learning how these players decide to play with one another, but that's a big response. Hypnotic also a player you want out of the picture for Irvine Valley, as Nady might be the one forced to maybe make this play. And well, we'll have his teammate with them. They're going to make this move happen right through the middle of the map, it would appear. Pibble checks his left. Minnow tagged up. There's the reach out. Pibble also trying to escape with his life, as it's going to have to be a 3v2 retake. And Nova finds one more to even things up.
Oh, Hooded Patriot right there to find another. Pibble is just up to Yuri. XM4 in arms. Check every corner, every single possible angle. Now, when this mantle might just come through, it'll be the loudest thing this side. The Globe isolated engagement does find Nova. This is doable. The being played from behind, Hooded Patriot's going to showcase that they are here. Some shots are going to be thrown. Yuri, 14 seconds remaining, is going to go run towards that B site. Try to clear out with the Diamante. Shots are going to be good. Are they going to get there in time? I think they just barely did. Absolutely did. Fantastic play from Yuri. Most importantly, when you're that last player for Irvine, just run. Just get the heck out of Dodge. There's no reason to try to go for the engagement. They didn't even know you were there.
Listen, big play from Yuri to come through with that, but Hooded, I think, absolutely should have had this round. He got him tagged up down to a bullet or 2. You have a 74U up close versus an AR. I feel like you have to take that challenge, and I mean, it's just that little moment of hesitation that ends up costing him, and not playing your life long enough to maybe just sit outside the window to recheck there at 7.5. You have to win those ones if you're going to be able to come out here in this map, and now might not be the case, because Dutchess, they come away with 3 straight rounds, and a lot of these rounds have been individual 1v1 clutches, 2 of the 3 actually. So you're feeling really good with everyone that's just been rolling out and just been setting the tone and the tempo so far in Moscow. But here's a round that you absolutely need to respond with here on towards the defense if you're Irvine Valley.
I love this difference from Hypnotic, and you and I both know what this means, Austin.
Sadly, I do.
You and I both know what's about to be happening on our screens in 5. Oh, okay. Well.
Almost. If you called that down to the T, that would have been impressive. I would have gave you a clap for that one.
I want you to know, when we came back, that I wasn't looking at my notes. I was looking at my stopwatch. So I always have one available when we're casting Call of Duty for that exact purpose.
I love that. I love that right there. But of course, the lobby looks like it has dropped. We will get a bit of an update for as far as what will in fact kind of take place. It is currently 3-0 up there for the Dutchess, so they're very much comfortable in the lead for as far as that map. So my assumption would be that we would come back through with a 3-0 start and just play things out for as far as a reset. But we'll get a ruling on that. For as far as what we have seen, well, smokes are in play. Haven't seen so much of the snipers, which I think is a little bit interesting, because we did see it on Checkmate quite a bit from both teams actually, and from multiple players on both teams. The big factor for Moscow is that when we used to watch it, Andy, there was actually a lot of sniper play. Like, you always had a sniper playing in and around A, or maybe even shifting over towards the street side to be able to work for some picks. So I think it is a little bit interesting that we haven't seen it come out after already seeing it in the map 1.
Yeah, your boomstick player for the history lesson of the day for Moscow Search and Destroy. I know I already gave you one earlier, but you're getting a double dose as we're waiting for the lobby to recreate itself and repopulate. But nevertheless, your sniper used to be your floating player. And that's why snipers were mostly pristine to be looked at for your SMG flex player, because you're not necessarily losing out for that AR flex or that main AR player that's going to be looking at those quite pivotal crossfires, one inside cutout wall, maybe top escalators if you're going for that 3-1 setup. But the sniper, again, is able to manipulate the terrain. And again, those mind games is what you're mostly looking at when it comes down to search and destroy, of where's that sniper going to be located at. I know it really seems linear when you're thinking, well, just playing back pillars or playing on that back red bus on the opposite side of globe. There are a lot of headies to be able to pick and choose from. And you can get quite creative as far as where your own positioning will be at. And some of that creativity might just come through from the player alone. Maybe they're not the highlight reel sniper going for those quick scopes, going for those crazy plays. They might just feel a little bit more comfortable doing with the Krig, or at least in Yuri's hand of the XM4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it definitely can be a comfortable thing for as far as just using that using something that you're also going to be able to retake with, because if you do have to force some of those close engagements, well, we know the Diamante isn't always the best, and unless you're coming back from like the old phase days, you're not probably going to be hitting too many quick scopes either, as much as it is nice to use that sniper up close. So it should be interesting to see if that does end up changing as we go further and further into this. And it looks like we have, in fact, got an update. So still will be a 3-0 advantage as we had assumed coming in towards this one. So it would have to be, a couple of quick rounds, I feel like, or at least rounds in general, going over towards Irvine here, coming back in towards this reset here for us, Andy, where, there was an argument to be made that they could be 2-1 up if they're winning those 1v1 clutches, right? So it has actually simply come down to just a couple of big ice plays from the individual players, and hasn't maybe totally been just completely one-sided, getting wiped off the map, not even being able to fight back, right? These are very, very close rounds, just simply have not gone their way here, unfortunately.
I mean, Hypnotic almost finds an entire ace. Round one comes down to that 1v1 of Stratify, again, just playing very coy and just playing for the information. Again, that has actually been the opposite. And again, it's just Dutchess that are just playing just so slow. Just waiting for the information to just straight up come to them, as team names didn't be swapped, but over towards the offense regardless. See the bomb being carried by Hypnotic. And the Irvine Valley College at least trying to assault the offense, but just as soon as that's all being said, they are just finding a handful of kills. Big 4v2 coming forward.
Well, there's the round that you needed, and they're able to come in with it. But I think Yuri was a little bit shell-shocked on what happened here. I think you even see it right from Hypnotic's angle. No, it was his teammate that shot at him. And yeah, Yuri's like, dude, I was getting shot in front of the bus from the middle of the map here, guys. Like, I'm one shot, I'm weak. I need some assistance. And well, your assistance is unfortunately dropped here for you. So not going to be available to come out with that one, but at least the first rounds will come on through. And that is a much needed one to come back in towards the reset with.
Yeah, it really is. Again, you don't want to go down 0-4 by any stretch of the imagination. You're still 2 rounds down. The opportunity might present itself to string together at least the opening 2 for this map reset. On the other side for Irvine, look at this middle of the map pressure for their offensive push. Some of that creativity might just come their way. They know at least one player's on the opposite side of the cutout wall. That's going to be Nady.
Well, Nady, will he take the challenge? He sees ahead, gets the info, backs up. Like the play. Don't need to take an unnecessary challenge. Middle map control is completely in Irvine Valley's favor. And well, the Semtex, that's a nice little Kobe here out of Nova, placing it perfectly for a kill. Civil might also be pushed out in the back alley, and that is indeed the case. So Hypnotic there for kill number 2, and a nice advantage coming in for Irvine Valley.
Yeah, that's a disparity of weapons right there, right? You try to sprint forward, longer ADS time sprint to fire comparatively to a 74U. And he will have one in hand. I can only imagine he has the same weapon that Stratify is playing with. We're in top escalators. That's a great flash check. What a heads up check. We're top escalators. Now I know Stratify's here.
What? Stratify? Okay, if you find that second, I'm waking some neighbors up. But now all up to 1. Would it be a 1 versus 3 as well? 2 players left and remaining. There's the second and the immediate challenge. Nova, no hesitation, pure confidence, moves back through for the easy cleanup.
Stratify didn't even get the first bullet.
Yeah, that was
I know it's not even gonna be playing the game. They didn't even win the round for goodness sakes, but like, wow. Like, that's just something I wish that I would be able to harness towards my league play matches. I'd probably come out with more W's. I'd probably be in a few ranks ahead, but this is a big bounce back. For all intents and purposes, we were 3-0 down for Irvine Valley College, and we ended up having to recreate the lobby. Back into it. They are here with the heat and the fire. Hypnotic really started the entire Moscow search with set heat. Nova's right there to help things out. This is now a 1-round affair. 3 replaces that 0 for Dutchess. They look to set up another offense in the middle.
Oh, how many did he spot? The Patriot certainly sees 1, but does he know that the rest are following right behind Nady as he's moved up here with the bomb? And this is essentially the same thing we saw last time around, where all 4 players are just about in the middle of the map, and I mean, they are being closed in around, and Hypnotic for the back. It's the big key here that he gets there with his life, but Hooded Patriot also able to find himself 1 before Stratify gets the trade, and now Dutchess in the 2 versus 3.
Ooh, Stratify Again, another engagement. I don't know how you walk away with it, but shot's just that much better, I suppose. Yuri's going to be under pressure. Crouch walking his middle, but Yuri's not going to check in time. The Diamatti lock down the kill. Stratify 1v2.
Does he have it in him? Oh my, no way. No way do they walk past each other like that. I don't even know. I am just almost disgusted.
Window either.
This is going to be the bomb picked up for free. Stratify. Does he get the timing to move into B as they rotate out?
No shot.
No way.
What?
Man.
No shot.
They hear the Mansell. They do not hear the Mansell. Andy, it has happened. The bomb is going down.
It's May 1st. Christmas was a long time ago. We gotta stop finding these gifted timings between you and me, Austin. That's crazy. And look, you might just find an isolated 1v1 in between the separation. I don't think that Hypnotic saw Stratify on the opposite side of Globe. Just the amount of gusto that they are lacking towards this push, the Flash won't find anything either.
Stratify's cleared out. Just about everything in the middle of the map. In the back street. What, this push? They have to assume he's in here. There's the challenge, and the shot's not going to be there. Stratify just going a little bit wide. A chance for what could have been a big 1 versus 2.
Oh,
I was about to hold my breath there. Maybe it was a technical 1 versus 2, but Hypnotic, he'll hold on towards his buttons and make sure the defuse comes through. And now we're all even Stevens. Of course, if you're just tuning in, it was a reset coming back in towards this, and it was 3-0 up there for the Dutchess. Now Irvine Valley, first ball with 3. Make sure we're tied here at 3-all.
It is Irvine up of map, by the way. 2-1 in the best 5 series. They close out here on Mott. We'll not have to play that map 5, which will be hardpoint. That's where Dutchess would love to try to send it. Again, off that opening 3-round start, and I think that Pivotal and Yuri were a little bit more impactful. They've yet to find a kill through 3 rounds in this reset. The work has been found by Nady and Stratify, and Stratify has really been that player, a playmaker, if you will. Irvine on the opposite side that can rely both on Hypnotic and Nova. Try to make these plays happen for themselves. The offense for Irvine, instead of going towards B, they'll be working their way towards A. They do have trophy systems on both sides here, and some nades will be mutual as far as information, but what a great call coming out from Irvine. Show presence at A. Let's go ahead and quick rotate over towards B, but Dutchess, answering kind, already sent Pivotal over there to help out Stratify, who's watching the window.
Stratify does spot out the information, so you are kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place at the moment. You have to make a decision. Are we going to move in towards B and try to clear out this side, or are we going to rotate back through mid and maybe assume that the defensive side did in fact over-rotate? But Nady, I mean, he's in a position to stop that entire play from coming back to A. Instead, the play made to go forward. Hypnotic doesn't reach Stratify, laying down prone, so that will be a first blood. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to try and drop the bomb.
Stop it here. You got to play for retake going forward. You're going 4v3. This is very doable, but the B side is very tough to take. You got to wait for these 2 players to come through the metro side. Stratify already looking towards the boulevard. Fragger lockdown shots will be good. It's Pivotal that locks up the opening kill.
1 versus 4. Nova, who's on 5 in a row, might just be looking to play his life. I would love for him just to play his life, and he can't do so. Tries to make a play for the bomb to be the hero in that instance, and finally, the bleeding is going to stop for the Dutchess as they're able to get themselves back on the board, and will also give them a 4-3 advantage now moving in towards their next round.
I mean, this search and destroy map here on Moscow between these 2 teams might also well be a katana fight, because we said stop the bleeding twice for both sides. It was 3 rounds to start for Dutchess. We get a lobby reset. Irvine answer back with 3 of their own. Stopping the momentum again on the opposite side is Dutchess. So up 4-3. A 1-round advantage might just be a big one. Again, it is Dutchess that want to close out this map into a map number 5, but Irvine, they try to do it again. Keeping their life means that Nova won't have to trade. It might not really matter as the push comes through and Hood of Patriot does get traded.
Oh, but they're able to get 1 back, and shot on him! It's not looking great. The push comes to him, and the Diamatti's a lot better than the Krieg 6. So we take a breath. The dust will settle. And we got Yuri with lots of time in a 1 versus 2, and he might just find Nova to his right.
Oh, you got to fully check this corner, though. And you're just going to probably be red dot mainlined. Your eyeballs through your monitor looking through that escalator push. Yuri's just going to back down from it entirely. Got 35 seconds left inside of the clock, so you try to make this push happen on the backside of escalators, and All right, now I'm starting to question whether or not Irvine know that the bomb is physically dropped on the escalators itself, but you're down 25 seconds. You think that Yuri's got to make the play happen? Saw the little fidget happen from Minnow. Might have just gotten the sound cue. Checks the escalators. No presence at all. But Yuri is on the B site. More than enough time to plan.
Yeah, they're going to rotate. So Yuri looking to try and grab maybe a quick kill. Reset the fight if he can. And he's got isolation here onto one. Nova, solo Chow. Need a quick move out of Minnow. He's also got an AR, and he typically plays slow. And Yuri's got a read on it. The shots come through. He turns, but Yuri can't find the lineup. So Minnow, the substitution coming in towards the map number 3, will be able to find a big 1 versus 1. And that means we are once again tied up here for all.
What did he think that the that the lamp was shooting at him? What happened there? Let's hear it one more time again. He's talking about the isolation from Nova. Again, I've been there. We've all been there, right, brother? We had some shots from the opposite side, but it's all tied up 4 apiece, so still a few rounds still needed. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back and get some clown music for that one. That was pretty great. But even still, really tough circumstance to find yourself in if you are Dutchess. Or you would think as a 2v1 that should have been a guaranteed round. Now you got to win 2 in sequence just sent to a round number or map number 5. Irvine Valley are looking to close it out.
Big swing round here. Round number 9, technically speaking, and 80. Oh no! Can't find one. I thought he was gonna get one, but Nova's been able to clean up 2, and now players dropping all around the site as the reinforcements comes through. But it's just one player, and what can Stratify do? Able to find one, doesn't check his left, and he will drop. Another round put up. Irvine Valley, they've been able to mount an insane comeback in towards this one for us, Andy, and now they are 1 round away from being your invitational champions.
And again, all of that aggression that they were trying to find value with on checkmate, and will be put to rest very quickly by what? AR pressure, just for how open that map is comparatively to Moscow, to where you can get a lot more value with SMG presence, and Hypnotic and Nova are just exploiting that round after round. Since coming back inside the reset, they are just running at Dutchess, and even from the defensive standpoint, they're just isolating the gunfights, and quite frankly, coming out on top of more of them. Even from top to bottom, you can do that quick math yourself. Irvine Value, they definitely got the hotter gunnies, but here comes Dutchess for another B push. And it's Hypnotic that blew up this play last time. It's actually going to sprint all the way back up. Did Nady see them cross? I think Hypnotic might have seen a helmet. Going to be stuck here for the time being.
Talk about the pressure right now. The Dutchess having to come away with this round and the next. One mistake could cost you. This might be the mistake. No! Wow! Oh my! Almost turned on Pivel. Able to lock down the shots in the end, and Hypnotic will look to make a move. We'll find Yuri. Has to play his life, and I think the challenge comes in from behind. Hypnotic just not ready for that second player to come jumping out of the window, and now it's all up to 2. Hooded Patriot and Minnow have to try and work through a 2 versus 4.
Flak Jacket trades. A big quick inside of the lobby window area. There's one more player on the opposite side of the bus. Timing's gonna be good. Hooded Patriot. It's gonna find another. How cracked is them? Are they right now? Well, they will only find 2. The other player will drop inside of the couch room. It's going to send it to a round 11 here, but again, this is all on the cards. Dutchess, round 11, the potential to send it to a map number 5. They won the opening search this round, checkmate 6-4. Irvine Valley College, they're coming in with the heat to close it out here in 4.
Andy, that was just chaos, man. That was terrifying. I thought for a moment a 2 versus 4 might have just ended up being in the cards, but
it almost happened.
It did almost happen. And now what's going to happen for the round 11? Remember, have to keep reminding anyone that is just tuning in. It was 3-0 up originally for the Dutchess, so now we are all even Stevens. This next round takes it all. Irvine Valley, a chance to be your champs. Get it all done in towards the map number 4. Dutchess need to get us towards a map 5 and move in towards the hard point, as we'll start to see everyone line up here for Irvine Valley. Make that offensive push happen over towards B.
Smokes blossomed out inside of Metro. That's going to clear the cross. That has now dissipated. No immediate information to be able to see this push happen. Off screen, though, Player number 5 of Nova is throwing bows towards Pivotal. That's over by Boulevard, so at least you know that one player is here. Or Dutchess. Irvine Valley, knowing that information is there. I can go back to the middle of the map. The narrative is speaking for itself that Nady is on a very long flank over by Library. Near he found first blood inside of Metro.
You just lost Minnow. Oh, a big spread, though, defensively. And player 7, he's going all the way in from behind. Hypnotic here. Is he going to check his left? He's going to see him, but he can't snap in time. Nova and Hooded Patriot need to get the job done, and, well, Stratify will have none of it. Nova got in this situation before. He's had one heck of a game, but there is no time. There is nowhere to go, and the Dutchess will be able to clutch up back-to-back rounds in the end to get us to the last map for Hardpoint.
And again, you gotta think that it comes down to that slight little bit of hesitation. For Irvine, you saw that they were really close to that sofa area on the opposite side of that window that they almost committed entirely towards the play inside of B, but they hesitated inside of Metro. And at that point in time, it was just a little bit of a peak for Dutchess just to peer down from escalators, see that there's a lingering minnow for first blood, and it all started collapsing from there on out. Again, one player already for Dutchess already knew that there was one player close enough towards that red bus over by the Boulevard, so they knew that the pinch play was about to be there. Once you knew that he had all the rats trapped inside of the Metro area, it just came down from the extermination, and that was a wonderful last round played out for Dutchess to send it to that hard point.
Man, that's a tough one. Irvine, 2 rounds away. They had 2 rounds to be able to close out and make sure they weren't going to a hard point. But I feel like the good news and the silver lining in all of this is that this is where they have been their best. They have taken every single respawn up and towards this point. They have only dropped some very close search and destroy maps going back towards that checkmate. And then, of course, the Moscow that we just finished. So we'll figure out what map they even want to move into with, because remember, they're also doing vetoes here on the fly. So this is kind of difficult, I feel like, Andy, when you're going in towards a map 5. I'm just trying to put myself, in the player's body at the moment, knowing that, both of these squads have pretty strong submachine gun lines. Like, are you just willing to kind of almost throw the curveball in and say, all right, let's go to a larger map and see if we can maybe get like a Moscow in the mix or like a checkmate hardpoint? Or do we want to go back towards what has been working, for the both front lines, where it feels like if they can get in a flow and start earning some of those, streaks and things like this, they're able to take over and find some of those big moments for breaks and holds.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right in assuming that checkmate might just be better for Dutchess for how more or how slowly that they would rather play rather than being the aggressors. But, It comes to a certain point over another that you might not always be the team that is set up initially for the hardpoint times. How many times have we see that happen for Dutchess back on that raid hardpoint where they had to break forward? Again, that's where you have to rely on the submachine guns just to try to burst on forward. And Stratify can't do it by themselves. At Irvine Valley, they had that help quite in tow. With their SMGs as well as the help from their AR Flex at the time being, but it's just what was lacking. So maybe you could try to go to a more slow, methodical map, such as Garrison, such as Checkmate, like you were noting on as well. But maybe you just try to play at that same pace, because when we did see that aggression from Dutchess, aka in those opening 3 rounds back on Moscow, Search and Destroy before we had to go for the lobby reset, it looked great. They dressed really well as far as the tandem aggression is concerned, being able to find those focus fire shots, and that could work really well even across every single map that is still available to them. My biggest concern is that Crossroads is very much so still in this map pool, and if that ends up somehow sneaking all the way through for Irvine Valley, I think that might just be the final nail in the coffin. You got to be wise when it comes down to this hardpoint pick for Dutchess.
Well, it looks like they are having a bit of a longer extended conversation about what that map will in fact be here proper, which means that we're going to have to keep you guys waiting for a very quick moment. We're going to send things to a commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to have an invitational champion.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. While I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our Collegiate Esports National Championship. It's myself, Visions, joined with Proper as we get ready for the Game 5. And it's a hard point at that for us, Andy. We have not yet seen a best-of-5 series go down to the last map, and it is a hard point to determine who comes out on top. And not just any hard point, but a second raid